Before long, Su Zimo and Lu Ping arrived at Yang Ruoxu's cave abode. Not far away, a red light sped over. It was Princess Scarlet Rainbow. Zimo, I heard that you're out of seclusion, so I came over right away. Indeed, you're here. Princess Scarlet Rainbow came forward and said. With a heavy heart, Su Zimo merely nodded slightly as a form of greeting. The three of them turned and looked at a cave abode not far away. In just a few days, the cave abode became dilapidated and cold. There were no immortal servants or Tao children waiting nearby. The medicinal field in the vicinity was trampled, probably by a spirit beast or immortal pet, but no one took care of it. Inner sect disciples could choose 100 immortal servants or Tao children to help them deal with trivial matters. However, Su Zimo did not see a single Tao child of Yang Ruoxu along the way. Su Zimo pushed the door open and entered. The moment he entered the cave abode, he smelled a strong medicinal scent mixed with a hint of blood. The cave abode was dark and no one even lit any candles. Su Zimo's expression darkened as he continued forward. Is someone here? Right then, a question sounded from ahead with a weak aura. The moment the sentence was said, a violent cough could be heard. Young master, don't get up. I'll go take a look. Right on the heels of that was a flurry of sounds. Before long, a Tao child ran out. His hair was disheveled and he was covered in blood. He looked exhausted and must not have slept for a few days. You guys are. The Tao child spoke. I'm Su Zimo. I'm here to visit senior brother Yang. Su Zimo said in a deep voice. Ah! The Tao child was stunned for a moment before reacting. He seemed to have heard of the name Su Zimo before as he bowed to the three of them hurriedly. Greetings, exalted immortals. Please follow me. The Tao child could not be considered as a disciple of the academy and was merely an immortal servant. When he saw disciples of the academy, he had to address them respectfully as exalted immortals. Su Zimo and the other two followed the Tao child. After dozens of feet, they saw a jade bed in front of them with a man lying on it. His face was withered and yellow, and his life force was weak. It was Yang Ruoxu. Young master, you've got visitors. The Tao child ran to Yang Ruoxu's bed and knelt down, crying softly with a choked voice. Apart from Su Zimo and the other two, no one else had visited Yang Ruoxu in the past few days. Nobody even bothered to put on a pretense of friendliness. That was the reason why the Tao child felt a sense of sadness when he said that. I heard them. Yang Ruoxu smiled. Help me up. The Tao child stood up and supported Yang Ruoxu. He sat up and leaned against the head of the bed. Where are the other immortal servants? With a dark expression, Su Zimo asked with a frown. Why are you the only one? Humph. When he heard that, the Tao child suddenly became agitated and said angrily, They abandoned our young master and left to look for other backers. Don't say that. Yang Ruoxu smiled faintly. I was the one who dismissed them. It's difficult for me to recover from my serious injuries and I don't have long to live. If they follow me, it'll only be a burden to them. However, you're in difficult times right now, young master. How can they abandon you and leave just like that? Young master, you treat us so well usually. You give us your spirit pills and essence spirit stones and let us cultivate with you. You even explain and impart the Tao to us, never once looking down on us because of our backgrounds. At that point, the Tao child was already sobbing. He pursed his lips and tried his best to hold back his tears. I came from a bad background and was mocked by many people. Yang Ruoxu said, I know that it doesn't feel good. Since that's the case, why would I look down on and mock you guys? At that point, Princess Scarlet Rainbow's heart skipped a beat. She turned her head and her eyes reddened as she sighed internally. Human nature had many facades, both warm and cold. Yang Ruoxu was an upright person and did not like to form cliques. Coupled with the fact that he was from the lower worlds, he was isolated in the academy and did not have many friends. Due to Sword Immortal Yuhua, other cultivators were not willing to get too close to him over the years. Now that Yang Ruoxu was in trouble, no one would come to visit him. However, the immortal servants and Tao children that followed Yang Ruoxu benefited the most from him usually. The fact that they had now left him was heart-wrenching. Yang Ruoxu reached out and wiped away the tears on the Dao child's face gently, saying softly, "Don't cry. You're still with me and haven't left." "All right." The Dao child nodded vigorously. "Don't worry, young master. As long as I'm not dead, I'll always guard you." Su Zimo walked forward and caressed the Dao child's forehead gently. The Dao child's eyelids felt heavy and he fell asleep in a daze. Su Zimo noticed that the Dao child had not slept for many days and was extremely exhausted. That was the reason why he released a dermic art to let him rest. "Thank you." Yang Ruoxu nodded slightly. "Junior brother Su." Just as Yang Ruoxu spoke, he seemed to have thought of something. "You've already been accepted as an in-name disciple by the sect master. I should address you as senior brother Su. There's no need for that between us." Su Zimo said, "Brother Yang, if you don't mind, we can just address each other as brothers." Yang Ruoxu hesitated for a moment before smiling. "All right, I don't have long to live anyway. As such, I won't cause too much trouble for you." "What's going on?" Su Zimo asked in a deep voice. Yang Ruoxu was silent for a long time before shaking his head. "Forget it. There's no need to mention the past. I heard someone from the Pang clan attacked." "Was it because of Pang Yu's death?" Su Zimo asked. "No," Yang Ruoxu said. "It was just a conflict that happened by chance and I was weaker than them. There's no one to blame." Yang Ruoxu knew that if he told the truth, Su Zimo would definitely step in for him. At that time, the latter would definitely attract trouble. Although Su Zimo was an in-name disciple of the sect master, he had just joined the academy and his cultivation realm was not high. He could not defeat those people from the academy. Were people from the academy involved? When Su Zimo saw that Yang Ruoxu was unwilling to say more, he vaguely guessed something and asked again. Yang Ruoxu remained silent. Pausing for a moment, Yang Ruoxu suddenly changed the topic. "Right. There's something else that's a little strange. At that time, those people could have taken my life. However, they did not kill me and merely injured my essence spirit severely before leaving." Lu Ping turned his head slightly and analyzed. "Senior brother Yang is an inner sect disciple of the academy after all. The people who attacked must have been wary and did not dare to go overboard." "It's possible," Yang Ruoxu said in a low voice. "However, I still feel that something is amiss, but I can't pinpoint the exact reason. Brother Su, it's best if you don't leave the academy for the time being and cultivate in seclusion for a period of time." Yang Ruoxu reminded again. Su Zimo did not comment and chatted with Yang Ruoxu for a while more. When he saw the latter's exhausted expression, he bid farewell together with Lu Ping and Princess Scarlet Rainbow. After leaving Yang Ruoxu's cave abode, Su Zimo pondered for a moment and asked, "Did anything happen outside recently?" "The greatest thing should be that Emperor Bo soon escaped from Avicii and returned to the heavenly world," Princess Scarlet Rainbow said. "Emperor Bo soon?" Su Zimo was shocked. He knew about the Martial Dao Prime Body heading to Avicii to save Yen Beichen. However, after the Martial Dao Prime Body entered Avicii, he severed his connection with the Green Lotus True Body. Even after 1,000 years, there was no reaction. It was as though the Martial Dao Prime Body had vanished from the world. The Green Lotus True Body did not know what happened in Avicii either, let alone the fact that Emperor Bo soon escaped. That was the reason why the Green Lotus True Body was so surprised when he heard that Emperor Bo soon was still alive. Princess Scarlet Rainbow recounted the news about Avicii. "I heard that recently, many cultivators of the heavenly world have headed to Avicii to check things out." "Avicii?" Su Zimo was in deep thought. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat and he said, "The Soraka fruit." "What?" Princess Scarlet Rainbow and Lu Ping were stunned. Su Zimo said in a deep voice, "The Soraka fruit might be in Avicii, and it can heal senior brother Yang's essence spirit injuries." The matter of the Soraka fruit was known to the Martial Dao Prime Body prior to entering Avicii. That was why the Green Lotus True Body knew about it as well. "Zimo, are you going to head to Avicii?" Princess Scarlet Rainbow asked. "That's right." Su Zimo did not choose to hide the truth. Even without the incident with Yang Ruoxu, he had considered whether he should make a trip to Avicii. After all, that was where the martial Tao prime body disappeared. Right now, it was even more imperative. Princess Scarlet Rainbow said, Avicii is incomparably dangerous. I'll go with you. I'll go too. Lu Ping said without hesitation as well. There's no need. Su Zimo shook his head. I do have a favor to ask of the two of you. Senior Brother Su, please speak, Lu Ping said. Su Zimo said, Senior Brother Yang is severely injured, and it will be extremely difficult for him mentally and physically during this period of time. He doesn't have anyone protecting him. I'm worried that something might happen to him. So I hope that the two of you can visit him more during this period of time and help take care of him. Princess Scarlet Rainbow said, Don't worry, we'll take good care of Senior Brother Yang. No matter what, wait for me to return. Su Zimo reminded again. All right, Princess Scarlet Rainbow and Lu Ping nodded. Lu Ping continued, I'll go back and pack up now. I might as well move to Senior Brother Yang's place during this period of time and accompany him. I'll go too, Princess Scarlet Rainbow said. Guys, let's bid farewell here. Su Zimo cupped his fists and bowed towards Princess Scarlet Rainbow and Lu Ping. He did not have anyone he could trust in Heaven and Earth Academy. Princess Scarlet Rainbow and Lu Ping were the only ones he could entrust this task to. Princess Scarlet Rainbow said, Zimo, I hope that you can return safely with the Soraka fruit as well. The three of them flew through the air and left separately. Avicii was indeed an unpredictable and dangerous place for others. However, Su Zimo had the hell suppression tripod that was completely repaired with him. He believed that this treasure would definitely be of some use in Avicii. Soraka fruit. Suddenly, Su Zimo sneered. Yang Ruoxu was right. There was indeed something wrong with him being able to return alive. When Su Zimo heard the news of Avicii, he guessed that someone must be plotting in secret to attack him. The injury to Yang Ruoxu's essence spirit was bait. The other party predicted that he would leave Heaven and Earth Academy for Yang Ruoxu and head to Avicii. That was the reason why they set up such a trap. Let's see who are the ones who wants to lay their hands on me. Su Zimo's expression was as cold as ever. The fact that Yang Ruoxu was severely injured triggered his killing intent. Just as Su Zimo was pondering, a figure flashed before him and blocked his path. The person who arrived was the number 1 fairy of the inner sect, Yan Bingying, who was on good terms with Fang Qingyun, Tang Peng and the others. Is there anything? Naturally, Su Zimo did not have a good attitude towards her either since he had a feud with Fang Qingyun and the others. Yan Bingying had a conflicted expression as she asked, Senior Brother Su, where are you going? What has it got to do with you? Su Zimo asked expressionlessly. Yan Bingying opened her mouth slightly and hesitated. Su Zimo did not waste time with her. He circled around Yan Bingying and sped in the direction of the sect's teleportation formation. Senior Brother Su. Yan Bingying did not turn around, but a voice transmission from her spirit consciousness sounded in Su Zimo's mind. Don't ever go to Avicii. That's all I have to say. Su Zimo did not reply. In fact, he did not even pause and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Sigh. Yan Bingying looked at Su Zimo's back view and sighed deeply. She knew that this paragon who had condensed a 10th stone step on the Tao Heart Stairs was about to die prematurely. At the same time, in the depths of Heaven and Earth Academy, in an ancient cultivation palace, white smoke rose from the incense burner, shrouding the entire palace like a paradise. Through the smoke, an incomparably handsome, middle-aged man could be vaguely seen. He wore a green scholarly robe and sat in a lotus position with his eyes closed to rest. It was the sect master of the academy. Suddenly, the smoke surged and gathered towards the middle. Before long, a figure walked out slowly from the depths of the smoke. It was old Xian who was guarding the various secret pavilions and was also Elder 10 of the academy. What is it? The moment the sect master opened his eyes, a boundless starry sky flashed within. There was smoke for thousands of kilometers and a deep ocean surged. However, everything returned to normal in the blink of an eye. Those eyes became emotionless and clear. Have you heard the news of Avicii? Old Xian asked bluntly. What do you think? There's something strange about it. The sect master said indifferently. I knew a long time ago that Emperor Bosun escaped from Avicii. Now that this news has spread through the heavenly world, someone must have done it on purpose. What do you mean? Old Xian frowned and asked, what's their motive for releasing this news intentionally? This might be a trap. The sect master said deeply. Right now, various factions are restless and countless cultivators are rushing to Avicii to check things out. However, this piece of news might be mixed with fake information. For example, Avicii might not have any cracks. Pest! Old Xian's expression changed as he said sternly. If what you said is true, all the cultivators who enter Avicii this time round will probably be buried there and none of them will be able to come out. How many lives would be lost? Old Xian pondered for a moment before continuing. However, Emperor Bosun did escape from there. This can't be faked. The reason why Emperor Bosun was able to escape was because he was Emperor Bosun. The sect master smiled gently and asked instead, however, how many Emperor Bosuns are there in this world? Which of the cultivators heading to Avicii this time round can compare to Emperor Bosun? Of course, that's only my guess. It might not be accurate. The sect master of the academy smiled again and asked, why? You want to go to Avicii too? Old Xian rolled his eyes. I'm not thinking about that damn place at my age. Pausing for a moment, he continued, however, I heard that Su Zimo is prepared to head to Avicii. Oh, the sect master replied, seemingly unsurprised and uninterested. According to what you said, Avicii is so dangerous. Aren't you worried about him at all? He's the in-name disciple you just accepted. Old Xian raised his brow slightly. He might not encounter any danger in Avicii, the sect master said indifferently. Old Xian pouted. You divined that? Your divination is able to work for a place like Avicii which can block the heavenly secrets. The sect master did not explain. It's also possible that he won't get the chance to enter Avicii. Why? Old Xian asked with a frown. The sect master said, do you know about the inner sect disciple, Yang Ruoxu, getting injured? Old Xian pondered for a moment and narrowed his eyes slightly. You mean to say that someone made use of the fact that Yang Ruoxu's essence spirit was injured to lure Su Zimo to Avicii on purpose and set up a trap in advance? The sect master did not say anything as a silent acknowledgement. In that case, it's not a coincidence that Yang Ruoxu was injured. In other words, disciples of the academy are involved in this matter. A cold glint flashed through Old Xian's eyes. Although he did not bother about sect matters usually, he was sharp and reacted extremely quickly. With a single sentence from the sect master, he had already deduced the gist of things. Old Xian glanced at the sect master and sneered. By the looks of it, you must have known who was behind this long ago. Why didn't you interfere? The sect master of the academy shook his head gently. Old Xian harumphed coldly. After you took over the academy, you ignored the fights between the disciples of the academy and allowed them to do whatever they wanted. There are many factions in the academy and there are endless fights between them. What's in it for the academy? The sect master sighed gently. The benefit of that is that they can adapt to the cruel world outside and grow faster. If the academy is peaceful, how can they deal with those schemes and plots when they're traveling outside? That's the only way these disciples of the academy can survive and establish themselves in the upper world if the academy encounters a calamity. Old Xian remained silent. The sect master said, Su Zimo has the teleportation jade badge that I gave him. If he encounters any danger, he can crush the jade badge and teleport back. There shouldn't be any danger. That's true, Elder Xian said. However, that's Avicii after all. Now that experts from all over the heavenly world have been alarmed, that lad's cultivation realm is still too low. It's not sufficient. Since you're still worried, I'll divine for him. The sect master smiled gently and waved his sleeves. The clouds before him surged and 8 ancient doors appeared. Every single door was etched with complicated and mysterious runes that shone faintly. The sect master changed hand seals repeatedly and his fingertip entered the 8 doors. The 8 doors spun rapidly in midair and a moment later, only one of them was left. It was still shimmering while the light of the other 7 dimmed. The door of death. Old Xian focused his gaze and his expression changed as he hollered. This trip is extremely dangerous. The sect master had a grim expression and frowned as well. We can't let him leave the academy. Old Xian said in a deep voice. The sect master shook his head. He values loyalty and is going to Avicii to look for the Soraka fruit in order to save Yang Ruoxu. If you stop him, it will definitely backfire. Old Xian pondered for a moment. I'll follow and take a look. If anything happens, I'll be able to attack in time. All right, the sect master nodded. Be careful. If you encounter any danger, take him back right away. Don't fight. Old Xian had already turned to leave with his hands behind his back. Arriving at the sect's teleportation formation, Su Zimo matched the map and located the teleportation formation of Azura Monastery. With a flash of light, his figure vanished. Before long, when Su Zimo reappeared, he had already stepped foot onto the pure land of bliss and was surrounded by a destroyed ruin. Through some dilapidated walls, one could vaguely determine the origin and scale of the structures back then. This was Azura Monastery of Great Tai Wei Mountain. The moment Su Zimo arrived, he saw many cultivators in midair turning into streaks of light that sped in the direction of Tai Wei Mountain. During this period of time, countless cultivators entered Avicii one after another. Releasing his spirit consciousness, Su Zimo scanned his surroundings carefully and did not find signs of anything suspicious. He took a deep breath and headed in the direction of Tai Wei Mountain as well. Before long, his heart skipped a beat and he looked to his side. In the ruins over there was a tomb with a dilapidated straw hut beside it. The strange thing was that there was an old monk with long brows sitting on a tombstone. He raised his head slightly and looked in the direction of Tai Wei Mountain in deep thought. The martial Dao Prime Body had once mentioned to the Green Lotus True Body that there was a strange old monk with long brows guarding the tomb in the depths of Azura Monastery. The Green Lotus True Body sized up the long-browed old monk but could not make out anything. He seemed just like an old man on the brink of death. Right then, the tomb keeper seemed to have sensed something and glanced sideways at Su Zimo. Eh? Suddenly, the tomb keeper exclaimed softly and turned around slowly. He stared at Su Zimo's face for a long time before smiling. Interesting. Su Zimo's heart turned cold and he felt his scalp tingle. What did the tomb keeper discover? Was it the Green Lotus True Body? Or was it some other secrets he held? Why would the tomb keeper say that he was interesting? Suddenly, a possibility crossed Su Zimo's mind. The tomb keeper had seen the 2 true bodies before. Could the tomb keeper have seen through the Mara mask and saw the face of the martial Dao True Body? Could he have said that it was interesting because he saw the Green Lotus True Body now? If the tomb keeper could see through the Mara mask, what was his cultivation and background? The more Su Zimo thought about it, the more shocked he became. Both times, this tomb keeper managed to give him a sense of trepidation. Su Zimo cupped his fists and circled around the tomb, continuing forward. It was only when he was far away from Azura Monastery that he turned back and heaved a sigh of relief when he realized that he could no longer see the tomb keeper. On the other side, Old Xian had also arrived at Azura Monastery. He stuffed his hands into his sleeves and followed Su Zimo from afar. Before long, he passed by a tomb and suddenly stopped in his tracks. On a tombstone not far away sat a long-browed old monk. He was hunched and looked withered. The long-browed old monk only had the cultivation of a black immortal and exuded a strong aura of twilight, as though he was half dead. Initially, Old Xian did not take the long-browed old monk seriously. However, his intuition told him that this old monk did not seem ordinary. When he recalled the divination divined by the sect master of the academy, Old Xian's heart skipped a beat as he thought to himself, was the door of death sign due to this person? Who are you? Old Xian narrowed his eyes and asked. A tomb keeper. The long-browed old monk was motionless and replied indifferently without even looking at Old Xian. Tomb keeper. Old Xian sneered and extended his left hand, holding an octagonal hexagram disc. Suddenly, he took out 3 circular metal plates filled with runes with his right hand and held them between his fingers. immersing his spirit consciousness into them. Splash! A moment later, old Xian threw the 3 metal plates in his right hand into the divination disc. This divination technique was a secret skill of the Academy known as the 6-trigram divination. Although this divination technique could not compare to the Qimeng techniques mastered by the sect master of the Academy, it was still an extremely superior divination secret skill. Old Xian wanted to divine some information about the long-browed old monk to check out the situation. However, the 3 metal plates that were scattered on the divination disc displayed a chaotic divination that was disorderly. He could not make heads or tails of it. Old Xian frowned slightly and put away the 3 metal plates. He restarted the divination and threw them into the divination disc once more. It was still in disarray and the divination was chaotic. Crack, crack, crack. Right then, the 3 metal plates on the divination disc cracked. Clear cracks appeared on the disc as well. Old Xian's expression changed and he looked up instinctively. On the tombstone, the tombkeeper turned around slowly with a dark gaze. He looked at Old Xian and asked slowly, "What are you doing?" Old Xian shuddered. When he was looked at by that pair of eyes, it was as though his mind was struck by lightning. A strange power descended that he could not defend against at all. Old Xian opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. "This is bad." Old Xian channeled his essence spirit and released a grotto heaven, tearing through the void. He wanted to enter the spatial tunnel and return to the Academy right away. However, his grotto heaven collapsed the moment it was released. The moment Old Xian entered the spatial tunnel, he was severely injured once more. His vision darkened and he fainted, floating in the spatial tunnel as the distance between him and Azura Monastery increased. On the other side, Su Zimo continued in the direction of Tai Wei Mountain after leaving Azura Monastery. Before long, a warning flashed in his mind and he stopped in his tracks. "Activate!" A voice sounded from the side. Immediately after, a series of formation patterns appeared beneath his feet. An immortal formation was activated, and Su Zimo had already entered it. Su Zimo had a calm expression as he sensed carefully. This immortal formation did not restrict his combat strength at all. However, the immortal formation blocked the surroundings and formed a sealed space that was isolated from the outside world. He was gradually surrounded by figures. Ha 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 ha! A smug and familiar laughter sounded. Without turning back, Su Zimo could guess that the person behind him was Prince Yuanzhua. "Su Zimo, you didn't expect this, right? We meet again," Prince Yuan's was said with a smug smile. He had waited for this moment for too long. Su Zimo turned back. Prince Yuanzhua was not alone. He had hundreds of followers. More than 10 of them were execution guards, while the rest were high-level heaven immortals whose cultivation realms far surpassed his. "You're Su Zimo?" A man with an ethereal aura walked over from another direction. With a long sword on his back, he had an indifferent expression and approached to take a look at Su Zimo, his tone seemingly disappointed. "Who are you?" Su Zimo raised his brow and asked. "My Dao title is Gue Yuan, and I'm here to kill you on the orders of Senior Sister Meng Yao." Heaven Immortal Gue Yuan was alone without any other disciples of Flying Immortal sect. He did not need backup either. In the inner sect of Flying Immortal sect, his combat strength was enough to be ranked in the top 5. "The Zither Immortal?" Su Zimo sneered. "I'm truly living rent-free in Fairy Meng Yao's mind. If we meet again, I'll have to thank her properly." Heaven Immortal Gue Yuan could tell that Su Zimo was mocking her. A cold glint flashed through his eyes as he said indifferently, "You won't get that chance. Su Zimo, I'll make you pay with blood for my brother's life today." A man with a dark expression walked over murderously from not far away. He was alone as well. The person's face was 70% similar to the dead Pang Yu. With a single thought, Su Zimo guessed the background of this person. "Someone from the Pang clan?" Su Zimo asked. "You're smart," Pang Yi said slowly. "I'm Pang Yi, Pang Yu's brother." "Oh," Su Zimo replied and nodded. "That's perfect. I'll send you on your way today. You two can accompany one another in hell." Ha 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 ha. Pang Yi was so angry that he laughed instead. Good, good, good. Su Zimo, you're still so brazen even at the brink of death. Let's see who dies first today. Su Zimo, do you remember me? A voice sounded. From another direction, a noble man strode over with hundreds of high-level heaven immortals behind him. Xia Tianhong of the Yen Yang Immortal Kingdom. Of course I remember. Su Zimo grinned. I even said that I'll give you a huge gift the next time we meet. That's right. I'm truly looking forward to it. Xia Tianhong smiled as well. However, I wonder if you'll like this huge gift today. It's good that all of you are gathered. That saves me the trouble of having to look for you one by one. Surveying his surroundings, Su Zimo declared, Who else is there? Stand out and let me take a look. Junior brother Su. How have you been? Another voice sounded and Tang Peng walked out from the depths of the immortal formation, appearing slowly with a sneer on his face. Su Zimo was not surprised to see Tang Peng. Are you alone? Su Zimo asked again. Tang Peng shrugged his shoulders gently. Of course, I alone am enough. What a pity. Su Zimo shook his head. Prince Yuanzhua and the others exchanged glances and felt that something was amiss. Su Zimo's reaction was completely different from what they had imagined. He did not panic, fear, beg for mercy, or even escape. He was way too calm. Just as Prince Yuanzhua was about to get worried, he recalled that he had a backup plan that could make up for things if anything went wrong. Today, Su Zimo was dead for sure. Why did you guys mobilize so many high-level heaven immortals to set up this immortal formation? Su Zimo asked unhurriedly. Prince Yuanzhua said, This immortal formation can block spirit consciousness detection. Even if someone passes by here, they won't be able to sense anything. Su Zimo, don't expect anyone to save you. Prince Yuanzhua and the others had planned for this moment for a long time and naturally would not make any mistakes. They wanted to eliminate all possible changes in advance. Pang Yi said coldly, Su Zimo, you don't have to harbor any fantasies. Even your senior brother, who was a grade 9 heaven immortal, was crippled by us. At the mention of Yang Ruoxu, Su Zimo's gaze turned even colder. He glared at Tang Peng and said slowly, You deserve to die for joining forces with outsiders to attack cultivators of the same sect. Tang Peng felt chills run down his spine from Su Zimo's gaze. Others might not know Su Zimo's identity, but Tang Peng knew that Su Zimo had already been accepted as an in-name disciple by the sect master of the academy and had a noble status. If Su Zimo were to return to the academy alive, he would definitely not be able to escape the punishment of the academy's sect rules and would definitely die. Furthermore, he had personally witnessed the scene of Su Zimo condensing the 10th stone step of the Tao Heart Stairs. It was way too shocking. Although Su Zimo was only a grade 2 heaven immortal, he was not confident and was worried that something might happen. Tang Peng gulped and grit his teeth. Everyone, don't waste your breath on him. Let's cripple his cultivation first before torturing him slowly. Attack, Xia Tianhong said in a deep voice. The moment he said that, Prince Yuanzhua, Heaven Immortal Gue Yuan, Pang Yi and Xia Tianhong attacked at the same time. The hundreds of Heaven Immortal experts behind Prince Yuanzhua and Xia Tianhong did not move. The four of them had long agreed that there was no need for so many people to attack Su Zimo together. With so many Heaven Immortal experts attacking at the same time, if all of them released a dermic art, divine power or dermic treasure, Su Zimo might be killed by accident. The four of them wanted to capture Su Zimo alive and cripple his cultivation so that they could torture him properly. For Xia Tianhong, if he could bring Su Zimo who was alive to zither immortal Mengyao, the latter would definitely be even happier. The hundreds of Heaven Immortal experts behind the two of them were just in case. After all, both of them were princes of immortal kingdoms. It was not difficult for them to mobilize hundreds of Heaven Immortal experts. All of you have to die. Su Zimo's expression was cold and his gaze was like lightning. His glabella shone and an ancient bronze square tripod flew out slowly. There were lifelike patterns of living beings etched on the four walls of the tripod. This tripod again? Prince Yuanzhua focused his gaze. Back then, when Feng Cantillon escaped from Absolute Thunder City, he relied on this bronze square tripod to kill in all directions and retrieve his destiny spirit treasure. Back then, This bronze square tripod was a little dilapidated and its walls were filled with cracks. Right now, the bronze square tripod looked intact. The hell suppression tripod had descended. Prince Yuanzhua, Heaven Immortal Gue Yuan, Pang Yi and Xie Tianhong paused for a moment at the same time and glared at the living being patterns on the hell suppression tripod's walls with a sense of trepidation. The 4 tripod walls corresponded to 4 people. Everyone saw the pattern of a different living being. However, the living beings on each tripod wall exuded an aura that came from the wild universe. They were ancient and mysterious, possessing endless might. This is. Xie Tianhong glared at the spirit turtle-like living being on the tripod wall not far away. The living being carried a turtle shell on its back and stood on the sea on all 4s. However, it had 2 heads that resembled a turtle and a snake coiling around one another. Pest! Xie Tianhong suddenly gasped. The sacred spirit of the black tortoise. A thought flashed through his mind. He did not know what the black tortoise pattern on the wall of the tripod meant. However, weapons and dermic treasures that were related to the black tortoise definitely possessed unimaginable terrifying might. Retreat! Xie Tianhong was extremely cautious and made a prompt decision. He was the first to retreat among the 4 of them. On the other side, Prince Yuanzhua had witnessed the terror of the hell suppression tripod and was wary to begin with. Now that he was staring at the divine dragon on the tripod wall, he felt his heart skip a beat and slowed down instinctively. As for Heaven Immortal Gue Yuan and Pang Yi, they had never fought Su Zimo before and did not know him at all, let alone know what the bronze square tripod was. Both of them noticed Xie Tianhong retreating and Prince Yuan's was slowing down. However, they could not react in time. Right then, the 4 sacred spirits on the walls of the hell suppression tripod suddenly opened their eyes and released divine lights. The hell suppression tripod had devoured a few treasures in succession in the 9 heavens and its body had long recovered. Now that the power of the 4 sacred souls was replenished, they were all awakened. Roar! Roar! Screech! Ow! The 4 sacred souls burrowed out of the hell suppression tripod and let out a series of roars that were either high-pitched, violent, sharp, or heavy. Each of the 4 sacred souls could match a top grade 9 heaven immortal if they descended individually. Back on the Dragon Abyss Star, a vermilion bird sacred soul killed a top heaven immortal, Meiji. Now that the hell suppression tripod was completely repaired, the power of the 4 sacred souls was even stronger than before. The vermilion bird sacred soul flew out of the hell suppression tripod. It was scarlet all over and flapped its wings. Scarlet flames flowed on its body and dripped continuously like lava. Heaven Immortal Gue Yuan was facing the tripod wall of the vermilion bird sacred soul, and was caught off guard by this change. The eyes of the vermilion bird sacred soul contained a supreme might as he looked at Heaven Immortal Gue Yuan, as though he was looking at an ant. The moment he was distracted, the vermilion bird sacred soul had already surged towards him. The scorching heat wave almost burned through Heaven Immortal Gue Yuan's body. His body burned with flames from the inside out. Ah! With his life on the line, Heaven Immortal Gue Yuan shrieked tragically and channeled his essence spirit wildly, releasing a supreme divine power, wanting to protect himself and escape from this place. However, the moment his supreme divine power was formed, it was burned cleanly by the flames of the vermilion bird sacred soul. That was the vermilion bird sacred fire, and was even stronger than the southern Mingli fire. The vermilion bird sacred soul swept past Heaven Immortal Gue Yuan and barely even had to attack. There was only a ball of ashes left where Heaven Immortal Gue Yuan was, scattering with the wind. Heaven Immortal Gue Yuan was burned to ashes. Pang Yi's situation was not much better than Heaven Immortal Gue Yuan. He was not prepared either when he saw a tiger covered in white fur charge out from the tripod wall opposite him. It was surrounded by a malevolent aura and was filled with blood chi that was almost corporeal. The white tiger sacred soul was positioned on the west side and specialized in killing. Every single hair on the white tiger sacred soul that fell off possessed supreme killing power that could split galaxies and annihilate all living beings. Pang Yi felt his limbs go cold from the stare of the white tiger sacred soul and his body stiffened. as though he had lost the ability to escape. He was so scared that his face turned pale as he crushed a jade pendant on his waist hurriedly. The jade pendant shattered and released a tremendous power that enveloped him, forming a protective barrier. Right then, the white tiger's sacred soul lunged forward. Shing! An ear-piercing sound rang. Pang Yi's pupils constricted as the protective barrier around him was torn apart by the white tiger's sacred soul. The white tiger's sacred soul thrust in and slapped down with its claws that shone with cold lights. Pang Yi's body was torn apart by the gigantic tiger claws, and his essence spirit was destroyed, dying on the spot. Heaven Immortal Gui Yuan and Pang Yi were unlucky. Among the four sacred souls, the vermilion bird's sacred soul and white tiger's sacred soul were the most ferocious. Furthermore, they were caught off guard. None of them expected Su Zimo to be able to use methods that could threaten them. In the blink of an eye, they died on the spot. On the other side, the black tortoise sacred soul charged out of the hell suppression tripod, and a tsunami seemed to have formed beneath it. Although it looked clumsy and massive, it traveled on the ocean at an astonishing speed and charged towards Xie Tianhong aggressively. Xie Tianhong was the first to realize that something was amiss and retreat. Therefore, his reaction time was longer than the other three. The moment the black tortoise sacred soul charged out, he had already condensed a supreme divine power to attack it. Boom! The supreme divine power struck the black tortoise sacred soul. However, the black tortoise sacred soul was indifferent. Beams of light shone from its turtle shell, neutralizing the power of the supreme divine power. Xie Tianhong made use of the momentum to retreat as well. The hundreds of heaven immortal experts behind him swarmed forward and released many supreme divine powers, divine weapons and dermic treasures, smashing towards the black tortoise sacred soul. The killing attacks of the black tortoise sacred soul were not considered strong. However, its defense was supreme among the four sacred souls. The black tortoise sacred soul roared into the skies and a torrential wave surged behind it. The ravines on the turtle shell shone brightly. Many divine powers and dermic treasures passed through the massive waves, and their strength was reduced significantly. When they eventually smashed onto the black tortoise sacred soul's shell, the damage to it was minimized. Prince Yuanzhua was not as decisive as Xie Tianhong to retreat right away. However, he still slowed down and was on guard. Therefore, the moment the Azure Dragon's sacred soul opened its eyes in the tripod wall opposite him, he realized that something was amiss. As he retreated, he condensed a divine power and secret skill and attacked forward. Bang! 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 The Azure Dragon charged out at an extremely fast speed and pushed forward, shattering the few divine powers and secret skills of Prince Yuanzhua. In the blink of an eye, it arrived before him. It was way too domineering. Prince Yuanzhua had long summoned a gigantic shield in front of him. Boom! There was a loud bang. The Azure Dragon's sacred soul collided heavily against the shield and exploded. A tremendous power passed through the shield and sent Prince Yuanzhua flying. Eft! Prince Yuanzhua spat out a mouthful of blood with a dispirited expression. Although he was injured, his outcome was much better than Heaven Immortal Gui Yuan and Pang Yi. At the very least, he managed to survive. Such an injury was nothing for a grade 9 Heaven Immortal. With that slight delay, the hundreds of Heaven Immortal experts behind Prince Yuanzhua charged forward at the same time and attacked. Roar! The Azure Dragon's sacred soul reared its head and howled with rage in its eyes. It was as though it was enraged that it could not kill Prince Yuanzhua instantly. It spiraled upwards and rose. Its massive and slender dragon body was filled with dense and tough green scales. Its dragon claws were sharp and shone with a cold glint. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the clouds. The divine powers and dermic treasures of hundreds of Heaven Immortal experts came to nothing. Suddenly, an incomparably thick dragon tail swung out from the clouds, carrying the might of thunder that could sweep through an army. It created a violent gust of wind and descended instantly. Poof! 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 More than 200 Heaven Immortal experts of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom could not dodge in time and were swept over by the Azure Dragon's tail, exploding into blood mists. Their essence spirits were destroyed on the spot by a single swipe of the dragon's tail. 2 heaven execution guards wore heavy armor, but none of them could defend against the power of the azure dragon's tail. Their armor shattered and the shards entered their bodies, killing them on the spot. The dragon tail swept through the void and a blood-red region appeared. There was no one alive. Prince Yuanzhua, Xie Tianhong, Heaven Immortal Gue Yuan and Pang Yi joined forces. But now they were shattered by the 4 sacred souls. The 4 sacred souls killed in all directions. Su Zimo knew that he might be ambushed, but he still dared to come alone. It was because he was backed by the 4 sacred souls in the Hell Suppression Tripod. Unless a perfected immortal appeared, the 4 sacred souls could kill everyone in this immortal formation. Under Su Zimo's will, the White Tiger Sacred Soul that killed Pang Yi targeted Tang Peng, who was not far away. Tang Peng was scared out of his wits by the scene before him. They were in high spirits earlier on. In the blink of an eye, corpses were strewn everywhere and blood flowed like rivers. Even Heaven Immortal Gue Yuan and Pang Yi died on the spot. Suddenly, Tang Peng felt a chill run down his spine. This is bad. I've been targeted. Tang Peng was alarmed. He was a disciple of the academy after all and reacted extremely quickly. Channeling his blood chi, his figure flashed and he transformed into a streak of light, leaving the spot instantly. Tang Peng had once obtained a great opportunity and swapped blood through marrow cleansing with a trace of the rock bloodline in his body. In the inner sect of the academy, Tang Peng was known as the #1 in movement techniques. Right after he left the spot, a gigantic tiger claw descended from the skies. If he was any slower, he would have been torn into pieces by the tiger claw. Roar! After missing his attack, the white tiger glared at Tang Peng and roared before giving chase once more. Tang Peng's heart skipped a beat. He had witnessed the scene of Pang Yi's death and did not dare to fight the white tiger head-on as he turned to flee. However, he was restricted by the immortal formation and did not have the chance to leave. He could only sprint wildly on the battlefield without daring to relax. Tang Peng, you can't escape. Right then, Su Zimo's voice sounded faintly and entered his ears. Screech! Immediately after, the cry of a phoenix sounded. Up ahead, a scarlet sea of flames surged and blocked Tang Peng's path. In the sea of flames, the vermilion bird's sacred soul appeared and flapped its scarlet wings. It glared at Tang Peng without any emotions in its eyes. Roar! Behind Tang Peng, the white tiger growled. The vermilion bird blocked his path at the front while the white tiger hunted him from the back. In order to kill Tang Peng, Su Zimo made the 2 sacred souls join forces. It was clear how determined he was. Junior brother Su. And no, I mean senior brother Su. Tang Peng tried his best to squeeze out a smile and begged for mercy. I was bewitched and committed such a huge mistake. Please spare my life on account of our relationship as fellow sectmates. His voice was quivering. No matter how fast he was, his speed was far inferior to the true rock race. Notwithstanding 2 sacred souls, even the vermilion bird's sacred soul alone could hunt him down to his death. He could not escape. What relationship do we have? Su Zimo sneered with a mocking expression. Senior brother Su. I can swear that, just as Tang Peng was about to say something, his figure vanished from the spot before he could finish. Supreme divine power. Teleportation. When he reappeared, Tang Peng was already behind Su Zimo. Don't move. Tang Peng advanced and placed his palm on the top of Su Zimo's head, hollering, "Let me out or I'll kill you right now." The moment he said that, he realized that something was amiss. Although the person he grabbed had his back facing him, it was not Su Zimo. Instead, it was a lifeless corpse. Nether swap. The moment he released teleportation, Su Zimo released nether swap and swapped positions with a corpse not far away. By the time Tang Peng realized this, it was already too late. Not far away, he saw the mockery on Su Zimo's face. The flames of the vermilion bird sacred soul and the sharp claws of the white tiger sacred soul. 2 people stood side by side on Tai Wei Mountain and looked at the entrance of Avicii from afar without advancing rashly. One of them was perfected Immortal Jing Yu of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom, the former Green Cloud County Governor. He accompanied Prince Yuanzhua to the Pure Land of Bliss. The other person was the old man who was driving the carriage for Xie Tianhong. Although he looked ordinary and was short, he was also at the cultivation of a perfected immortal. The reason why the two of them followed him was to ensure that nothing went wrong. Of course, in their opinion, nothing could happen if the four factions joined forces to deal with Su Zimo. Therefore, the two of them did not follow Prince Yuanzhua and Xie Tianhong. Instead, they came to Tai Wei Mountain to check out the legendary Avicii. Fellow Taoist, after this matter is over, do you have any plans to head down and check things out? Perfected Immortal Jing Yu asked. This is the most notorious forbidden ground in history. My old life won't be able to withstand such torture. Although the old man said that, a glint flashed through the depths of his eyes and he was eager to give it a shot. He did not have much lifespan left. However, there were countless treasures and inheritances in Avicii. He might be able to obtain some opportunities and encounters within that could extend his lifespan. Or, it could help him in breaking through his cultivation realm. Avicii could be said to be the best preserved ruin in history, and there were countless treasures inside. It would be a lie to say that he was not tempted. In part, the old man followed Xie Tianhong here this time round for his own reasons too. He did not have much lifespan left and might as well give it a shot and try his luck in Avicii. As though he could tell that the old man did not mean what he said. Perfected Immortal Jing Yu smiled. Fellow Taoist Imperial Dragon, you must be joking. Back then, when you relied on a single Imperial Dragon Immortal Whip to dominate the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain, I was only a junior. The old man who was driving Xie Tianhong's carriage was also a top-tier expert among perfected immortals when he was at his peak. However, now that he was in his twilight years, his combat strength was much weaker. Suddenly, perfected Immortal Jing Yu's expression changed as he swept his palm across his storage bag and withdrew a shattered soul badge. These soul badges were condensed for the hundreds of heaven immortal experts around Prince Yuanzhua. The shattering of the soul badges meant that these people had already died. At the same time, perfected Immortal Imperial Dragon frowned and took out a pile of shattered soul badges from his storage bag. Something has happened. The hearts of the two perfected immortals skipped a beat. Without hesitation, they turned around and sped towards Great Tai Wei Mountain. This battle was concealed by an immortal formation set up by four factions. No matter how much of a commotion broke out inside, no one outside could sense it. Before long, the two perfected immortals arrived before the immortal formation. Perfected Immortal Jing Yu conjured hand seals repeatedly with both hands and broke through a crack in the immortal formation. He barged in with perfected Immortal Imperial Dragon, and his expression changed when he saw the sight before him. It was way too tragic. The combined forces of the four factions were crushed by the four gigantic living beings that danced and roared in midair, and corpses were strewn everywhere. Heaven Immortal Gui Yuan, Pang Yi and Tang Peng were long dead. More than half of the hundreds of heaven immortal experts that Prince Yuanzhua and Xie Tianhong each brought were dead. Although the remaining heaven immortal experts were trying their best to resist together, it was clear that they could not hold on any longer and could collapse at any moment. The only thing that made the two perfected immortals feel slightly relieved was that Prince Yuanzhua and Xie Tianhong survived. Although Prince Yuanzhua looked injured, he was fine. However, his face was pale and he had a frightened expression, as though he was shocked. Perfected Immortal Jing Yu and perfected Immortal Imperial Dragon entered the immortal formation and did not attack right away because the two of them were stunned by the four sacred souls in midair as well. Although the four sacred souls did not have flesh and physique and could only be considered as essence spirit souls, the aura they exuded was no different from true sacred beasts. The four sacred beasts. Pest! Impossible! The two perfected immortals shuddered. If the four sacred beasts were here, they would have to escape as well. Even if they had the ability to kill the four sacred beasts, they did not dare to. Something's not right. Perfected Immortal Imperial Dragon reacted quickly and said sternly, "These are not the true four sacred beasts. They don't have blood chi or bodies and are merely in the form of souls." Perfected Immortal Jing Yu quickly discovered that although the might of the four sacred souls was terrifying, the power released was not enough to threaten them. Swoosh! Suddenly, perfected immortal imperial dragon summoned a long whip and whipped the white tiger who was in a massacre not far away. Initially, the whip was limp and weak. However, when true essence surged in, it turned incomparably tough instantly and pierced the white tiger's sacred soul like a spear. Roar! The white tiger's sacred soul was severely injured as it howled. Although the 4 sacred souls swept through the heaven immortals in this battle, it took a huge toll on their strength. After receiving such a serious injury, the glow on the white tiger's sacred soul dimmed rapidly and it turned into a streak of light. It entered the hell suppression tripod in Su Zimo's consciousness and fell asleep. On the other side, perfected immortal Jing Yu attacked at the same time and summoned an ancient bronze mirror. He channeled his Tao fruit and true essence condensed. Swoosh! A beam of light shone down from the ancient bronze mirror and enveloped the vermilion bird's sacred soul. It collided with the power of the vermilion bird's sacred fire and sizzled. The vermilion bird's sacred soul could not defend against it either and its glow dimmed. No matter how strong the 4 sacred souls were, they had not broken through to the perfected one realm. The 4 sacred souls could not defend against the power of a perfected immortal at all. Jing Yu, hurry and kill Su Zimo. Prince Yuanzhua was invigorated when he saw perfected immortal Jing Yu and perfected immortal imperial dragon arrive in time. He shouted hurriedly and hid in the crowd, pointing at Su Zimo who was not far away. Perfected immortal Jing Yu's gaze shifted and locked onto Su Zimo. Young man, I have to admit that I was wrong back then. Perfected immortal Jing, you had not expected that this cultivator of the lower worlds he had unintentionally brought out from an essence spirit mine would turn the great gene immortal kingdom upside down. This lad had also made quite a name for himself in the divine firmament immortal domain. Back then, I was the one who noticed you and brought you away from the dark essence spirit mine. Perfected immortal Jing Yu said slowly, your death in my hands today can be considered as a cycle of karma. The moment he said that, the ancient bronze mirror in midair changed directions and aimed at Su Zimo below, shining down. Even the vermilion bird sacred soul could not defend against the power of the ancient bronze mirror, let alone Su Zimo who was only a grade 2 heaven immortal. However, Su Zimo's reaction was extremely fast. When he saw perfected immortal Jing Yu and perfected immortal imperial dragon arrive, he realized that it would be difficult for him to kill the remaining people with just the 4 sacred souls. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat and he had a plan. Just as perfected immortal Jing Yu attacked, he channeled his spirit consciousness and the black tortoise sacred soul stepped onto the sea and shielded him. Beams of resplendent light burst forth from the gigantic turtle shell and fought against the ancient bronze mirror in midair. On the other side, perfected immortal imperial dragon waved his whip and coiled it towards the azure dragon's sacred soul. The imperial dragon immortal whip was made from the tendons of a divine dragon. That was the reason for its name. However, the divine dragon before him was no ordinary divine dragon. It was one of the 4 sacred souls, the azure dragon. No matter how strong the imperial dragon immortal whip was, it could not trap the azure dragon. The azure dragon's sacred soul roared into the skies and broke free from the restraints of the imperial dragon immortal whip instantly. Instead of attacking the 2 perfected immortals, it charged towards a formation eye of the immortal formation. He wants to dispel the formation and escape. When Xie Tianhong noticed the actions of the azure dragon's sacred soul, he reacted right away and shouted. The moment he said that, the azure dragon's sacred soul struck the formation eye and let out a deafening bang. The immortal formation shook as though the world was collapsing. That was where perfected immortal Jing Yu and perfected immortal imperial dragon entered earlier on. The immortal formation had just closed and was at its weakest when it was struck by the azure dragon's sacred soul. The azure dragon's sacred soul dissipated and turned into a streak of light, entering Su Zimo's consciousness. At the same time, the formation eye was destroyed instantly. The opportunity was fleeting and the 2 perfected immortals were watching covetously. Once Su Zimo was locked on, it would be difficult for him to escape given his cultivation. Therefore, the moment he dispelled the formation, Su Zimo released his teleportation technique without holding back and escaped from the range of the immortal formation. Thereafter, he released the True Dragon 9 flashes. At level 2 Heaven Essence Realm, Su Zimo could already flash 7 times in succession and cross more than 1,000 feet to arrive above the strait. Boom! 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 The attacks of the 2 perfected immortals arrived, but all of them came to nothing. Su Zimo released his innate divine power that transformed into a pair of rock wings behind him. Turning into a golden streak of light, he sped towards Tai Wei Mountain. Ha 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 ha! Su Zimo's laughter sounded. You think you can kill me with your puny methods? Chase! Xia Tianhong's expression was dark. When he heard Su Zimo's laughter, he felt that it was extremely ear-piercing and hollered. Without waiting for him to speak, the 2 perfected immortals chased after Su Zimo right away. Prince Yuanzhua and Xia Tianhong brought the remaining Heaven Immortal experts and followed. With the help of the rock wings, Su Zimo's movement technique was extremely fast. Given the fact that he was a step ahead, even the 2 perfected immortals could not catch up to him in time. Before long, Su Zimo arrived at the peak of Tai Wei Mountain. He strode towards the entrance of Avicii in huge strides and stood at the edge of the dark abyss. He turned to look at everyone who was chasing him and sneered. If you want to kill me, come to Avicii. With that said, Su Zimo leaped into the abyss of the Hell's Gate. By the time the 2 perfected immortals arrived, it was already too late and they could only see Su Zimo's back view as he fell. The 2 perfected immortals exchanged glances and could see the fear in each other's eyes. Even with their cultivation realms, they did not dare to be so decisive in the face of a dangerous place like Avicii. To think that this low-level heaven immortal would jump down directly. Chase after him. When Xia Tianhong arrived, he strode towards the Hell's Gate with a resolute expression. Your Highness, be careful. Perfected Immortal Imperial Dragon frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, How about this? I'll head down to explore Avicii in place of you, Your Highness. It's not appropriate for you to take the risk with your precious body. It's fine. Xia Tianhong waved it off. This lad has provoked me time and again. I'll definitely suppress him personally. Furthermore, since I'm here, this might be my opportunity. Almost everyone in this world would subconsciously think that they were the favored children of the heavens and would be accompanied by countless opportunities and encounters. Given Xia Tianhong's background, that was the feeling he had. Perfected Immortal Imperial Dragon wanted to persuade him further, but Xia Tianhong said, You don't have to worry. I have the teleportation jade badge given to me by Father. If I encounter any danger I can't deal with, I'll crush this jade badge and leave directly. On second thought, Perfected Immortal Imperial Dragon truly did not have to worry about anything since Xia Tianhong had such a teleportation jade badge. He no longer stopped Xia Tianhong and leaped down first. Xia Tianhong and the Heaven Immortal experts behind him jumped down as well. Jingyu, take my men down and join forces with Xia Tianhong and the others. Don't let Su Zimo escape this time round. Prince Yuan's was said in a deep voice. All right. Perfected Immortal Jing Yu agreed without hesitation. The reason why he came this time round was because he wanted to take a look at Avicii as well. It was exactly his intention to head down now. What about you, Your Highness? Perfected Immortal Jing Yu asked. Prince Yuanzhua hesitated for a moment. I'm not going down. I'll wait for your victorious return on Great Tai Wei Mountain. This change had truly scared him. Previously, he hunted down Su Zimo repeatedly and plotted against the latter. Although he failed time and again, he did not feel threatened. But this time round, he was almost killed by the 4 sacred souls. All right, Perfected Immortal Jingyu said, Your Highness, take care. Everyone follow me. With that said, Perfected Immortal Jingyu leaped into Avicii as well. Apart from them, many cultivators arrived here during this period of time and charged into Avicii. The Hell's Gate was like the mouth of a primordial beast, waiting for countless prey to send themselves to it. Prince Yuanzhua glanced at the abyss below and could not help but shudder. With a wary expression, he turned and walked towards Great Tai Wei Mountain. After Su Zimo fell into Avicii, he realized that this was a world of its own with different laws. His spirit consciousness could not be activated. In other words, he could not use any divine powers or secret skills in Avicii. After the martial Tao prime body entered Avicii, the connection with the Green Lotus true body was severed. Therefore, the Green Lotus true body knew nothing about the situation in Avicii. Thankfully, he had the hell suppression tripod in his consciousness. Furthermore, he cultivated the Prajna Nirvana Sutra and could be considered as the successor of the infinite great emperor. Even if there was any danger in Avicii, it should not pose much of a threat to him. Figures leaped down from above. Su Zimo scoffed coldly. The reason why he slowed down intentionally was to lure Prince Yuanzhua, Xia Tianhong, and the others down. He could not kill them all with the 4 sacred souls. However, Avicii might become their tomb. After a long time, Su Zimo finally descended. He landed on his feet and surveyed his surroundings. The place he was in was like a sinister and terrifying karst cave. There were many strange black stones that were steep and sharp. The terrain here was complicated, and long corridors and filthy black rivers could be seen. There were layers of terraced fields and grasslands. There were also some coral formed from black rocks, stone pagodas, and stone waterfalls. With no signs of carving, it was as though they were crafted by the gods. Here, Su Zimo did not sense any signs of life. He did not dare to be careless and surveyed his surroundings before heading in a direction. After taking a few steps, he saw a figure lying on the ground not far away. Su Zimo walked closer to take a look. This person wore a monk robe and his flesh was intact. Clearly, he had just died not long ago and was a monk who entered Avicii this time round. Although the monk did not have any injuries on his body, his face was purple and he had a horrified expression. Before his death, he seemed to have suffered immense pain and fear. Su Zimo did not dare to touch the person's corpse. He circled around the person and continued forward. Before long, he caught sight of another cultivator. The cultivator died in the same manner as the previous monk. However, this person wielded a dermic treasure that had 6 burn marks on it, as though it had been struck by lightning. A sentient dermic treasure. This person might be a perfected immortal. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Those burn marks were left behind when cultivators entered the perfected one realm and welcomed the heavenly tribulation to refine their dermic treasures. If there were 9 burn marks, it could be called a pure yang spirit treasure. But now, not only was the perfected immortal dead, the spirit treasure's glow was dim and it was crippled as well. If even a perfected immortal died here, it was clear that there was indeed an unknown terrifying power in Avicii. Avicii crossed the eras and countless years had passed. Yet, the laws of this space were still intact. It was clear how terrifying this place was. It was no wonder why the martial Tao prime body severed his connection with the Green Lotus true body after entering Avicii. After Su Zimo entered Avicii, he tried to communicate with the martial Tao prime body. However, he still could not sense anything, as though the latter had vanished from the world. The only thing he was certain of was that the martial Tao prime body was not dead yet. The 2 true bodies were telepathic. If the martial Tao prime body died, the Green Lotus true body would definitely sense it. Right then, figures descended from the skies one after another. Perfected immortal imperial dragon, Xia Tianhong, and the others had arrived and landed here. Over there. After Xia Tianhong entered Avicii, the first thing he saw was Su Zimo. Pointing at him from afar, he hollered, "Chase after him! Be careful, your highness!" Perfected immortal imperial dragon had a grim expression and said in a deep voice, "The power of the essence spirit can't be used in Avicii." Upon realizing that, perfected immortal imperial dragon was secretly alarmed. The fact that he was unable to activate his essence spirit meant that he could not release divine powers, secret skills, or his spirit consciousness. His perception of the surrounding danger would also be minimized. It's fine, because he had the teleportation jade badge. Xia Tianhong was confident and analyzed calmly. None of us can use our essence spirits, it doesn't make a difference. We can only rely on our blood chi and physiques. You're a perfected immortal and have true essence to temper your flesh and blood. This lad is not your match. Perfected immortal imperial dragon was silent. He was not worried about Su Zimo. In Avicii, Anything could be much more dangerous than Su Zimo. That was because he had already seen a perfected immortal monk who died not far away. At the same time, perfected immortal Jing Yu descended with a group of heaven immortal experts from the great Jin immortal kingdom. Let's chase after him first. Perfected immortal Jing Yu's eyes flashed and his lips curled. With that lad leading the way, he'll be the first to encounter any danger. This is a rare opportunity. Xie Tianhong's eyes lit up. That's right. Thereafter, the two perfected immortals and Xie Tianhong chased after Su Zimo with more than 400 heaven immortal experts. Su Zimo knew nothing about the terrain of Avicii. He could only continue forward, crossing mountains and rivers. After running for about an hour, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Suddenly, he stopped and stared at the ground on both sides. Faint purple lights shone from the gaps between the rocks on both sides and twisted slightly. They were extremely fast and meandered towards him. The purple lights were as thin as a cow's hair and resembled a snake-type living being. If one was not careful, it would be difficult to detect them in this dark environment. Along the way, Su Zimo saw many cultivators who had died recently. All of them died in strange and menacing ways with purple faces and no other wounds on their bodies. Now that he thought about it, there was a high chance that those cultivators died in the hands of these purple snakes. Su Zimo did not dare to be careless and was about to attack. As though they sensed immense fear, the purple snakes retreated in all directions before they even arrived before Su Zimo and fled wildly. Although he was slightly stunned, Su Zimo understood instantly. It was most likely because of the hell suppression tripod. Although the hell suppression tripod was in his consciousness, the purple snakes could still sense its aura when they were close. This bronze square tripod was created by the infinite great emperor to suppress Avicii in the past. No matter how strong the living beings in hell were, they could not defend against the might of the hell suppression tripod. Su Zimo paused for a moment and continued forward. Because they could not use divine powers or secret skills, some heaven immortal cultivators with weak physiques and blood chi were gradually left behind by Su Zimo along the way. Only the two perfected immortals, Xie Tianhong and more than 10 other cultivators could catch up to Su Zimo. The purple snakes did not dare to touch Su Zimo. As for the two perfected immortals, Xie Tianhong and the others, they were not too far away from Su Zimo and the purple snakes did not dare to attack rashly either. However, the heaven immortal experts at the back were ambushed. The attacks of the purple snakes were extremely strange. After climbing onto a cultivator's body, they would not bite any wounds on the cultivator. Instead, they would burrow into the cultivator's body through his pores and wreak havoc within, destroying all life. The purple snakes could riddle his organs with holes and enter his bloodstream, heart, and consciousness, destroying his essence spirit directly. Every cultivator would endure immense pain and torture before they died. As long as a purple snake burrowed into a cultivator, they would not be able to escape death. Furthermore, they were surrounded by so many purple snakes. Ah! 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 A series of tragic cries sounded from the back. The two perfected immortals, Xie Tianhong and the others turned back and could not help but feel fear when they saw a group of cultivators being attacked by the purple snakes and dying. Hurry! Don't fall behind. Perfected immortal Jing Yu realized that the cultivators who were attacked by the purple snakes were the ones at the back. For example, they were at the front and did not encounter the encirclement of the purple snakes. Everyone had ugly expressions as they released their blood chi and released all their strength to chase after Su Zimo. As time passed by, the number of cultivators that were left behind increased. Su Zimo was the green lotus true body and had a strong physique. Even after a long journey, his breathing was steady and he had a calm expression. However, although the heaven immortal experts chasing after him had high cultivation realms, their physiques were far inferior to the green lotus true body. Avicii was shrouded by a sinister aura at all times. They were extremely tense and coupled with the long journey, it took a huge toll on them. Before long, the cultivators left behind at the back would be targeted and killed by the purple snakes in this hell. After a few hours, without the need for Su Zimo to move a single finger, of the more than 400 heaven immortal experts that chased after him, only dozens were left. The other cultivators were all dead. The remaining cultivators gradually discovered some patterns. Most of the cultivators who died were at the back of the group. Those at the front of the group did not encounter any danger. Although the two perfected immortals were experienced and knowledgeable, they had never experienced such a scene. They did not know why the cultivators at the back would be attacked by the purple snakes. Everywhere Inavici felt sinister. Sensing what was happening behind him, Suzimo sneered internally. Inavici, the purple snakes would not harm him at all. However, anyone else who was slightly further away from him would be attacked by the purple snakes and die on the spot. Suzimo was relieved. With the hell suppression tripod as his backing, as long as he was careful in Avicii and made use of the purple snakes in this hell, he would be invincible. Go away! Right then, a woman hollered from the darkness far away. Suzimo could only hear it clearly because he was the grade 11 Green Lotus true body. That voice sounded familiar. Suzimo frowned slightly and slowed down. This was Avicii. There were countless cultivators from all over the place who had barged in this time round. Suzimo was still being hunted by two perfected immortals, and did not have the mood to save anyone he did not know. However, that voice reminded him of someone he had never met before. Pausing for a moment, Suzimo changed directions and followed the voice. After taking a few steps, a tunnel appeared in front of him, connected to the mountain peak. After Suzimo passed through the tunnel, the environment before him underwent another huge change. It was like an endless desert with corpses strewn everywhere. Many cultivators had flesh and blood remaining. It was clear that they had died not long ago. Unlike the situation in the karst cave behind him, the corpses of these cultivators were swollen and their skin was greenish-black. They emitted a foul stench and pus blood flowed beneath them. Not far away, a few black scorpions that were half the height of a human surrounded a woman in plain clothes. Their tails were raised and shone with a dark glint as they tested the waters, ready to attack at any moment. As for the plain-robed woman, she sat on the ground limply, as though she could not move. She held a jade brush in her hands and faced the surrounding black scorpions. Even under such circumstances, the plain-robed woman looked calm without any signs of embarrassment or wretchedness. Suzimo felt that the plain-robed woman was extremely beautiful and looked familiar. However, he knew that he had never seen this person before. No matter what, he had to save the plain-robed woman. Suzimo strode towards the plain-robed woman. The few black scorpions turned around and wanted to attack Suzimo. However, before long, the black scorpions sensed something and scattered in all directions with frightened expressions. Soon, they burrowed into the desert and disappeared. It's you. The plain-robed woman was shocked when she saw Suzimo. Fellow Taoist, you've seen me before? Suzimo approached and asked with a smile. The plain-robed woman nodded slightly and did not hide anything. We've met once. Pausing for a moment, she said in a seemingly curious manner. But you shouldn't have seen me before. Suzimo said. Indeed. I've never seen you before. However, I remember your voice. How shameless to bully the weak. Suzimo looked at the plain-robed woman and suddenly said those words. The plain-robed woman was surprised as she recalled the scene at the Immortal sex selection. At that time, Prince Yuan's were brought perfected Immortal Jingyu and the others to the Immortal sex selection, wanting to take Suzimo away. In the end, perfected Immortal Jingyu even attacked Suzimo despite his status as a perfected immortal. Back then, she was the one who secretly stepped in and resolved perfected Immortal Jingyu's attack. At the same time, she said something to mock perfected Immortal Jingyu. Those were the words Suzimo just said. To think that you would still remember this matter. The plain-robed woman smiled and felt a little happy. Firstly, she was out of danger. Furthermore, she knew that with Suzimo by her side, she should not be in any danger in Avicii. Secondly, she had merely mentioned it casually back then. To think that this scholarly youth would remember it for so long. In the eyes of the plain-robed woman, she had always regarded Suzimo as someone like Yun Ting, vibrant and energetic like a youth. Of course I'd remember, Suzimo said. At that time, if you hadn't stood in, I would have died. let alone have the chance to join Heaven and Earth Academy and Cultivate till now. At the mention of that, the plain-robed woman felt a little ashamed and shook her head. It's all thanks to Yang Ruoxu and Fairy Mo Qing that you're able to join Heaven and Earth Academy. Although she appeared and suppressed perfected Immortal Jingyu at that time, she was wary when zither Immortal Meng Yao arrived later on and did not insist on her confrontation with the latter. She was a princess of the Xianxia Immortal Kingdom after all. It was irrational for her to stand out and fight against zither Immortal Meng Yao because of a stranger like Su Zimo. Because of that, Yang Ruoxu had to go against the suppression of the zither Immortal before Fairy Mo Qing finally arrived. Su Zimo said, "We don't know each other. I'm already extremely grateful that you stood up for me, fellow Taoist." Right then, chaotic footsteps sounded from the tunnel behind him. Perfected Immortal Imperial Dragon. Perfected Immortal Jingyu. Xia Tianhong and the others chased after him in a wretched manner. This time round, there were only slightly more than 10 of them left. After this long journey, a hint of fear flashed through the eyes of the remaining cultivators, including the 2 perfected immortals. "Fellow Taoist, can you still move?" Su Zimo asked. "I'm being hunted down by my enemies. I have to leave as soon as possible. I can't move." The plain-robed woman shook her head gently and pointed to her legs. "My feet were stung by the scorpions. Although the poison was suppressed by me for the time being, my legs could not move." Almost all the cultivators in this hell were dead after being stung by the scorpions. The fact that the plain-robed woman could suppress the poison for the time being was proof that she was not weak either. "Fellow Taoist, since it's a pressing situation, I'll carry you on my back to leave this place first before making further plans." Su Zimo was extremely decisive. He took a step forward and helped the woman up without giving her a chance to reply. Placing her on his back, he strode forward and sprinted. Throughout the entire process, the plain-robed woman was in a stump. By the time she reacted, she was already on Su Zimo's back. She had not expected Su Zimo to be so domineering that he would carry her and run without even asking her. Actually, Su Zimo did not think too much about it. He only knew that if he left the plain-robed woman behind, the poisonous scorpions would come looking for her and kill her after he left. The only way the plain-robed woman could survive was by following him. Of course, this involved the secret of the hell suppression tripod, so he could not explain things clearly. However, Su Zimo realized that it was a little rude after carrying the woman on his back. There were only a few pieces of clothes between the 2 of them, and it was inevitable that there would be some friction and contact as they sprinted. The plain-robed woman blushed slightly and merely placed her hands on Su Zimo's shoulders, trying her best to prop up her upper body. Su Zimo remained silent and continued sprinting. The 2 of them had a tacit understanding and remained silent about this matter, pretending that nothing had happened. Su Zimo could not possibly throw the plain-robed woman down. Xia Tianhong and the others had just arrived and were panting from exhaustion. Before they could catch their breaths, they saw Su Zimo carry a woman on his back and turn to flee. "Ai!" Xia Tianhong was so angry that he nearly fainted. "Hurry and chase." The 2 perfected immortals had just caught their breath when they saw a few black scorpions crossing the desert not far away, glaring covetously. No one dared to linger and could only grit their teeth to continue chasing after Su Zimo. If I'm not wrong, that woman earlier on seemed to be one of the 4 great fairies. The book Immortal. Perfected Immortal Jingyu frowned. "The book Immortal?" Xia Tianhong snapped out of his stupor. "Yes, that's her. The book Immortal is a princess of the Xianxia Immortal Kingdom. If I step in, she should give me some face and stand on our side." "Fellow Taoist, are you one of the 4 great fairies? Book Immortal Yunju?" Xia Tianhong shouted as he ran. "I'm the prince of the Yen-Yang Immortal Kingdom's Spirit Cloud County. Xia Tianhong. I've met you at the Divine Firmament meet before." There was no response from the front. "Fairy Yunju, the person beneath you is a great enemy of mine. Please make a move and restrain him. I'll be extremely grateful and will definitely repay you immensely." Xia Tianhong shouted again. There was still no response. Xia Tianhong blushed and grit his teeth. Just as he was about to shout again, perfected Immortal Imperial Dragon sighed and shook his head. Your Highness, forget it. You're the book Immortal? Although the plain-robed woman did not reply, Su Zimo was still surprised when he heard Xie Tianhong's shout and could not help but ask. Why? I don't look befitting. Yunju smiled and asked instead. Su Zimo replied, No, I'm merely surprised to meet you in Avicii. Pausing for a moment, he continued. I'm also surprised at the fact that the person who stood in to help me at the Immortal sex selection was one of the legendary 4 great fairies. The book Immortal. The legendary 4 great fairies? We're not that high and mighty. Yunju teased. Furthermore, you know 3 of the 4 great fairies. At the Immortal sex selection, the Zither Immortal and the Painting Immortal even fought over you. You must be joking, fellow Taoist. Su Zimo broke out in sweat. He knew that Yunju had only mentioned it casually and did not take it to heart. Su Zimo had interacted with 3 of the 4 great fairies before. Although the 3 of them were peerless beauties with devastatingly alluring faces, their personalities, styles, temperaments and character were different. Zither Immortal Meng Yao was arrogant, cold and extremely vengeful. Painting Immortal Mo Qing was quiet and indifferent, as though she did not take anything to heart. No matter who it was, she was lukewarm to them and would not get close to anyone. As for book Immortal Yunju, she had a gentle personality. When speaking to her, one would feel comfortable and could not help but relax. Book Immortal Yunju exuded a noble aura that even exceeded the other 2 fairies. This aura did not stem from her background, status, or appearance. This was something that was consolidated after reading countless poems and ancient books and was indescribable. When Su Zimo was young, he once read a poem describing the radiant aura of a scholar. Now, from the book Immortal, he truly experienced that radiance. He had already seen 3 of the 4 great fairies and did not know what sort of a person the chess Immortal would be like. What are you thinking about? Right then, when Yunju saw Su Zimo fall silent, she suddenly asked, Are you wondering about the chess Immortal? You can even guess that? Su Zimo was surprised. Yunju smiled. It's just a wild guess. As for the chess Immortal, she only likes 2 things in her life. One is chess and the other is combat. If she notices you, you only have 2 choices. You can either play a game of chess with her or fight her. It's better for me not to meet her. Su Zimo chuckled bitterly. On second thought, he recalled something and asked in a seemingly casual manner, Fellow Taoist Yunju, where are you from? Yunju was smart. The moment Su Zimo asked that question, she could guess what he was thinking. There's no need to guess. Yun Ting is my younger brother. Yunju said. Su Zimo coughed gently. Indeed, he had that guess in his heart. However, he was too embarrassed to ask her directly. Therefore he chose an indirect approach. To think that Yunju would be so direct. Back then, I did not know that he went to the emperor's tomb. Yunju said, No matter what, I have to thank you for showing mercy in the emperor's tomb. It's not to that extent. I only defeated him by luck. Su Zimo recalled that battle. Apart from the power of his bloodline, he had almost released all his foundational methods before finally defeating Yun Ting. That was also the most difficult battle he had encountered since he ascended. At the mention of that, Su Zimo could not help but recall the jade talisman that he had kept in his storage bag for many years. It was the item that Prince Yuanzhua valued the most and was also something he fought with Yun Ting for. What's the use of that jade talisman? Su Zimo asked. I heard that it has something to do with a taboo mystic classic? Yunju said. It's a rather famous taboo mystic classic, and is a cultivation technique that the longevity great emperor cultivated in the previous era. It's called the 3 Pure Ones Jade Manual. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. It was a cultivation technique cultivated by a great emperor. Yunju continued. As the name implies, there are 3 jade manuals for the 3 Pure Ones. They are the Supreme Pure, Jade Pure and Grand Pure Jade Manuals. After the longevity great emperor passed away, the 3 Pure Ones Jade Manual dispersed and passed through the hands of different cultivators. Many years later, it finally gathered in the hands of an immortal emperor. This immortal emperor was the one in the emperor's tomb. Unfortunately, he could not advance further and suffered a terrifying curse, dying on the spot. It's said that this immortal emperor knew that he did not have long to live. Before his death, he placed the Three Pure Ones jade manual in 3 different ruins and left it for fated people. To be precise, this jade talisman is related to one of the ruins. There should be more than one such jade talisman. No one knows who will finally obtain the jade manuals after entering the ruins. Su Zimo exhaled deeply. It was only now that he understood the meaning behind the jade talisman. Yunju continued, "From what I know, the Supreme Pure and Grand Pure Jade Manuals already have owners. It's still a mystery who has the Supreme Pure Jade Manual. However, the Grand Pure Jade Manual is in the hands of a Heaven Immortal expert in the Grand Firmament Immortal domain. Only the Jade Pure Jade Manual has yet to appear. If I'm not wrong, the Jade Talisman you obtained should be related to the ruin of the Jade Pure Jade Manual." Yunju paused for a moment before continuing. "Every single one of the Three Pure Ones Jade Manual is a supreme immortal cultivation technique. It's not difficult for anyone who obtains one of them to cultivate to the perfected immortal realm, and there's even a high chance they can become an immortal king. If one's talent and opportunities are enough, there's a high chance they can advance to the Emperor realm. Furthermore, it's said that after the Three Pure Ones Jade Manual is fused into one, there will be even more mysterious changes." Back then, the longevity Great Emperor comprehended this profound meaning and was able to live a long life. Su Zimo said, "There has been no reaction ever since this jade talisman was with me. Wait patiently." Yunju said, "If the conditions permit, there will be an abnormal fluctuation in the jade talisman. As long as the jade talisman is on you, you will definitely be able to sense it." Yunju told him everything she knew about the jade talisman without hiding anything. "May I ask what you're doing in Avicii, fellow Taoist?" Su Zimo put away the matter of the jade talisman for the time being and asked, "There are many secrets about the infinite great emperor." Yunju said, "I've read some records about him, but there are many blanks. Therefore, I'm very curious about him and want to look for some answers in Avicii." "The secrets of the infinite great emperor?" Su Zimo frowned slightly. Yunju said, "For example, what was the original intention of establishing Avicii? I heard that it's to suppress evil. Perhaps, perhaps not." To that, Yunju did not say much, nor did she have an answer. After a while, when she saw that Su Zimo seemed to be unfamiliar with the environment and terrain, and was merely running around, she could not help but ask, "Don't you know anything about Avicii?" "No." Su Zimo shook his head. "I don't even know what the purple snakes I encountered previously and the poisonous scorpions that surrounded you were. They are all living beings of hell transformed from malevolent ghosts of this place." Yunju replied confusedly before thinking to herself, "He has the hell suppression tripod. How does he know nothing about Avicii?" After a brief pause, she continued, "If I'm not wrong, the hell suppression tripod should be with you, right?" When he heard that, Su Zimo stopped in his tracks and his expression changed slightly. Fairy Yunju was even almost thrown off his back. Ever since Feng Cantian escaped from Absolute Thunder City and used the hell suppression tripod, Su Zimo rarely used this weapon because he was worried that he would be recognized. Back in the Immortal Sect selection, he did not use the hell suppression tripod even when he was hunted by more than 100 execution guards. This was a secret that he had hidden deeply. To think that book Immortal Yunju would know about this. "What? You even want to silence me?" Lying on Su Zimo's back, Yunju could clearly feel his muscles tense up, and she could not help but chuckle. Their cheeks were very close, and he could smell Yunju's fragrant breath as she spoke. Su Zimo felt a ripple in his heart and remained silent. "Don't be nervous." Yunju patted Su Zimo on the shoulder gently. "I've read many books and know more about the infinite great emperor. Therefore, after I heard about the battle at Absolute Thunder City, I vaguely guessed that the bronze square tripod that appeared might be the legendary hell suppression tripod. Even immortal kings might not be able to recognize the hell suppression tripod. After all, it's been way too long." Su Zimo asked, Then how do you know that the hell suppression tripod is with me? Back when Yun Ting returned from the Emperor's tomb, he described the details of your fight to me. He said that although the Buddhist techniques you released were clearly cultivation techniques of the lower worlds, they were extremely powerful. Furthermore, your essence spirit was extremely strong, and you could release 3 essence spirit secret skills in succession. Yunju said, no matter how I thought about it, the only way to refine your essence spirit and empower the Buddhist techniques to such a great extent is through the Prajna Nirvana Sutra cultivated by the infinite great emperor back then. From what I know, this cultivation technique is etched on the inner walls of the hell suppression tripod. Although Su Zimo did not say anything, he was extremely impressed. The fact that Yunju could deduce so many things based on some clues was indeed impressive. At the same time, Su Zimo was relieved when he saw how honest Yunju was. If Yunju truly had other intentions, there was no need for her to say anything. Instead, her actions would alert him and attract his attention. What else do you know? Su Zimo asked. Yunju said, because of the hell suppression tripod, none of the living beings in Avicii dare to approach you. Pausing for a moment, Yunju asked in confusion, however, based on my speculation, you possess the hell suppression tripod and you know the Prajna Nirvana Sutra. You should be able to control Avicii. Why do you know nothing about this place? Control Avicii? Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. But soon he understood the reason. The hell suppression tripod was the key to Avicii. Furthermore, he knew the Prajna Nirvana Sutra and possessed the hell suppression tripod. It was equivalent to inheriting the inheritance of the infinite great emperor. Therefore, it was only logical for him to take over Avicii. What can you sense when your spirit consciousness surges into the hell suppression tripod? Yunju asked again. I can only sense 4 sacred souls half asleep. Everything else is chaos. Su Zimo did not hide anything. Yunju might know more about Avicii, the infinite great emperor, and even the hell suppression tripod than him. Yunju pondered for a moment and analyzed. Perhaps your essence spirit realm is not high enough. Back then, the hell suppression tripod was an emperor weapon after all. Even if it was damaged and its cultivation realm fell, it still contained the spirit consciousnesses of the sacred souls and could be considered as a sentient dharmic treasure. You can try again if your essence spirit is able to reach the perfected one realm. The two of them conversed, but Su Zimo did not stop in his tracks. Even though he was carrying someone on his back, he was still extremely fast and his breathing was steady. In that short period of time, there were less than 10 people chasing after him and the rest had already died in the desert. Apart from the 2 perfected immortals, the remaining few people, Xia Tianhong included, could not hold on for much longer either. I can't take it anymore. Suddenly, Xia Tianhong let out a deep growl and paused in his tracks. Avicii was way too huge and boundless with a complex terrain. He realized that he could not catch up to Su Zimo no matter what. Along the way, he could only watch as the people around him fell one after another and the number of people remaining decreased. Once fear was born, it could not be suppressed. Xia Tianhong did not want to continue chasing. He wanted to leave. He had had enough of the atmosphere and environment here. Continue chasing. I'll leave first. Xia Tianhong took out a teleportation jade badge from his storage bag and crushed it. An incomparably domineering spatial power burst forth and shook the void. The void where the jade badge shattered distorted and caved in slightly. However, everything returned to normal in the blink of an eye. Nothing changed. Xia Tianhong was stunned. How did this happen? Xia Tianhong looked at perfected Immortal Imperial Dragon and perfected Immortal Jingyu and said instinctively, didn't they say that there are cracks in Avicii and even a heaven immortal demon beast managed to escape? The 2 perfected immortals exchanged glances and their hearts sank as well. If this teleportation jade badge could not tear through the space here and take Xia Tianhong away, it meant that neither of them could leave either. Even immortal kings could not leave this place. Xia Tianhong was not the only one flustered. Perfected Immortal Jingyu and perfected Immortal Imperial Dragon were as well. Right then, a few cultivators at the side suddenly fell into a sand pit and were dragged in by the poisonous scorpions beneath the desert. letting out tragic cries. The longer they delayed, the further they were from Su Zimo. Many poisonous scorpions closed in secretly and attacked. "Hurry and go," perfected Immortal Imperial Dragon hollered. "Let's leave this place first." Perfected Immortal Imperial Dragon grabbed Xie Tianhong's arm and released his blood chi, speeding in the direction Su Zimo left in. On the other side, although Su Zimo did not stop, he noticed the commotion behind him. "Avicii should be a trap." Suddenly, Yunju said, "There might not be any cracks in Avicii." "You mean to say that all the cultivators that enter now will be trapped in Avicii?" Su Zimo asked with a frown. "Not trapped, but buried here," Yunju said in a deep voice. "You have the health suppression tripod and can protect yourself in Avicii. However, everyone else will suffer the frenzied attacks of the living beings of hell and die here without being able to escape. During this period of time, more than 100,000 cultivators from all over the heavenly world have entered Avicii. A single rumor was enough to bury 100,000 living beings in Avicii. Why would anyone make use of Avicii to set up such a trap?" Su Zimo asked again. Yunju shook her head. "I don't know either. How's your legs?" Suddenly, Su Zimo recalled that Yunju was stung by a poisonous scorpion and looked down instinctively. Yunju's feet and legs were clearly more swollen than before. Although it was through her shoes and clothes, one could still vaguely see that her flesh was already greenish-black. His injuries were clearly worsening. Su Zimo said in a deep voice, "We have to find a place to stop and cut open the wound to release the poisoned blood." At that moment, the two perfected immortals and Xie Tianhong were still chasing behind. After all, perfected immortals cultivated Tao fruits and used true essence to refine their flesh. Even without using divine powers or secret skills, their movement techniques were not weaker than the Green Lotus true body. It was not easy for Su Zimo to shake off Xie Tianhong and the other two completely. However, the poison injuries on Yunju's body would not last long. At that thought, Su Zimo slowed down gradually with a killing intent. Perfected immortals were an entire major cultivation realm above him, while the Green Lotus true body had just advanced to grade 11 and had yet to grow to its peak. Even in melee combat, he might not be able to fight against perfected immortal experts. However, if he made use of the hell suppression tripod and took them by surprise, he would have a chance to kill the two perfected immortals. Almost all divine weapons and dermic treasures could not be used in Avicii. The moment they were taken out, they would be tainted by the Avicii Fiend Chi and lose their sharpness and dermic powers. However, the Avicii Fiend Chi could not affect the hell suppression tripod at all. Right now, Su Zimo could not make use of the dermic powers in the hell suppression tripod. However, he could rely on its indestructibility to smash two perfected immortals to death. No matter how strong the flesh of a perfected immortal was, it could not defend against the sharpness of the hell suppression tripod. "What do you want to do?" Sensing that Su Zimo had slowed down, Yunju could not help but whisper. Perfected immortals have condensed Tao fruits and refined their bodies and bloodlines with true essence. The power released by every single move of a perfected immortal expert is not weaker than supreme divine powers. Your cultivation realm is too low. Even if your body is strong and you're ferocious in melee combat, it'll be difficult for you to kill two perfected immortal experts. It's too risky. Su Zimo remained silent. Yunju was right. However, while he would not be affected even if he continued running without getting rid of the trouble behind him, Yunju might die from the poison. Right then, a white spot of light flew over at an extremely fast speed. Su Zimo frowned slightly. The white spot of light seemed to be heading towards him. The living beings in Avicii would keep their distance from him. Why would anything take the initiative to approach him? In the blink of an eye, the white spot of light approached. Su Zimo focused his gaze and could not help but freeze. It was a white butterfly that looked extremely similar to the one at Fairy Mo Qing's side. Ice butterfly? When Yunju saw the white butterfly, she quickly recognized the origin of its bloodline. Su Zimo murmured softly, "This ice butterfly seems to be the one at the side of senior sister Mo Qing. Could senior sister Mo Qing be in Avicii as well?" The ice butterfly circled around Su Zimo before flying in the direction it came from. Before it flew far, it stopped and turned to look at Su Zimo. It was clear that it wanted Su Zimo to follow it. "Let's take a look over there," Yunju said softly. "But your injuries?" Su Zimo looked worried. "It's fine. I can still hold out for a while," Yunju said. "If fellow Taoist Mo Qing is trapped here as well, you have to help her. Furthermore, with fellow Taoist Mo Qing around, the two perfected immortals behind us might not dare to attack you." "All right." Su Zimo nodded and changed directions, following the ice butterfly forward. Naturally, Xie Tianhong and the other two were still hot on his tail. Before long, a boundless black mountain range appeared before them, as though it was gathered in the desert. There was a cave at the foot of the mountain that resembled the mouth of a gigantic beast, and the ice butterfly flew in. Su Zimo followed suit. After passing through a tunnel, his vision cleared up as though he had passed through a water barrier. To think that there was another world. This should be in the middle of the Black Mountain peak. The middle of the mountain formed a gigantic space that seemed to be formed naturally without any signs of artificial intervention. Su Zimo carried Yunju on his back. The moment he entered, he looked around and could not help but feel his heart skip a beat. He was on guard. Thousands of cultivators were gathered in the gigantic cave. Most of them were fiendish and had sinister gazes. Swish, swish, swish. After Su Zimo and Yunju entered, countless gazes landed on them. There were scrutiny, hostility, killing intent, and probing. Many people's eyes lit up when they saw Yunju's appearance. They glared at her intently as though they wanted to skin her alive. Yunju was beautiful and had an outstanding aura. Because she was injured from the poison, she looked weaker. It was an appearance that tugged at their heartstrings. Although Su Zimo could not use his spirit consciousness to scan an Avicii, he could roughly deduce that the thousands of cultivators in this cave should be from the fiend domain. For cultivators of the fiend domain, their gazes, auras, expressions, and everything else were different from cultivators of the nine firmament immortal domain and the pure land of the Buddhist monasteries. Su Zimo could not tell the cultivation realms of the other party as well. However, cultivators who dared to enter Avicii were at least heaven immortals. There were more than 10 cultivators who were surrounded by thousands of cultivators. It was evident that their statuses were different. Their auras were terrifying, and there was a high chance that they were perfected immortal experts. Over there, Yunju felt disgusted by the thousands of fiend cultivators staring at her. She pointed in the direction of the ice butterfly and reminded softly. Su Zimo turned around. Opposite the thousands of cultivators, on the other side of the cave, a woman in snow-white robes stood quietly with an indifferent and calm expression, out of place with the sinister surroundings. She merely stood there motionlessly like a beautiful painting. Painting Immortal Mo Qing. The ice butterfly returned to Mo Qing's side and landed on her shoulder. Senior sister Mo Qing. Su Zimo carried Yunju on his back and hurried to Mo Qing's side, shouting. Mo Qing turned to look at Su Zimo and nodded slightly. Thereafter, her gaze landed on Yunju and she frowned slightly in confusion. "You guys!" Su Zimo and Yunju looked a little intimate. Yunju explained hurriedly. "I was surrounded by the poisonous scorpions outside earlier on and was injured, unable to move. Fellow Taoist Su was the one who saved me." "Oh," Mo Qing replied indifferently. "Senior sister, why did this ice butterfly?" Su Zimo was puzzled and could not help but ask. Mo Qing said, "Little Butterfly said that she sensed your aura, so I asked her to bring you over and hide here." Su Zimo noticed something unusual about this place as well. There were no traces of living beings from hell in the cave, as though they could be isolated outside. "Your cultivation isn't high. Why are you here? It's so dangerous." Mo Qing glanced at Su Zimo. Although her tone was reproachful, it was not harsh and no one would feel uncomfortable hearing it. Mo Qing had no other intentions. In her opinion, Su Zimo was her junior brother. As a senior sister, there were some things she had to say. However, at the thought that none of the cultivators here could leave this place, there was no need for her to blame Su Zimo. Su Zimo coughed gently and did not explain. He had the hell suppression tripod with him, and there was probably no one in Avicii who could move around as safely as he could. Yunju naturally knew that as well. She could not help but purse her lips and smile. Lowering her head slightly, she whispered into Su Zimo's ear, "Fellow Taoist Su, your senior sister is worried about you." Initially, Yunju merely wanted to tease Su Zimo. Worried that Mo Qing would hear it, she naturally moved closer. The warmth beside Su Zimo's ears brought about an itchy sensation. Accompanied by a fragrance, his heart could not help but skip a beat as he blushed. Su Zimo knew that Yunju did it unintentionally. He composed himself hurriedly and tilted his head slightly. Right then, perfected Immortal Jingyu, perfected Immortal Imperial Dragon and Xia Tianhong barged in as well. When they saw the scene here, the thousands of fiend cultivators gathered were stunned for a moment with grim expressions. Perfected Immortal Jingyu and perfected Immortal Imperial Dragon exchanged glances and quickly noticed something unusual about this place. This place did not seem to be attacked by living beings of hell. However, there were thousands of fiend cultivators here and all of them were menacing and reeked of blood. It was clear that they were not friendly people. Su Zimo is over there. The moment Xia Tianhong caught sight of Su Zimo, he ground his teeth in hatred. If not for that person, why would he be trapped here and in danger? His status, all his trump cards, and the thousands of troops of Spirit Cloud County were useless in Avicii. Your Highness, don't be hasty. Perfected Immortal Imperial Dragon said in a low voice. The painting Immortal is here as well. She's also a cultivator of Heaven and Earth Academy like Su Zimo. If we attack now, we might not win. The book Immortal, Yunju, was poisoned and lost her combat strength. The low-level Heaven Immortal, Su Zimo, was also negligible. If they were up against the painting Immortal alone, perfected Immortal Jingyu and perfected Immortal Imperial Dragon should be able to win if they joined forces. However, there was a group of fiend cultivators watching them covetously, and the two perfected immortals did not dare to act rashly. If they were to fight and end up with an internecine outcome, the fiend cultivators would swarm forward and they would not even have the chance to escape or resist. Xia Tianhong gradually calmed down as well. Suppressing the rage in his heart, he nodded. The two perfected immortals pondered for a moment and walked towards Su Zimo. No matter what, Su Zimo, painting Immortal Mo Qing and book Immortal Yunju were from the divine firmament Immortal domain. The fiend cultivators on the other end were murderous and had hostile expressions. Xia Tianhong and the other two would not foolishly take the initiative to approach either. Xia Tianhong and the other two arrived not far away from Su Zimo and the others. Without greeting them, they sat down to cultivate and recuperate. Su Zimo looked at Xia Tianhong and the other two and frowned slightly. Don't worry, with fellow Taoist Mo Qing and the fiend cultivators of White Bones sect present, they won't dare to act rashly. Yunju said softly. White Bones sect. Su Zimo's gaze shifted to the group of fiend cultivators on the other side of the cave. 16 cultivators stood in the middle of the thousands of fiend cultivators. Among the 16 cultivators, there was a beautiful middle-aged woman and an old man who seemed to have higher statuses. Right in the middle, there was only a man sitting there. Even the beautiful middle-aged woman and old man stood beside him with their hands by their sides, as though they were obeying this person. Beside the man's seat stood a gigantic black flag that depicted a human-shaped skeleton in a lotus position. It was sinister and extremely terrifying. White Bones sect is an extremely powerful faction in the fiend domain. Yunju said, the founder of White Bones sect was born in the Infinite Era and cultivated the White Bones Fiend Sutra. At the level of an emperor, he was known as the White Bones Fiend Emperor and was extremely powerful. Later on, he was suppressed by the Infinite Great Emperor. In the Infinite Era, White Bones sect was already destroyed by the Infinite Great Emperor. However, in this generation, a fiend cultivator who cultivated the White Bones Fiend Sutra appeared out of nowhere and re-established this ancient fiend sect. Right now, that fiend cultivator is known as Sect Master White Bones, and is rank 10 on the perfected fiend ranking. It's said that the White Bone Fiend Sutra he cultivated is incomplete. Therefore, he can't unleash the full power of this fiend technique. Yunju had read a lot of books and the Xian Immortal Kingdom's library gathered news from all over the world. She had some understanding of the various factions and figures of the heavenly world. For example, Fairy Mo Qing was in seclusion in Heaven and Earth Academy all year round and was obsessed with painting. She did not even know much about many other sects and factions of the Nine Firmament Immortal domain, let alone White Bones sect in the Fiend domain. It's White Bones sect. Perfected Immortal Jing Yu's heart skipped a beat when he heard that. Although they did not recognize the background of the Fiend cultivators, they had heard of the name of Sect Master White Bones. Rank 10 on the Perfected Fiend ranking. There were only 10 spots on the Perfected Fiend ranking. Although Sect Master White Bones seemed like he was at the bottom, the White Bones Fiend Sutra he cultivated was merely an incomplete version. It was clear how terrifying his methods were. Furthermore, neither Perfected Immortal Jingyu, Perfected Immortal Imperial Dragon, or even the Book Immortal and Painting Immortal could reach the 10th spot of the Perfected Immortal ranking. The reason why the Book Immortal and Painting Immortal were famous was not because of their combat strength. Furthermore, battles for the Perfected Immortal ranking generally did not end with death. However, it was different for the Perfected Fiend ranking. In the Fiend domain, every single spot on the Perfected Fiend ranking was piled with endless blood and corpses and was filled with killing. Even at the bottom, experts of the Perfected Fiend ranking possessed heaven-defying combat strength and were extremely terrifying. Yunju whispered, "If we're not in Avicii and there's no essence spirit restriction, I might be able to fight against Sect Master White Bones if I join forces with fellow Taoist Mo Qing. However, this is Avicii and divine powers and dermic arts can't be used. As for the White Bones Fiend Sutra, it refines the bones as a foundation and is a top-tier fiend technique for body tempering." Yunju did not continue, but Su Zimo understood. In Avicii, even if they joined forces with Perfected Immortal Jingyu and Perfected Immortal Imperial Dragon, they would not be a match for Sect Master White Bones, let alone her and Mo Qing. Su Zimo's gaze landed on the man sitting among the fiend cultivators. The person wore a pitch-black cloak and his cheeks were scrawny. His eyes were sunken and he wielded a bone saber that was propped on the ground. It was white all over and shone with a cold glint. Su Zimo raised his brow. Even the sentient dermic treasures of perfected immortals would be corroded and lose their dermic powers if they were exposed in Avicii. However, that bone saber was still sharp. That saber! Yunju's gaze focused as she murmured. Could it be the emperor weapon of the White Bones Fiend Emperor in the past? By obtaining that bone saber, it means that Sect Master White Bones might have already obtained the inheritance of the White Bones Fiend Emperor here. Indeed, no one in this cave could match a peerless perfected fiend with an emperor weapon. Furthermore, he had thousands of fiend cultivators by his side. Just as Su Zimo was observing Sect Master White Bones, the beautiful middle-aged woman beside him winked at Su Zimo with a smile. She even stuck out her tongue and licked her lips in a flirtatious manner. Such a simple bewitchment technique had no effect on Su Zimo at all. In fact, he felt a little disgusted. Compared to the naturally charming demoness Ji, the beautiful middle-aged woman before him was like a pink skeleton in Su Zimo's eyes. The two people beside Sect Master White Bones are his protectors and are both top-tier perfected fiend experts. Yunju said, "The old man on the left is called Old Man Skeleton. The beautiful middle-aged woman who seduced you is called Madame Jade Bones. She loves handsome men and has countless admirers around her. However, none of her escorts have good endings. All of them would be sucked into bones before long. You have to be careful." Su Zimo knew that Yunju was merely saying it casually and could not help but laugh bitterly. Apart from Sect Master White Bones and the two protectors, the 14 black-robed cultivators around them are also perfected fiend experts. Yunju continued, "The 14 of them are known as the 14 Bone Fiends. The 14 Bone Fiends and two protectors meant that there were 16 perfected fiends. There was also a peerless fiend like Sect Master White Bones who was ranked 10th on the perfected fiend ranking and had thousands of fiends under his lead. Such a scene was indeed shocking. White Bones sect must have lost quite a number of people as well to be able to reach this place. Let's heal first." Su Zimo placed Yunju down gently and pondered for a moment. Suddenly, he carried her and walked to a dark corner not far away. Visibility was not high in Avicii, and they could avoid the gazes of most people here. Even in the cultivation world, women's feet were extremely private places and could not be shown or touched by outsiders casually. That was the reason why women's feet were often compared to jade. Sensing Su Zimo's intentions, Yunju was touched and said gently, "Thank you." Yunju's feet were stung by the poisonous scorpions. At that moment, the poison had extended to her legs. Her legs were already swollen and she could not feel anything. It was extremely difficult for her to remove her shoes and socks. Su Zimo said, "I'll get senior sister Mo Qing to help." Yunju nodded. Su Zimo came to Mo Qing's side and whispered. Mo Qing nodded slightly and turned to Yunju. She squatted down and asked, "What should I do?" "Help me take off my shoes and socks. Use the sharpness of this jade brush to cut a wound on the area that was stung." Yunju handed the jade brush in her hands to Mo Qing. "Thank you." That jade brush was a treasure she found in Avicii. Although its cultivation realm had fallen, it was also an emperor weapon back in the past, and that was why it was still sharp. Su Zimo was relieved and stood up silently. He walked not far away and stood with his back facing Yunju and Mo Qing, blocking the vision of Xia Tianhong and the other two. Xia Tianhong was stealing glances over. Now that his line of sight was suddenly blocked by Su Zimo, his expression darkened as he harumphed coldly. A rustling sound came from the corner behind her. Mo Qing should be helping Yunju remove her shoes and socks. "Fellow Taoist, be careful." Right then, Yunju's voice suddenly sounded. She seemed extremely tense. They must have encountered something unforeseen. In the darkness, a ball of greenish-black poisonous gas surrounded Mo Qing's finger. She was already tainted by the poison just by touching Yunju's shoes and socks. "You're not deeply poisoned. Hurry and circulate your blood qi to force out the poison," Yunju urged hurriedly. Mo Qing did not dare to be careless and channeled her blood qi continuously, washing it towards the poisoned finger. A moment later, the poison on her finger dissipated gradually. Although she was out of danger, Yunju's poison injuries were not resolved. "What should we do?" Mo Qing frowned. If she were to step forward to help, she would be the first to be poisoned. "Let me do it." Right then, a voice sounded. Su Zimo had sensed the commotion and walked over. "You!" Mo Qing wanted to speak but stopped. Su Zimo said, "This poison shouldn't be able to hurt me. I can give it a try." Mo Qing thought, "The poison is only one aspect. You're a man after all. How is it appropriate for you to do such a thing?" She turned around and looked at Yunju instinctively. Yunju lowered her head slightly and did not say anything, seemingly agreeable to it. Mo Qing wanted to speak but was suddenly enlightened. Recalling the scene of Su Zimo barging in with Yunju on his back, she thought to herself, junior brother Su and fellow Taoist Yunju must have fallen in love. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so intimate. At that thought, Mo Qing merely reminded him to be careful before standing up to make way without saying anything. "Pardon me." Su Zimo squatted down and whispered. He reached out and touched Yunju's shoes and socks casually. His palm was fine without any poison. Mo Qing was only relieved when she saw that. Yunju was not surprised. She thought that it was because Su Zimo had the hell suppression tripod with him. However, in reality, although the hell suppression tripod could suppress living beings of hell, it could not defend against the poison. The main reason why Su Zimo was safe and sound was because the grade 11 green lotus true body was immune to poison. Su Zimo composed himself and removed the shoes and sock on Yunju's feet, searching for the wounds. Both wounds were at the tip of Yunju's toes. Su Zimo made use of the sharpness of the jade brush to cut the tip of Yunju's toes. Green-black blood flowed out rapidly with a stench. A moment later, perhaps because Yunju's bloodline was extraordinary, her legs gradually recovered from the swelling. Both of them heaved a sigh of relief. Actually, this scene was not as flirtatious as they had imagined. Yunju's feet were poisoned and had long lost feeling. She did not feel anything unusual when Su Zimo held them in his hands and merely felt a little embarrassed. As for Yunju's feet, They were greenish-black and swollen like two pig trotters. On Su Zimo's side, although he was holding the jade feet of one of the four great fairies, in his eyes, it was as though he was holding on to a pair of pig trotters. He could not think of anything inappropriate. Yunju raised her head slightly and looked at Su Zimo's side profile. She saw that his gaze was strange. Her heart skipped a beat and she guessed Su Zimo's thoughts. Bang! Yunju was secretly frustrated. She reached out and punched Su Zimo on the shoulder, hollering, "Stop imagining random things." Feeling a little guilty, Su Zimo coughed gently and did not dare to reply. He gently placed Yunju's feet down. Yunju was indignant and embarrassed. She could not help but say, "My feet are not usually like this." "Why yes." Su Zimo replied awkwardly and stood up hurriedly to flee. Although the two of them did not do anything overboard, outsiders did not think so. When Xie Tianhong saw Su Zimo and Yunju hiding in a corner, touching and muttering among themselves, his imagination ran wild. "Eft." Xie Tianhong let out a sound and said in a strange manner, "To think that this is all there is to the great book Immortal, engaging in dirty acts with a disciple of Heaven and Earth Academy in public." Those words sounded extremely piercing and unpleasant. Even as an outsider, Mo Qing felt disgusted and frowned. Yunju sneered and raised her voice. "Where did this wild dog come from? Why is it barking so loudly?" "I'm sorry." Suddenly, Su Zimo's voice sounded. "This wild dog bites everyone in its sight. It's here because it was chasing me." Pausing for a moment, he glared at Xie Tianhong with a cold expression and said slowly, "If it continues biting randomly, I'm going to smash its canines." "You!" Xie Tianhong was enraged and bolted upright. Naturally, Su Zimo was fearless and strode forward with a lightning gaze. Fairy Mo Qing stood beside Su Zimo as well. Perfected Immortal Imperial Dragon frowned slightly and stood up to hold Xie Tianhong down, saying in a low voice, "Your Highness, calm down. The situation is unknown right now. Let's not get into a conflict with them first." Xie Tianhong smirked smugly and sat back down. The anger from earlier on seemed to have vanished instantly. This scene was witnessed by Sect Master Whitebones, Madame Jade Bones, and the other fiend cultivators not far away. When Sect Master Whitebones heard the words Book Immortal, his expression changed and he looked over. In his deep sockets, a pair of white eyes seemed to be able to penetrate the layers of darkness and see Yunju in the corner. Although the four great fairies were all from the divine firmament immortal domain, they were rather famous in the entire heavenly world. However, the fiend cultivators of Whitebone's sect were far away in the fiend domain and had never seen what the four great fairies looked like. Now that they heard the name of the book Immortal, a commotion broke out among Whitebone's sect. The gazes of many fiend cultivators were attracted. Su Zimo looked at Xie Tianhong, who was not far away, and suddenly frowned. Initially, he thought that Xie Tianhong's words were merely to vent his emotions. However, on second thought, there was a high chance that Xie Tianhong revealed Yunju's identity intentionally to attract the attention of the fiend cultivators of Whitebone's sect. How could a prince who could rule over a region be so short-tempered? Xie Tianhong's motive was to kill with a borrowed knife. The fiend cultivators of Whitebone's sect were fearless in their actions. Furthermore, nobody knew if they could survive the next day after being trapped in a Vici. Under such circumstances, all the evil in the depths of their hearts would be triggered involuntarily, and their fiendish nature would flare up. He. Suddenly, Madame Jade Bones chuckled and walked out of the crowd, twisting her waist along the way. Waving the silk cloth in her hands gently, she looked at Xie Tianhong in disdain. "Look at how jealous you are to see her lover." Xie Tianhong did not refute or get angry after being mocked by Madame Jade Bones and merely chuckled. He had already achieved his goal. "Young man, come over to my side. I'll have a heartfelt chat with you." Madame Jade Bones beckoned to Su Zimo with a smile. Su Zimo's expression was indifferent as he glanced at Madame Jade Bones expressionlessly before turning towards Yunju. Even though Madame Jade Bones was ignored, she was not enraged and the glee in her eyes intensified. He. One of the 14 bone fiends gave a strange laugh and looked at Madame Jade Bones lustfully. "Jade Bones, he doesn't fancy you. Why don't you just follow me instead? The crowd burst into laughter. Humph! Madame Jade Bones turned around and glared at the Bone Fiend, scolding jokingly. Lust Bone Fiend, your skills are too pathetic. You surrendered after 3 rounds. I'm not interested at all. Ha 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 ha. The laughter of the fiends intensified as they doubled over with laughter. Although Fairy Mo Ching could not understand what the other party was talking about, she realized that it was not anything good and could not help but frown. She was extremely beautiful to begin with, like a fairy in a painting. Her slight frown merely added to her charm. Gulps could be heard from the fiends of White Bones sect, and their eyeballs almost popped out. If cultivators or monks of the immortal domains or Buddhist monasteries were tempted, they would have to maintain their composure for the sake of their dignities. Naturally, cultivators of the fiend domain would not care about etiquette. Su Zimo noticed this and knew that something was bound to happen if they continued staying here. There was no way the 3 of them could defend against the fiends of White Bones sect with their strength. Let's leave this place first, Su Zimo said softly. Yunju had purged a lot of poisonous blood from her feet. Although she could not move yet, her life was not in danger and they could leave at any moment. She also sensed that the atmosphere in the cave was a little strange. This place could be divided into 3 factions. The 3 of them, Xie Tianhong's group of 3 and the cultivators of White Bones sect. The difference between the 3 factions was immense. Although it seemed calm right now, any activity could break that calmness. However, the living beings of hell are ubiquitous outside. It'll be difficult for the 3 of us to hold out. Mo Ching was worried. Along the way here, she had seen too many cultivators die in Avicii and knew how terrifying those living beings were. It's fine, Yunju said. Let's go out and take a look first. We can always return here if we can't hold out. Naturally, Yunju knew Su Zimo's background. With the hell suppression tripod, they would not be in any danger as long as they followed Su Zimo. However, this was Su Zimo's secret and she would not spread it casually. All right, Mo Ching nodded. Su Zimo carried Yunju on his back and walked towards the entrance with Mo Ching. Sect Master White Bones' gaze shifted and he raised his head slightly when he noticed that. Old Man Skeleton understood and blocked Su Zimo and the other 2 in a flash. Of the 14 bone fiends, 8 charged forward along with 1,000 fiend cultivators. They swarmed the entrance as they looked at Su Zimo and the other 2 with evil intentions. Where are the 3 of you going? Lust Bone Fiend from earlier on asked with a smile. We can't leave anymore. Yunju sighed gently. Let's retreat first and not fight them head-on. Su Zimo did a mental calculation as well. Even if he could kill 1 or 2 perfected fiends with the hell suppression tripod by surprise, he would not be able to break out of the encirclement of the fiend cultivators of White Bones sect. Su Zimo remained silent and carried Yunju on his back, retreating with Mo Ching. Sensible. Transformation Bone Fiend roared in laughter. Shatter Bone Fiend pinched the joints of his fingers repeatedly and grinned. How unfortunate that we did not get to fight. My bones are itching to go. The fiends of White Bones sect snickered and pointed in this direction while spouting filthy words. However, without any instructions from Sect Master White Bones, the fiends did not make any moves. After returning to his original spot, Su Zimo assumed a lotus position and remained silent. Although the fiends of White Bones sect did not attack them, there was a possibility that they could do it at any moment. At the side, Xie Tianhong and the other 2 were up to no good either. He had to think of a way to deal with the current situation. While things in the cave looked calm on the surface, tensions were spreading beneath. Nobody knew when that peace would be broken. Su Zimo closed his eyes and tried to summon the martial Dao prime body once more. Ever since he entered Avicii, he had been escaping and did not have much chance to establish a connection with the martial Dao prime body. Since he could not leave now, he might as well calm down and attempt to sense the location of the martial Dao prime body. Su Zimo secretly circulated the spirit consonance art, but there was still no reaction. Under normal circumstances, if the martial Dao prime body was also in Avicii, such a situation should not happen since his 2 true bodies were telepathic and he was aided by the spirit consonance art. Right now, Su Zimo's calls on this end were like rocks sinking into the ocean without any reaction. Su Zimo pondered for a moment and a thought flashed through his head. The green lotus essence spirit began to chant the Prajna Nirvana Sutra silently. Golden Sanskrit appeared in his consciousness and phantoms of Buddhas appeared. Dragons and elephants cried as Sanskrit sounded endlessly. Against the shock of Sanskrit, the hell suppression tripod trembled slightly and buzzed endlessly. Right then, Su Zimo's eyes lit up. He could finally sense the location of the martial Tao prime body. At the same time, he received feedback from the latter. Avicii was a world of its own with its own unique laws. It was even more so in Greater Avicii. The Green Lotus true body was in the lesser hells while the martial Tao prime body was in Greater Avicii. No matter how the Green Lotus true body called out, he could not penetrate the rules of Avicii. In Avicii, there was only a single sound that could reach every corner and was not restricted by the rules of this place. Sanskrit of the Prajna Nirvana Sutra. Su Zimo chanted Sanskrit in his heart. Although it was silent, that power could pass through layers of space and break through the laws to reach Greater Avicii, reaching the ears of the martial Tao prime body. At the same time, in Greater Avicii, the martial Tao prime body, who was enduring endless pain, suddenly opened his eyes and released two divine lights. Invigorated, the opportunity to escape had appeared. Time, space, and suffering was endless in Greater Avicii. The martial Tao prime body did not know how long had passed outside or how he could leave. Here, the martial Tao prime body could not sense any direction. It was as though he was in a vast night without any light. With the appearance of the Green Lotus true body, the Sanskrit struck a chord in his heart. The Green Lotus true body was the light in the vast night. All he had to do was advance in the direction of the Green Lotus true body and he could leave Greater Avicii. The martial Tao prime body continued enduring endless pain and advanced in the direction of the Green Lotus true body. However, even after walking for a long time, the distance between the martial Tao prime body and the Green Lotus true body did not close at all. He seemed to have been stuck at the same spot the entire time. Space was endless. The space in Greater Avicii was endless and continuous. Once the martial Tao prime body left a space, he would enter another. No matter where he was, he could not escape from Greater Avicii and endured endless pain. Even if the martial Tao prime body sensed the Green Lotus true body and knew the direction to escape from Avicii, he could not leave. Right then, for beams of light suddenly appeared at the front and sped towards the martial Tao prime body. Under normal circumstances, Greater Avicii was foggy without any light. But now, for beams of light had appeared in Greater Avicii and could defend against the laws of this place. When the 4 beams of light approached, the martial Tao prime body finally understood. The Green Lotus true body sensed the location of the martial Tao prime body and brought out the 4 sacred souls, afraid that he would not be able to leave. After the battle at Great Taiwei Mountain, the 4 sacred souls did not have much strength left, leaving only 4 faint lights. However, the 4 sacred souls were the weapon spirits of the hell suppression tripod after all. Although they were weak, they were not restricted by the laws of Greater Avicii. Therefore, they sped the entire way and arrived beside the martial Tao prime body. The 4 sacred souls surrounded the martial Tao prime body, and the law of endless space of Greater Avicii lost its effect on the latter instantly. With the guidance of the Green Lotus true body and the protection of the 4 sacred souls, the martial Tao prime body regained his 5 senses and saw the pitch-black and sinister Avicii gate once more. Previously, he was thrown down by Emperor Bo-Sun. This time round, he was going to leave Greater Avicii and return to the world. Avicii in a cave on a black mountain peak. Su Zimo sat quietly at the side, as though he was resting with his eyes closed. Yunju thought that Su Zimo had expended too much energy carrying her and was physically exhausted, so she did not disturb him. Fellow Taoist Mo Qing, why are you here in Avicii? Yunju pulled Fairy Mo Qing and asked. A senior with high attainments in the Tao of painting from the academy died here. Mo Qing said, I heard that cracks appeared in Avicii and living beings could escape, so I came here to look for this senior's corpse and paintings. You're referring to Senior Yu Dozi, right? Yunju pondered for a moment before saying, Mo Qing nodded in slight surprise. It's no wonder why people are always talking about the book Immortal. Fellow Taoist, you're truly amazing and know everything. Compared to you, I'm much inferior. I only know how to paint. When Yunju heard that, she smiled and said, I'm impressed that you're so good at painting, sister. I'm a few years older than you. If you don't mind, we can just address each other as sisters. Yes. Mo Qing nodded. Yunju said, right, this cave is so strange and it seems like it can defend against living beings from hell. How did you find it, sister? Mo Qing said, not long after I fell, I accidentally caught sight of some marks left behind by Yudaozi back then. Oh, Yunju was surprised. Mo Qing continued, others might not be able to understand these marks, but I can recognize them. These are marks unique to Senior Yudaozi's works. The marks seemed to be used for guidance, so I followed them and arrived here. By the time I arrived, the fiend cultivators of Whitebone's sect were already here. Yunju remained silent in deep thought. A moment later, she whispered, since Senior Yudaozi left such a clue and led you here, it's clear that there's something special about this place. Let's look around and see if there are any other secret passage exits. The situation isn't looking good right now. It's better for us to leave as soon as possible. Yes. Mo Qing nodded and looked at Yunju's feet, wanting to speak but stopped. Although the swelling on Yunju's legs had faded, the poison could not be purged completely. Relying on her own strength, Yunju supported herself against the cold wall behind her and forced herself to stand up. She whispered, I don't have much combat strength now, but I can walk. Sister, help me walk around and pretend that you're helping me stretch. That way we won't attract attention. Mo Qing understood and went forward to support Yunju. Yunju glanced at Su Zimo beside her. The latter was still in a lotus position with his eyes closed, as though he had already forgotten where he was. Noticing Yunju's expression, Mo Qing whispered, Sister, don't worry. If anything happens, I'll attack with all my might. You guys can find an opportunity to escape without having to worry about me. In Mo Qing's opinion, Su Zimo was only a low-level heaven immortal and his combat strength was negligible. Yunju was injured and had lost her combat strength. The ice butterfly had a weak physique and almost no combat strength in Avicii. She was the only one who could stand out in such a situation. Sister, don't say that. How can we abandon you and escape alone? Yunju said. Mo Qing smiled indifferently. I'm alone with only the ice butterfly to accompany me. If I die here, no one will miss me and I won't miss anyone either. It's fine. For some unknown reason, Yunju felt her heart ache when she heard Mo Qing's words. She could not help but squeeze Mo Qing's palm gently. Let's go take a look over there. Yunju encouraged her. We might be able to find an exit to sneak out. Pausing for a moment, Yunju pursed her lips and smiled, saying softly, Don't worry, although this junior brother of yours doesn't have a high cultivation realm and can't fight those people head-on, he's extremely good at escaping. Mo Qing supported Yunju, and the two of them whispered as they scanned the darkness not far away. A large area of the cave was occupied by cultivators of Whitebone's sect, and Yunju and Mo Qing could not check many locations. Worried about Su Zimo's safety, the two of them did not dare to go too far and merely explored the edges of the nearby walls. Suddenly, Mo Qing stopped in her tracks and focused her gaze not far ahead. A blurry figure seemed to be sitting beneath a wall on the other side. The figure did not have any life force and had died many years ago, gripping a painting-like object tightly in his hands. As though she recalled something, Mo Qing supported Yunju and took a few more steps forward nervously. Up close, Mo Qing could see clearly and recognize the figure. She could not help but sigh softly with a hint of sadness in her eyes. When Yunju saw Mo Qing's expression, she vaguely guessed the identity of the corpse and whispered, It's Senior Yudaozi of Heaven and Earth Academy, right? Yes. Mo Qing's heart was still heavy. Yunju consoled. Senior Yudaozi passed away here, but his corpse was unburied. The fact that you're here is probably fate. Sister, while inheriting Senior Yudaozi's inheritance, You can also bring this corpse back and bury it in Heaven and Earth Academy. The fact that he can return to his roots is probably a form of consolation for him. Mo Qing nodded. That's right. I'm going to take away Senior Yu Daozi's corpse. Pausing for a moment, she sighed gently. However, even if I obtain his inheritance and take his corpse with me, we can't leave this place. No matter what, let's put away Senior Yu Daozi's corpse first. Yunju's gaze landed on the scroll in the skeleton's palm. She said softly, after so many years, this scroll has not been corroded by the Avicii fiend Qi. It's clear that it's a rare treasure. This should be the divine ghost immortal fiend painting drawn by Senior in his twilight years. Mo Qing said, I see. Yunju revealed a look of realization. Just as Mo Qing was about to step forward, a sinister gust of wind blew past. In the blink of an eye, a skinny figure blocked the path of the two fairies. Old Man Skeleton of White Bones sect. What are you doing? Mo Qing asked with a frown. Old Man Skeleton's wrinkled face was expressionless as he asked instead, what are the two of you doing? A few of the 14 bone fiends and 1,000 fiend demons gathered over as well, giggling as though they were watching a show. This corpse is a senior of my sect. Mo Qing said, I'm going to bring this senior's corpse back to the sect for burial. Oh! Old Man Skeleton raised his tone slightly. Hee hee. Lust Bone Fiend of the 14 Bone Fiends said with a smile. Beauty, he's a senior of your sect just because you say so? I can even claim that he's my father. Mo Qing looked at Lust Bone Fiend's face and felt disgusted. At the side, Pride Bone Fiend said coldly, the flesh of this corpse has long rotted, leaving only a skeleton with tattered clothes. How can you be certain that he's a senior of your sect? Anyone can be all talk. Shatterbone Fiend sneered as well. No matter how good Mo Qing's temper was, she could no longer hold it in. However, even if she was angry, she would not express it too intensely. Her expression merely turned cold. The item in the senior's hands is the divine ghost immortal fiend painting that he drew personally. This scroll can prove his identity. When she heard that, Yunju frowned. Although revealing the origin of the scroll could prove Senior Yu Daozi's identity, there was a high chance that the other party would covet this treasure. At that thought, Yunju suddenly spoke. The divine ghost immortal fiend painting uses a unique drawing technique to sketch 4 diagrams. In the hands of others, even if it's an immortal king, they won't be able to tell anything if they don't know how to draw. Yunju's meaning was clear. She was telling the fiends of White Bones sect that the divine ghost immortal fiend painting would merely be a painting in their hands. She was not spouting nonsense, but the truth. Is that so? Beast Bone Fiend rolled his eyes. Let me see what the hell is drawn on this painting exactly. As he said that, Beast Bone Fiend arrived beside Yudaozi's corpse and bent down, prepared to pick up the divine ghost immortal fiend painting. He gave it a gentle tug, but it did not budge. Although Yudaozi was dead, his palm was still gripping the divine ghost immortal fiend painting tightly. Even though he knew that he would most likely be doomed upon entering Avicii, he wanted to come here and complete the final ghost diagram. It was clear how much he valued this painting. The divine ghost immortal fiend painting contained his inheritance, dermic Tao and painstaking efforts. Ha ha ha! The few bone fiends at the side could not help but burst into laughter when they saw that Beast Bone Fiend could not make it budge. Beast Bone Fiend felt embarrassed and his heart sank. With a menacing expression, he took a step forward and stomped heavily on the wrist of Yudaozi's corpse. Crack! Yudaozi's wrist was snapped by Beast Bone Fiend. Even though Yudaozi was an immortal king expert back then, he could not withstand the corrosion of time after so many years. Furthermore, he was corroded by the Avicii fiend Qi all year round. Mo Qing was shocked and furious when she saw that. However, Old Man Skeleton, a few bone fiends and 1,000 fiends blocked her path. She could not get through it all. Yunju grabbed Mo Qing's wrist gently and shook her head gently, indicating for the latter to not be reckless. Mo Qing looked at Beast Bone Fiend with a cold gaze. She was usually obsessed with painting and rarely fought with others. There had never been a moment such as now where she wanted to kill Beast Bone Fiend who was in front of her. Beast Bone Fiend sneered and spread the divine ghost Immortal Fiend painting after obtaining it. The moment a quarter of the painting was unfolded, a figure with golden hair, blue eyes and a body filled with golden light appeared on it, glaring at Beast Bone Fiend with a burning gaze. Ah! Beast Bone Fiend exchanged glances with the figure on the painting and suddenly, his expression changed as he shrieked. His eyes exploded right away. There were only 2 bloody holes left on his face that were extremely terrifying. Instinctively, Beast Bone Fiend threw away the divine ghost Immortal Fiend painting. Old Man Skeleton narrowed his gaze slightly and took a step forward with a grim expression, closing the painting hurriedly. Ah! 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 Beast Bone Fiend clutched his eyes with both hands and fresh blood flowed through the gaps between his fingers as he let out a tragic cry. If they were outside, perfected fiends could recover from such injuries in the blink of an eye. However, Avicii was a world of its own and was isolated from heaven and earth essence chi. If one's eyeballs were ruptured and they were blinded, they would not be able to recover. You deserved this, Mo Qing said coldly. Ah! How dare you harm me? Slut! I'm going to kill you. Beast Bone Fiend waved both hands and charged in the direction of Mo Qing's voice. Old Man Skeleton glanced sideways at Sect Master White Bones, who was not far away. Sect Master White Bones shook his head gently. Old Man Skeleton understood and held back Beast Bone Fiend with his skinny arm without having to exert much strength. Bear with it. Don't embarrass yourself in front of the Sect Master. At the mention of the Sect Master, Beast Bone Fiend shuddered and panted heavily before calming down. Old Man Skeleton carried the divine ghost Immortal Fiend painting and turned towards Sect Master White Bones, prepared to hand over the treasure. What are you doing? Mo Qing took a step forward and stopped Old Man Skeleton, saying in a deep voice, Return the divine ghost Immortal Fiend painting to me. This belongs to Heaven and Earth Academy. I can verify her words. Right then, Xia Tianhong stood out and declared, Fairy Mo Qing is one of the 4 great fairies, the painting Immortal, from Heaven and Earth Academy. This divine ghost Immortal Fiend painting is indeed from Heaven and Earth Academy. Others might not be able to understand this painting. Fairy Mo Qing should be the only one who can do it. Painting Immortal Mo Qing, one of the 4 great fairies. The eyes of the fiends of White Bones sect lit up when they heard that. Turning around, Yunju glared at Xia Tianhong coldly and cursed internally at his shamelessness. On the surface, Xia Tianhong was standing out to help Mo Qing. However, in reality, he was deliberately revealing Mo Qing's identity as the painting Immortal. Previously, Xia Tianhong had already revealed her identity intentionally. Now he was using the same trick again. Furthermore, it was even more sinister this time round. Ah, painting Immortal Mo Qing and book Immortal Yunju. I've heard a lot about you guys. Sect Master White Bones spoke slowly with a hoarse and unpleasant voice, as though a stone was sliding in his throat. That explains the peerless auras the 2 of you possess. So, you're both from the 4 great fairies. Madame Jade Bones chuckled with a hint of jealousy in her eyes. What beautiful faces! How enviable! Mo Qing tried her best to compose herself as she looked at Old Man Skeleton and said in a deep voice, Fellow Taoist, please return the divine ghost Immortal Fiend painting. Return. Old Man Skeleton raised his brow slightly. Everything in this cave belongs to White Bones sect and our sect master alone. Who should I be returning this to? Mo Qing watched as Old Man Skeleton took away the divine ghost Immortal Fiend painting and offered it to Sect Master White Bones. This time round, she did not step forward to stop him. She knew that Yunju was by her side and her junior brother from the academy was not far away. She had to try her best to protect the 2 of them. She could not let the 3 of them fall into a desperate situation because of the divine ghost Immortal Fiend painting. Although the divine ghost Immortal Fiend painting was extremely important to Mo Qing, she endured it and walked towards Yu Daozi's corpse silently. Beauty, where are you going? Lustbone Fiend spread his hands and blocked Mo Qing's path with a smirk. Mo Qing said indifferently, This is a senior of Heaven and Earth Academy. I'm here to collect his corpse. You guys took away the divine ghost immortal fiend painting, but I'm going to take away this corpse and bury it back in the academy. Fairy Mo Ching, you might not have understood what I just said. Old Man Skeleton walked over leisurely and said slowly, I've just said that everything in this cave belongs to our sect master alone, including this corpse. You! Mo Ching clenched her fists slightly and hollered in rage. This corpse is of no use to you guys, nor is it a treasure. Don't go overboard. My, how scary, Madame Jade Bones said in a serious manner. Painting Immortal Mo Ching is angry. Lust Bone Fiend licked his lips. You look so good even when you're angry. My heart melts. Yun Zhu sighed internally. Mo Ching was still a little naive. The argument before them had started because of the divine ghost immortal fiend painting. However, in reality, the fiends of Whitebone's sect had been waiting for a long time. It was clear that they were causing trouble on purpose. The divine ghost immortal fiend painting was merely an excuse to break the peace. No matter how Mo Ching gave way, the other party would push their luck and press on. Right now, there was no way out. Fufufu. Suddenly, Sect Master Whitebones laughed, cackling like a crow. He raised the divine ghost immortal fiend painting in his hands and looked at Mo Ching and Yun Zhu with his deep eyes, saying slowly, This painting as well as you guys all belong to me. I want the painting and I want the both of you as well. Whoa! Whoa! When the fiends of Whitebone's sect heard that, they howled and cheered. Mo Ching seemed to have thought of something and her face turned pale. Yun Zhu turned to look at perfected Immortal Jingyu and perfected Immortal Imperial Dragon on the other side and said in a deep voice, Are the two of you going to stand by idly? Don't forget, we're all from the Immortal domain. If we die here, you won't be able to escape this calamity either. If the two perfected Immortals could stand on their side, it would be an increase in strength no matter what. Do you dare to interfere? Sect Master Whitebones' sinister gaze shifted towards Xie Tianhong and the other two. Xie Tianhong's heart skipped a beat as he shook his head hurriedly. Suddenly, perfected Immortal Imperial Dragon said, Everything is precarious in Avicii. There's no difference between immortals and fiends. Pausing for a moment, he continued, I've long heard of your reputation, Sect Master Whitebones. If you don't mind, I can join Whitebone's sect and listen to your orders. Perfected Immortal Jing Yu glanced sideways with a look of surprise. Perfected Immortal Imperial Dragon had a calm expression without any shame. The situation was pressing right now and he could only survive if he submitted temporarily. Although Perfected Immortal Jing Yu understood the current situation as well, he had not expected Perfected Immortal Imperial Dragon to submit so quickly and choose to join Whitebone's sect. On second thought, he understood that they had no choice. Everyone was trapped here and none of them could escape. If they could not escape death, how could there be any distinction between immortals and fiends? I'm willing to listen to your orders as well. Perfected Immortal Jing Yu bowed slightly. The wise understand their circumstances. Sect Master Whitebones nodded in satisfaction. Not far away, Su Zimo was still in a lotus position. He maintained that posture for a long time, as though he was immersed in something and had lost himself. Yun Zhu glanced at Su Zimo but did not wake him up. Su Zimo was only at the cultivation of a heaven immortal. Even if he woke up, it would be useless. Fairies, come forward and sit beside me. Accompany me to take a look at this painting. Sect Master Whitebones beckoned to Mo Ching and Yun Zhu. Mo Ching's expression was cold and she remained silent. Although Yun Zhu could move freely, the poison had not been purged completely. Her body was limp and she did not have much strength. Ladies, let's go. Lustbone Fiend walked forward and made an inviting gesture to Mo Ching and Yun Zhu, saying with a smile, You've been invited by our sect master. Get lost. Yun Zhu shouted coldly. Humph. Lustbone Fiend's gaze turned vicious as he laughed sinisterly. How dare you scold me? You're forcing me to use force. The moment he said that, Lustbone Fiend took a step forward and reached out to grab Yun Zhu's arm. Mo Ching's expression was cold and she no longer hesitated. She raised her hand and slapped the back of Lustbone Fiend's head. He. Right then, Madame Jade Bones's laughter sounded in Mo Ching's ears. Beauty. Don't make any reckless moves. Unknowingly, Madame Jade Bones had already arrived beside Mo Qing and attacked consecutively, changing her martial techniques continuously to launch intensive attacks. Mo Qing's bloodline and physique were extremely ordinary. Her entire dermic Dao was in her paintings. However, those paintings were useless in Avicii. She was no match for Madame Jade Bones in melee combat. Within a few rounds, Mo Qing's hands were locked by Madame Jade Bones and pinned behind her back. All her joints were restrained and she could not move at all. Beauty, your face is so pretty. I really want to scratch a few holes on it and destroy it, Madame Jade Bones said coldly and extended her finger. Her sharp fingernails brushed past Mo Qing's cheek gently, emitting a chilling aura. On the other side, Lustbone Fiend grabbed Yun Zhu's hands and laughed brazenly as well. When perfected Immortal Jing Yu saw that, he turned his head away instinctively and sighed internally. Who would have thought that the painting Immortal and book Immortal, fairies whom countless cultivators admired and tried to court, would be humiliated to such an extent? You guys have a death wish. Right then, a voice sounded. Not far away, Su Zimo stood up slowly with a cold expression and a murderous aura as he walked towards Mo Qing and Yun Zhu. The Fiends of White Bones sect looked over. Who would dare stand out and say something like that to them in this cave at a moment like this? When the gazes of the Fiends of White Bones sect landed on Su Zimo, they were slightly stunned. Almost everyone's attention was on the two fairies. Therefore, no one noticed the seemingly frail green-robed cultivator right from the beginning. At that moment, Su Zimo suddenly stood out with a torrential killing intent and said such domineering words. The Fiends of White Bones sect frowned slightly and could not figure out his background right away. One could not check the other party's cultivation realm in Avicii. The Fiends of White Bones sect did not know Su Zimo's cultivation either. However, Su Zimo must be a perfected immortal expert since he was able to travel with the two fairies. Madame Jade Bones chuckled. Young man, don't be angry. Let go. Arriving beside the two fairies, Su Zimo interrupted Madame Jade Bones and glared at her and Lustbone Fiend coldly before saying. Lustbone Fiend narrowed his eyes slightly but was not enraged directly. He still gripped Yun Zhu's hands and asked with raised brows. What's your cultivation? How dare you speak to us like that? He was stunned by Su Zimo's aura and was unsure for a moment, wanting to test the waters. Fellow Taoist, don't worry. He's only a grade 2 heaven immortal. Not far away, Xia Tianhong understood what the fiends were thinking and stood out hurriedly. The Fiends of White Bones sect opened their mouths slightly with strange expressions. Ha 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 ha. Immediately, the fiends burst into laughter and looked at Su Zimo with mocking gazes, as though they were looking at an idiot. I was wondering who he was. So, he's just an ant. Lustbone Fiend reared his head in laughter and scolded. Bullshit low-level heaven immortal. There's no room for you to speak here. Scram. Die. Suddenly, Su Zimo said a single word. The moment he said that, he had already arrived before Lustbone Fiend and a bronze square tripod flew out from his glabella. With a swipe, he raised the hell suppression tripod and smashed it towards Lustbone Fiend. How dare you show off your scrap metal in front of me? Lustbone Fiend was fearless. Even sentient dermic treasures used by perfected immortals could not unleash much power in Avicii, let alone heaven-grade dermic treasures. Lustbone Fiend grabbed Yun Zhu's wrist with one hand and struck the hell suppression tripod with the other. Poof! When Lustbone Fiend's fist collided with the hell suppression tripod, it exploded into a blood mist. His entire arm was smashed until his tendons and bones were snapped and his flesh splattered everywhere. Ah! Lustbone Fiend's expression changed starkly as he shrieked and retreated instinctively. Su Zimo strode forward and did not give him any chance to catch his breath. He raised the hell suppression tripod and smashed it towards the head of Lustbone Fiend. Poof! When the tripod descended, Lustbone Fiend's head was smashed and his essence spirit was destroyed, dying right away. Silence filled the cave. Everyone was shocked and froze on the spot. Perfected Immortal Jing Yu and Perfected Immortal Imperial Dragon exchanged glances. Both of them could see the deep meaning in the other's eyes and felt a sense of trepidation. They had not expected Su Zimo to have such a trump card. If Su Zimo had suddenly revealed such a move previously, there was a high chance that the two of them would have died on the spot if they were unprepared. The 14 Bone Fiends had all cultivated a portion of the White Bones Fiend Sutra. However, everyone cultivated different parts, and the characteristics of their bodies and bones were different as well. The only similarity was that the 14 Bone Fiends were body-tempered experts among perfected fiends. However, no matter how strong their bones and bodies were, they could not defend against the power of the Hell Suppression Tripod. It was too fast. The Fiends of White Bones sect had no intention of attacking and were initially waiting to watch the show. To think that Lust Bone Fiend would die tragically on the spot. The others did not even have time to save him. The Fiends had not expected that a low-level Heaven Immortal would dare to attack them in such a situation. Less than that, they had not expected Lust Bone Fiend to be crushed to death in less than 2 rounds. With Lust Bone Fiend dead and Yunju free, Su Zimo pulled Yunju over and shielded her behind him. Yunju was dumbfounded during the entire process. It's over. She quickly realized that Su Zimo would definitely die after killing one of the 14 Bone Fiends. He made use of the Hell Suppression Tripod to kill Lust Bone Fiend by surprise. However, as long as the other party reacted, Su Zimo would not be able to defend against the encirclement of the Fiends of White Bones sect even with the help of the Hell Suppression Tripod. Su Zimo was decisive to kill and smashed Lust Bone Fiend to death. Without stopping, he took a huge stride and arrived beside Mo Qing. He raised the Hell Suppression Tripod and smashed it towards Madame Jade Bones. Watch out for that tripod. Suddenly, Sect Master White Bones stood up and said sternly with a dark glint in his sunken eyes. Here, most weapons would lose their strength. As for the bronze square tripod in Su Zimo's hands, it had defined edges and emitted an ancient and savage aura. It was powerful and sturdy, clearly unaffected by Avicii. There was a high chance that this bronze square tripod was an emperor weapon and might not be weaker than the bone saber in his hands. Even without the reminder of Sect Master White Bones, Madame Jade Bones could sense how terrifying the Hell Suppression Tripod was. However, without being flustered, she moved her feet and locked Mo Qing's joints. Turning around, she used Mo Qing as a shield in front of her the entire time. You're still too inexperienced to want to kill me. Madame Jade Bones chuckled. 7 Bone Fiends had already advanced and charged towards Su Zimo. Su Zimo's gaze was burning. Suddenly, he hollered and released a dragon roar that contained a supreme might which enveloped down. Although the power of the Dragon Roar secret skill was reduced significantly without the use of heaven and earth essence chi, it still released an extremely domineering energy fluctuation. The 7 Bone Fiends shuddered and stopped in their tracks. Madame Jade Bones was the closest to Su Zimo and her mind buzzed from the shock. That momentary pause allowed Su Zimo to see an opening as the Hell Suppression Tripod descended. By the time Madame Jade Bones snapped out of her stupor, the Hell Suppression Tripod was above her head. Ah! She shrieked and could only retreat, unable to use Mo Qing as a shield in time. Crack! Madame Jade Bones was still a step too slow. Half of her shoulder was snapped by the Hell Suppression Tripod and her entire arm fell off, leaving her shoulder in a bloodied mess. Ah! 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 Madame Jade Bones let out an ear-piercing scream. She had lost a lot of blood chi and her face was aging at a visible speed. In the blink of an eye, she turned into an old lady with a withered, yellow face filled with wrinkles. This was her appearance to begin with. However, she maintained her youth by constantly absorbing the yang essence in the blood of virgin boys. Right now, she had lost a lot of blood chi and could not stop her injuries immediately, returning to her original state. You've ruined me! Madame Jade Bones shrieked with rage and killing intent in her eyes. Gritting her teeth, she said, "Little bastard! I'm going to kill you and suck your blood dry." Su Zimo had already saved Mo Qing and shielded her behind him. When he heard Madame Jade Bones's threat, he remained silent and merely sneered. He raised the Hell Suppression Tripod once more and smashed it towards her head. Madame Jade Bones's expression changed starkly, and she did not dare to take the Hell Suppression Tripod head-on. Right then, a figure appeared and shielded Madame Jade Bones. "It's time to end things." Sect Master White Bones descended and said indifferently. With an indifferent expression, Sect Master White Bones raised his bone saber slightly and slashed down at the Hell Suppression tripod before him. Clang! The bone saber collided with the Hell Suppression tripod with a crisp sound. Su Zimo shuddered and felt an unimaginable power surge through the Hell Suppression tripod. He could not defend against it at all. This was a peerless fiend that was ranked on the perfected fiend ranking after all. Coupled with the fact that he cultivated the White Bones Fiend Sutra, his physique and bones were strong and his strength was shocking. Even the grade 11 Green Lotus True Body could not make up for the difference of one major alongside many minor cultivation realms. Thud! 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 Su Zimo retreated continuously and felt his arms go numb, trembling gently. "Oh!" Sect Master White Bones raised his brow slightly in surprise. He had not expected that Su Zimo would not die from the shock of his slash. Sect Master White Bones took a step forward and a second slash descended. Clang! Another slash struck the Hell Suppression tripod. Although it was fine, it buzzed and trembled. If the 4 sacred souls were still around, they might be able to help Su Zimo defend against the impact. Right now, the 4 sacred souls were guiding the Martial Tao Prime body over. The Hell Suppression tripod could not defend against the power of Sect Master White Bones at all. Su Zimo's palm was torn and blood gushed out. The Hell Suppression tripod flew out of his hands and fell as well. Sect Master White Bones waved his cloak and swept the Hell Suppression tripod into his hands. He examined it carefully and ignored Su Zimo, who was in front of him. The reason why he attacked was because of the bronze square tripod. Su Zimo was just an ant in his eyes. He would leave the life and death of this man to his subordinates. "Skeleton, can you tell what's the deal with this tripod?" Returning to his seat, Sect Master White Bones handed the Hell Suppression tripod to Old Man Skeleton beside him and asked in a deep voice. Old Man Skeleton was older and more knowledgeable than Sect Master White Bones. Old Man Skeleton narrowed his eyes and sized up the Hell Suppression tripod. After a while, his heart stirred and his eyes lit up. "Did you think of anything?" Sect Master White Bones noticed Old Man Skeleton's expression and asked. "Congratulations, Sect Master." Old Man Skeleton was expressionless the entire time. However, he was excited at that moment and his breathing turned heavier. "If I'm not wrong, this tripod might be the legendary destiny weapon of the infinite great emperor, the Hell Suppression tripod." Pust! When he said the words Hell Suppression tripod, Sect Master White Bones' eyes lit up and he took a deep breath. It's no wonder why it possesses such toughness and is able to defend against the bone saber of the White Bones Fiend Emperor. Sect Master White Bones murmured softly. Old Man Skeleton took a step forward and said excitedly, "Sect Master, if we can refine this Hell Suppression tripod, we might be able to find the key to leaving this place." "Ha ha ha ha!" Sect Master White Bones burst into laughter. Legend has it that the Hell Suppression tripod was suppressed in Avicii. To think that this lad would obtain it. The heavens are truly on my side now that it's in my hands. Sect Master, you've obtained the inheritance of the White Bones Fiend Emperor and now, the divine weapon of the infinite great emperor. It's only a matter of time before you advance to the Grotto Heaven realm and unify the entire fiend domain. Old Man Skeleton shouted. On the other side, the combat was coming to an end. A few bone fiends joined forces and released a flurry of attacks at Su Zimo. Bang! 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 Although Su Zimo's cultivation realm was not high, he managed to last a few rounds against the encirclement of a few bone fiends with his grade 11 Green Lotus True Body and powerful melee combat strength. However, the difference in strength was immense now that he had lost the Hell Suppression tripod. After a few breaths, Su Zimo finally could not defend against them and was severely injured. He fell beside the 2 fairies and coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. "Fellow Taoist Su!" Yunju exclaimed softly and hurried forward. Mo Qing stood in front of Su Zimo as well and tapped 2 fingers on her own glabella. She glared at the fiends of White Bones sect coldly and said resolutely, "If you guys take another step forward, I'll commit suicide here. Senior sister, don't. Su Zimo endured the pain and stopped her hurriedly. Yunju hurriedly dissuaded as well. Sister Mo Qing, don't be rash. Mo Qing did not say anything and merely glared at the fiends of white bones sect coldly. Exerting strength in her fingertips, she had already pierced her glabella with a resolute expression. The few bone fiends frowned slightly and looked towards sect master white bones instinctively. Humph! Sneering coldly with a mocking expression, he said leisurely, Fairy Mo Qing, what has your life and death got to do with me? You're truly way too naive to think you can threaten me with your life. Mo Qing said, if I die, you'll never be able to obtain the inheritance of the divine ghost immortal fiend painting. So? Sect Master Whitebones asked instead. Fufafu. Ha 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 ha. After obtaining the hell suppression tripod, Sect Master Whitebones was in a great mood and his laughter turned louder and louder, reverberating through the entire cave brazenly. People of the immortal domain like to think too highly of themselves. Sect Master Whitebones looked at Mo Qing and Yunju in disdain. Painting immortal Mo Qing? Ha! Why are you pretending to be pure and innocent in front of me? You're nothing but a whore and a slut. What did you say? When Mo Qing heard that, her face turned incomparably pale and her voice trembled. Up till this point of her cultivation, she was known as the Painting Immortal. No matter where she went, she was respected and admired by countless cultivators. No one had ever said such things to her. A smug look flashed through the eyes of Sect Master Whitebones. He continued, I've long heard about you, Painting Immortal Mo Qing. Initially, I thought that you were some high and mighty fairy who could not be sullied. Later on, I heard that you got together with disciples of the same sect and spent your days fornicating in bliss. Ha 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 ha. What? Mo Qing was extremely furious and her body trembled with a pale expression. By the time Meng Yao's rumors spread to the fiend domain, they were already twisted beyond recognition. At the very least, the people of the immortal domain cared about their dignity. Even if they discussed, they would not go overboard and restrain themselves. However, the cultivators of the fiend domain were fearless. As a peerless fiend, Sect Master Whitebones had no qualms about his words. He wanted to attack her heart. The more vicious his words were, the more they could hurt Mo Qing. Ha ha ha. The fiends of Whitebones sect let out evil laughter and countless gazes sized up Mo Qing brazenly. So, she's just a whore and yet she's pretending to be reserved. People of the immortal domain sure love to put on pretenses. Under those gazes, Mo Qing felt that she was alone and helpless, as though she was left alone standing naked in front of countless fiends. I didn't. Nonsense. Mo Qing shook her head repeatedly and explained with a pale expression. However, the more she explained, the more smug Sect Master Whitebones became and the more the fiends laughed wantonly. Mo Qing looked around and saw extremely ugly faces. As she listened to the filthy words, she felt deep helplessness and despair. The words of men were enough to destroy bones. A crack gradually appeared in Mo Qing's Tao heart. Right then, for divine lights shone from the darkness of the cave and sped over, entering the hell suppression tripod in the hands of Sect Master Whitebones in the blink of an eye. Sect Master Whitebones was stunned for a moment before rejoicing. He could clearly sense that the aura of the hell suppression tripod had turned even more terrifying. When he saw that, Su Zimo laughed bitterly and stood up shakily, declaring, Sect Master Whitebones, your death has arrived. My death has arrived? Sect Master Whitebones burst into laughter. In Avicii, I wield the hell suppression tripod and I'm the only god. Who would dare to kill me? Who can kill me? I'll kill you. 3 words sounded from the darkness on the other side. Powerful, cold and sinister. A figure walked out slowly from the darkness. He wore a purple robe and his black hair scattered. He wore a silver mask that hid his appearance, revealing only a pair of eyes that were as deep as the sea. The martial Tao prime body had arrived. You, with a dark gaze, Sect Master White Bones sized up the martial Tao prime body but could not make out anything. In Avicii, only Immortal King experts could pose a threat to him. The aura emitted by the martial Tao prime body was far from as terrifying as an Immortal King expert. The feeling the martial Tao prime body gave him was more mysterious than powerful. Furthermore, in Avicii, even Immortal King experts could not summon their grotto heavens and their combat strength was greatly reduced. They could only rely on their bodies and blood chi. Sect Master White Bones had 2 Emperor weapons in his hands, 13 bone fiends, 2 protectors and thousands of fiends. Even immortal kings would have to die here if all the fiends swarmed forward. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to me like that? Sect Master White Bones sneered. The martial Tao prime body ignored Sect Master White Bones and shifted his gaze to Mo Qing, who was not far away, frowning slightly. Given his sharpness, he could naturally tell that Mo Qing's Tao heart was unstable and cracked. She had suffered a huge blow. If one could not break free from their mental demons, their cultivation realm advancement would come to an end as well. If there are people in the world who slander, bully, humiliate, laugh at, look down on, degrade, or hate you, there's no need for you to endure or explain yourself. The martial Tao prime body said slowly. There was a Zen Sanskrit in his voice that could penetrate one's heart. It was like a warm current that flowed through Mo Qing's Tao heart, soothing her gently. Mo Qing looked at the martial Tao prime body in a daze and asked instinctively, "What should I do?" "Just kill them," the martial Tao prime body said indifferently. "Ah!" Mo Qing exclaimed softly. She lowered her head with a pained expression and murmured, I can't do it." She was not strong enough to defeat even the fiends of White Bones sect. Even if she had the strength, she could not start a massacre over something like this. She was from the immortal domain and was also the painting immortal. She was in seclusion all year round and was obsessed with the Tao of painting. In the depths of her heart, she was extremely resistant to killing and the strife of the outside world. "It's fine," the martial Tao prime body said calmly. "I'll help you kill them." Mo Qing's heart skipped a beat and she looked up at the martial Tao prime body instinctively. Among the 14 bone fiends, there were already people who could not stand it anymore. In a flash, transformation bone fiend charged towards the martial Tao prime body and cursed, "Puny rat, how dare you put on a front before me? Die!" Transformation bone fiend was extremely fast and arrived before the martial Tao prime body in the blink of an eye. Without hesitation, he attacked with a killing move. He extended 2 fingers and dug towards the eyes of the martial Tao prime body. The martial Tao prime body wore a silver mask and only revealed a pair of eyes. Although Transformation Bone Fiend did not know the background of the martial Tao prime body, no matter the level of an expert, the eyes were a fatal weakness of the body. The martial Tao prime body was motionless. In fact, he did not even look at Transformation Bone Fiend directly. The martial Tao prime body only attacked when the fingers were almost touching the silver mask on his face. Without any unnecessary movements or martial techniques, he merely raised his hand and slapped. It was too fast. His attack was released after but arrived sooner. Everyone saw that the martial Tao prime body had just raised his hand when the slap landed on Transformation Bone Fiend's face. Crack, crack, crack. Right in front of everyone, the head of Transformation Bone Fiend spun more than 10 times before stopping and drooping on his shoulders. Thud. Transformation Bone Fiend died on the spot. His eyes bulged with a stunned expression. Even till his death, he could not figure out what had happened. The 14 Bone Fiends were all perfected fiend experts. But now, a perfected fiend was killed with a casual slap. Sect Master White Bones narrowed his gaze with a grim expression. This person was very strong. Fiends, listen up. Attack together and kill him. He was extremely cautious. Even with the 2 Emperor weapons, he did not advance rashly and face the martial Tao prime body alone. Instead, he summoned the fiends of White Bones sect to swarm forward together. Very good. The martial Tao prime body looked at the thousands of fiends charging over and nodded slightly. Suddenly, 2 pitch-black flames rose in his eyes beneath the silver mask. The next moment, the aura of the martial Dao prime body changed drastically. He stood there motionlessly, looking sinister and terrifying, as though he was an envoy from the depths of hell. Suddenly, Sect Master Whitebones felt his heart skip a beat. Without hesitation, he stopped in his tracks and retreated. Sensing the actions of Sect Master Whitebones, Old Man Skeleton reacted extremely quickly and did not charge forward with the fiends. Phew! Right then, a black flame appeared beneath the feet of the martial Dao prime body and spread rapidly in all directions. The incoming fiends of Whitebones' sect did not have time to dodge and fell into the black sea of flames in the blink of an eye. The black flames did not have any searing sensation. Instead, they were sinister and could trigger the deepest pain in every cultivator's heart. Hellfire. Ah! 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 Many fiend cultivators let out tragic cries as their features contorted. With menacing expressions, they tore at their own flesh continuously as though they had gone mad. The fiend cultivators did not seem like they could feel any pain as they were covered in injuries from their own tearing and blood gushed out. Some of them tore off large pieces of flesh and even revealed white bones without stopping. Everyone's bodies, noses, mouths and eyes were emitting black flames as they struggled and shrieked in the sea of flames. It was not that they could not feel pain. It was because compared to the pain caused by the black flames in their bodies, the pain of their skin and hair was nothing. With the martial Dao prime body as the center, the black flames spread in all directions, forming a gigantic black lotus flower that trapped thousands of fiends from Whitebones' sect within. No one could escape. What is this? Old Man Skeleton had a horrified expression as though he had seen a ghost. Although he managed to survive the calamity and was not tainted by the black flames, he was almost scared out of his wits when he saw that, even if they were attacked by the living beings of Avicii, it would not be as tragic and shocking as the scene before them. Impossible! Sect Master Whitebones' eyes widened in disbelief as he grit his teeth. We can't use our essence spirits, divine powers, or secret skills in Avicii. How did he break the laws of Avicii? Avicii was a world of its own and contained the laws formed by the Dharmic Tao of the infinite great emperor. Even immortal kings and emperors would be restricted. Although the martial Dao prime body had entered the true martial realm, he was only at the perfected one-realm equivalents of the immortal, Buddhist, and fiend Daos, and could not release divine powers or secret skills. However, there was a flame in Avicii that could never be extinguished. Hellfire. The birth of the black flames contained the true intent of pain from millions of living beings. It was created from Avicii and did not require heaven and earth essence chi to begin with. Notwithstanding Sect Master Whitebones and the others, the two fairies were pale as well. Thousands of fiend cultivators of Whitebones' sect swarmed forward with torrential auras. However, in the blink of an eye, they were trapped by the black fire lotus and suffered a fate worse than death. What sort of capabilities were those? The purple-robed cultivator stood with his hands behind his back in the black flames. His silver mask was cold, and he exuded a sinister and terrifying aura, as though he was the divine being that controlled Avicii. Yunju could not help but ask, "Sister Mo Qing, you know this person?" As the book Immortal, she was experienced and knowledgeable about the heavenly world. In fact, she knew many secrets of the upper world and had heard of many experts. However, she had never seen such a mysterious person. After the martial Dao prime body appeared, he said something to Mo Qing. Furthermore, it was clear that he was comforting her and even said that he would help her kill the fiends of Whitebones' sect. Therefore, Yunju instinctively thought that the martial Dao prime body knew Mo Qing and rushed over to save her because she was in trouble. Mo Qing shook her head gently and said in a daze, "I don't recognize him." "You don't know him either?" Yunju was slightly stunned. After pondering for a moment, she said, "Perhaps you can't recognize him because he's wearing a mask. You might remember him after he removes his mask." "No." Mo Qing shook her head. "Everyone has their own unique aura. Even if they wear masks, they can't hide it. If I've seen him before, I'll definitely have an impression of him. Furthermore, I'm in seclusion in the academy all year round and rarely travel outside. None of the disciples of the academy know such shocking methods. Yunju was puzzled. If this person was not here for Mo Qing, who was he here for? Could it be a coincidence? The silver mask on that person's face reminded her of a treasure. However, that treasure belonged to Emperor Bosun. Although this person was strong, it was clear that he was not Emperor Bosun. Yunju pondered and connected all the information she had obtained during this period of time, forming a guess in her mind. I see, she murmured softly. Previously, there was news that someone from the Fiend domain barged into Avicii and rescued Emperor Bosun. Later on, a moon-devouring heavenly wolf escaped from Avicii. However, many people neglected one thing behind that piece of news. Apart from the moon-devouring heavenly wolf, there were other people from the Fiend domain that fell into Avicii. The purple-robed man before him should be one of them. Now that he had obtained the Mara mask, there was a high chance that he had obtained some inheritance of Emperor Bosun. That was the reason why he was able to survive till now in Avicii. Although Yunju did not deduce the identity of the Martial Dao Prime body with the fake news, she was partially right. Indeed, the Martial Dao Prime body came from the Fiend domain and fell into Avicii. On the other side, Xia Tianhong and the other two gasped and felt their scalps tingle when they saw the methods of the Martial Dao Prime body. Could this be an immortal king? Xia Tianhong could not help but ask. No, perfected immortal imperial dragon said in a deep voice. Although the power of that black flame is terrifying, its energy fluctuation is far from the level of an immortal king. Su Zimo was relieved when the Martial Dao Prime body arrived. When he heard the discussions of Xia Tianhong and the other two, he glanced over and said indifferently, "Let me advise the three of you to escape now. If you delay, all three of you will have to die here." Humph! Suppressing the fear in his heart, Xia Tianhong sneered. Su Zimo, stop exaggerating. This purple-robed exalted immortal is decisive to kill, but he only kills those from the Fiend domain. Why will he kill the innocent? On the other hand, you had better be careful, Su Zimo. Oh! Su Zimo raised his brow slightly and looked at Xia Tianhong with a fake smile. Xia Tianhong said proudly, "The Yen-Yang Immortal Kingdom is one of the 3 immortal kingdoms of the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain. Furthermore, my father is one of the strongest immortal kings of the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain. When he was young, he traveled everywhere and befriended all the experts in the world. If this purple-robed exalted immortal knows my father, once I implore him to attack using my status as a prince of the Yen-Yang Immortal Kingdom, you'll be dead for sure." Fufu. Su Zimo chuckled and ignored Xia Tianhong. "You want to chase us away with just a few words? Naive." Xia Tianhong sneered internally with a disdainful expression. There was no way the 3 of them would leave this place. There were living beings of hell everywhere outside. Leaving this place was equivalent to courting death. Xia Tianhong thought that Su Zimo was instigating them to take advantage of the chaos to escape, because he wanted to send them to their deaths. The battle in the cave broke out suddenly and ended quickly. It was almost over. Hellfire was restricted by the laws of Greater Avicii and would not kill the living beings within. Instead, it would torment them endlessly. However, there were no laws and restrictions outside Greater Avicii, and the killing power of the Hellfire was even more terrifying than the Red Lotus karmic fire. The Fiends of White Bones sect could not withstand the Hellfire at all. In less than 10 breaths, their essence spirits and souls were destroyed, leaving only black ashes on the ground. The Martial Dao Prime body stepped on the embers and walked towards Sect Master White Bones. Sect Master White Bones looked at Old Man Skeleton, who was not far away, in silence. Suddenly, his eyes flickered. Old Man Skeleton had followed him for many years and understood. "Kill!" Sect Master White Bones wielded the bone saber in his right hand and the hell suppression tripod in his left. With a deep growl, he charged towards the Martial Dao Prime body. He cultivated the supreme fiend technique, the White Bones Fiend Sutra. His bones were indestructible and his body was strong. Relying on his powerful melee combat skills, he was ranked 10th on the perfected fiend ranking. In the environment of Avicii, he could maximize his advantage. Now that he wielded 2 Emperor weapons, he could sweep through all perfected fiend experts. Of course, Sect Master Whitebones was worried that something might happen as well. Therefore, he gestured for Old Man Skeleton to restrain painting Immortal Mo Qing, while he was fighting the Martial Dao Prime Body to blackmail the latter. Old Man Skeleton was expressionless and did not dare to raise his head to look at the Martial Dao Prime Body, afraid that he would alert the latter. He did not dare to act rashly either. It was only when Sect Master Whitebones fought against the Martial Dao Prime Body that he moved and charged towards Mo Qing with a murderous aura. As long as he could restrain Mo Qing, they would be able to take the initiative. On the battlefield, the blood chi of Sect Master Whitebones surged like raging tides crashing onto shore. A tsunami raged and his blood chi churned as a gigantic phantom of white bones appeared behind him. He released his bloodline phenomenon without holding back at all. Swish! Sect Master Whitebones circulated his blood chi and raised his bone saber, slashing towards the Martial Dao Prime Body. At the same time, the sinister Whitebones behind him did the same thing and made the same gesture, slashing towards the Martial Dao Prime Body as though it wielded a bone saber as well. With the augmentation of his bloodline phenomenon, the power of that slash became even more terrifying. It was as though he was one with the Whitebones phenomenon behind him. He was the Whitebones and they were him. His menacing fiend form appeared alongside the Whitebones. At that moment, the profound truths of the Whitebones Fiend Sutra circulated in his heart. The Dharmic Tao that he had not comprehended previously was instantly enlightened. In this life and death battle, he actually comprehended a fiend technique and slashed out the strongest slash he had ever made in his cultivation path. Sect Master Whitebones was invigorated and his aura surged instantly, climbing a level. Looking at the trajectory of the bone saber in midair and sensing the sharpness it emitted, even Sect Master Whitebones felt a sense of amazement. In fact, a thought flashed through his mind. Perhaps, even without the hell suppression tripod, this single slash was enough to kill this person. The Martial Dao Prime Body did not dodge. His expression was unchanged beneath the silver mask. Instead, he extended his palm and grabbed the incoming bone saber barehanded. The reason why the Martial Dao Prime Body did not dodge was not because he could not. It was because he wanted to test how strong the true Martial Dao body that he had created after entering the true martial realm was. You must have a death wish. When Sect Master Whitebones saw the Martial Dao Prime Body grabbing his bone saber barehanded, his eyes lit up and his lips curled. The bone saber in his hands was once an emperor weapon. Although its cultivation realm had fallen, the sharpness of an emperor weapon was still present. This slash was enough to slice the purple-robed cultivator before him into two. Poof! Blood splattered everywhere. The bone saber struck the palm of the Martial Dao Prime Body and tore through his flesh. However, it was stuck between his bones and could not advance any further. The smile on Sect Master Whitebones' face froze. No matter how he channeled his bloodline phenomenon, he could not slash down. When the bone saber struck the bones of the Martial Dao Prime Body, it could not cut them. He felt as though he had struck an indestructible divine weapon or dharmic treasure. You! Disbelief filled the eyes of Sect Master Whitebones. Is that all? The Martial Dao Prime Body asked indifferently. The reason why he dared to receive Sect Master Whitebones' bone saber barehanded was not because he was overconfident. Sect Master Whitebones was only a perfected fiend. Even if he possessed a true emperor weapon, he could not unleash the full power of it. As for him, he had obtained lesser mastery of this true Martial Dao body, and the Martial Dao was condensed in his bones. It was stronger than any supreme spirit treasure. However, the dharmic Dao had yet to nourish his flesh. That was the reason why he was injured by Sect Master Whitebones' bone saber and his flesh was torn. That bit of injury was completely negligible for the physique of the Martial Dao Prime Body. At that moment, not only could Sect Master Whitebones not slash down when the Martial Dao Prime Body grabbed his bone saber, he could not retract it either. The palm of the Martial Dao Prime Body gripped the bone saber tightly like an iron hoop. Sect Master Whitebones released his bloodline phenomenon and his full strength. However, the bone saber remained motionless in the palm of the Martial Dao Prime Body. You're too weak. The moment the martial Tao prime body spoke, he raised his hand, clenched his fist and punched. Phew! It was a simple action and punch without any martial techniques or probing. However, an incomparably tragic aura burst forth and suffocated everyone. Pressure surged over from all directions and Sect Master White Bones felt as though his body was about to explode as his bones trembled. He could not describe the terror of that punch with words. He only knew that his slash earlier on was like a 3-year-old child's trick against that punch. He only knew that up till this point of his cultivation, he had never seen such a ferocious fist. Even his white bones phenomenon trembled continuously and creaked under the envelopment of that punch, as though it could collapse at any moment. Ah! At that critical moment, he growled and used the hell suppression tripod to shield himself. Clang! The fist of the martial Tao prime body struck the hell suppression tripod heavily and let out a long sound, as though it was a bell from the depths of an ancient monastery. The hell suppression tripod trembled continuously. Even with the hell suppression tripod as a shield, a tremendous power surged into Sect Master Whitebones' body through the tripod. Crack! 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 The jarring sound of bones cracking could be heard from the arm of Sect Master Whitebones that was lifting the tripod. Right in front of everyone, the flesh on his arm exploded into a grisly blood mist. The Whitebones phenomenon that was initially behind Sect Master Whitebones was shattered by a single punch from the martial Tao prime body. The sinister phenomenon collapsed. Xia Tianhong and the other two widened their eyes in shock. It was way too savage. A single punch severely injured Sect Master Whitebones, who was rank 10 on the Perfected Fiend ranking despite the hell suppression tripod in between them. Sect Master Whitebones' arm exploded into flesh and blood as his bones shattered and hung limply. The hell suppression tripod fell as well. The martial Tao prime body reached out and picked up the hell suppression tripod, sending it into his consciousness. The moment the martial Tao prime body escaped, the two true bodies had already communicated. Although the cultivation realm of the martial Tao prime body was far superior to the Green Lotus true body, he did not have any divine weapons or dermic treasures beside him. He was almost defenseless when he met with danger in Avicii this time round. Therefore, Su Zimo was prepared to leave the hell suppression tripod with the martial Tao prime body. Another thing was that the Green Lotus true body's cultivation realm was restricted and he could not unleash the power of the hell suppression tripod or truly control it. As for the martial Tao prime body, his cultivation realm was superior. After entering the true martial realm, he was equivalent to the perfected one realm of the immortal Tao. If the martial Tao prime body used his essence spirit to refine the hell suppression tripod, he might be able to control this emperor weapon completely. By controlling the hell suppression tripod, he had a chance of controlling Avicii. The hell suppression tripod could be of greater use to the martial Tao prime body and would also provide an extremely obvious boost to the latter. Even if the hell suppression tripod was in the hands of the Green Lotus true body, he had many reservations in the divine firmament immortal domain and could not use it casually. However, the martial Tao prime body had no such worries. He was wearing the Mara mask and no one knew who he was. Now that the martial Tao prime body had entered the true martial realm, his combat strength had increased exponentially and he could come and go freely. With the help of the hell suppression tripod, he could escape unscathed even if he encountered an immortal king expert. The martial Tao prime body put away the hell suppression tripod and took a step forward. He reached out to grab the head of Sect Master Whitebones. The bone saber was still in the hands of the martial Tao prime body. Helpless, Sect Master Whitebones could only release his hand and escape from the pursuit of the martial Tao prime body as he turned to flee. Although he was fast to adapt, the movement technique of the martial Tao prime body was even faster. The moment Sect Master Whitebones turned around, the palm of the martial Tao prime body descended. Crack! The palm of the martial Tao prime body gripped the back of Sect Master Whitebones' neck and squeezed gently. The neck of Sect Master Whitebones shattered instantly. Although the fight between the two of them sounded slow, it happened in a flash. In almost 2 to 3 breaths, Sect Master Whitebones was restrained by the martial Tao prime body. At that moment, Old Man Skeleton, who was charging towards Fairy Mo Ching, had just arrived before her. Old Man Skeleton had a vicious expression and extended his skinny hands in silence. His blood chi surged, and he was prepared to release his full strength to capture Imoqing alive. Yunju had yet to recover from her poison injuries and could not attack. Su Zimo had just been severely injured and had lost his combat strength. Old Man Skeleton was confident that he could suppress Imoqing, who was alone, within 3 moves. However, when Old Man Skeleton attacked, Imoqing did not resist or dodge. She looked at him with a strange gaze. To be precise, Imoqing's gaze passed him and landed behind him. Yunju was also looking behind him in surprise and shock. Old Man Skeleton was puzzled. What was behind him that made Imoqing forget to dodge and give up on resisting? "What are you doing?" Right then, someone asked indifferently. The person who spoke was right behind him. Old Man Skeleton seemed to be able to sense the person's breathing. Pest! Suddenly, Old Man Skeleton felt chills run down his spine. The purple-robed cultivator with the silver mask had already arrived behind him. How could this be? Wasn't that person already stopped by the sect master? Random thoughts flashed through Old Man Skeleton's mind. He could see painting immortal Imoqing right in front of him, within reach, but he did not dare to move at all. Old Man Skeleton turned around slowly and looked behind him. With that glance, he saw a cold silver mask. The eyes beneath the mask were deep and cold without any emotions. Old Man Skeleton's heart skipped a beat. He looked down. There was someone else in the hands of the Martial Dao Prime body. It was Sect Master Whitebones. The Master of Whitebones' sect, the Peerless Fiend ranked 10th on the Perfected Fiend ranking, was in a wretched state. His cloak was stained with blood and one of his arms was crippled while his neck was crushed. Although Sect Master Whitebones was not dead yet, his head was slumped and he was already helpless against the Martial Dao Prime body like a half-dead old dog. Old Man Skeleton's Adam's apple bobbed as he gulped. He tried his best to squeeze out a smile and said with a quivering voice, "Exalted Immortal, I'm already in my twilight years. Please spare my life and let me fend for myself in this hell." Old Man Skeleton did not realize that on this wrinkled old face of his, smiling was even uglier than crying. The Martial Dao Prime body looked at him indifferently without saying anything. However, he suddenly waved his robes and slapped Old Man Skeleton. Bang! Old Man Skeleton was sent flying by the Martial Dao Prime body and turned into a black shadow, smashing heavily against the pitch-black stone wall beside him with a blood mist. Old Man Skeleton's entire body seemed to have been turned into a painting as he stuck to the stone wall and slid down slowly. By the time he landed on the ground, he had already turned into a meat sludge and was dead. In the cave, there were a few other Whitebones sect fiends that stood on Imoqing and Yunju's side. They managed to escape the calamity without being enveloped by the Black Fire Lotus. Before they could recover, Sect Master Whitebones was suppressed by the Martial Dao Prime body and Old Man Skeleton was smashed into sludge by a single slap. Ah! It was only then that many Whitebones sect fiends snapped out of their shock and shrieked, escaping outside as though they had gone mad. In the eyes of the fiends of Whitebones sect, the Martial Dao Prime body was a demon from the depths of hell. In the face of this demon, they were nothing at all. None of the fiend cultivators of Whitebones sect stayed to beg for mercy. What happened to Old Man Skeleton when he begged for mercy? This demon was decisive to kill and would not listen to their explanation or give them any chance. Therefore, the fiend cultivators of Whitebones sect fled out of the cave. There were countless living beings of hell outside and they were most likely doomed. However, even against the living beings of hell, none of them wanted to face this demon. Right then, Perfected Immortal Jingyu and Perfected Immortal Imperial Dragon, who had been watching from the sidelines, exchanged glances. Suddenly, they stood up and stopped the fiend cultivators of Whitebones sect. Xie Tianhong's heart skipped a beat, and he instantly understood the intentions of the two perfected immortals. After the purple-robed exalted immortal appeared, it was clear that he was targeting the fiend cultivators of Whitebones sect. If they helped the purple-robed exalted immortal kill the remaining lackeys, it would be equivalent to standing on his side. Actually, this was nothing much. Even if they did not attack, the few fiend cultivators of Whitebone's sect would not be able to escape. However, by doing this, they could ensure that the purple-robed exalted immortal would not feel irked by them. They were also expressing goodwill towards the purple-robed exalted immortal. If they could seize this opportunity to join forces with the purple-robed exalted immortal, they might be able to find a chance of survival in Avicii. At that thought, Xia Tianhong was invigorated and joined the battle as well. The remaining few fiend cultivators of Whitebone's sect were only at the heaven immortal realm and could not defend against the killing power of the two perfected immortals. Furthermore, they had just been scared out of their wits. In just a few breaths, they were killed by Xia Tianhong and the other two. When he saw that, Su Zimo chuckled with a mocking gaze. The martial Dao prime body dragged sect master Whitebones and walked to Mo Qing. What are you doing? Mo Qing lowered her head slightly and avoided the gaze of the martial Dao prime body. She knew that the person before her would definitely not hurt her. She had an indescribable trust in this person. However, for some unknown reason, when she met that person's gaze, she felt an inexplicable sense of panic and her heart raced. This person sullied your reputation and damaged your Dao heart earlier on. Kill him personally. The martial Dao prime body handed sect master Whitebones to Mo Qing. You! Mo Qing raised her head and hesitated. Although she had many things to say, she could not say anything when she looked at the martial Dao prime body. Actually, the crack on her Dao heart had already healed. Initially, Mo Qing was in the vast darkness. When she looked up, she saw countless ugly and menacing faces. Just as she was feeling incomparably despaired, this person appeared. It was as though a divine being had descended and shone brightly. The purple-robed man stood there, and none of the ugly faces around her dared to approach. Thereafter, this person released black flames and burned those ugly faces clean, purging away all darkness as he walked towards her with light. At that moment, the crack on Mo Qing's Dao heart had already healed. Mo Qing lowered her head and a strange feeling surged in her heart. She had never felt this way before and could not explain it clearly. She merely felt her cheeks heat up as though she could hear her own heartbeat. At the side, Yunju noticed Mo Qing's expression and understood. Yunju was happy for Mo Qing as well. Smiling, she pushed Mo Qing gently and whispered, "He's talking to you." "Ah!" Mo Qing exclaimed softly and jolted awake. She did not dare to raise her head to meet the eyes of the martial Dao prime body and merely glared at the half-dead sect master Whitebones. "Fiend, I'll send you to hell." With that said, Mo Qing extended her slender finger and tapped the glabella of sect master Whitebones. That single finger strike shattered the essence spirit of sect master Whitebones. Sect master Whitebones was dead. Although Mo Qing was obsessed with the Tao of painting and did not bother much with worldly affairs, she had been through countless battles and bloodshed to be able to reach the perfected immortal realm as well. Her attack was clean without any hesitation. Even after killing sect master Whitebones, Mo Qing did not raise her head and merely whispered, "Thank you." Her voice was so soft that one would not be able to hear it if they did not listen carefully. Right then, the ice butterfly on Mo Qing's shoulder suddenly flew up and circled around the martial Dao prime body in a testing manner. It wanted to advance but did not dare to approach. "Little butterfly, hurry back." Sensing that, Mo Qing was secretly frustrated and hollered quickly. Mo Qing revealed an apologetic expression and explained hurriedly, "Little butterfly is usually quite obedient and won't disturb others casually. She might have been shocked in Avicii, and that's why she was a little reckless. Please don't take offense, fellow Taoist." The martial Dao prime body shook his head gently and turned towards Xia Tianhong and the other two. "I'm Xia Tianhong of the Yen-Yang Immortal Kingdom of the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain. Greetings, exalted immortal." When Xia Tianhong saw the martial Dao prime body walk over, he hurried forward and smiled. "We've already killed these small fries from the fiend domain. It was nothing much, Fufu." Perfected immortal Jing Yu cupped his fists and praised, "Fellow Taoist, it's truly a blessing for the heavenly world that Whitebones sect will be destroyed now that you've killed sect master Whitebones. Fellow Taoist, you sure are capable. I've never seen anyone like you in my life, perfected immortal imperial dragon lamented. Back then, I was fortunate enough to participate in a grand event of the 9 firmament immortal domain and witness the glory of the supreme perfected immortal. However, compared to you, even he is inferior. Xia Tianhong and the other 2 walked forward and praised, expressing their goodwill. The martial Tao prime body did not say anything the entire time. The silver mask was cold and expressionless. Not far away, Su Zimo suddenly sneered and looked at Xia Tianhong and the other 2 mockingly. What are you laughing at? Xia Tianhong glared at Su Zimo and said in a deep voice, Your rudeness is an act of disrespect towards this exalted immortal here. The blame was pinned on Su Zimo without even giving him a chance to explain things. Yun Zhu and Mo Qing frowned. Xia Tianhong was way too sinister. It was clear that he wanted to kill with a borrowed knife. Xia Tianhong observed the martial Tao prime body as he said that. However, the martial Tao prime body wore a silver mask and his eyes were deep like an ancient well without any fluctuations. Xia Tianhong could not read his mind either. Xia Tianhong probed, Exalted Immortal. This person was disrespectful to you. As long as you allow it, I'll kill him. The 3 of you don't even know that you're about to die? Su Zimo had a mocking expression and said indifferently, There's something you guys might not know yet. At that point, he paused for a moment. For some unknown reason, perfected immortal Jing Yu and perfected immortal imperial dragon suddenly felt uneasy. It was as though Su Zimo's next words would bring about a calamity for them. Su Zimo raised his hand and pointed to the martial Tao prime body with a faint smile. He's here to help me. Xia Tianhong and the other 2 were stunned and their expressions froze. The 2 fairies were dumbfounded as well. Yun Zhu had thought of countless possibilities previously, but she had never thought that the purple-robed man would know Su Zimo. That was because of something that happened in the battle earlier on. While suppressing sect master Whitebones, the purple-robed man took the hell suppression tripod for himself. In Yun Zhu's opinion, if the 2 of them knew one another, why would the purple-robed man do such a thing? Something's not right. Perfected immortal imperial dragon frowned with a bewildered expression. He thought of the hell suppression tripod as well and shook his head. This fellow Taoist came to help you? Absolutely impossible. There's no need for you to put on a bluff here. Piak. Suddenly, the martial Tao prime body attacked and slapped the top of perfected immortal imperial dragon's head. It was too fast. Notwithstanding the fact that perfected immortal imperial dragon was unprepared, even if he had seen the attack from the martial Tao prime body coming, he would not have been able to defend against it. Suddenly, perfected immortal imperial dragon's head received a tremendous force and caved into his chest from the slap. It exploded within and his essence spirit was destroyed, dying on the spot. Xia Tianhong and perfected immortal Jing Yu stood at the side and shuddered in fear. Perfected immortal imperial dragon died just like that. The purple-robed man before them did it as simply as though he was crushing an ant. See, I'm really not bluffing. Su Zimo raised his brow slightly and spread his hands. Furthermore, I even reminded you guys out of goodwill to escape as soon as possible. Unfortunately, fellow Taoist, let me explain. Perfected immortal Jing, you took a deep breath and looked at the martial Tao prime body, as though he wanted to say something. The martial Tao prime body attacked once more. It was the same backhand slap. This time round, perfected immortal Jing Yu was prepared and could see everything clearly. He raised his arms hurriedly above his head, wanting to defend against the attack of the martial Tao prime body before turning to escape. However, when the palm of the martial Tao prime body landed on his arms, he realized that he could not escape. Although it seemed like a simple palm strike, it released a shocking might that could not be defended against. Crack! Although perfected immortal Jing Yu's arms were broken, he could not defend against the palm of the martial Tao prime body. It was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. No matter how the mantis waved its arms, it could not reverse the outcome of being crushed to death as the chariot charged over. Piak! The palm of the martial Tao prime body slapped the top of perfected immortal Jing Yu's head. Perfected immortal Jing Yu shuddered and his gaze gradually dimmed. He fell limply and died. Two perfected immortals were slapped to death by the martial Tao prime body. Xie Tianhong's legs trembled and his face turned pale. However, he was a prince of the Yen-Yang immortal kingdom after all and ruled over a territory. He had seen many storms. At that moment, he tried his best to compose himself and his mind circulated rapidly as he thought of countermeasures. Fellow Taoist Su, please show mercy. Xie Tianhong squeezed out a smile and begged. I was wrong this time round and attacked you repeatedly because I was blinded. As long as you're willing to let me off, I can swear that I won't make things difficult for you in the future. Su Zimo's expression was indifferent, totally unmoved. Xie Tianhong had tried to kill him twice and he would not show mercy either. Xie Tianhong turned to look at the martial Tao prime body. Exalted Immortal, my father is the immortal king of the Yen-Yang immortal kingdom. As long as you're willing to spare my life, no matter what your needs are, I can seek permission from my father to grant them. Pausing for a moment, he made a firm resolution and grit his teeth. Fellow Taoist, if you kill me, given my father's methods, it'll be difficult for you to gain a foothold in the nine-firmament immortal domain in his rage. Xie Tianhong had already thrown caution to the wind and was even threatening in his words. All right, let him look for me in the fiend domain. The martial Tao prime body said indifferently and waved his hand. Bang! The sleeves of the martial Tao prime body struck Xie Tianhong and sent him flying. While Xie Tianhong was still in midair, he exploded into a blood mist and his essence spirit was destroyed. Naturally, the martial Tao prime body would not give them any chance when he attacked. Is he really here to help you? Yunju turned to Su Zimo and asked softly. That's right. Su Zimo nodded. In the upper world, the martial Tao prime body was his greatest foundation and secret. There was no way he could reveal this identity casually. The martial Tao prime body wore the Mara mask. Not only could it conceal his appearance and isolate his spirit consciousness, even his voice would change when he spoke through the mask. Therefore, as long as the martial Tao prime body did not remove his mask, no one would know his identity and background. Are you from the fiend domain? Right then, Mo Qing asked softly. Yes. The thoughts of the martial Tao prime body were focused on the hell suppression tripod in his consciousness. He did not look at Mo Qing and merely replied casually. Mo Qing thought to herself, there's nothing much about the fiend domain. There are good people in the fiend domain as well. What? She looked at the martial Tao prime body and hesitated. The martial Tao prime body was immersed in the hell suppression tripod and did not notice her. A moment later, Mo Qing took a deep breath and asked weakly, as though she had mustered immense courage, What's your name? The martial Tao prime body was silent. A long time later he said, Desolate Marshal. Desolate Marshal. Mo Qing chanted internally. When she heard that title, Yunju fell into deep thought. She recalled the many ancient books she had read up till this point of her cultivation and wanted to find clues about Desolate Marshal. However, she could not figure anything out even after thinking for a long time. She had definitely not heard of Desolate Marshal. Even Desolate Marshal's methods earlier on were not things she had witnessed before. The martial Tao prime body remained silent and closed his eyes, immersed in the hell suppression tripod and sensing the changes within. The hell suppression tripod was once an emperor weapon. Even if its cultivation realm fell, now that the four sacred souls within were awakened, it was at least a sentient dermic treasure. The green lotus true body was only a grade 2 heaven immortal. Even if his essence spirit realm was higher and he was at the level of a grade 4 heaven immortal, he would not be able to truly refine the hell suppression tripod. After the martial Tao prime body entered the true martial realm, he was equivalent to a perfected immortal and his essence spirit had already reached the perfected immortal realm. Therefore, when the essence spirit of the martial Tao prime body refined the hell suppression tripod in his consciousness, he gradually discovered many secrets and was delighted. The hell suppression tripod was the key to Avicii. The martial Tao prime body refined the hell suppression tripod and gradually established a connection with it. Through the hell suppression tripod, the martial Tao prime body could sense everything in Avicii. It was an extremely mysterious feeling. Apart from greater Avicii, everything in Avicii, including the living beings of hell, seemed to be able to be reflected in the mind of the Martial Tao Prime Body through the Hell Suppression Tripod. The Martial Tao Prime Body, Hell Suppression Tripod, and Avicii had established a close connection. The situation of the 16 Lesser Hell in Avicii, as well as the environment and terrain within, appeared clearly in the mind of the Martial Tao Prime Body. At that moment, a realization flashed through the mind of the Martial Tao Prime Body. With the help of the Hell Suppression Tripod, he had already gained initial control of Avicii and became its master. Avicii formed a world of its own and was isolated into 16 lesser hells. Every single lesser hell was boundless. However, even though he was standing here, the Martial Tao Prime Body could make use of the Hell Suppression Tripod to extend his senses to every corner of Avicii. As long as he wanted to, he could know everything that happened in Avicii. Nothing could hide from his senses. Many experts were buried in Avicii and countless treasures were left behind. All those treasures would belong to the Martial Tao Prime Body. Of course, the greatest help and improvement for the Martial Tao Prime Body might not be treasures, but the inheritances left behind in Avicii by many experts. The experts who were trapped here in the past would be indignant and preserve their inheritances in various forms before their deaths, waiting for fated people. For example, Senior Yu Daozi's inheritance was left in the Divine Ghost Immortal Fiend painting. Some experts might carve their inheritances in the form of words. If he could smelt all of those inheritances, it would be of immense help to the Martial Tao Prime Body as he continued to deduce the dermic formulation of the Martial Tao. There were close to 2 eras of civilization buried in Avicii. Wielding Avicii did not merely mean that he could obtain the treasures here. This also meant that the Martial Tao Prime Body would become the successor of the 2 eras of civilization. There was a high chance that the Martial Tao Prime Body could create a brand new civilization and era through the experience of those 2 eras. On the other side, when Yunju saw that the Martial Tao Prime Body was silent the entire time, she turned to Su Zimo and asked softly, "Are you very close to Desolate Martial?" "Very." Su Zimo nodded as he thought to himself, "We're not just close, we're the same person." Yunju frowned slightly in confusion. The relationship between Su Zimo and Desolate Martial gave her a strange feeling. If they were very close, why did the two of them not say a single word or even exchange glances after Desolate Martial appeared? If their relationship was ordinary, why would Desolate Martial descend here and kill all the fiends of Whitebone's sect and even Xie Tianhong and the other 2 without a second word? "What's his background?" Yunju asked. Su Zimo said in a deep voice. "He was also someone from the lower worlds in the past. Later on, he ascended to the fiend domain and established Tianhuang sect. Right now, he's the sect master of Tianhuang sect." "Tianhuang sect?" Yunju shook her head gently. She had never heard of this faction. The territory of the fiend domain was vast and there were countless sects and factions of various sizes. There were countless black-grade sects like Tianhuang sect. How could Yunju have heard of them? "What should we do now?" Yunju asked again. Su Zimo had a relaxed expression as he pointed at the Martial Tao Prime Body. "It's fine. He can send us out of here." After the Martial Tao Prime Body controlled the Hell Suppression Tripod, the laws of Avicii no longer affected him. In fact, he could even rely on the Hell Suppression Tripod to tear through space in Avicii and arrive at various locations in this hell rapidly. The Martial Tao Prime Body could also sense that there was an intersection between every 4 of the 16 lesser hells. They were the spatial nodes of Avicii. There were 4 such spatial nodes in Avicii that corresponded to the 4 tripod walls of the Hell Suppression Tripod. As long as he summoned the power of the Sacred Soul on the corresponding tripod wall of the Hell Suppression Tripod, he could break through the spatial node and teleport the living beings of hell out. The cave they were in right now was one such spatial node. That was the reason why no living beings of hell entered this place. Even without the Hell Suppression Tripod, the strength of Emperor Realm experts was enough to break through such spatial nodes. 1,000 years ago, Emperor Bo soon broke through a spatial node and left. However, if the Hell Suppression Tripod was suppressed in Avicii, even the power of an emperor would not be able to break through the 4 spatial nodes. The mind of the Martial Tao Prime Body was still immersed in the Hell Suppression Tripod. His perception extended continuously as he searched for the Siraka fruit. Su Zimo had another important motive for coming here, the Siraka fruit. MMM? The martial Tao prime body exclaimed softly, and his eyes lit up in joy. As his senses extended, he caught sight of an old friend from Tianhuang mainland in Avicii. However, immediately after, the expression of the martial Tao prime body darkened, and he exuded a chilling killing intent. The martial Tao prime body summoned the hell suppression tripod and struck the void before him gently. The void trembled and split apart instantly, revealing a dark spatial tunnel that led to an unknown place. The martial Tao prime body entered in a flash. Su Zimo followed closely behind. He stood in front of the spatial tunnel and paused for a moment. If Mo Qing and Yunju were still here, they might encounter some danger. It was better to bring the two of them along. Senior sister, fellow Taoist Yunju, follow me. Su Zimo turned back and said. Mo Qing did not hesitate or worry about where the spatial tunnel led to and stepped in behind the martial Tao prime body. Yunju's poison injuries had not healed and her combat strength had not recovered. However, she could move freely. She went forward as well and entered the tunnel alongside Su Zimo. In a corner of Avicii, two monks stood. They were covered in blood and looked extremely wretched. They must have experienced countless dangers along the way. At the front was a middle-aged monk. He was tall and burly with raised brows and widened eyes, resembling an enraged Vajra. Behind the tall monk was a young monk. He looked much thinner and lowered his head, chanting the Ksitigarbha Buddhist sutras continuously. The tall monk gazed ahead with a fervent excitement in his widened eyes. There was a figure sitting in a lotus position. He had existed for a long time, but the flesh on his body showed no signs of decay. His skin was rosy like a living person. However, there was no longer any life in that figure's body. Beside the figure were a few fruits. Not far away, there was an ancient tree that was in tatters. Although its leaves were withered, its trunk was still intact. I've finally found Founder Master Ananda's inheritance. The tall monk looked at that figure and could not help but burst into laughter. As long as I inherit Founder Master Ananda's inheritance, I'll have a chance of condensing a grotto heaven and becoming an immortal king, becoming the abbot of Vesa Monastery. The young monk did not reply and continued chanting his Buddhist sutras. The tall monk took a deep breath and strode forward, prepared to receive the inheritance of Founder Master Ananda. However, when he was 100 feet away from Founder Master Ananda, he was blocked by an unimaginably repulsive force. A golden halo gradually appeared within Founder Master Ananda's body and spread rapidly, forming a barrier with a radius of 100 feet that isolated the tall monk. Bang! 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 No matter how the tall monk charged, he could not break through the golden barrier. Founder Master Ananda, why won't you let me in? The tall monk was enraged and hollered, I'm Arhat Buchan of Vesa Monastery. I'm the only one qualified to receive your inheritance. The golden halo showed no signs of diminishing. The young monk's head was still slightly lowered as he chanted sutras. Stop chanting. When the tall monk saw that Ananda's inheritance was within reach but he could not obtain it, he felt frustrated and could not help but scold indignantly. I'm an Arhat of Vesa Monastery who condensed the Arhat Tao fruit. Why is Founder Master Ananda stopping me? Senior Brother Buchan, you brought 10,000 monks from Vesa Monastery into Avicii this time round. Now that we're here, there's only the two of us left. The young monk had a compassionate expression. You asked your fellow sect mates to defend against the living beings of hell while you hid at the back. Do you feel any guilt or regret? Humph! Arhat Buchan harumphed coldly and said slowly, You possess the inheritance of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. You should understand the spirit of selfless sacrifice better than anyone else. Their sacrifices will allow Founder Master Ananda's inheritance to see the light of day once more. This is the fortune of Vesa Monastery and their merits are immeasurable. The young monk shook his head gently. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva sacrificed himself to save all living beings. As for you, you sacrificed others to accomplish yourself. The difference between Buddha and fiends lies in their intent. Senior brother, you've already turned into a fiend. How can you obtain the recognition of Founder Master Ananda? Arhat Buchen's expression darkened as he said coldly, How dare a mere earth immortal like you lecture me? If I hadn't protected you along the way, you would have been torn apart by those living beings of hell given your combat strength. Senior brother Buchan, you must have other motives for protecting me, right? The young monk said indifferently. Arhat Buchan raised his brow, seemingly surprised. After a moment of silence, he said, There's no harm in telling you openly. I need you to hand over the cultivation technique of the Ksitigarbha golden body. And if I don't? The young monk asked. Arhat Buchan smiled. It's not appropriate for me to attack you in Vesa Monastery. However, there's only the two of us in Avicii right now. No matter how I torture you, no one else will know. If that doesn't work, I can even use the soul-searching art on you. Although the soul-searching art could search one's memories, there was a high chance it would fail. Furthermore, lineage memories like the Ksitigarbha golden body were almost always protected, and it was difficult to obtain them even if one's soul was searched. The young monk had an indifferent expression and his eyes were clear without any fear. He said calmly, If I reveal the cultivation technique of the Ksitigarbha golden body, you will probably get rid of me right away, senior brother. Arhat Buchen's gaze was dark. Initially, he thought that this young monk was simple-minded and focused on Zen cultivation, chanting sutras and paying respects to Buddha all day long. This was somebody naive and knew nothing about schemes and plots. To think that his junior brother would expose his plans with a single sentence. Arhat Buchan was frustrated to begin with because he could not get close to Founder Master Ananda or obtain the inheritance. Now that the young monk was still so calm in the face of his threat, he was even more frustrated. Arhat Buchan took a step forward and reached out, grabbing the young monk by the throat and lifting him up. He said coldly, Junior brother, I don't have much patience. You had better tell me the complete cultivation secret skill, and I can give you a swift death so that you won't be tortured. The young monk's throat was gripped and he could not breathe, causing his face to flush red. However, his gaze was still calm and his eyes were clear. He looked at Arhat Buchan with a hint of pity. Right then, a crack appeared in the void beside the two monks. A purple-robed cultivator with a silver mask strode out. His eyes were deep as he glared at Arhat Buchan coldly with a chilling killing intent. Immediately after, Su Zimo, Mo Qing and Yun Zhu arrived as well. Ming Zhen. Su Zimo was delighted when he saw the young monk and shouted. The two true bodies had ascended to the heavenly world for thousands of years but only met two old friends from Tianhuang mainland. Among them, the Thunder Emperor Feng Kentian was an expert of the primordial era. To be precise, Su Zimo had only met a single old friend from Tianhuang mainland in this generation, the Azura Yen Beichen. To think that he would be able to meet Ming Zhen in Avicii. Who are you guys? Arhat Buchan looked at Su Zimo and the others and narrowed his eyes slightly with a grim expression. He still gripped Ming Zhen's throat while using him as a shield. Phew! A gentle breeze blew past. Arhat Buchan felt his vision blur. Before he could react, the martial Dao prime body was already standing in front of him, gripping his wrist and exerting strength. Crack! Arhat Buchan's wrist was crushed by the martial Dao prime body. Ah! Arhat Buchan shrieked tragically. However, his cry stopped abruptly. The martial Dao prime body crushed Arhat Buchan's wrist and strode forward. With a single punch, he ruptured the latter's head and his essence spirit shattered, dying on the spot. Even the 10th on the perfected fiend ranking, Sect Master Whitebones, could not defend against a single punch from the martial Dao prime body, let alone Arhat Buchan. Su Zimo hurried forward and supported Ming Zhen. Junior brother Ming Xian. Ming Zhen looked at Su Zimo and greeted with an innocent and bright smile. His manner of addressing Su Zimo seemed to have brought the two of them back to the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. The two of them exchanged glances and smiled. Now that they were reunited in the upper world after so many years, apart from joy, there was also melancholy. Back in Tianhuang mainland, Monk Daming had seen Ming Zhen. Despite Monk Daming's Dao heart cultivation, after he exchanged glances with Ming Zhen, he averted his gaze instinctively lamenting, "The enraged gaze of a Vajra can't match the lowered gaze of a bodhisattva." Even monk Daming had to bow down to Mingzhen in terms of attainments in Buddhism. It was clear how deep Mingzhen's attainments in Buddhism were. It was only logical that Mingzhen could ascend to the pure land of bliss. However, Su Zimo had not expected Mingzhen to come to Avicii. "Patron, you are?" Mingzhen looked at the martial Tao prime body. Mingzhen knew of the existence of the martial Tao prime body. However, he had never seen the latter wear the Mara mask and did not recognize him immediately. "He's desolate martial." With his back facing the two fairies, Su Zimo looked at Mingzhen and winked as he spoke. The two of them had lived at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley for 20 years and spent time together. The chemistry between them was obvious. Mingzhen nodded without saying anything more. Su Zimo pointed to Mo Qing and Yunju. "I'm currently in the Divine Firmament Immortal domain and have joined Heaven and Earth Academy. This is my senior sister, painting Immortal Mo Qing. This is book Immortal Yunju. Greetings, fellow Taoists." Mingzhen's gaze was clear. Even when he saw the peerless beauties of the two fairies, there was no fluctuation in his eyes and he merely cupped his fists. The two fairies looked at Mingzhen curiously as well. They had never seen anyone with such clear eyes. Su Zimo asked, "How have you been all these years after your ascension? What's your current cultivation realm? Why did you come to Avicii?" Mingzhen said, "It's a long story. I only managed to join Vesa Monastery by some freak coincidence and am now a grade 9 Earth Immortal." Mingzhen ascended slightly later than Su Zimo. Su Zimo had obtained many opportunities and was only a grade 2 Heaven Immortal right now. It was already rare for Mingzhen to cultivate to become a grade 9 Earth Immortal. Mingzhen glanced at Arhat Buchan who had just died. "As for why I'm in Avicii, I was completely forced and had no choice." At the side, Yunju pondered for a moment. Vesa Monastery, one of the 4 great Buddhist monasteries of the Pure Land of Bliss's Jambudvipa. 1,000 years ago, a heavenly king of Vesa Monastery died in the hands of Emperor Bo-sun. The founder master of Vesa Monastery's monastery is Emperor Ananda. Ananda is a Tao title in Sanskrit that translates to joy and celebration. It's said that Emperor Ananda was buried in Avicii. Mingzhen nodded and looked at the figure that was filled with a golden glow not far away. "This is the corpse of founder master Ananda." Su Zimo turned back and his heart skipped a beat. Emperor Ananda had died for countless years. To think that his body would still be intact and indestructible. The martial Tao prime body's heart skipped a beat as he recalled the scene of Emperor Bo-sun revealing his fiend form. A golden light appeared and helped them defend against Emperor Bo-sun. The golden light that Emperor Bo-sun referred to was Ananda. Su Zimo smiled. "It's a blessing in disguise for you. If you hadn't come to Avicii, I don't know when we would have had the chance to meet again. Furthermore, Emperor Ananda's inheritance should have been preserved. Mingzhen, this is an opportunity that belongs to you. Go and accept the inheritance." Mingzhen shook his head gently. "Buddhism purifies all living beings. Everyone who is here has an equal chance of obtaining Emperor Ananda's inheritance. We're not monks of the Buddhist monasteries. How can we pass through this golden barrier?" Yunju asked. Mingzhen said, "The final barrier left behind by founder master Ananda does not depend on one's cultivation background. For example, senior brother Buchan was from the Buddhist monasteries. Although he cultivated to become an arhat, his heart has already fallen into the fiend Tao and he can't enter. Simply put, the golden halo left behind by Emperor Ananda still depended on the aura of each person and whether it was compatible with him. If one had a deep comprehension of Buddhism, they could enter as well." Mingzhen advanced and indeed, the golden halo did not stop him and he advanced extremely smoothly. After pondering for a moment, Su Zimo went forward to give it a try as well. The golden halo did not stop him too. Back in Tianhuang mainland, Su Zimo had a deep understanding of Buddhism. After ascending, he cultivated the taboo mystic classic of the Buddhist monasteries, the Prajna Nirvana Sutra. Although it could not compare to Mingzhen, it far surpassed most Buddhist cultivators. Mingzhen arrived before Emperor Ananda successfully and assumed a lotus position. When Su Zimo was 10 feet away from Emperor Ananda, he was met with immense resistance and could not advance. When they saw that, the two fairies were curious and advanced one after another. However, neither of them could enter the golden halo. The two of them came from the 9-firmament immortal domain and knew nothing about Buddhism. Coupled with the fact that their auras were quite different from the Buddhist monasteries, they were ostracized. The martial Tao prime body was silent for a moment before suddenly advancing. Yunju shook her head gently. Although she did not say anything, she had already predicted that Desolate Marshal would not be able to enter. Desolate Marshal came from the Fiend domain and wore the Mara mask. There was a high chance that he had already obtained the inheritance of Emperor Bosun. How could he be recognized by Emperor Ananda? Indeed, when the martial Tao prime body advanced, he was blocked by the golden halo and could not enter. The martial Tao prime body did not retreat. His eyes were deep and emotionless as his aura changed drastically. His body seemed to have turned into a bottomless black hole. The martial Tao prime body turned into chaos from head to toe. There were no immortal, Buddhist, or fiend Taos. It was a completely different aura. The golden halo could not sense the origin of that aura either. The martial Tao prime body seemed to be shrouded by a layer of fog as he strode in. In the blink of an eye, the martial Tao prime body arrived before Ananda as well. The two fairies were dumbfounded. What was up with Desolate Marshal? He was clearly from the Fiend domain, but he obtained the recognition of Emperor Ananda? Right now, there were two people in front of Emperor Ananda, Mingzhen and the martial Tao prime body. Su Zimo was slightly further away. The inheritance of Emperor Ananda did not appear even after a long time. It was as though the inheritance he left behind had not expected such a situation. A moment later, two golden beams of light burst forth from Emperor Ananda's glabella and entered Mingzhen and the martial Tao prime body's bodies. This meant that Mingzhen and the martial Tao prime body would inherit the inheritance of Emperor Ananda at the same time. A sutra appeared in the mind of the martial Tao prime body, the Agama Sutra. It was as though a voice was narrating the contents of the sutra in the mind of the martial Tao prime body, imparting the Tao and Buddhism. Mingzhen listened intently. However, the martial Tao prime body did not take it to heart. Instead, he flipped through the contents of the Agama Sutra. He would not cultivate this Buddhist sutra. Instead, he would fuse it into the martial Tao furnace and absorb the profoundness of the Dharmic Tao within. On the other side, although Su Zimo did not obtain the inheritance of Emperor Ananda, he was not disappointed. Firstly, this Agama Sutra was definitely inferior to the Prajna Nirvana Sutra. Secondly, it was enough for the martial Tao prime body to obtain the inheritance. Thirdly, he caught sight of the Saraka fruit not far away and a relatively intact trunk of the Ashoka tree. Su Zimo went forward and placed a few Saraka fruits and the damaged tree trunk in a separate storage bag to keep. If he could absorb and refine such a thick trunk completely, he had a chance of attaining greater mastery of the grade 11 green lotus true body, and his cultivation realm would advance by leaps and bounds. However, Su Zimo had no such plans for the time being. Although the Ashoka tree trunk did not have any life force and was dilapidated, it was mostly whole with its branches intact. Su Zimo had a bold thought. If he could revive the Ashoka tree, it would create an even greater value. Of course, the possibility of that was extremely low. Even if he could not succeed, Su Zimo could accept it as well. At that time, he would just absorb and refine the Ashoka tree trunk. Su Zimo patrolled the vicinity as he walked. Suddenly, his gaze landed on the fingertip of Emperor Ananda and gradually froze. Emperor Ananda held a Saraka flower in his fingers. The Saraka flower had long withered. However, when Su Zimo focused his gaze, he realized that there was another universe in the Saraka flower, as though it contained a boundless world. Su Zimo looked at the Saraka flower and could not help but immerse himself in it. This world looked familiar with 9 mountains, 8 oceans and 4 continents. At the edge of this world, there was a circle of pitch-black mountain ranges. When Su Zimo saw the mountain range, his first reaction was Great Taiwei Mountain. This world was the pure land of bliss. Great Taiwei Mountain was also known as Great Vajrawil Mountain. The mountain range was way too long and almost endless, surrounding the entire Pure Land of Bliss and forming a clear boundary. Although Su Zimo passed by this mountain range, he could not get a full view of it. Right now, Su Zimo's mind was immersed in the Siraka flower. He seemed to have become a bystander as he arrived above the Pure Land of Bliss and looked down. He could see the full appearance of Great Vajra Mountain. A mysterious feeling gradually reverberated in Su Zimo's mind. In the lower worlds, he had once cultivated a dermic seal called the Great Vajra Seal. After ascending, although the dermic seal could also be released with heaven and earth essence chi, its power was ordinary. Therefore, Su Zimo had almost never used that dermic seal. However, at that moment, when he saw Great Vajra Mountain with his own eyes, he felt something and gradually understood the deeper meaning and truth of the Great Vajra seal. The existence of Great Vajra Mountain was the natural barrier of the Pure Land of Bliss and was indestructible. Be it Vajra Mountain or Great Vajra Mountain, it was the same. In the battle that killed Emperor Bo Sun back then, where more than 20 emperors attacked, Great Vajra Mountain could not be shattered even when the Ashoka tree was destroyed. When released, that dermic seal was meant to be indestructible. At the same time, Su Zimo came to a realization. Emperor Ananda hid his dermic Tao in the world of the Siraka flower and passed it down. The process of imparting the technique was rather mysterious. Under normal circumstances, even if Su Zimo cultivated to the perfected immortal realm, he would not be able to see the full appearance of Great Vajra Mountain. That was because the territory of the Pure Land of Bliss was way too vast and the gaze of a perfected immortal could not take in the entire Great Vajra Mountain. Therefore, Su Zimo had no chance of comprehending the essence of the Great Vajra seal. However, Emperor Ananda hid Great Vajra Mountain and even the entire Pure Land of Bliss within the Siraka flower. It had a mysterious feeling of a mustard seed that could accommodate a mountain. Su Zimo looked at Great Vajra Mountain in the Siraka flower and conjured the Great Vajra seal in his hands. He repeatedly tried to comprehend the intent of indestructibility and was completely immersed, forgetting where he was. The two fairies were surprised when they saw that. Initially, there were only 2 golden beams of light on Emperor Ananda's glabella that entered Mingzhen and the martial Tao prime bodies. But now, another golden beam of light shot into Su Zimo's body from the withered Siraka flower held by Emperor Ananda's fingertip. This is. Mo Qing was puzzled. Yunju said, "Fellow Taoist Su is truly amazing. He has also obtained the recognition of Emperor Ananda and is receiving the inheritance of the dermic Tao. Furthermore, this dermic Tao originates from the Siraka flower and seems different from the one of Desolate Marshal and Mingzhen." After a long time, Su Zimo was finally able to grasp the essence and profoundness of the Great Vajra seal before stopping. However, his mind did not leave the Siraka flower and continued exploring. Before long, his gaze landed in the center of the Pure Land of Bliss. There stood a tall and mighty mountain peak. It was majestic and exuded an incomparably heavy pressure that was suffocating. Mount Meru, the center of the Pure Land of Bliss. The moment he saw Mount Meru, Su Zimo knew that the great Mount Meru seal he comprehended in the lower worlds was way too superficial. The great Mount Meru seal that he had once condensed was merely in form and did not have the divine charm of this mountain. One could only comprehend the essence of the great Mount Meru seal after witnessing this legendary sacred mountain of the Buddhist monasteries personally. The essence of the great Vajra seal could be called toughness. In that case, the essence of the great Mount Meru seal could be called heavy. It was extremely majestic and filled with heavy might. In the entire upper world, Mount Meru was the heaviest mountain peak. The dermic seal in Su Zimo's hands changed and began to evolve the great Mount Meru seal continuously, comprehending the dermic Tao left behind by Emperor Ananda in the Siraka flower. As time passed by, Su Zimo gradually comprehended something. He let out a long breath and withdrew his consciousness from the Siraka flower. Right then, the Siraka flower in the hands of Emperor Ananda dissipated silently, turning into dust that scattered in the air with the wind. There's a saying in Buddhism that a flower creates a world. To think that I would be lucky enough to meet you today. Thank you for imparting the Tao, Senior. Su Zimo lamented internally and bowed deeply towards Emperor Ananda. At the same time, the golden light between Emperor Ananda Mingzhen and the martial Dao prime body dimmed gradually and eventually dissipated. Immediately after, Emperor Ananda's body dissipated bit by bit in front of everyone and disappeared into the void. The reason why the flesh and body of Emperor Ananda was preserved so well was entirely because of his dermic Dao. Now that his Dao inheritance was imparted, his shell dissipated as well. Mingzhen knelt before Emperor Ananda and kowtowed 3 times respectfully. There was only one fiend vanquishing staff left where Emperor Ananda sat. Even after so many years, the fiend vanquishing staff was still filled with a faint golden light. The fiend vanquishing staff was emblazoned with the word, joy. This was the Destiny Emperor weapon of Emperor Ananda in the past. Ananda was a Sanskrit Dao title that meant joy and celebration. Mingzhen looked at the martial Dao prime body. The martial Dao prime body shook his head gently. Take it, I don't need it. You inherited the dermic Dao of Emperor Ananda and the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. You're the only one who can unleash the true power of this Emperor weapon. Be it Su Zimo or Mingzhen, they were already on the brink of a breakthrough after receiving the inheritance of Emperor Ananda. However, because there was no heaven and earth essence chi in Avicii, their cultivation realms showed no signs of changing. If the two of them were to leave this place and absorb heaven and earth essence chi, they would break through right away. Tens of thousands of monks from Vesa Monastery have died here. If you're the only one who returns safely, you'll probably be in endless trouble. The martial Dao prime body said, I have a faction in the fiend domain. Why don't you follow me to the fiend domain? There's an old friend from Tianhuang mainland there as well. All right, Mingzhen nodded. As long as one is dedicated to the Buddha, they can cultivate anywhere, be it the fiend domain or the pure land. I'm from the lower worlds. Although I was able to join Vesa Monastery after ascending to the pure land of bliss all these years, I've never felt any sense of belonging. Mingzhen did not say it explicitly, but Su Zimo already understood. All these years, he had encountered countless injustices in the divine firmament immortal domain because he came from the lower worlds. Although he joined Heaven and Earth Academy, there were still many cultivators discussing his background in secret. In the divine firmament immortal domain, he killed his way through, destroying the execution guards and obtaining the top of the earth ranking. He killed many paragons and condensed the 10th stone step on the Tao Heart stairs, creating many unprecedented records. Even so, he was targeted by people. How could it be any better off for Mingzhen, who never bothered about worldly affairs? Hundreds of thousands of years ago, the Thunder Emperor, Feng Cantian, was domineering and talented. However, in the end, he was imprisoned for hundreds of thousands of years. Even after he managed to break free, he was tortured and severely injured, only able to flee far away into the fiend domain. After this matter, be it the Green Lotus True Body or the Martial Dao Prime Body, they were prepared to leave Avicii and return to Heaven and Earth Academy and the fiend domain respectively. However, there was still something strange about this matter of Avicii. Avicii did not have any cracks at all. Even immortal kings would die here if they entered it. Where did that news come from and how did it spread through the heavenly world? Was it done on purpose or was it leaked by accident? Out of caution, Su Zimo decided to separate his 2 true bodies and leave Avicii at different times one after another. At that thought, the martial Dao prime body came before Mo Qing and handed over the divine ghost immortal fiend painting in his hands. This painting should be yours, right? Earlier on, he suppressed sect master Whitebones and comprehended the secret of the hell suppression tripod. Immediately after, he appeared to save Mingzhen and did not manage to return the painting to Mo Qing. Mo Qing hesitated for a moment before taking it and saying softly, "Thank you." The martial Dao prime body said, "If there's nothing else, I'll send you guys out of this place right now." Yunju frowned slightly and glanced at Su Zimo beside her, feeling anxious for him. The hell suppression tripod was taken away by Desolate Marshal, but it was never returned. Yunju had witnessed this and remembered it in her heart. But now, Su Zimo's expression was calm and there was nothing unusual about him, as though he had forgotten about this matter completely. Even now that they were about to leave, Su Zimo did not seem like he had any intention of asking for it. When Yunju saw the martial Tao prime body return the divine ghost immortal fiend painting to Mo Qing, she felt that it was a suitable opportunity. At that thought, she looked at the martial Tao prime body and smiled. Fellow Taoist desolate martial, thank you for saving us this time round. The martial Tao prime body nodded slightly without saying anything. Yunju changed the topic. However, there's something I want to tell you, fellow Taoist. The bronze square tripod you obtained after suppressing sect master Whitebones belongs to my friend. I believe that you definitely have no intention of taking it for yourself. Perhaps you've forgotten about this matter, so I'll take the liberty to remind you. Please forgive me if I've offended you. No matter what, desolate marshal had just saved them. Therefore, Yunju spoke with politeness. Su Zimo listened at the side and was curious what Yunju wanted to say to the martial Tao prime body. To think that he would be implicated with just a few words. He coughed gently. It's fine. We're all on the same side. Ha! Yunju was stunned and looked at Su Zimo in confusion. Su Zimo explained hurriedly, I'm very familiar with him. It's just a lousy tripod. Let him play with it. It's fine. Lousy tripod? Yunju was dumbfounded. The hell suppression tripod was an emperor weapon and might even be the key to wielding Avicii. No matter how close the two of them were, there was no way he could give away a treasure as such casually, right? Su Zimo thought for a moment. Well, he's just someone with a tough fist. Other than that, he's actually very poor and doesn't have any dermic treasures to protect himself. It's nothing much to give him a tripod. I've still got some lousy stuff here. In fact, I was vexed that I had no one to give them to. As he said that, Su Zimo opened his storage bag and rummaged through it. He caught sight of something in a corner. It was an ancient bronze lantern. He rolled up the bronze lantern with his robes and took it out of his storage bag, tossing it to the martial Tao prime body as he said casually, Since this lousy lantern can't be lit, it's yours. That bronze lantern was the soul lantern Su Zimo obtained in the Emperor's tomb. The origin of the soul lantern was mysterious and it could absorb souls as oil to ignite with the flames of one's spirit consciousness. Back in the Emperor's tomb, the oil in the soul lantern had long been exhausted. Although Su Zimo had carried the soul lantern with him all these years, he had not discovered the origin of it. The reason why he rolled up the soul lantern with his robes was because once he touched it, his essence, spirit, and soul would be in danger of being absorbed by it. This soul lantern was definitely an extremely powerful treasure since even the hell suppression tripod could not devour and refine it. Back in the Emperor's tomb, the flames of the soul lantern could even isolate the curse of the Emperor's tomb. In the hands of the Green Lotus True Body, the soul lantern was akin to a pearl covered in dust and he did not have the chance to use it. As for the martial Tao prime body, he had already smelted the hell suppression tripod and would return to Avicii in the future. If the time was right, the martial Tao prime body even wanted to explore greater Avicii. He could have greater confidence with the soul lantern by his side. Thanks to Yunju's question, Su Zimo took the chance to throw the soul lantern to the martial Tao prime body. When the martial Tao prime body saw the soul lantern fly over, he reached out and wanted to receive it. However, the moment his palm made contact with the soul lantern, his expression changed. The martial Tao prime body experienced the same situation when the Green Lotus True Body first touched the soul lantern in the Emperor's tomb. His martial spirit was pulled by a powerful force and was about to enter the soul lantern. Once the martial spirit entered the soul lantern, it would become the oil of the soul lantern. The martial Tao prime body reacted extremely quickly and the martial spirit fire burned. Thereafter, he circulated the Fiend Obsession Sutra and activated the Mara Mask, isolating the connection between his essence spirit and soul lantern. The suction force of the soul lantern weakened slightly. The martial Tao prime body retracted his hand hurriedly and waved his sleeves, sweeping up the soul lantern into his storage bag. The entire process happened in a flash. Naturally, no one could tell that the martial Tao prime body had just experienced immense danger in that instant. The two true bodies were telepathic and the martial Tao prime body naturally knew about the characteristics of the soul lantern. The reason why he reached out to touch it was because he wanted to test if he could withstand the strange power of the Soul Lantern after entering the true martial realm and forging the true martial Dao body. Unfortunately, the martial Dao prime body could not withstand it either. If he could not wield the Soul Lantern, the martial Dao prime body had no intention of returning to Greater Avicii for the time being. After all, that was the core of Avicii. Even with the Hell Suppression Tripod, the martial Dao prime body was not confident. Nobody knew what secrets were hidden in Greater Avicii. He would explore the 16 lesser hells first. If his cultivation could advance further and he could control the Soul Lantern, it would not be too late for him to re-enter Greater Avicii. When Yunju saw Su Zimo's stance, she could not say anything more. However, in the depths of her heart, she was still puzzled about the relationship between Su Zimo and Desolate Martial of the Fiend Domain. The martial Dao prime body said, "My strength is limited. Even if I can use the Hell Suppression Tripod to open up a spatial node in Avicii, I won't be able to teleport you guys too far away." That did not matter. As long as they could leave Avicii, there would be a teleportation formation nearby and Su Zimo and the other two could teleport back. The martial Dao prime body summoned the Hell Suppression Tripod and opened up a spatial node, revealing a tunnel that led out of Hell. "Aren't you leaving with us?" Mo Qing was silent for a moment before raising her head. She looked at the martial Dao prime body and asked softly. The martial Dao prime body shook his head gently. He had the Hell Suppression Tripod with him and would not encounter danger even in Avicii. He was in no hurry to leave. Ming Zhen was prepared to follow him to the Fiend Domain and would not leave for the time being. Su Zimo and Yunju had already walked to the side of the spatial tunnel. Mo Qing was still standing on the spot motionlessly with her head lowered. It was unknown what she was thinking, but she looked distracted. "Senior sister?" Su Zimo called out in confusion. Mo Qing did not seem to have heard anything and continued standing there quietly. Su Zimo gradually came to a realization and whispered, "Senior sister Mo Qing cultivates in seclusion in the academy all year round and is obsessed with the Tao of painting. I'm sure her experiences over the past few days have dealt a huge blow to her and she can't recover for a moment." "That's far from the truth." Yunju rolled her eyes at Su Zimo with a fake smile. She turned to Mo Qing and reminded softly, "Sister Mo Qing, let's go." "Ah." Mo Qing seemed to have woken up from a dream and looked a little flustered. She raised her head and glanced at the martial Dao prime body before retracting her gaze hurriedly and turning to Su Zimo and Yunju. Yunju smiled and held Mo Qing's hand gently, saying to the martial Dao prime body, "Fellow Taoist Desolate Martial, I can't thank you enough for saving me this time round. Let's meet again if we're fated." "Yes." The martial Dao prime body nodded slightly without any expression beneath his silver mask. It was not that he was pretending to be cold. It was just that the book Immortal Yunju was too smart. If he spoke too much, it was inevitable that he would reveal some flaws. "Right?" Suddenly, the martial Dao prime body thought of something and said, "Both fellow Taoists, please don't spread the secret of Avicii and my affairs." "I won't," Mo Qing said immediately. "I can swear that I won't reveal a single word." Yunju was stunned for a moment before swearing that she would not spread it as well. The reason why she did not express her stance right away was because Desolate Martial's words sounded strange to her. They were clearly standing together and Desolate Martial's words were directed at the three of them. However, Desolate Martial only said, "Both fellow Taoists." It was understandable for him to say that. Excluding Su Zimo could naturally be explained as a deep friendship and trust between the two of them. However, Yunju could vaguely sense that there was more to it. She did not have much time to think and entered the spatial tunnel with Su Zimo and Mo Qing, leaving Avicii. Before long, a crack appeared above Azura Monastery and Su Zimo and the other two fell from it. Yunju's poison injuries had yet to recover. Mo Qing wrapped her arms around Yunju's slender waist and descended steadily. Avicii was sinister and dark everywhere. The atmosphere was tense and one could encounter danger at any moment. After leaving Avicii, the three of them felt relieved as though they had seen the light of day once more. Su Zimo took a deep breath of air, and an endless stream of heaven and earth essence chi surged into his body, as though it was corporeal. It was like dew after a long drought as the green lotus true body absorbed heaven and earth essence chi wildly, nourishing his flesh, tendons, bones, and essence spirit. Su Zimo was at the peak of a grade 2 heaven immortal and had been stuck for many years. Although he had a large number of cultivation resources, he could not break through the bottleneck. On this trip to hell, not only did he save the martial Tao prime body, he even obtained treasures such as the Saraka fruit and Ashoka tree trunk. He also obtained the inheritance of Emperor Ananda and comprehended 2 dermic seals of the Buddhist monasteries. Everything happened naturally as heaven and earth essence chi surged into his body continuously, forming a torrent that broke through the barrier. Su Zimo's aura surged, and he broke through to the level 3 heaven essence realm within a few breaths after leaving Avicii. His essence spirit had already reached the peak of the level 5 heaven essence realm. The dragon phoenix and green lotus essence spirits were fused together, and he cultivated the incomplete taboo mystic classic. His essence spirit realm had always surpassed his cultivation by 2 minor realms. Now that he cultivated the complete Prajna Nirvana Sutra, Su Zimo's essence spirit became even more condensed. If he continued cultivating, there was even a chance for his essence spirit to surpass him by 3 minor realms in the heaven essence realm. After Su Zimo broke through, he released his spirit consciousness and scanned the vicinity. A moment later, he retracted his spirit consciousness and was slightly disappointed. He did not see any traces of Prince Yuanzhua. This time round, on the side of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom, only perfected Immortal Jingyu entered Avicii and Prince Yuanzhua did not follow. That was the reason why Su Zimo thought that Prince Yuanzhua might still be nearby. From the looks of it, Prince Yuanzhua might have sensed that something was amiss and escaped from this place. Congratulations! Yunju smiled gently. Su Zimo smiled as well. He looked at Yunju's feet and asked, "How are your injuries?" "It's fine now," Yunju said. "Once I return to the Xian Immortal Kingdom and recuperate for a period of time, I'll be able to recover to normal." After saying that, their gazes seemed to meet casually. Yunju could not help but recall the scene in Avicii. At that time, Su Zimo was carrying her on his back and their bodies were almost touching. There were only a few layers of cloth between them and it was extremely intimate. Back then, the situation was critical and they were in hell. While it was a little embarrassing, it was nothing much considering the emergency. Now that she thought about it, Yunju could not help but feel strange. Right then, a strange laughter sounded. It was distant and close at the same time, erratic and sinister. "We've waited for so long. To think that our opportunities would fall on these 3 juniors." Another voice sounded. A third voice sighed faintly. "Although the price is a little high, no matter what, it has finally arrived." Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Yunju had a grim expression as well. She had long suspected that there seemed to be an invisible hand behind this matter that was killing many cultivators. To think that the 3 of them would be targeted the moment they came out of Avicii. Furthermore, from their tone, they did not seem friendly. Right then, 8 figures appeared out of thin air around the 3 of them and walked over slowly. In the blink of an eye, they arrived before them. All 8 of them wore monk robes and should be from the pure land of bliss. They were extremely old and looked lethargic. Slapping her storage bag, Mo Qing took out her destiny painting book and opened it, prepared to tear off the painting paper at any moment. Now that they had left Avicii and her essence spirit was not restricted, Mo Qing could release her complete strength as a perfected immortal. Mo Qing had poured all her effort into this painting book. Yunju had once said that if Mo Qing was truly enraged and tore all the paintings on the painting book, the living beings inside would be released and that would be a terrifying army. Even if the remaining 3 great fairies joined forces, they would have to avoid her. "Junior, give up. Your methods are child's play in front of us," a monk said indifferently. At the same time, the void behind the monk collapsed and a grotto heaven appeared. It shone with a Buddhist light and Sanskrit sounded with a terrifying aura. "Heavenly King of the Buddhist monasteries." The expressions of the 2 fairies changed starkly. A heavenly king of the Buddhist monasteries was equivalent to an immortal king. Only a king realm expert could release a grotto heaven. The painting book in Mo Qing's hands fluttered one after another, as though it could sense the powerful aura of the grotto heaven behind the heavenly king and was trembling slightly. Boom! The void behind another monk collapsed as well, revealing a grotto heaven. A second heavenly king of the Buddhist monasteries. Boom! 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 A series of explosions shook the world as the 8 monks propped up their grotto heavens and surrounded Su Zimo and the other 2. Even the might released by a grotto heaven was enough to suppress perfected immortals and heaven immortals, let alone 8 grotto heavens opening at the same time. The divine might rumbled in an unstoppable manner. Mo Qing could still hold on, but Yunju was injured and could not. Against the might of the 8 grotto heavens, Su Zimo's body swayed and he could buckle at any moment as well. What are the 8 of you trying to do? Su Zimo grit his teeth and asked slowly. A heavenly king smiled. That's right. As long as the 3 of you juniors are obedient and tell me everything you know in Avicii, you don't have to suffer. Suddenly, Yunju asked, were you the ones who released the news about Avicii? The 8 heavenly kings lowered their heads in silence. Yunju continued, your lifespans are almost up, so you want to obtain the opportunities and treasures in Avicii to extend your lives. However, you guys are too cowardly and cherish your lives too much. You don't dare to enter Avicii personally either, afraid that you won't be able to come out after entering. That's why you guys spread the news to lure cultivators from all over the place into Avicii. As long as someone can leave, you guys can do the same after you force out a solution and obtain an opportunity in Avicii. Suddenly, a heavenly king smiled. You're very smart, girl. Since things had come to this, there was no need to hide anything. The heavenly king continued, only, we've waited in the vicinity for a long time. Over the past few days, there have been around 170,000 cultivators who entered Avicii. However, only the 3 of you can leave alive. I believe that something extremely interesting must have happened to the 3 of you. This might involve some secrets of Avicii. Surveying his surroundings, Su Zimo looked at the 8 heavenly kings with a cold gaze and said in a deep voice, therefore, in order to extend your lives, the 8 of you did not hesitate to kill 170,000 cultivators. Aren't you guys afraid of karma at this point of your Buddha cultivation? Junior, watch your tone. A heavenly king said coldly. These cultivators entered Avicii because of their greed. What has their karma got to do with us? That's right. Another heavenly king said, if the 8 of us can successfully extend our lives, even if they die, it will be a worthy death. The pure land of bliss will have 8 more heavenly kings in the future, and can protect even more living beings. Fufu. Su Zimo laughed, his eyes filled with mockery. Therefore, in your hearts, the lives of the 8 of you are more precious than the 170,000 living beings. Isn't it? A heavenly king asked instead. We're heavenly kings. Even in our twilight years, we're still heavenly kings. What about you guys and those people? In our eyes, you guys are merely ants. Karma? What can the karma of ants inflict upon us? How laughable! A heavenly king asked, tell me, what did the 3 of you experience in Avicii and how did you leave? If you tell the truth, you might have a chance to survive. Mo Qing shook her head with a resolute expression. I've already sworn that I won't reveal a single word of Avicii. You guys don't have to waste your efforts. Su Zimo and Yunju remained silent as well. Don't blame us for being nasty then. A heavenly king pointed at Su Zimo and said coldly, search his soul first. If it fails, bring the 2 women into Avicii. Since the 3 of them can leave alive, it means that there's definitely a teleportation dermic formulation in Avicii. The other heavenly kings had no objections. Su Zimo's question earlier on disgusted the heavenly kings. Even if the soul search failed and Su Zimo was crippled, they would not lose anything. 8 grotto heavens were opened at the same time and Su Zimo was only a grade 3 heaven immortal. Even with his grade 11 green lotus true body, he could not move at all against the might of the 8 heavenly kings. The difference between them was too great. Sigh. Right then, a sigh sounded from the side. The 8 heavenly kings frowned and looked over. Not far away from them, a withered old monk with long brows stood and looked over expressionlessly through his cloudy eyes. The expressions of the 8 heavenly kings changed slightly and their hearts skipped a beat. The long-browed old monk looked much older than them, as though he was already half dead. However, none of them noticed when the long-browed old monk appeared here. Tomb Keeper. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat when he saw the long-browed old monk. Who are you? When did you arrive? A heavenly king asked in a deep voice. Although the long-browed old monk only looked like he had the cultivation of a black immortal, if he was only a black immortal, he would not have been able to hide from the senses of the 8 of them and arrive here silently. The long-browed old monk said indifferently, I've been here the entire time. The pupils of the 8 heavenly kings constricted. If what the long-browed old monk said was true, it would be even more terrifying. This meant that they had not discovered the long-browed old monk even after descending here. Fellow Taoist, are you preparing to head to Avicii as well? A heavenly king said in a deep voice. If that's the case, why don't we join forces? The 8 heavenly kings could not see through the background of the tomb keeper and did not dare to act rashly. One of them took the initiative to rope him in. The tomb keeper sighed gently. You're all people who are about to die. Why struggle? Just find an empty tomb around you and rest in peace. MMM? Right then, the expressions of the 8 heavenly kings changed. Unknowingly, they were surrounded by tombs that were densely packed and arranged in an endless manner. Azura Monastery and Great Taiwei Mountain seemed to have vanished. It was as though they were in an endless cemetery with a deathly aura around them. It was dusky and filled with ghost flames that sent chills down one's spine. This is an illusion? A ray formation? The 8 heavenly kings were bewildered. Crack, crack, crack. Right then, a series of cracks sounded from the grotto heavens behind the 8 heavenly kings, and they began to collapse rapidly. Ah, this is bad. That's the power of the world. We've already fallen into his world. Only after entering the Emperor realm would the grotto heaven transform and become a world of its own. Emperor Bo Sun's heaven of the Great Fiend was a world he created. Although there was only a major cultivation realm difference between the Emperor realm and the grotto heaven realm, there was an unimaginable difference. Even 100 or 1,000 immortal kings could not defend against a single emperor. All grotto heavens of king realm experts had to shatter in the worlds backed by the emperors. Those were 2 different levels of power that were like heaven and earth. He's an emperor, the 8 heavenly kings exclaimed and released all their methods without hesitation. Their blood chi surged, and they released their destiny dermic treasures and various talismans. In the face of the emperor, the 8 heavenly kings did not even have the courage to resist and fled in all directions. The tomb keeper walked slowly towards a heavenly king and murmured, Don't run. I'll collect your corpse. The moment he said that, the heavenly king paused and his body stiffened. As though he had suffered a huge blow, his life force deteriorated rapidly. The person's head tilted and he fell from midair. Although the tomb keeper looked slow, he arrived beside the person at the appropriate moment and caught the latter's corpse, tossing it into an empty tomb. Time to collect the corpses. The tomb keeper turned and looked at the back of another heavenly king, saying softly. The heavenly king shuddered, and in the blink of an eye, death filled his body. He died and fell into the same empty tomb. Su Zimo, Mo Qing, and Yunzhu were shocked when they saw that. The heavenly kings of the Buddhist monasteries, experts who were almost at the peak of the upper world, were like ants in front of the tomb keeper. The tomb keeper did not attack at all. With just a single sentence, a heavenly king died. Who exactly are you? Unable to withstand it, a heavenly king broke down mentally and stopped, roaring at the tomb keeper. The tomb keeper turned to look at the heavenly king with a dark glint in his eyes. Instantly, the heavenly king's eyes froze and he fell limply into the empty tomb. Dead. A single gaze was enough to kill a heavenly king. Pest! Su Zimo and the other 2 felt chills run down their bodies. What sort of methods were those? In the blink of an eye, only 3 of the 8 heavenly kings were left. However, The cemetery was boundless, and the 8 heavenly kings could not escape at all. This was the world of the Tombkeeper. Look, there's an exit there. A heavenly king pointed to a dark abyss not far away and roared. That's Avicii. Another heavenly king reacted and shuddered. Although the Tombkeeper's world covered the skies and enveloped this place, it could not envelope Avicii as well. Therefore, there was indeed an exit in this world. The entrance to Avicii. So what if it's Avicii? A heavenly king's face was pale as he grit his teeth. There's still a chance of survival if we escape into Avicii. We'll definitely die in the hands of this person. Let's go. Without hesitation, the 3 heavenly kings leaped into Avicii. The Tombkeeper looked at the backs of the 3 of them and shook his head gently, sighing. I'm old and my legs aren't nimble. I can't chase anymore. As he said that, he walked into the distance without even looking at Suzimo and the other 2. Unknowingly, the sinister cemetery from earlier on had already vanished. Suzimo and the other 2 were still standing in the ruins of Azura Monastery. There were no changes to their surroundings, and the 5 dead Buddhist heavenly kings were nowhere to be seen. Thank you, Senior. Yunju was the first to react and wanted to thank him. However, she stopped before she could finish. The moment they were distracted, the long-browed old monk vanished as well. It was as though what the 3 of them experienced earlier was a dream and an illusion without any traces left behind. Corpses, fresh blood and fights. Nothing was left behind. However, the 3 of them knew that it was definitely not a hallucination. They had truly survived an assassination attempt from the heavenly kings. Suzimo and the other 2 exchanged glances, feeling as though they just had a close brush with death. Who was that Senior? Emoching asked. Suzimo shook his head gently. I only know that he calls himself the Tombkeeper, but I don't know his background. He had once guessed that this Tombkeeper was not simple. However, he had not expected that the Tombkeeper would be so strong that he was on the same level as Emperor Bo-Sun. Suzimo and Emoching looked at Yunju at the same time. As the book Immortal, Yunju had a deep understanding of the heavenly world and its history. Yunju frowned in deep thought. After reminiscing for a long time, she shook her head. I don't have any impression of him. I've never heard of this Senior either. Tombkeeper. Suzimo murmured softly and looked at Tai Wei Mountain in the distance. Actually, he had thought of a bold possibility. The gigantic tomb guarded by the Tombkeeper might belong to Emperor Bo-Sun. That was because back then, Emperor Bo-Sun was sent here and everyone thought that he had died here. However, Emperor Bo-Sun had already left alive. Why was the Tombkeeper still here? Tombkeeper? Tombkeeper. Suzimo's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly thought of an even more terrifying guess. In a sense, Avicii could be considered as a cemetery as well. Furthermore, there was an unprecedented peerless expert buried within the infinite great emperor. Could he be guarding the tomb of the infinite great emperor? The Tombkeeper of the infinite great emperor. That guess was way too terrifying and could shock the world. However, Suzimo denied that thought on second thought. That was impossible. The infinite great emperor had died for many years and countless years had passed. Even the longevity great emperor had passed away a long time ago. Who could survive till now? Suzimo shook his head gently and gradually let go of those distracting thoughts. No matter what, the Tombkeeper did not seem to have any enmity towards the 3 of them. Yunju said, regarding the identity of this Tombkeeper, I have to go back and ask my father. I'll also head to the library to read some ancient books and information to see if there are any records of this person. We can't linger here. Let's leave first. Suzimo said in a deep voice. Although the Tombkeeper had long vanished without a trace, the 3 of them still felt uneasy. The 3 of them moved immediately and before long, they arrived at the teleportation formation closest to this place. Suzimo looked at Yunju. I'm going the same way as senior sister Emoching. After you, fellow Taoist. Yunju did not decline and smiled gently, cupping her fists. I was lucky to get to know you 2 fellow Taoists on this trip to hell and I'm delighted. I wonder when we'll meet again after this separation. After leaving Avicii, The weakness on Yunju seemed to have vanished. Instead, she looked more heroic and carefree. Although the four great fairies had long been renowned in the heavenly world, they did not have much interaction with one another, let alone know one another. Although this period of time in Avicii was not long, the two fairies naturally had a deeper relationship after experiencing such tribulations together. Furthermore, they could understand the other party's character and temperament from this experience. Mo Qing was not good with words and merely held Yunju's palm gently with a hint of reluctance in her beautiful eyes. Up till this point of her cultivation, she did not have many friends. However, after today, Mo Qing viewed Yunju as her only confidant. Not only did I get to know a sister for this trip to hell, I even seemed to have met. Mo Qing lowered her head slightly as her imagination ran wild. We'll meet again, Su Zimo said. Everything else aside, the Divine Firmament Immortal meet is still the greatest event in the Divine Firmament Immortal domain, where all major sects and factions will gather. Mo Qing's eyes lit up and she nodded repeatedly. Su Zimo looked at Yunju and smiled. At that time, I'll have to fight with your brother for the top of the heaven ranking. You won't be absent, right? Initially, I had no intention of watching the battle. Yunju smiled and said meaningfully, however, since you're the one fighting with Yun Ting, I can't miss it. As she spoke, she looked at Su Zimo with sparkling and resplendent eyes. Su Zimo was a little defeated and averted his gaze, coughing gently. It'll be fine as long as you don't get angry if I bash Yun Ting up. No, it's good if you can teach him a lesson. Yunju smiled. He has a proud personality. It'll be good if he can suffer some setbacks. Mo Qing added, initially, I didn't really like these grand events. I always felt that it was too noisy with too many people. However, if you're willing to go, sister, I'll go take a look as well. All right, let's part ways here today. We'll talk again in the future. Yunju cupped her fists in farewell and turned to enter the teleportation formation, leaving in a carefree manner. Senior sister, let's go too, Su Zimo said and entered the teleportation formation. Mo Qing nodded and entered as well. The two of them activated the teleportation formation and returned to Heaven and Earth Academy. Avicii. The three Buddhist heavenly kings fell as though they had descended upon a gigantic and complicated maze with tunnels everywhere. Some of the tunnels were dead ends while others led to even more tunnels. The three heavenly kings could not get out of this place and circled around it continuously. That was not the most terrifying thing. What was even more frightening was that there were strange ants in this tunnel that once formed a small-scale ant swarm that attacked them. The three heavenly kings joined forces and barely managed to hold out. However, they could not use their essence spirits here and could only rely on their physiques and blood chi. If a few more such ant swarms arrived, they would not be able to last long. Furthermore, those ants were getting stronger. They merely felt itchy when the ants that first appeared bit them. However, in the end, there were already ants that could bite through their flesh. If there were tens of millions of such ants gathered in a group, the three of them would probably be gnawed to death in less than 15 minutes. The three heavenly kings scurried everywhere in the maze but could not find a way out. Before long, the three heavenly kings arrived at the end of a tunnel. The three of them could only turn back. However, the moment they turned around, they saw a gigantic ant swarm surging towards them like an unstoppable black torrent. Ah! With nowhere to retreat, the three heavenly kings roared and channeled their blood chi, fighting with all their might. However, the three of them seemed incomparably tiny against the black torrent. In just a few breaths, their figures were drowned. The three of them were covered in hell ants that gnawed at their flesh continuously. In the blink of an eye, the three of them were covered in injuries and blood gushed out. The roars of the three of them gradually turned deep and tragic. Their blood chi deteriorated rapidly. Even heavenly king experts could not defend against the encirclement of so many living beings from hell. Furthermore, the three heavenly kings were in their twilight years. Just as they were in despair, the black torrent on their bodies retreated rapidly and disappeared before long. The three of them could only lie on the ground and could not even stand. Many parts of their bodies were gnawed by the hell ants, revealing white bones in a shocking manner. Their organs were riddled with holes by the hell ants. What's going on? What happened? The three heavenly kings panted heavily and tried their best to raise their heads, wanting to see what was going on. Through their blurry vision, two figures walked over slowly from the other end of the tunnel. Their leader wore purple robes and a silver mask. He was like an emissary from the depths of hell and exuded a sinister and terrifying aura. It was as though the appearance of this person was the reason why the terrifying ants disappeared. A young monk followed behind the purple-robed man. "Why, you're a disciple of Vesa Monastery." When a heavenly king saw the monk robes on the young monk, he recognized his background and tried his best to extend his arm, panting. "I'm Heavenly King Bukong of Vesa Monastery. Save me." As a heavenly king of Vesa Monastery, there was naturally no way he would know an ordinary disciple like the young monk. However, he believed that any disciple of Vesa Monastery would definitely recognize him. The young monk lowered his head in silence. "Fellow Taoist, save us." The other heavenly king struggled and crawled slowly, wanting to approach the purple-robed man. Suddenly, the purple-robed man spoke. "I've asked before. Aren't you guys afraid of karma at this point of your Buddha cultivation?" The three heavenly kings were stunned. That sentence did sound familiar, as though they had heard it somewhere not long ago. However, the three of them were severely injured by the attack of the hell ants and the pain was unbearable. Their minds were in a mess and they could not recall anything at the moment. "All right, I'll let you guys die in peace." As the purple-robed man said that, he reached out and removed his mask, revealing a refined face. "It's you." The pupils of the three heavenly kings constricted as though they had seen a ghost. At that moment, the purple-robed man before them gave them even more fear than the ants in hell. The martial Tao prime body put on his silver mask once more and turned to leave, saying indifferently, "The cycle of karma is not good." Right in front of the three heavenly kings, the figure of the martial Tao prime body gradually disappeared at the end of the tunnel. Before long, their vision was occupied by the Black Torrent once more. Heaven and Earth Academy. In a secret chamber on the top floor of a secret pavilion, a medicinal fragrance wafted. Old Xian assumed a lotus position on the couch and closed his eyes to recuperate. He looked slightly pale and his aura was weak. All of a sudden, someone suddenly appeared in the secret chamber. It was the sect master of the academy. "How do you feel after recuperating for a few days?" the sect master of the academy asked. "I won't die just yet." Without opening his eyes, Old Xian asked casually, "Any news of that lad, Suzimo?" "He should have already entered hell, but his fate is unknown," the sect master of the academy replied. "Have any living beings come forth from Avicii in the past few days?" Old Xian asked again. "No." The sect master of the academy shook his head gently. "You don't seem worried?" Although Old Xian did not open his eyes to look, he seemed to be able to read the sect master of the academy's mind. "It's useless to worry," the sect master of the academy said. "Furthermore, I just divined a divination for Suzimo. It seems like he's managed to turn his misfortunes into blessings." "That's good." Old Xian nodded. The secret chamber went silent once more. A moment later, Old Xian suddenly asked, "Did you manage to find out anything about that long-browed old monk?" "I'm not sure. I can't divine him at all." The sect master of the academy shook his head gently. "It's normal that you can't divine someone who can see through my grotto heaven with a single glance." After saying that, Old Xian did not ask further and continued recuperating. After a while, the sect master of the academy turned to leave when he saw that Old Xian did not say anything. A ripple appeared in the void and the sect master of the academy had already vanished. It was only then that Old Xian opened his eyes slowly and looked in the direction where the sect master of the academy disappeared expressionlessly. He looked for a while in deep thought. A long time later, Old Xian took a deep breath and continued healing with his eyes closed. Inner sect of the academy, Qingyun's cave abode. Fang Qingyun sat in the middle and rubbed his glabella gently in deep thought. "Senior brother Fang, is there anything on your mind?" Not far away, the person who asked was an inner sect disciple of the academy, a grade 6 heaven immortal named Xianxia. He was usually very close to Fang Qingyun. Fang Qingyun was indeed troubled and frustrated over something. A few days ago, he received a message from Prince Yuanzhua that the 4 major factions were annihilated and even Tang Peng died on Great Taiwei Mountain. Su Zimo fled into Avicii and the others chased after him. There was no news of them for the past few days and they were most likely dead. Furthermore, as time passed by, the various factions of the heavenly world gradually realized that none of the cultivators who entered Avicii survived. Many experts gradually realized that Avicii might be a trap and forbade disciples from exploring further. If Su Zimo had fled into Avicii, he should have died. However, the price this time round was way too great. Tang Peng had followed him for many years in the inner sect. To think that he would die outside this time round. At the same time that he was sad, Fang Qingyun felt relieved. Initially, he thought that the alliance of the 4 factions would definitely be foolproof against a grade 2 heaven immortal. That was the reason why he did not follow them. To think that that single thought would save his life instead. However, Fang Qingyun could not tell anyone about this. Tang Peng's death could not be blamed on anyone since he joined forces with outsiders to deal with his fellow disciple. However, Fang Qingyun might be implicated if the Grand Elder heard about this. How is Yang Ruoxu? He's not dead yet, Fang Qingyun asked with a frown. Since Su Zimo was already dead, it was useless to keep Yang Ruoxu alive. Yang Ruoxu knew that he had joined forces with outsiders. The fact that Yang Ruoxu was still alive was a threat to him. Chang Chi said, I haven't found any suitable opportunities during this period of time. Lu Ping and Princess Scarlet Rainbow have been guarding Yang Ruoxu's cave abode. Even if someone leaves to collect some sect resources, one of them will stay. Both of them are inner sect disciples and we can't barge in either. Humph. Fang Qingyun said, if there's no chance, won't you create one? If I'm not wrong, you should be cultivating the Academy's Righteousness Sutra as well, right? Yes, we are. Chang Chi nodded. When Fang Qingyun saw that Chang Chi still did not understand, he could not help but frown. Yang Ruoxu is now a cripple. If the righteousness sword is still with him, it's equivalent to a pearl covered in dust. Go and get it back. Understood. Chang Chi's eyes lit up. I'll go right away. Suddenly, 2 beams of light shone from the teleportation formation of Heaven and Earth Academy. Immediately after, a man and woman appeared on the teleportation formation. It was Su Zimo and Fairy Mo Qing who had returned from the pure land of bliss. Where are you going? Mo Qing turned to look at Su Zimo. Su Zimo said deeply, I'm prepared to make a trip to senior brother Yang Ruoxu's place. I have to send the Soraka fruit over as soon as possible. What happened to him? Mo Qing asked. Su Zimo was surprised and asked, Senior sister, you don't know about this? Mo Qing shook her head gently. On second thought, Su Zimo recalled that senior sister Mo Qing spent most of her time in seclusion painting and was indifferent to everything in the academy. It was only normal that she did not know about Yang Ruoxu's situation. At the very least, that could prove one thing. There was indeed nothing between Mo Qing and Yang Ruoxu. Otherwise, there was no way Mo Qing would not know that Yang Ruoxu was severely injured. Senior brother Yang was encircled and severely injured. His essence spirit is damaged and only the Soraka fruit can heal him. Su Zimo said, the reason why I headed to Avicii this time round was to search for the Soraka fruit. Oh, Mo Qing replied casually, as though she was not concerned about this matter. She nodded and said, go on then. What about you, senior sister? Su Zimo asked. Mo Qing said, I'm returning to my cave abode. Pausing momentarily, she pondered for a moment and continued, if you encounter anything in the future or have any doubts regarding the Tao, you can look for me at the legacy ground. Ah! Su Zimo was slightly stunned. Those did not seem like words that senior sister Mo Qing would say. Given senior sister Mo Qing's character, why would she take the initiative to invite others to her cave abode? Even Sword Immortal Yu Hua did not receive such treatment. Just as Su Zimo was puzzled, Fairy Mo Qing had already turned to leave. She flew through the air and shuttled through the clouds. Sparkles rose from her socks and the ice butterfly danced around her. The woman and butterfly seemed to have fused with the surrounding nature and were graceful. Junior brother Su is a junior from the same sect after all. Furthermore, we've experienced this calamity together, and it's only right for me to take care of him in the future. Fairy Mo Ching whispered. Moreover, junior brother Su has a deep relationship with that, fellow Taoist. At the thought of that person, Fairy Mo Ching suddenly recalled something and said reproachfully, Little butterfly, why did you fly around fellow Taoist desolate marshal to cause trouble when he appeared? You're not like that usually. It's strange. The ice butterfly said crisply, I can also sense the aura of our demon emperor from that person. Could I have sensed wrongly? The ice butterfly's puzzled voice sounded. The surroundings of Yang Ruoxu's cave abode were still dilapidated and overgrown with weeds, as though it had been abandoned for a long time. Su Zimo went forward and knocked gently on the door. No visitors allowed. Before long, a slightly tender voice sounded from within, clearly enraged. Go away, go away. It's me, Su Zimo said in a deep voice. The cave abode was silent for a moment before the sound of clothes fluttering could be heard. The door to the cave abode opened and a child's face appeared. It was Lu Ping. Senior brother Su. Lu Ping's eyes lit up as he shouted. Su Zimo smiled and nodded. As he walked in, he asked, How's senior brother Yang? At the mention of Yang Ruoxu, Lu Ping's face darkened once more. Senior brother Yang's essence spirit is getting weaker and he's been asleep for 3 days without waking up. I don't think he can hold on for much longer. Thereafter, he blinked again. If not for senior sister Scarlet Rainbow's meticulous care during this period of time, senior brother Yang might have died a long time ago. Lu Ping's words seemed to be implying something. However, Su Zimo was worried about Yang Ruoxu and did not think too much about it. Before long, the two of them arrived before Yang Ruoxu's bed. Princess Scarlet Rainbow and a boy were guarding him. She held Yang Ruoxu's hand with a worried expression. When she saw Su Zimo return, Princess Scarlet Rainbow merely forced a smile and nodded. Yang Ruoxu's face was pale and he was unconscious with a weak life force. Without hesitation, Su Zimo took out the sriracha fruit from his storage bag and came before Yang Ruoxu's couch. He placed the sriracha fruit beside Yang Ruoxu's mouth and scratched it gently with his fingernails. A crack appeared on the sriracha fruit, and a rich fruit juice with a unique fragrance flowed slowly into Yang Ruoxu's mouth. This is Princess Scarlet Rainbow and the other two had strange expressions. Although the three of them knew that Su Zimo was heading to Avicii to look for the sriracha fruit, they did not have much hope. This is the sriracha fruit, Su Zimo said and frowned slightly when he saw Yang Ruoxu's expression. Yang Ruoxu had already consumed the entire sriracha fruit. However, his condition showed no signs of improvement. Actually, Su Zimo did not know much about the sriracha fruit. Legend has it that the sriracha fruit could heal essence spirits that were severely injured. However, this sriracha fruit had been buried in Avicii for so many years after all. Nobody knew if it still had the effect of healing the essence spirit. What's going on? Even the sriracha fruit can't do it. Princess Scarlet Rainbow was flustered and her voice trembled. Su Zimo released his spirit consciousness and scanned Yang Ruoxu's body carefully, saying in a low voice, Senior brother Yang's essence spirit has been injured for too long and his body is severely injured as well. Even after he consumes the sriracha fruit, his body won't be able to refine and absorb the power within. We can inject heaven and earth essence chi into his body to help him absorb it. Princess Scarlet Rainbow's reaction was extremely fast and she thought of this method right away. Su Zimo nodded. Princess Scarlet Rainbow circulated heaven and earth essence chi and channeled it carefully into Yang Ruoxu's body. However, after a while, Yang Ruoxu's condition did not show any signs of improvement. What should we do? Princess Scarlet Rainbow was at a loss. Let me give it a try. Su Zimo extended his finger and touched Yang Ruoxu's glabella gently, injecting a stream of pure and rich essence chi. Before long, Yang Ruoxu's face regained some color and the life force in his body gradually stabilized. It's working. Princess Scarlet was delighted. When Su Zimo saw that Yang Ruoxu's breathing was gradually steady and strong, he relaxed and heaved a sigh of relief. He was the green lotus true body, and the heaven and earth essence chi in his body was far purer and more condensed than Princess Scarlet Rainbow. Furthermore, the creation green lotus was a god of the flora race to begin with and could naturally absorb and refine the Soraka fruit with ease. Although Yang Ruoxu's condition had stabilized, he showed no signs of waking up. Su Zimo did not stop what he was doing and continued to channel heaven and earth essence chi to help Yang Ruoxu absorb the Soraka fruit. Dong! 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 Right then, a violent knock sounded outside the cave abode. To be precise, it no longer seemed like he was knocking on the door. He was practically ramming down the door. Due to the tremendous impact outside, the entire cave abode trembled slightly and dust fell from above. It must be those people again, the boy said hatefully. Fang Qingyun? Su Zimo asked with a frown. Lu Ping said, Fang Qingyun has not shown himself the entire time. However, during this period of time, almost all the people who came to cause trouble were his followers. These people are always looking for all sorts of excuses to visit senior brother Yang. Actually, they have evil intentions. Dong! 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 The sound of the door slamming sounded once more, intensifying. Su Zimo was still helping Yang Ruoxu refine the Soraka fruit and could not leave for the time being. Lu Ping stood up and said, I'll chase them away. Lu Ping and Yang Ruoxu's boy headed outside. Go away. Our young master rejects all guests, the boy shouted. Is this how senior brother Yang treats his fellow sect mates? If you don't open the door, don't blame me for destroying this cave abode. A voice traveled into the cave abode. Changqi, how dare you barge into senior brother Yang's cave abode without his permission? Lu Ping recognized the person's voice and hollered. Fufu. Changqi chuckled. Senior brother Yang is severely injured. We came to visit, but you guys refused to let us see him. Now, I suspect that senior brother Yang has already been killed by you guys. For the sake of senior brother Yang's safety, the sect won't hold me accountable even if I barge into the cave abode. You! The boy was furious. Lu Ping said in a deep voice, we will definitely not open the cave abode. You guys can head back. Then don't blame me for being rude, Changqi said coldly. Immediately after, a tremendous force struck the door of the cave abode. Boom! With a loud bang, the door to the cave abode shattered and scattered onto the ground, creating dust clouds. Changqi brought a few inner sect disciples and 100 servants of the academy with him. All of them had hostile expressions as they barged in. How dare you! Lu Ping was shocked and furious as he clenched his fists with widened eyes. You're not allowed to go over. The boy extended his arms and stopped Changqi and the others as well. You guys are so nervous. Seems like Yang Ruoxu isn't dead yet. Changqi raised his brow slightly and said leisurely, however, even if he's not dead, he's still a cripple. It's fine if you don't let me in. Hand Yang Ruoxu's righteousness sword over to me. On what grounds? The boy questioned loudly. Yang Ruoxu is already a cripple and is not worthy of using the righteousness sword. Changqi declared proudly. I've also cultivated the righteousness sutra. In the academy, I'm the only one qualified to wield the righteousness sword. The boy sneered with disdain. Changqi narrowed his gaze and said coldly, slap him! How dare a kid like you mock disciples of the academy? Immediately, more than 10 servants stood out and cursed. They swarmed forward and restrained the boy, giving him a few tight slaps on the face. Instantly, the boy's cheeks swelled. However, he did not give in and merely glared at Changqi fiercely. Just as Lu Ping was about to move, Changqi released a tremendous spirit consciousness pressure and suppressed Lu Ping on the spot. Lu Ping was only a grade 1 heaven immortal while Changqi was a grade 6 heaven immortal. The difference between them was too great and Lu Ping could not defend against it at all. Let's go. Changqi waved his hand and prepared to lead his men in. Right then, a voice sounded from the cave abode. Someone like you is worthy of using the righteousness sword? A green-robed cultivator walked over from the cave abode. Su Zimo? When Xianxia saw who it was, his expression changed and he let out a look of disbelief. What's going on? Isn't he already dead? The inner sect disciples beside Xianxia whispered with bewildered expressions. Su Zimo helped Yang Ruoxu refine the power of the Sriracha fruit completely. When he saw that Yang Ruoxu could circulate and recuperate on his own while his essence spirit was healing, he walked over towards Xianxia and the others who had barged into the cave abode. Su Zimo released a tremendous spirit consciousness pressure that surged over like a tide. Boom! Xianxia shuddered. Su Zimo's essence spirit had already reached the peak of a grade 5 heaven immortal. Coupled with the powerful condensation of his green lotus essence spirit, his spirit consciousness was definitely not weaker than Xianxia's. The pressure on Lu Ping vanished without a trace and he regained his freedom. Su Zimo's gaze landed on Yang Ruoxu's boy. His expression turned cold as he waved his sleeves casually. As though they were struck by lightning, the immortal servants shuddered and were sent flying instantly, spitting out blood. All of them smashed against the walls of the cave abode and rolled down in a wretched manner. The boy was still standing on the spot, safe and sound. Junior brother Su, what's the meaning of this? Xianxia's expression darkened as he asked slowly. Senior brother Chang. He's now the in-name disciple of the sect master. We should address him as Senior Brother Su. An inner sect disciple behind Xianxia reminded softly. Taking a deep breath of air, Xianxia had no choice but to change the way he addressed Su Zimo. Senior Brother Su, when one beats a dog, one must answer to its master. You injured my men without even asking about the facts. You have to be accountable for it. Answer to the dog's master? Arriving before Xianxia, Su Zimo raised his hand without any warning and slapped Xianxia heavily on the face. Piak! That slap caused Xianxia to stagger and his cheekbones were almost crushed. I'll smack the master of the dogs as well. Su Zimo looked at Xianxia expressionlessly with a cold gaze. As though he was chasing away a servant, he spat out a single word. Scram! Lu Ping and the boy almost clapped and cheered. They felt as though they had vented the grievances they had suffered for the past few days and were delighted. Xianxia was stunned for a moment. He had not expected that Su Zimo would dare to attack him directly in the inner sect of the academy. You! Xianxia reacted quickly and was enraged. To think that he would be humiliated by Su Zimo in front of a few inner sect disciples and many immortal servants. He felt his anger rush to his head and his eyes were bloodshot. He glared at Su Zimo and was about to step forward and fight. Senior Brother Chang, don't be rash. Two inner sect disciples hurried forward and grabbed Xianxia's arm. What are you guys doing? Xianxia shouted. Su Zimo has already violated sect rules by attacking fellow sect mates in private in the academy. He can't blame me for being nasty. In terms of sect rules, you were the one who barged into Senior Brother Yang's cave abode first. Even if I cripple you now, the sect elders won't punish me. Su Zimo said coldly with a sinister tone. Xianxia could not help but shudder under Su Zimo's gaze. At that moment, Xianxia was overwhelmed by Su Zimo's aura. Even though he was a grade 6 heaven immortal, he felt guilty at the moment and he gradually calmed down. 1,000 years ago, the person before him condensed the 10th stone step of the Tao Heart Stairs. Not only were the 9 great elders alarmed, even the sect master of the academy appeared. There was even a legacy disciple who was completely crippled. Compared to that legacy disciple, he was only a grade 6 heaven immortal and was truly nothing. Given Su Zimo's status as an in-name disciple of the sect master, even if his cultivation realm was not high, who in the inner sect would dare to have a direct conflict with him? However, it was way too embarrassing to be slapped by Su Zimo in front of everyone. Xianxia was still indignant. Xianxia took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Senior Brother Su, I respect you as a senior brother of the academy and won't fight you. However, there's always a reason for everything. Yang Ruoxu is already a cripple. Why isn't he handing over the righteousness sword? Su Zimo sneered. Only an open and honest person is worthy of wielding the righteousness sword. Ask yourself if you're worthy of those words. Xianxia was shocked. Su Zimo's words were extremely powerful and pointed to his Tao heart like a divine weapon. Xianxia's expression was dark and he wanted to retreat. Right then, many academy disciples sped over from the distant horizon. It was a large crowd and there looked to be more than 10,000 of them. Their leader was Fang Qingyun. When the people from the academy at the teleportation formation relayed the news of Su Zimo's return to Fang Qingyun, he realized that something was amiss and gathered many inner sect disciples, rushing over in a grand manner. There were hundreds of thousands of inner sect disciples. Fang Qingyun had been in the inner sect for many years and was the number one of the inner sect. He was extremely famous and could gather thousands of inner sect disciples with a single wave of his arm. "Senior brother Su, how have you been?" Fang Qingyun cupped his fists with a smile. Although he was smiling, there were tens of thousands of inner sect disciples behind him after all. They were aggressive and clearly hostile. Su Zimo had an indifferent expression and did not return the greeting. "What's going on?" Fang Qingyun asked with a frown. Xianxia recounted everything that happened in detail. When Fang Qingyun heard that, he looked at Su Zimo and said in a deep voice, "Senior brother Su, you were definitely in the wrong. Junior brother Yang's cultivation has already been crippled. Indeed, it's not suitable for him to retain the righteousness sword, causing this sword of the academy to rot in the dust. Even if Xianxia isn't qualified to wield the righteousness sword, senior brother Yang should hand it over and return it to the sect for other fated people." Although Fang Qingyun's every word seemed fair from the perspective of the academy, he was actually still targeting Yang Ruoxu. "Senior brother Fang is right. Senior brother Yang is about to die. Why is he retaining that sword? Senior brother Yang, aren't you way too selfish? Indeed, this sword should be returned to the sect. Hand over the righteousness sword." The many inner sect disciples behind Fang Qingyun spoke one after another, creating a commotion that formed an unstoppable might. Fang Qingyun had a faint smile on his face the entire time. He knew very well that Su Zimo was the in-name disciple of the sect master and was even superior to him in terms of status. Therefore, this matter had to be blown up. In fact, if it could reach the upper echelons of the academy and the legacy ground, he could make use of their power to exert pressure on Su Zimo. Even if an academy elder appeared, he wouldn't be able to say anything about this matter. Indeed, Yang Ruoxu was a cripple and was unsuitable to wield the righteousness sword. That was an irrefutable fact. Even though Su Zimo was the in-name disciple of the sect master, he could not reverse the tides. Against the torrential commotion, Su Zimo's expression was indifferent as he looked at Fang Qingyun with a hint of mockery. Fang Qingyun noticed Su Zimo's gaze and suddenly felt uneasy. "Could I have miscalculated something? I don't think so." Fang Qingyun pondered carefully once more but could not find any flaws. "The righteousness sword is in my hands. Whoever wants it, come and take it." Right then, a robust voice sounded from the cave. A man and woman walked out side by side alongside that voice. The woman was Princess Scarlet Rainbow while the man was Yang Ruoxu. At that moment, Yang Ruoxu did not look like he was severely injured or on the brink of death. Instead, he had a torrential aura and was surrounded by righteousness. Wielding the righteousness sword, he surveyed his surroundings with a lightning gaze. Many disciples were no match for him and none of them dared to meet his gaze. Yang Ruoxu cultivated the Righteousness Sutra and had always been open and honest. He was chivalrous and filled with righteousness. As for Fang Qingyun's group, although they spoke of benevolence and morality and said that they were doing it for the academy, they were actually scheming and had other motives. Now that Yang Ruoxu was out of seclusion and his injuries had healed, he was even better than before. Who would dare to take the righteousness sword in his hands? Who was qualified to obtain the righteousness sword? The Righteousness Sutra had been passed down for a long time. However, throughout history, there were not many people who cultivated it, and there were even less cultivators who could cultivate it to greater mastery. In this generation's academy, Yang Ruoxu was the only one who had cultivated the Righteousness Sutra successfully. Although Xianxia claimed to have cultivated this sutra, in reality, he was only at the tip of the iceberg and could not unleash its true power. Nobody in the immortality cultivation world could guarantee that they had not done anything shameful. Who could guarantee that they had not done anything wrong? Who could guarantee that everything they did was honorable? Even in the entire academy, including the elders, Yang Ruoxu was the only one worthy of wielding the righteousness sword, let alone the inner sect. Fang Qingyun had not expected Yang Ruoxu's injuries to recover to his peak. All his plans collapsed the moment Yang Ruoxu came out of seclusion. There were more than 10,000 people, but they were like scattered sand. Although Fang Qingyun was an inner sect disciple, he was no match for Yang Ruoxu, who was wielding the righteousness sword. So, your injuries have already healed, junior brother Yang. Congratulations. Fang Qingyun was extremely adaptable and did not intend to fight Yang Ruoxu head-on. Instead, he took a step back and cupped his fists in congratulations. Yang Ruoxu glared at Fang Qingyun coldly without replying. Thereafter, he raised his head and looked at the skies with a stern expression. It was originally noon and the sun was blazing. However, at that moment, dark clouds gathered above the academy and the skies gradually darkened. This is. Fang Qingyun and the others were shocked when they noticed that he's about to undergo tribulation transcendence. Someone from the crowd exclaimed. The moment that voice sounded, it was like a stone that caused 1,000 waves and the crowd exploded. Yang Ruoxu encountered such a calamity and actually benefited from it. He is taking the most critical step and is about to advance to the perfected one realm. It's not that easy. Throughout history, there have been many people who underwent tribulation transcendence. However, only 30% of them managed to survive the 6 of 9 heavenly tribulation and condense their Tao fruits to advance to the perfected one realm. No matter what, Yang Ruoxu has already come this far. Many people won't even have the chance to undergo tribulation transcendence. To think that senior brother Yang would be the first to undergo tribulation transcendence among the hundreds of thousands of fellow inner sect disciples. If he succeeds, senior brother Fang will be left behind as well. When he heard the discussions around him, Fang Qingyun's expression darkened. His eyes were filled with shock and jealousy. However, the phenomenon in the skies had already attracted everyone's attention and no one paid attention to him. Yang Ruoxu's figure rose slowly and everyone watched. In front of Mo Qing's cave abode in the legacy ground, a man stood with his hands behind his back. He was tall, had sharp brows and bright eyes with an extraordinary aura. It was Sword Immortal Yu Hua. Not far away, Fairy Mo Qing flew over. Sword Immortal Yu Hua hurried forward with a smile. Junior sister, I've been worried about you for the past few days. If you hadn't returned, I would have been prepared to make a move to explore Avicii. Thank you for your concern, senior brother. Mo Qing nodded with an indifferent expression. Although she said it politely, it was as though they were thousands of kilometers apart and were even more distant than before. Sword Immortal Yu Hua's expression froze for a moment. However, he regained his smile quickly and asked, Junior sister, have you found what you were looking for on this trip to hell? Yes, Mo Qing replied distractedly. However, Sword Immortal Yu Hua's expression changed as he asked with a frown. You obtained the Soraka fruit, junior sister? I didn't obtain the Soraka fruit. Mo Qing was surprised and puzzled as she shook his head gently, not understanding why Sword Immortal Yu Hua would have such a guess. That was indeed the truth. The Soraka fruit was taken away by Su Zimo. Sword Immortal Yu Hua heaved a sigh of relief and chuckled. I was thinking too much. Senior brother, if there's nothing else, I'll go back and rest first. Mo Qing said indifferently. Her words meant that she was sending him off. Naturally, Sword Immortal Yu Hua could tell. However, he did not leave and took the initiative to invite. Junior sister, junior brother Yang of the inner sect is severely injured and won't be able to hold on for long. Let's go check on him together. Junior brother Yang? Mo Qing was confused and could not react in time. Continue pretending. Let's see how much longer you can pretend. Sword Immortal Yu Hua sneered internally but smiled. Junior brother Yang Ruoxu. Him. Mo Qing frowned slightly and shook her head. Senior brother, go on. I won't be going. In her opinion, She and Yang Ruoxu were just ordinary fellow sect mates and were not familiar with one another, so there was no need for her to take a look. Furthermore, junior brother Su had already sent the Soraka fruit over. Yang Ruoxu should not be in any danger. Initially, Sword Immortal Yu Hua wanted to head over with Fairy Mo Qing to watch Yang Ruoxu struggle on the brink of death. However, he did not expect Mo Qing to be completely uninterested. When Sword Immortal Yu Hua saw that Mo Qing did not seem to care about Yang Ruoxu's safety and did not seem to be faking it, he was puzzled as well. What's going on? What went wrong? As Sword Immortal Yu Hua pondered, he sensed something and looked in the direction of the inner sect of the academy. Dark clouds filled the skies and lightning flashed. Someone from the inner sect of the academy was undergoing tribulation transcendence. It might be that lad, Fang Qingyun. Sword Immortal Yu Hua thought to himself and turned to Fairy Mo Qing, inviting, "Junior sister, someone from the inner sect is undergoing tribulation transcendence. Why don't we go take a look?" "I'm not going." Mo Qing shook her head gently and thought to herself, what's so interesting about a tribulation transcendence? Furthermore, she did not like to join crowds to begin with. The tribulation transcendence would definitely attract countless people, so she was even more unwilling to appear. Fairy Mo Qing did not bid farewell either and turned to walk towards the cave abode, leaving nothing but a back view for Sword Immortal Yu Hua. Sword Immortal Yu Hua was snubbed despite his repeated invites. Feeling disappointed, his smile gradually disappeared. Right then, a streak of light sped over at an extremely fast speed and arrived before Sword Immortal Yu Hua in the blink of an eye. It was a legacy disciple of the academy, Xiao Li. "Senior brother," Xiao Li shouted from afar. "What is it?" Sword Immortal Yu Hua asked with a frown. "Enothi." When Xiao Li saw Sword Immortal Yu Hua's frustrated expression, he hesitated for a moment. Sword Immortal Yu Hua looked in the direction of the inner sect of the academy and asked casually, "Who is the one undergoing the tribulation transcendence in the inner sect?" "Fang Qingyun." "No." Xiao Li shook his head and said hesitantly, "It's Yang Ruoxu." Sword Immortal Yu Hua's expression changed and the sharpness in his body burst forth. Releasing it, he glared at Xiao Li coldly and asked slowly, "Who?" "Yang Ruoxu." Xiao Li gulped. His essence spirit was severely injured, but he can still attempt tribulation transcendence? Suddenly, Sword Immortal Yu Hua's tone turned extremely sharp. Xiao Li said, "I heard that his essence spirit recovered completely after consuming the Soraka fruit." Soraka fruit. Sword Immortal Yu Hua's expression darkened as he asked, "Where did the Soraka fruit come from?" Xiao Li replied, "Su Zimo of the inner sect, the one who condensed the 10th stone step on the Tao Heart Stairs 1,000 years ago and was accepted by the sect master as an in-name disciple. He obtained it in Avicii. It's him." Sword Immortal Yu Hua narrowed his eyes gradually. Heaven and Earth Academy above the inner sect. 3 figures with powerful auras suddenly appeared. They were 4 of the Academy's 9 great elders, the Grand Elder, Elder 2, Elder 5 and Elder 9. "Hurry and disperse. Aren't you afraid that the heavenly tribulation will descend and implicate you?" Elder 2 looked down at the many inner sect disciples below and hollered. Many cultivators were alarmed and recalled the dangers that might happen during the tribulation transcendence. They retreated one after another and left the range of the dark clouds above their heads. The tribulation transcendence of a heaven immortal was the most important and dangerous step in the cultivation of the upper world. One had to converge the black, earth and heaven essences into one, infusing it into their dermic Tao to condense a Tao fruit before they could advance to the perfected one realm. The lifespan of a perfected one-realm cultivator would increase to more than 500,000 years. During the Tao fruit condensation process, a heavenly tribulation would descend. The limit of the lower worlds was the 4 of 9 heavenly tribulation. Typically speaking, the weakest heavenly tribulation for the perfected one tribulation was the 6 of 9 heavenly tribulation. Of course, this was the calamity that most heaven immortals would face. In rare cases, because some living beings were innately strong, possessed extraordinary bloodlines or were envied by the heavens, there was a chance that the stronger 7 of 9 or even 8 of 9 heavenly tribulations would be triggered. Of course, there was also the extreme heavenly tribulation of the heavenly tribulations, the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation. Almost all the living beings that could trigger the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation were the strongest paragons of the current era. If they succeeded in the tribulation transcendence, they would definitely leave their names in history. For example, the legendary Infinite Great Emperor and Longevity Great Emperor attracted the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation back then. Although the fact that a cultivator could attract the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation was proof of their strength, it was also accompanied by unimaginable danger. Throughout history, there had been many monster incarnates who failed to survive the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation and died. In the tribulation transcendence of cultivators, all cultivators within the radius of the tribulation clouds would be attacked by the heavenly tribulation. That was the reason why the 4 elders of the academy reminded the disciples of the academy to watch from afar lest they were implicated by the heavenly tribulation. Throughout history, there had been countless living beings who underwent the tribulation transcendence and their experiences were recorded. During the tribulation transcendence, the person undergoing the tribulation transcendence could use any means to resist the heavenly tribulation. Be it array formations, talismans, divine powers, or dermic treasures, there was no problem. However, he could not find outsiders to help him resist the heavenly tribulation. This action would be regarded as a challenge to the heavens, and an even more violent and terrifying heavenly tribulation would descend. Not only would the person undergoing the tribulation transcendence not be able to escape death, the person helping would also be implicated. Moreover, the process of tribulation transcendence was an indispensable part of condensing the Tao fruit and stepping into the perfected one realm. Without the baptism and tempering of the heavenly tribulation, it was impossible to condense a true Tao fruit. Furthermore, during the tribulation transcendence, cultivators could use the heavenly tribulation to refine their dermic treasures. If a dermic treasure survived the heavenly tribulation, it would transform into a sentient dermic treasure and become even stronger. That was why there were tribulation spirit treasures. There was one additional thing to take note of for tribulation transcendence. Generally speaking, even if one could successfully undergo the tribulation transcendence and step into the perfected one realm, cultivators would become extremely weak after withstanding a few rounds of the heavenly tribulation. At that time, it would be best if they had experts protecting them. Otherwise, it would be extremely easy for enemies to take advantage of the situation and assassinate them. Therefore, itinerant cultivators in the upper world would be extremely cautious at this step and search for a deserted barren ground to undergo the tribulation transcendence. The location of the tribulation transcendence would be extremely confidential and kept to themselves. The situation would be much better if a disciple of a heaven-level sect like Yang Ruoxu underwent tribulation transcendence. As long as he underwent the tribulation transcendence in the academy, an elder would definitely appear to protect him in case anything happened. Any perfected immortal was a cornerstone of the major sects and factions and was extremely important. Dark clouds were overcast and lightning flashed as thunder rumbled. Yang Ruoxu stood in the air with the righteousness sword in hand. He looked up at the firmament with a righteous aura and was fearless. "Come on!" Yang Ruoxu shouted. Crack! The red heavenly tribulation descended. Yang Ruoxu did not use any divine powers or dermic arts and only relied on his body to defend. Apart from the righteousness sword in his hand, there were 7 to 8 heaven-grade dermic treasures floating beside him, ready to be tempered by the heavenly tribulation. Boom! 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 The heavenly tribulation descended continuously. Its color gradually deepened and its power became stronger. In the end, the heavenly tribulation that descended from the dark clouds had already turned into dark red lightning that was as thick as a stone pillar and smashed heavily onto Yang Ruoxu's body. Yang Ruoxu shuddered, but he gritted his teeth and resisted with his body. A moment later, the 9 strikes of the heavenly tribulation ended. However, this was only the first level. It was also the level that posed the least threat. There were at least 5 more heavenly tribulations, each stronger than the last. A charred mark from being struck by lightning appeared on the dermic treasures beside Yang Ruoxu as well. These dermic treasures had already transformed into tribulation sentient dermic treasures. The dark clouds above Yang Ruoxu's head changed rapidly. Without giving him much time to rest, the second heavenly tribulation quickly descended. This time, the color of the heavenly tribulation had already turned yellow, and its strength had increased several times. Yang Ruoxu had no choice but to raise his righteousness chi to resist the impact of the second heavenly tribulation. Before long, the second heavenly tribulation ended. Yang Ruoxu heaved a sigh of relief and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Soon, the third heavenly tribulation descended. The color of the heavenly tribulation had already changed to green and its strength increased again. This time round, Yang Ruoxu had no choice but to take out the surrounding dermic treasures to resist the power of the heavenly tribulation. Crack, crack, crack. The 9 strikes of the heavenly tribulation bombarded continuously and 3 dermic treasures could not withstand it. Cracks appeared and their light dimmed as they fell. Not all dermic treasures could survive the baptism of the heavenly tribulation. The 4th heavenly tribulation descended. This was a blue heavenly tribulation. The huge blue lightning struck down continuously. Yang Ruoxu summoned many divine powers and secret skills to defend against it. After this round of heavenly tribulation, 2 more dermic treasures beside him were destroyed. Immediately after, it was the 5th heavenly tribulation. Purple lightning enveloped Yang Ruoxu and did not give him any chance to catch his breath. Yang Ruoxu released his bloodline phenomenon and continued to resist the heavenly tribulation. In front of this vast and terrifying heavenly tribulation, Yang Ruoxu's figure seemed so tiny. After being repelled time and time again, he charged forward once more. Finally, the 5th heavenly tribulation ended. Apart from the righteousness sword in his hand, Yang Ruoxu's dermic treasures were all shattered. He was also covered in injuries from the heavenly tribulations, but he still stood with his sword and did not submit. The 6th heavenly tribulation appeared. The gray lightning with a hint of deathly power smashed down fiercely and almost pierced through Yang Ruoxu's body. Eft! Yang Ruoxu spat out blood and swayed. The second strike of the heavenly tribulation. Bang! Yang Ruoxu was smashed into the mud, creating a huge pit. His entire body was charred and green smoke rose. He no longer resembled a human. Boom! Immediately after, the 3rd strike of the heavenly tribulation struck. Blood and flesh splattered from Yang Ruoxu's body. In some places, even white bones were revealed. It was a shocking sight. Su Zimo, Princess Scarlet Rainbow, Lu Ping and the others looked at this scene with worried expressions but were helpless. Yang Ruoxu could only shoulder the heavenly tribulation himself. There were still a few strikes of the heavenly tribulation left. As long as he could survive them, he would experience a meteoric rise and become a perfected immortal. Yang Ruoxu's tribulation transcendence caused a huge commotion and almost all the disciples of the academy were alarmed. Observing the process of the tribulation transcendence could also allow other disciples to gain experience and insights. Under the bombardment of the 6th heavenly tribulation, Yang Ruoxu fell and stood up again and again. His body became increasingly battered while his injuries were aggravated. At this point of the tribulation transcendence, he had already used up all his trump cards. He relied on the righteousness sword in his hand, his personal righteousness, and his fearless Tao heart. No one knew if he could survive. I wonder how many heavenly tribulations senior brother Yang can attract? In his current condition, the 6 of 9 heavenly tribulation is his limit. An additional level will kill him. Finally, the 6 of 9 heavenly tribulation ended. The tribulation clouds retreated and light reappeared. Yang Ruoxu lay in the huge pit created by the heavenly tribulation. His body was filled with electric arcs, and his aura was weak. He was practically half dead, but he still gripped the righteousness sword tightly. The righteousness sword had already transformed into a 6 tribulation spirit treasure after experiencing the baptism of the 6 of 9 heavenly tribulation. If he had the chance to temper and baptize it in the future, it could still reach the level of a 7 or 8 tribulation spirit treasure. As for whether it could become a 9 tribulations pure yang spirit treasure, that would depend on luck. It's finally over. Princess Scarlet Rainbow felt relieved and was the first to charge at Yang Ruoxu. The 4 elders landed one after another. The Grand Elder extended his finger and tapped Yang Ruoxu's body a few times to stabilize his injuries. Elder 9 took out a few immortal pills and fed them to Yang Ruoxu. Yang Ruoxu perked up. With Princess Scarlet Rainbow's help, he tried his best to stand up and bowed. "Thank you, elders." The 4 elders nodded slightly and looked at Yang Ruoxu with satisfaction. "Choose one of us as your masters." The Grand Elder smiled gently and said, "Among the 4 of us, Elder 5 is the strongest in terms of combat strength. Among the 9 of us, he's also the strongest." Elder 9 said, "If not, he wouldn't have been able to control the immortal army of the Academy. In the Heaven and Earth Academy, apart from the sect master of the Academy, only Elder 5 had the authority to mobilize all the cultivators in the Academy to form an immortal army in the shortest time possible to deal with any accidents." Elder 5 looked at Yang Ruoxu and said, "Your aptitude is indeed not bad. It's just that benevolence does not lead troops. You are not suitable to become my disciple." From Elder 5's point of view, Yang Ruoxu was upright and chivalrous, and it was easy for him to fight for injustice. However, that also meant that he had a benevolent side in his heart. "Become my disciple," the Grand Elder said. "I cultivated the Righteousness Sutra before. Although I gave up in the end, I still gained some insights." "Greetings, Master." Yang Ruoxu did not decline and knelt down. "Congratulations. There's now one more cultivator in the Academy's legacy ground." The other 3 elders cupped their fists in joy. The Grand Elder's gaze landed on the many inner sect disciples below, and he suddenly said, "There seemed to be a conflict here just now?" Princess Scarlet Rainbow looked indignant and could not help but say, "It's Xianxia and the rest. They brought some immortal servants and barged into Ruoxu's cave abode to snatch the righteousness sword. Thankfully, Senior Brother Su stopped them." "Oh!" The Grand Elder's face darkened. Yang Ruoxu had already joined the legacy ground to become a legacy disciple. As the Grand Elder and Yang Ruoxu's master, he naturally had to stand up for Yang Ruoxu and deal with things for him. "Elder 2, you're in charge of discipline. How should we deal with this matter?" the Grand Elder asked calmly. Xianxia and the others trembled and turned pale. Elder 2 smiled sinisterly and said slowly, "Xianxia, you violated the sect rules. Although I can spare your life, I will cripple your cultivation and you will be expelled from the Academy. The other 5 inner sect disciples will be demoted to immortal servants and are not allowed to enter the inner sect again. The remaining immortal servants are all expelled from the Academy." Crippling his cultivation was a severe punishment. It was equivalent to Xianxia's many years of cultivation being destroyed overnight. "I merely erred in the moment. Please show mercy, Elder 2. Elders, please give me another chance." Xianxia knelt on the ground and kowtowed, begging for mercy non-stop. Elder 2 was expressionless. "It was Senior Brother Fong who asked me to." Xianxia suddenly turned around and looked at Fong Qingyun in the crowd, ready to testify against him. "Xianxia, how dare you? At this time, you're still talking nonsense and creating trouble everywhere." Fong Qingyun shouted and interrupted Xianxia. Elder 2 frowned slightly. He naturally knew what Xianxia wanted to say. However, Fong Qingyun was the number 1 inner sect disciple after all and was most likely to advance to the perfected One Realm next. There was no need to involve him. This matter had to end with Xianxia. It was not appropriate to involve too many people. At that thought, Elder 2 waved his robe and a divine light entered Xianxia's body, crippling his cultivation. Xianxia sat paralyzed on the ground, as if he had aged 100,000 years in an instant. He looked at Fong Qingyun in the crowd and did not dare to make a sound. He no longer had any cultivation. If he said another word, he might not be able to leave Heaven and Earth Academy alive. "When your injuries stabilize, go to the legacy ground and choose a cave abode," the Grand Elder instructed again before leaving with the 3 elders. Many inner sect disciples looked at Yang Ruoxu, Fong Qingyun, Su Zimo and the others with emotional expressions and lamented in their hearts. Yang Ruoxu and Fong Qingyun had been fighting openly and secretly for many years. Because Sword Immortal Yuhua was backing Fong Qingyun, no one thought highly of Yang Ruoxu. Over the years, many cultivators were unwilling to get too close to Yang Ruoxu. However, no one expected that Yang Ruoxu would step into the perfected One realm and become the Grand Elder's disciple while Changqi would end up crippled. In this competition, Fang Qingyun could be said to have suffered a crushing defeat. Of course, some inner sect disciples knew that the situation was completely changed only because of the sect master's in-name disciple, Su Zimo. Although Yang Ruoxu had left the inner sect and entered the legacy ground, everyone knew that the inner sect of the academy was about to change. On one side was Fang Qingyun, who had been there for many years. On the other side was Su Zimo, who was gaining fame. Both of them were backed by legacy disciples. The conflicts within the academy might become even more intense in the future. Congratulations, Senior Brother Yang. Senior Brother Yang, I'm Chi-Han. We completed a mission together previously. Senior Brother Yang, you're amazing. Please guide me in the future. Many inner sect disciples surrounded Yang Ruoxu and congratulated him. Yang Ruoxu looked at the smiling faces of his fellow disciples, and a trace of mockery flashed across the depths of his eyes. He felt a little nauseous. Over the years, no one was willing to get too close to him. A few days ago, his cave abode was still deserted. Now that he had stepped into the perfected immortal realm, he could be said to have experienced a meteoric rise. Immediately, many fellow disciples came to congratulate him while reminding him of their relationship. Yang Ruoxu held Princess Scarlet Rainbow's hand and looked at Su Zimo, Lu Ping, and his Dao child. The few of them looked at each other and smiled. Their friendship was indescribable. As a bystander, Su Zimo could naturally tell that the relationship between Yang Ruoxu and Princess Scarlet Rainbow was rising rapidly and had already exceeded that of fellow disciples. This was not difficult to imagine. When Yang Ruoxu was seriously injured, he was taken care of by a woman like Princess Scarlet Rainbow. She stayed by his side at all times, and he felt both gratitude and affection towards her. To begin with, Yang Ruoxu was an open and honest person. He was extremely righteous. The more Princess Scarlet Rainbow understood, the more she admired him. As the two of them spent time together, it was understandable for them to develop feelings for one another. If the two of them could achieve fruition and become Dao companions, Su Zimo would wish them well and be happy for them. After this matter was over, Heaven and Earth Academy would regain a period of peace. Su Zimo returned to his cave abode and prepared to enter seclusion again. Before entering seclusion, he opened up an open-air courtyard in the depths of the cave abode and planted the Ashoka tree trunk he found in Avicii. The green lotus true body could absorb a large amount of dense heaven and earth essence chi and gather it in this cave abode. While nourishing his body and bloodline, it would also nourish the Ashoka tree. It was still unknown if the Ashoka tree could be revived. But no matter what, he had to give it a try. Once everything was ready, Su Zimo closed his cave abode and entered seclusion to cultivate. Avicii. After confirming that the green lotus true body had settled down, the martial Dao prime body prepared to leave and return to the fiend domain. This time he had Ming Zhen with him. Once they were reunited with Yan Beichen, these three old friends from Tianhuang mainland would naturally have a good drink together. The martial Dao prime body summoned the hell suppression tripod and tore through the void, leaving Avicii. The moment he arrived above Azura Monastery, Ming Zhen sensed the heaven and earth essence chi again and immediately broke through the barrier of the heavenly essence realm to become a heaven immortal. He was a grade 9 earth immortal to begin with and had received Emperor Ananda's inheritance. He had accumulated a lot and only did not break through because he was in Avicii. The martial Dao prime body guarded at the side and raised his head slightly to look at the sky. Avicii formed a world of its own and could even isolate the descent of heavenly tribulations. At that moment, no heavenly tribulation descended after the martial Dao prime body appeared. The existence of the martial Dao prime body was a variable to begin with. Back in Tianhuang mainland, the martial Dao prime body had resisted the summoning power of the upper world for Ji Yaoxue and the others. He faked his death using the divine punishment and stayed in Tianhuang mainland for thousands of years. At this moment, as long as the martial Dao prime body retracted his aura, and did not release the spirit consciousness power of the true martial realm or any divine powers and secret skills, he could still deceive the world and escape the heavenly tribulations. The martial Tao prime body was careful as he slowly released a wisp of true martial realm spirit consciousness. Indeed, instantly, the skies changed drastically and a violent wind blew. Dark clouds enveloped the skies above Azura Monastery, and the world dimmed rapidly with a terrifying might. The martial Tao prime body hurriedly retracted his aura and spirit consciousness. The tribulation clouds did not dissipate immediately, as though there were a pair of eyes hidden within, looking down at the living beings in this area. The martial Tao prime body was like an old monk in meditation, his martial spirit silent in his consciousness. After a long while, when the pair of eyes did not seem to notice anything unusual, the tribulation clouds in the sky gradually dissipated. To the martial Tao prime body, he was not in a hurry to undergo the tribulation transcendence. Furthermore, Ming Zhen was breaking through beside him. If he were to undergo the tribulation transcendence now, Ming Zhen would be the first to be struck to death by the heavenly tribulations. Before long, Ming Zhen successfully stepped into the heaven essence realm and stabilized his cultivation realm. He opened his eyes and heaved a sigh of relief. The martial Tao prime body brought Ming Zhen to the nearest teleportation formation and prepared to return to Tianhuang sect. Fiend Domain Tianhuang sect. There were thousands of cultivators gathered in the square outside the main hall of Tianhuang sect. Most of them were black immortals and earth immortals. They were in an extremely sorry state and were covered in injuries with frightened expressions. Furthermore, they were not cultivators of Tianhuang sect. Heavenly Wolf was in human form and sat in the main hall of the Tianhuang sect imposingly. On both sides sat 8 heaven immortal experts. Apart from Yan Beichen, there were men and women among the other 7. They were all grade 8 and 9 heaven immortals. They were the 7 emotions fiend generals that Heavenly Wolf had recruited over the years. When Yan Beichen woke up after returning from Avicii, his injuries had already healed. With Emperor Bo Sun's legacy, the complete fiend obsession Buddha Karmic Sutra, and the inheritance of the Jiddu Saber, his cultivation speed was extremely terrifying. He was already a grade 2 heaven immortal. He was only slightly inferior compared to Heavenly Wolf. Below the hall stood 2 grade 3 heaven immortals, a man and a woman. The man was tall and handsome, but there seemed to be an irreconcilable sadness between his brows. The woman's clothes were as white as snow and she was extremely beautiful. Her eyes were like water as she looked at the man with a hint of tenderness and love. The two of them stood together like an immortal couple. However, the two of them seemed to have traveled a long way. They looked tired and travel-worn, and they seemed to be injured. The thousands of cultivators outside the hall were also brought over by the two of them. "Greetings, Sect Master Heavenly Wolf." The melancholic man bowed. Heavenly Wolf nodded slightly. "Tell me about your backgrounds. Why did you bring thousands of remnant troops to the territory of my Tianhuang sect? Are you intending to submit to me?" The man said, "I'm Gutong Yu, from Zephyr Thunder Palace, an Earthgrade sect in the heartland of the Fiend Domain. The thousands of cultivators we brought over are also from Zephyr Thunder Palace." Upon hearing the words Zephyr Thunder Palace, the 7 emotions fiend generals and the others did not react. However, Yan Beichen's expression changed as he frowned slightly and looked at Gu Tongyu carefully. Heavenly Wolf chuckled. "The only fiend tree of the Fiend Domain, the Undying Tree, lies in the heartland of the Fiend Domain. There, heaven and earth essence chi is rich and countless rare treasures are buried underground. Essence spirit mines and ancient ruins can be found everywhere. That place is filled with killing every day. Every day, there might be sects and factions that completely disappear. An Earth-grade sect is nothing. Heavenly Wolf was once the 7 emotions Fiend King. He followed Emperor Bo Sun to unify the entire Fiend Domain, so he naturally knew every region of the Fiend Domain like the back of his hand. Although Tianhuang sect was a black-grade sect, it was located in a corner of the Fiend Domain where resources were scarce. Therefore, it had never faced much threats. Gu Tongyu said, "Sect Master Heavenly Wolf, you're right. Some time ago, Zephyr Thunder Palace was targeted by various factions. Experts appeared and joined forces with 18 other Earth-grade sects to form the 18 Fiend armies to attack Zephyr Thunder Palace. Heavenly Wolf raised his brow. Seems like Zephyr Thunder Palace is rather capable to be able to alarm 18 sects and factions of the same level to join forces. However, to be able to summon experts from 18 Earth-grade sects, they must be even more powerful and have an impressive background. Gu Tongyu nodded. The person in the lead is the Supreme Perfected Fiend of the current era, Yen Zue. Supreme Perfected Fiend. Upon hearing these words, the 7 emotions Fiend generals trembled and fear flashed through their eyes. Only the number 1 on the Perfected Fiend ranking was qualified to become a Supreme Perfected Fiend. Among the Perfected Fiends, no one was above him. He was invincible among Perfected Fiends. A Fiend general sneered, "Since the Supreme Perfected Fiend is there a need to ally with other sects and factions? He alone is enough to destroy Zephyr Thunder Palace." "He's not enough." Gu Tongyu shook his head slightly. "He fought against our palace lord, but there was no clear victor." Everyone's hearts skipped a beat. Immediately after, the 7 emotions Fiend generals reacted and sneered with mocking expressions. A Fiend general said, "According to what you said, Zephyr Thunder Palace is an Earth-grade faction. In other words, your palace lord's cultivation should be at the Perfected One realm." "That's right." Gu Tongyu nodded. The Fiend general sneered, "I'm afraid you don't know the weight of the word Supreme Perfected Fiend. Supreme means that no one is his match among Perfected Fiends. What rights does your palace lord of Zephyr Thunder Palace have to fight the Supreme Perfected Fiend to a draw? Fufu, you're full of nonsense. Do you really think we can't see through your lies? If the palace lord of Zephyr Thunder Palace is such a character, why haven't I heard of him before? He isn't even on the Perfected Fiend ranking, right?" The Fiend general sneered. Gu Tongyu had a calm expression and was not angry. "Our palace lord is not from the Fiend domain. He escaped from the 9 Firmament Immortal domain where he was previously the Supreme Perfected Immortal." The expressions of everyone in the hall changed. If what Gu Tongyu said was true, then the Supreme Perfected Immortal might indeed be able to fight Yen Zue to a draw. Heavenly Wolf pressed his hands together and suppressed the discussion. He said in a deep voice, "Continue." Gu Tongyu said, "Among the commanders of the 18 Fiend armies, apart from Supreme Perfected Fiend Yen Zue, there's also Fairy Purple River, who's ranked 4th on the Perfected Fiend ranking, Dragon Fiend, who's ranked 6th, and the Fiend Saber Lipatian, who's ranked 7th. Everyone present was shocked. There were already 4 experts on the Perfected Fiend ranking. From this, one could infer how powerful the Palace Lord of Zephyr Thunder Palace was. Otherwise, he would not have attracted so many important figures. When the 18 Fiend armies joined forces to attack, the Palace Lord could not hold on alone. Zephyr Thunder Palace's territory was devoured continuously, and many cultivators died every day. When Gu Tongyu mentioned this matter, he said with a sorrowful expression, "In desperation, the Palace Lord could only do his best to help us carve out a bloody path so that we could escape from the Heartland. However, the Palace Lord was injured in this battle and was trapped in the main hall of Zephyr Thunder Palace." Gu Tongyu tried his best to describe this matter in the simplest words. Even so, Yen Beichen could imagine the tragic battle back then. Gu Tongyu said, "There were originally more than 100,000 cultivators during our escape. However, many of them dispersed on the way and some were chased to death. There are only a few thousand cultivators left." Heavenly Wolf rolled his eyes. "I sympathize with your plight. However, our Tianhuang sect is only a black-grade sect. Even if we want to, we won't be able to save Zephyr Thunder Palace." "Thank you for your kind intentions, Sect Master. We're not here to ask for your help." Gu Tongyu cupped his fists. "We only hope that Tianhuang sect can take in the thousands of cultivators outside. They're all from the lower worlds and it's not easy for them to cultivate. If we let them disperse, there's no way out." Heavenly Wolf did not respond immediately. Ever since the establishment of the Tianhuang sect, it was true that everyone who ascended from the lower worlds was treated equally. This was a rule set by the Martial Dao Prime Body. However, the Martial Dao Prime Body had already died in Avicii. Furthermore, this matter involved a lot of people. It was fine to take in thousands of cultivators, but if it implicated him and the Tianhuang sect, the gains would not make up for the losses. The woman beside Gu Tongyu cupped her hands and said, "I'm Chiu Siluo. As long as you are willing to take them in, sect master, the two of us will leave immediately." "Where will you go?" Heavenly Wolf asked. Chiu Siluo smiled and said, "The two of us escaped from the immortal domain and were saved by our palace lord. That's why we were able to gain a foothold in the fiend domain. We brought these people here to fulfill the palace lord's wish. If those people outside have a place to settle down, the two of us will naturally return to Zephyr Thunder Palace and fight alongside the palace lord." "All right." Suddenly, Yen Beichen spoke and praised. He looked at Gu Tongyu and Chiu Siluo and said in a deep voice, "Fellow Taoists, where's the palace lord of Zephyr Thunder Palace from?" "Tianhuang mainland." Gu Tongyu said, "The palace lord once told us that if there's someone from Tianhuang mainland in Tianhuang sect, they should have heard of his name. His real name is Feng Cantian, and he's called the Thunder Emperor in Tianhuang mainland." Indeed, Yen Beichen's eyes lit up. The Martial Dao Prime Body had once mentioned to him about meeting Feng Cantian in the upper world. Therefore, the moment he heard of Zephyr Thunder Palace, he thought of the Thunder Emperor. The sect left behind by the Thunder Emperor in Tianhuang mainland was Zephyr Thunder Palace. Yen Beichen said in a deep voice, "Fellow Taoists, don't worry. The cultivators outside will stay in Tianhuang sect." The 7 fiend generals frowned in disgust. Heavenly Wolf frowned as well. "Brother Yen, should we reconsider this matter?" "There's no need to consider. I'll agree to this." Yen Beichen's tone was resolute as he looked at Gu Tongyu and Chiu Siluo before saying murderously, "Fellow Taoists, I'll accompany you guys to Zephyr Thunder Palace and fight alongside the Thunder Emperor." "No!" Heavenly Wolf rejected immediately. He had promised the Martial Dao Prime Body that he would take care of Yen Beichen's safety. Yen Beichen was only a Grade 2 Heaven Immortal. If he were to head to Zephyr Thunder Palace, which was in the heartland of the Fiend Domain, he would be drowned before he could cause any waves in a battle of that level. "Yen Beichen, I don't care if you have a death wish. However, don't implicate us," a Fiend General said coldly. "That's right." Another person pointed to the thousands of cultivators outside the hall. "If Tianhuang sect takes in these lowlifes, we'll be attracting trouble. There's no need for us to take the risk. Furthermore, since when was it your turn to call the shots in Tianhuang sect?" "Yen Beichen?" Yen Beichen looked at the 7 fiend generals and said coldly, "This is a rule set by the sect master back then. Everyone who ascended from the lower worlds shall be treated with equality." A fiend general sneered. "Our sect master back then has already died in Avicii. Those bullshit rules should have been abandoned a long time ago. The current sect master is Lord Heavenly Wolf. Sect master, please chase these people out as soon as possible lest they bring forth destruction for us." The other fiend generals stood out and persuaded. When Gu Tongyu saw that, the melancholy in his eyes deepened as he sighed gently. Heavenly Wolf fell into deep thought as well. Right now, he was already free. After all these years of operation, with the help of the 7 emotions fiend generals, he had long taken complete control of Tianhuang sect. If he wanted to change the rules left behind by the Martial Dao Prime Body, he could have done it a long time ago. However, he did not do that. When the Martial Dao Prime Body fell into Avicii and knew that he was going to die, he removed the seal on Heavenly Wolf's essence spirit, allowing the latter to regain his freedom. Actually, from that moment on, in the depths of Heavenly Wolf's heart, he had already acknowledged the Martial Dao Prime Body as his master. If he was still alive, he would definitely take in these people. Suddenly, Heavenly Wolf murmured softly before taking a deep breath and making up his mind. "Don't worry, Tianhuang sect will take good care of the thousands of cultivators outside and settle them down so that they can integrate into Tianhuang sect." Gu Tongyu and Chiu Siluo were delighted and bowed hurriedly in thanks. "A mere heaven essence realm wolf. You truly don't know what's good for you." Suddenly, A sinister voice sounded erratically in the hall. You're willing to take in just about anyone? Huh? There's no need for a puny sect like your Tianhuang sect to exist anymore. The expressions of everyone in the hall changed. The 7 fiend generals stood up one after another and surveyed their surroundings. They released their spirit consciousnesses and enveloped the entire hall, but they could not detect the location of the person who spoke. However, everyone knew that the intruder was in the hall. Suddenly, as though a breeze had blown by, everyone suddenly felt their waists lighten. The next moment, an additional person appeared in the hall. The person was dressed in tight martial arts attire and held a bunch of storage bags in his hands. He waved them in midair and looked at Yan Beichen and the others mockingly. Everyone present reached out hurriedly and instinctively placed their hands on the storage bag on their waists. But there was nothing. Everyone's expressions changed and they were shocked. In that instant, that person swept past them and removed their storage bags. Nobody could react to the entire process, let alone stop it. Since that person had the ability to remove the storage bags on their waists, he naturally had the ability to remove their heads. P-perfected fiend? A fiend general revealed fear and his voice trembled slightly. The 7 fiend generals were all at the level of grade 8 and 9 heaven immortals. However, they could not see through the cultivation realm of the man before them. You're quite sharp, the man said proudly. Xiefeng, to think that you would chase us all the way here. Are you really bent on wiping us out? Gu Tongyu asked with a melancholic expression. Of course. Perfected fiend Xiefeng smirked coldly and said, we have to get rid of the root of the problem. Everyone from Zephyr Thunder Palace has to die. Where's the other person? Suddenly, Gu Tongyu asked. Ha 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 ha. A series of laughter sounded from outside the hall as another figure strode over with a terrifying aura that was not weaker than Xiefeng. Another perfected fiend expert. The 7 fiend generals exchanged glances and were secretly speechless. Tianhuang sect was only a black-grade sect and did not even have a single perfected fiend expert. Perfected fiend Xiefeng laughed. Song Yen, you're too slow. I'm naturally inferior to you in terms of movement technique. Perfected fiend Song Yen was indifferent. However, you can't compare to me in terms of killing. Perfected fiend Xiefeng pouted. That's not for sure. Let's compete again later. We'll attack at the same time to destroy all the living beings of Tianhuang sect to see who can kill more. All right. Perfected fiend Song Yen agreed readily with a burst of killing intent. Hold on. Wait a minute. In the hall, the 7 fiend generals spoke at almost the same time. A fiend general pointed at Gu Tongyu and Qiu Siluo and forced a smile. Seniors, they were the ones who came looking for us. We didn't decide to take them in. That's right. Another fiend general smiled apologetically. We don't know them at all. We merely exist here in a corner of the fiend domain and have no contact with Zephyr Thunder Palace or anything. Perfected fiend Xiefeng raised his brow slightly and mocked. However, I clearly heard that someone wanted to take them in. The person who made that promise seemed to be your sect master. Huh. Our sect master. He must have been blinded by their sweet nothings and erred in the moment. The 7 fiend generals looked at Heavenly Wolf and gestured for him to bow down and admit his mistake. Heavenly Wolf had a dark expression and remained silent. Back then, he was the 7 emotions immortal king after all. How could he bow down so easily? Although he acknowledged the martial Dao prime body as his master, he was only forced to submit after being tortured by the latter for thousands of years. If this was his previous life, he could kill the 2 perfected fiends before him with a single flick of his pinky. Now, even 2 mere perfected fiends dared to show off in front of him. He had cultivation experience from his previous life. Although his cultivation speed was fast, he was only a grade 4 heaven immortal right now and was not a match for the 2 perfected fiends. Given the circumstances, he could only bow down if he wanted to survive. However, he was indignant. Sigh. Gu Tongyu sighed gently. Too many people have died in the past few days. This matter started because of the 2 of us. I hope that the 2 of you won't implicate others and just kill the 2 of us. Chiu Siluo did not say anything and merely gripped Gu Tongyo's hand tightly with a gentle but firm gaze. Fufu. Perfected fiend, Song Yen sneered. The two of you and the lowlifes of Zephyr Thunder Palace waiting outside will definitely die. You've already brought with you a calamity the moment you arrived here. The 7 fiend generals shuddered when they heard that. One of them looked at Heavenly Wolf and could not help but urge, Sect Master, what are you thinking about? Hurry and apologize to the 2 perfected fiends. Heavenly Wolf glared at that person and said coldly, Shut up. No matter what, he was still the sect master of Tianhuang sect. How dare the 7 fiend generals he subdued and recruited speak to him in such a tone? Sect master, in my opinion, there's truly no need for Tianhuang sect to exist. Why don't we join the 2 perfected fiends together? Another fiend general said. Exactly. The other fiend generals echoed. Ha 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 ha. When Xie Feng and Song Yen saw that, they could not help but burst into laughter. The 2 of them exchanged glances with a tacit understanding. Actually, the 2 of them had already decided that they wanted to destroy Tianhuang sect and kill all living beings without mercy. However, the 2 of them were in no hurry to attack as they watched the entertaining show. The 2 of them enjoyed the feeling of being high and above, controlling everyone's lives and deaths as they watched the ants of Tianhuang sect fight to the death. Why? You guys want to betray me? Heavenly Wolf's gaze was cold as he glared at the 7 fiend generals and said slowly, Don't forget, I've got seals within your bodies. The reason why he could subdue the 7 of them and form the 7 emotions fiend generals was because he used a secret skill from his previous life to plant seals. Otherwise, given his cultivation, he would not have been able to control these 7 top-tier heaven immortals. At the mention of the seals, the 7 fiend generals shuddered and did not dare to say anything more. Heavenly Wolf stood up slowly and looked at the 2 perfected fiends before saying in a deep voice, Fellow Taoists, I can ignore everyone from Zephyr Thunder Palace. However, please show mercy and not vent your anger on Tianhuang sect. Ever since Tianhuang sect was established, the martial Tao prime body had barely managed it. Its growth to this point was almost entirely Heavenly Wolf's efforts. He did not want to give up Tianhuang sect just like that. How dare you call me fellow Taoist, beast? Suddenly, perfected fiend Song Yen extended his palm and grabbed Heavenly Wolf through the void. It was as though a tremendous power had descended and grabbed Heavenly Wolf by the throat, yanking him towards perfected fiend Song Yen. The 7 fiend generals did not dare to move. Die! Right then, a saber beam flashed in an incomparably stunning manner. Saber intent surged and the boundless secular world surged forth, causing one's desires to intensify and they could not extricate themselves. Yen Beichen had attacked. That slash was a killing move from the Fiend Obsession Buddha Karmic Sutra. Secular world desires. Perfected fiend Song Yen had a mocking expression. A grade 2 heaven immortal ant actually dared to attack him. However, the next moment, a look of shock flashed through his eyes as he froze on the spot. Endless desires surged over. It was as though he could see himself become a fiend emperor and rule over the fiend domain, dominating through history with countless beauties bowing down to him. It was as though he could see himself leading 1 billion fiends to conquer the pure land of bliss, the 9 firmament immortal domain, and eventually become the master of the heavenly world. It was as though he could see himself ascending to the major kiliacosm, gaining eternal life. Suddenly, in the consciousness of perfected fiend Song Yen, the Tao fruit shook and shone with an endless brilliance. His dermic Tao spread and woke him up from his desires. Unfortunately, he was still a step too late. Poof! The saber beam landed on his face and tore through his flesh with fresh blood splattering everywhere. Yen Beichen wielded the Jidu saber and struck perfected fiend Song Yan's face, creating a wound so deep that his bones could be seen as fresh blood dripped. However, the difference in cultivation realm between them was immense, and so was their strength. If not for the sharpness of the Jidu saber, Yen Beichen's slash would not have been able to hurt perfected fiend Song Yen even if it affected his mind. A look of regret flashed through Yen Beichen's eyes. The Jidu saber was stuck in the bones on his cheek. Eventually, it could not break through perfected fiend Song Yan's consciousness and destroy his essence spirit. Even so, perfected fiend Song Yan broke out in cold sweat and retreated. He was a perfected fiend and his physique and bloodline were strong. Ordinary heaven-grade dermic treasures could not hurt his flesh at all. However, that saber could tear through his flesh. What was even more frightening was that even his essence spirit nearly fell into the saber intent released by that slash. If the person before him was also a perfected fiend, he would have been a dead man by now. What's going on? Perfected fiend Xie Feng frowned slightly. Naturally, he could not experience or understand what happened when Yen Beichen's saber intent enveloped perfected fiend Song Yan's body earlier on. Incredible saber. However, it's with the wrong master. Endless rage burst forth from perfected fiend Song Yan's eyes. His Dao fruit was filled with a powerful dermic Dao, and a halo appeared behind his head. The menacing wound on his face healed at a visible speed. Although Yen Beichen slashed his face, the power of that slash was too weak and it was only a superficial wound for a perfected fiend expert. Perfected fiend Song Yen glared at Yen Beichen and said murderously, "Aunt, I'm going to burn you to ashes without a corpse left." The moment he said that, perfected fiend Song Yen suddenly opened his mouth and spat out an incomparably blinding flame. Condensed with the power of true essence, a heat wave surged towards Yen Beichen. This blue flame was the secret skill that made him famous. It was clear that he was truly enraged and filled with killing intent to release a killing technique like this blue flame against a grade 2 heaven immortal. The power of the blue flame was enough to burn the entire hall to ashes. After releasing secular world desires, Yen Beichen's essence spirit became extremely weak as well. Even if he was in his peak condition, he would not be able to defend against the power of a perfected fiend. Suddenly, Yen Beichen's vision blurred and a figure appeared, shielding him. Although Yen Beichen could only see his back, he recognized the intruder right away and could not help but feel delighted and invigorated. The intruder wore a purple robe and a cold silver mask, revealing only a pair of deep eyes with a restrained aura. When the flame swept over, the intruder merely raised his palm and grabbed it casually. Poof! The flame was crushed by the intruder's palm and turned into sparks that scattered on the ground before extinguishing. Perfected fiend Song Yan's pupils constricted as he hurriedly released his spirit consciousness to scan the intruder repeatedly. Xie Feng frowned with a grim expression as well. Master! When Heavenly Wolf saw that person, he was shocked as well and revealed a look of disbelief. Was he seeing a ghost? His master was actually able to escape from the hands of his old master after 1,000 years? Furthermore, Heavenly Wolf realized that he could no longer read the martial Dao Prime body. The dermic Dao cultivated by the martial Dao Prime body was extremely different from the dermic Dao cultivated in the world. Unless one were to truly fight, it would be difficult for others to see through his strength. Could it be that Master has already deduced the next dermic formulation for the martial Dao? Heavenly Wolf was even more shocked when he thought of that possibility. When the 7 emotions fiend generals saw the martial Dao Prime body, their expressions changed and they revealed wary expressions. Who are you? Perfected fiend Song Yen asked in a deep voice. Perfected fiend Xie Feng said, "The two of us are here to hunt down a few ants under the orders of the Supreme Perfected Fiend. Please don't interfere without permission, sir." The 2 perfected fiends could not tell the strength of the martial Dao Prime body and hence, they mentioned the Supreme Perfected Fiend first. The martial Dao Prime body ignored the 2 of them and turned to look at Yen Beichen, Heavenly Wolf and the others. "Brother, you're not dead." A rare smile appeared on Yen Beichen's face. "Master!" Heavenly Wolf walked over as well and shouted. However, after the change in Avicii, Heavenly Wolf could not help but feel conflicted now that he was facing the martial Dao Prime body once more. Firstly, Emperor Bosun was not dead. Secondly, the martial Dao Prime body had already given him his freedom. To be precise, the 2 of them were not considered as master and servant right now. "It's you guys." The gaze of the martial Dao Prime body shifted and landed on Gu Tongyu and Qiu Siluo in slight surprise. "Greetings, senior." Gu Tongyu and Qiu Siluo hurried forward and bowed. However, the two of them were puzzled when they heard the words of the martial Dao prime body. Gu Tongyu asked, "Senior, you know us?" "Yes." The martial Dao prime body nodded slightly. Gu Tongyu and Xiao Siluo exchanged glances, even more confused. The two of them recalled carefully but had no impression of the purple-robed cultivator with the silver mask. "We'll talk about this in the future." The martial Dao prime body did not explain and asked, "What's going on? Why are the two of you here?" Heavenly Wolf recounted roughly what happened. The martial Dao prime body nodded and looked at Gu Tongyu and Xiao Siluo. "Don't worry. Since you're cultivators of Zephyr Thunder Palace, feel free to stay in Tianhuang's sect. Pardon me for asking, Senior. However, what is your relationship with Tianhuang's sect?" Gu Tongyu knew nothing about the martial Dao prime body, nor did he know how important the words of the martial Dao prime body were in Tianhuang's sect. The martial Dao prime body said, "I'm the sect master of Tianhuang's sect." "Thank you, Senior." Gu Tongyu and Qiu Siluo were delighted and expressed their thanks hurriedly. Heavenly Wolf pointed at the two perfected fiends, Song Yan and Xiefeng, and said hatefully, "Master, I told them that we could give up on taking in these people from Zephyr Thunder Palace. Even so, the two of them wanted to kill us all. So, you're the sect master of Tianhuang's sect." Suddenly, perfected fiend Xiefeng laughed. "Let me advise you to not interfere in this matter lest you get into trouble." Perfected fiend Song Yan said coldly as well. "Zephyr Thunder Palace and the other lowlifes are people that the supreme perfected fiend wants to kill. Who in the fiend domain would dare to protect them?" "Who is the supreme perfected fiend?" the martial Dao prime body asked. He truly did not know. Up till this point of his ascension to the fiend domain, the martial Dao prime body spent almost all his time cultivating and deducing the martial Dao. He was not concerned about anything in the fiend domain and knew very little about many fiend cultivators. "Ha!" Perfected fiend Song Yan laughed instead with a mocking expression. "Here I was, wondering what sort of a ruthless character you were. So, you don't even know who the supreme perfected fiend, Yan Zue, is?" Perfected fiend Xiefeng relaxed as well and chuckled. "This is just a small sect at the borders of the fiend domain after all. You can't blame him for being ignorant since he's just a frog in the well. In fact, he might not even know about the perfected fiend ranking." The martial Dao prime body walked towards the two perfected fiends and said, "I don't know much about the perfected fiend ranking, but I've seen the person ranked 10th. You've seen Sect Master White Bones before?" Perfected fiend Song Yan frowned and asked skeptically. "He's already dead." The martial Dao prime body came before the two perfected fiends and stood still, saying indifferently, "I'll send you guys to meet him right away." Upon hearing that, the two perfected fiends suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. "You!" Suddenly, perfected fiend Song Yan felt his heart skip a beat, as though a calamity was about to descend. When the martial Dao prime body said that, his tone was calm. There was no threat or ferocity, as though he was stating a fact. However, the more that was the case, the more alarmed the two perfected fiends were. Suddenly, in the blink of an eye, the two of them felt a figure flash before them. The aura of death suddenly descended in a sinister and terrifying manner. "This is bad." Perfected fiend Xiefeng was alarmed and channeled his secret skill right away. Turning into a breeze, he vanished from the spot. However, perfected fiend Song Yan was a step slower. Poof! A fist seemed to have appeared out of thin air, and perfected fiend Song Yan's head exploded with blood splattering everywhere. For the martial Dao prime body, a distance of 10 feet was almost instantaneous. He did not have to use any divine powers, secret skills, or even circulate his blood chi to reach that speed. It was purely a burst of his physique. Therefore, the heavenly tribulation did not sense it either. Even so, perfected fiend Song Yan did not have the chance to react at all. His head was ruptured by a single punch and his essence spirit was destroyed. The martial Dao prime body conveniently put away the Dao fruit of perfected fiend Song Yan. In his storage bag, he had Sect Master White Bones, the 14 Bone Fiends, Madame Jade Bones, Old Man Skeleton, and the others Dao fruits that could be refined when he was in seclusion. Of course, there were many such treasures in Avicii that were innumerable. These treasures were within Avicii and others could not take them away. Perfected Fiend Xiefeng dodged and turned back to see Perfected Fiend Song Yen killed by a single move from Su Zimo. He was scared out of his wits. Initially, he intended to observe and see how strong the sect master of Tianhuang sect was before making further plans. But now there was only a single thought in his mind. Escape. Without hesitation, Perfected Fiend Xiefeng released his teleportation technique and vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already at the entrance of the hall. Suddenly, Perfected Fiend Xiefeng felt a tremendous power behind him. Immediately after, the martial Dao prime body arrived behind him. Pest! Perfected Fiend Xiefeng's expression changed starkly. Even his teleportation could not shake off the sect master of Tianhuang sect. Typically, teleportation would not exceed 1,000 feet. For the martial Dao prime body, 1,000 feet made almost no difference at all. It was already too late for Perfected Fiend Xiefeng to escape. While he was in midair, he released all the power of his essence spirit. In his consciousness, the Dao fruit was filled with dermic Dao and a halo appeared behind his head. Perfected Fiend Xiefeng conjured hand seals with both hands and created a terrifying storm. Twisting his body, he struck towards the martial Dao prime body. At the same time, Perfected Fiend Xiefeng activated his essence spirit secret skill. At this moment of life and death, there was no room for him to hold back. Against the counterattack of Perfected Fiend Xiefeng, the martial Dao prime body did not dodge, avoid, or change moves. It was still an extremely simple and direct punch. The essence spirit secret skill was the first to descend and ripples appeared on the Mara mask like water. Suddenly, a few strange faces appeared. Immediately after, everything returned to normal. The essence spirit secret skill was blocked by the Mara mask with ease. Bang! The storm released by Perfected Fiend Xiefeng was shattered by a single punch from the martial Dao prime body and dissipated into nothingness. The storm could not even defend against the martial Dao prime body for a moment. The fist of the martial Dao prime body landed on Perfected Fiend Xiefeng. Time seemed to have frozen for a moment. A tremendous power surged into Perfected Fiend Xiefeng's body instantly. His eyes widened in fear. Poof! The next moment, Perfected Fiend Xiefeng's body was turned into a blood mist by that tremendous power, and his essence spirit was destroyed without a corpse left. A Dao fruit floated in midair. The martial Dao prime body tossed it into his storage bag casually. The hall was so silent that a pin drop could be heard. Heavenly Wolf, the 7 Emotions Fiend Generals, Gu Tongyu, Qiu Siluo and the others were dumbfounded in shock. 2 punches were all it took for 2 perfected fiends to die. From the moment the martial Dao prime body attacked till the end, it only took 2 to 3 breaths. It was a 1 versus 2 single-handed suppression. It was only at that moment that Heavenly Wolf was certain that the martial Dao prime body had definitely entered another realm of the martial Dao. Greetings, Sect Master. Congratulations on your return, Sect Master. You've attained greater mastery of your divine technique. Feeling guilty, the 7 Emotions Fiend Generals hurried forward and bowed one after another. Humph! Recalling the performance of the 7 Emotions Fiend Generals earlier on, Heavenly Wolf's expression darkened as he said coldly, "Didn't the few of you want to follow them just now? You even wanted to give up Tianhuang sect. Lord Heavenly Wolf, we were in the wrong earlier on and were foolish. Lord Heavenly Wolf, please forgive us." Sensing that the situation was bad, the 7 Emotions Fiend Generals knelt on the ground hurriedly and begged for mercy. This crime is unforgivable. Heavenly Wolf took a deep breath and circulated his secret skill, activating his spirit consciousness to activate the seals on the essence spirits of the 7 Emotions Fiend Generals. The expressions of the 7 Fiend Generals changed starkly and their gazes gradually froze. Their life forces decreased rapidly before they fell to the ground and died on the spot. Heavenly Wolf was once the 7 Emotions Fiend King in his previous life and was decisive to kill. There was no way he could tolerate such a betrayal from his underlings. Master! Heavenly Wolf turned to look at the martial Dao prime body. Just as he was about to speak, the latter raised his hand gently and interrupted him. Heavenly Wolf, the relationship between us can no longer be considered as a master and servant. The martial Tao Prime Body said, I know that the main reason why you were willing to acknowledge me as your master back then was not because you submitted to my methods, but because you thought that Emperor Bo-Sun was already dead. Now that Emperor Bo-Sun has appeared and you've regained your freedom, go look for him. I won't stop you. Given the capabilities of the martial Tao Prime Body, it would naturally be easy for him to restrain Heavenly Wolf and set up a seal. However, Heavenly Wolf protected Yan Beichen all the way back here and even maintained Tianhuang sect till now. In return, the martial Tao Prime Body gave him true freedom. Heavenly Wolf was silent. The martial Tao Prime Body was right. He no longer had a master-servant relationship with the martial Tao Prime Body. Right now, he was already free. Once he left this hall, the vast world would be out there. However, for some unknown reason, his heart suddenly felt hollow. There was no excitement or joy. Instead, there was reluctance and confusion. Although Emperor Bo-Sun appeared, he disappeared for another 1,000 years without a trace. Heavenly Wolf did not know where to look for Emperor Bo-Sun either. Even if he found Emperor Bo-Sun, so what? Suddenly, Heavenly Wolf felt disinterested and bored. He sighed gently and walked out of the hall. Just as he was about to step out of the hall, Heavenly Wolf suddenly paused, as though he had thought of something. He turned around and looked at the martial Tao Prime Body. Raising his brow slightly, he said, Although you were the one who established Tianhuang sect, I grew and expanded it single-handedly. I put in a lot of effort into it. Why should I leave? I'm not going anywhere. I'm staying here, Heavenly Wolf said proudly before turning back with his chest puffed. When he decided to stay, he felt relieved and an indescribable joy even jolted through the depths of his heart. Beneath the silver mask, the martial Tao Prime Body smirked and asked, Are you sure you're not leaving? Not leaving. Heavenly Wolf waved it off. I still have to stay here and watch Tianhuang sect rise step by step before sweeping through the fiend domain to become the overlord of the fiend domain. As you wish, the martial Tao Prime Body said. However, the martial Tao Prime Body changed the topic. There's something you have to clarify. Although the martial Tao Prime Body did not say what it was explicitly, Heavenly Wolf knew what it was. Heavenly Wolf said in a deep voice, I can guarantee that I won't do anything that betrays my old master. Of course, I won't betray you either. In other words, Heavenly Wolf meant that he would still acknowledge the martial Tao Prime Body as his master. Heavenly Wolf continued, If you meet my old master one day, I'll choose not to help either side. All right? The martial Tao Prime Body nodded. Now that Emperor Bo-Sun was not dead, there was something he had to consider if he wanted to keep Heavenly Wolf by his side. If the two of them were to fight one day, who would Heavenly Wolf help? That was not an undue worry. It was clear that Emperor Bo-Sun wanted to kill him by sending him to Greater Avicii. If the martial Tao Prime Body retained Heavenly Wolf while the latter was still following Emperor Bo-Sun's orders, this would be a huge hidden ailment for the martial Tao Prime Body that could explode at any moment. Now that he had obtained the promise of Heavenly Wolf, the martial Tao Prime Body could feel relieved. The martial Tao Prime Body said, I won't restrict your freedom. You can leave this place at any time you want. Humph! Heavenly Wolf harumphed. Of course. If I'm unhappy, I'll leave without even telling you. At that time, even if you cry and want to ask me to stay, you won't have the chance. The martial Tao Prime Body ignored him and casually picked up perfected fiend Xie Feng's storage bag. Wiping away the spirit consciousness imprint on it, he returned the storage bags of Heavenly Wolf, Gu Tongyu and the others. Heavenly Wolf looked at the corpse of the 7 emotions fiend generals and sighed. Why? Are you regretting it? The martial Tao Prime Body asked. Heavenly Wolf pouted. Not really. They were just 7 traitors, it doesn't matter if they're killed. Pausing for a moment, he sighed again. Sigh. Initially, I thought that one day, the 7 emotions fiend generals would be able to make a supreme reputation in the fiend domain and be renowned through the heavenly world. Now, it seems like I won't get that chance. Why don't you take a look at the type of people you're taking in? You expect the 7 of them to kill their way out of the fiend domain and become famous in the heavenly world. The martial Dao prime body sneered. Why? You're not convinced. After being mocked mercilessly by the martial Dao prime body, Heavenly Wolf's face flushed red. He straightened his neck and shouted, If you're capable, get me 7 people. Show me what sort of caliber are the people you take in. The 7 emotions fiend generals. The martial Dao prime body murmured. Initially, he rarely bothered about Tianhuang sect. But now that he had entered the true martial realm, the level of Tianhuang sect rose as well, reaching the level of an Earthgrade sect. The increase in level meant that the area of territory occupied and the number of cultivators in the sect would increase as well. Heavenly Wolf alone could not manage this situation. If he wanted to enter seclusion often, he should indeed gather some Paragon experts under his lead to rule over Tianhuang sect together. It was not a bad idea for these Paragons to be called the 7 emotions fiend generals. 7 emotions, the martial Dao prime body said. They naturally have to encompass the meanings and correspond to joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, hatred, and lust. Which of the 7 people you found corresponded to any of those emotions? Heavenly Wolf chuckled. That's easy for you to say. How can we find cultivators who correspond to the 7 emotions and are worthy of the title of the 7 emotions fiend generals? There's one right now. The martial Dao prime body looked at Yen Beichun and said, Brother Yen, the 7 emotions fiend generals have a total of 7 titles. Hatred is the most suitable for you. Although Yen Beichun cultivated the Fiend Obsession Buddha Karmic Sutra, his foundation was the Hatred Sutra. Hatred was also the root of his obsession to cultivate. Yen Beichun's Dharmic Tao corresponded to hatred of the 7 emotions. All right. Naturally, Yen Beichun would not decline and agreed readily. Amazing! Heavenly Wolf's eyes lit up. Why didn't I think of such a suitable candidate before? Right now, Yen Beichun's cultivation realm did not seem high and he was only a grade 2 heaven immortal. However, his potential was way too great after receiving the inheritance of Emperor Bo Sun. Although Heavenly Wolf was 2 minor realms above Yen Beichun right now, he would definitely not be a match for Yen Beichun in a few years. Indeed, he's a suitable candidate. I've got nothing to say. Heavenly Wolf rolled his eyes and was still unwilling to admit defeat. However, you've only found one. There's still 6 more. What's there to be cocky about? The martial Dao prime body said, My single selection is 100 times stronger than the 7 people you found. Heavenly Wolf could not refute. Yen Beichun obtained the inheritance of Emperor Bo Sun and wielded the Jidu saber. He was practically the 2nd Emperor Bo Sun. In comparison, the 7 people he found were indeed useless. The martial Dao prime body said, Furthermore, the position of the 7 emotions fiend generals is no small matter. It's better to be selective than to have someone inferior. Right then, a young monk sped over from outside the hall, panting slightly. It was Mingzhen. Sensing the change in Tianhuang sect, the martial Dao prime body made a move first. Now that he had condensed the true martial Dao body, even without using divine powers or secret skills, there was no way Mingzhen could catch up. It was only now that Mingzhen finally arrived at the main hall of Tianhuang sect. Mingzhen. When Yen Beichun saw the young monk, he recognized the latter at a glance and greeted, Patron Yen. When Mingzhen saw Yen Beichun, he could not help but smile in joy as well. They were all born in the same generation. Although they had not interacted much in the past, they had fought shoulder to shoulder for the human race. Now that they were reunited in a foreign region of the upper world, they felt extremely close. When the martial Dao prime body saw Mingzhen walking over, his heart skipped a beat. There's now a 2nd candidate for the 7 emotions fiend generals. Him. Heavenly Wolf followed the gaze of the martial Dao prime body and looked at Mingzhen. He's only a grade 1 heaven immortal? Heavenly Wolf revealed a doubtful expression and frowned. Didn't you just say we have to be selective? Let me tell you, since you chose Yen Beichun as the first candidate of the 7 emotions fiend generals, while it might be difficult to surpass his level, shouldn't the next 6 be comparable at least? How is this little monk qualified? We can't let him sit in the position of the 7 emotions fiend generals just because he's an old friend of Tianhuang mainland, right? He's not qualified? The martial Dao prime body smiled. His future accomplishments won't be weaker than Brother Yen. Bullshit. Heavenly Wolf rolled his eyes in disbelief. How could any random little monk compare to Yen Beichen, who had received the inheritance of Emperor Bosun? Heavenly Wolf protested. That's not fair. I don't agree. The martial Dao prime body ignored Heavenly Wolf and merely murmured. There can't be anyone more suitable for the joy position of the 7 emotions. When Heavenly Wolf saw that he could not change the decision of the martial Dao prime body, he rolled his eyes and hatched a plan. He was prepared to teach this little monk a lesson and take him down a notch. Heavenly Wolf strode to Mingzhen's side and caught him off guard. Turning around, he glared into Mingzhen's eyes and released the visual technique. Eye of Fear. Once targeted by the Eye of Fear, one's mind would reveal a slight opening and they would feel fear. Even if it was just a trace, fear would explode completely and they would not be able to defend against it, resulting in a mental breakdown. A demonic glint shone in Heavenly Wolf's eyes and his pupils constricted continuously as an indescribable fear surged forth. Little monk, are you afraid? The voice of Heavenly Wolf sounded faintly and reverberated through the hall in a sinister manner. Mingzhen turned to look at Heavenly Wolf with clear and innocent eyes. Those eyes seemed to be the cleanest thing in the world, possessing a mysterious noble might and supreme benevolence that could cleanse one's heart of all sins and ugliness. When he met with those eyes, Heavenly Wolf actually felt ashamed. The dermic Tao of the Eye of Fear dissipated silently as well. Patron, what's wrong? Mingzhen asked softly with a smile. Why do you feel fear? Why don't you tell me? Perhaps I can help you resolve it. Heavenly Wolf explained hurriedly. I don't have any ill intentions. I just want you to make a fool of yourself and back off. After saying that, Heavenly Wolf felt relieved and delighted. Heh! Hee. Heavenly Wolf opened his mouth and smiled foolishly at Mingzhen. Under Mingzhen's gaze, Heavenly Wolf fell into a strange state. For some reason, he was incomparably delighted, as though everything around him was so beautiful. Everything's great. Heavenly Wolf tilted his head slightly and clasped his hands together with a blissful and satisfied expression, smiling foolishly. At the side, Yen Beichen felt chills run down his spine. Gu Tongyu and Qiu Siluo could not help but laugh as well. As bystanders, the two of them could naturally tell that although Heavenly Wolf's cultivation realm surpassed the young monk, the latter was proficient in Buddhism and was not affected at all. Instead, Heavenly Wolf was cleansed by the young monk's gaze and lost himself, falling into a hallucination. Gu Tongyu took out the fallen soul flute and swept it across the void gently. A few holes let out whimpers that were sorrowful as though they were crying. Heavenly Wolf shuddered and jolted awake. Heavenly Wolf's eyes widened as he gradually recalled his behavior earlier on. Instantly, his face flushed red and he wished that he could find a hole to hide in. Damn it, I've been utterly embarrassed. Heavenly Wolf cursed internally in frustration. Patron, Mingzhen called out softly. Don't come over. Don't look at me. Heavenly Wolf was so scared that he shuddered and his gigantic wolf head appeared. He turned around hurriedly and ran behind the martial Dao prime body in a few steps to hide. Actually, Mingzhen did not take the initiative to attack Heavenly Wolf. It was only because Heavenly Wolf had evil intentions that he suffered a backlash from Mingzhen's dermic Dao. Mingzhen possessed the inheritance of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva and obtained Emperor Ananda's inheritance from Avicii. Even in his previous life, Heavenly Wolf might not be able to bewitch Mingzhen if they had the same cultivation realm. In Sanskrit, Ananda meant joy and celebration and corresponded to joy of the 7 emotions. The martial Dao prime body told Mingzhen about the 7 emotions fiend generals and requested the latter to take over the position of joy. Mingzhen did not decline and agreed readily. Sect Master of Tianhuang Sect, thank you for taking in the cultivators of Zephyr Thunder Palace. We still have important matters to attend to, so we won't linger in Tianhuang Sect. Gu Tongyu and Qiu Siluo went forward to bid farewell. Are the two of you going back to Zephyr Thunder Palace? The martial Tao Prime Body asked. Gu Tongyu nodded. If we don't die this time round, the two of us will return for a visit to thank you, Sect Master. Although he said that, Gu Tongyu knew in his heart that the two of them would definitely die if they returned to Zephyr Thunder Palace. Let's go. I'll follow you guys. The martial Tao Prime Body said casually. Gu Tongyu and Qiu Siluo's eyes lit up with joy. Qiu Siluo could not believe it and asked, Are you intending to head to Zephyr Thunder Palace to help us? Sect Master. The two of them were already satisfied that Tianhuang Sect was willing to take in cultivators from Zephyr Thunder Palace. They did not expect the Sect Master of Tianhuang Sect to help at all. Yan Beichen said, Don't worry, since the Thunder Emperor is in trouble. Even if we're millions of kilometers apart and there's endless danger, we won't stand by idly. Back in Tianhuang mainland, it was because of the human emperor, Thunder Emperor and the other ancient emperors that the human race was able to break free from slavery and truly stand tall, welcoming a prosperous era. For Su Zimo, Yan Beichen, and Ming Zhan, they had always felt a sense of respect and gratitude towards the human emperor, Thunder Emperor, and the others. Furthermore, for those from Tianhuang mainland, when they ascended to the upper world, the environment was cruel and it was not easy for them to cultivate. As such, they naturally had to help one another. Count me in if the Thunder Emperor is in trouble. Mingzhen stood out as well. Gu Tongyu clenched his fists slightly and asked emotionally, Sect Master, I wonder how many people you can gather within a day. Just the three of us will do. The martial Tao Prime Body said blandly. Ha! Gu Tongyu and Qiu Siluo were stunned. The martial Tao Prime Body glanced sideways at Heavenly Wolf who was standing behind him. Including him, there's four. Gu Tongyu and Qiu Siluo exchanged glances. The excitement from earlier on gradually faded and their moods dimmed. Sect Master, I know that you are strong. Gu Tongyu hesitated for a moment. However, you might not know what sort of a terrifying enemy Zephyr Thunder Palace is facing this time round. The martial Tao Prime Body said, The Supreme Perfected Fiend, Yen Zue. The two of them mentioned it. No, it's not just Yen Zue. Gu Tongyu felt that the martial Tao Prime Body did not seem to take the Supreme Perfected Fiend seriously. His heart sank and he had a bad feeling. In a fight between cultivators, the greatest taboo was to underestimate one's opponent. Furthermore, his opponent was the Supreme Perfected Fiend. He had witnessed with his own eyes the earth-shaking battle between the Palace Lord and the Supreme Perfected Fiend, Yen Zue. Without witnessing it personally, one would never be able to understand the terror of that power. Gu Tongyu reminded, Sect Master, apart from Yen Zue, there are three other Perfected Fiends on the Perfected Fiend ranking. They are Fairy Purple River, who is ranked 4th on the Perfected Fiend ranking, Dragon Fiend, who's ranked 6th, and the Fiend Saber, Li Patian, who is ranked 7th. Oh, the martial Tao Prime Body replied casually. Gu Tongyu said the names of the four of them while observing the reaction of the martial Tao Prime Body. The martial Tao Prime Body wore a silver mask and his expression could not be seen. His eyes were like an ancient well without any emotions. Now that he saw the reaction of the martial Tao Prime Body, Gu Tongyu deduced that the sect master of Tianhuang Sect had most likely not heard of their notorious reputation. That was the truth as well. The martial Tao Prime Body had indeed not heard of them. Gu Tongyu thought for a moment and explained, Sect Master, the two perfected fiends you killed earlier on could only be considered as weaker perfected fiends among the perfected One Realm. The perfected One Realm is divided into 4 levels: Convergence, Celestial Being, Hollow Nether, and Paradise Void. The two people who died, Zhang Yan and Xiefeng, were at most perfected fiends of the Celestial Being realm. As for the 4 people on the perfected fiend ranking, they were all at the 4th level of the perfected One Realm, peak experts of the Paradise Void realm. Yes, the martial Tao Prime Body nodded and paused for a moment. There's no difference to me. When Gu Tongyu saw the martial Tao Prime Body nod, he thought that the other party understood what he meant. However, both he and Qiu Siluo were shocked when they heard his second statement. The two of them looked at the martial Tao Prime Body with dumbfounded expressions. They had seen arrogant people before, but they had never seen anyone so arrogant. Furthermore, the sect master of Tianhuang sect said it casually as though he was speaking the truth. If they had not witnessed the terrifying methods of the supreme perfected fiend personally, they might have believed his words. Qiu Siluo frowned slightly and pondered for a moment before asking, "Sect master, may I ask, your cultivation realm is?" The two of them could not tell the cultivation of the martial Tao prime body. If the other party was a fiend king of the Grotto Heaven realm, their worries would be completely unfounded. It should be the perfected one realm, the martial Tao prime body said. However, I haven't undergone tribulation transcendence yet. Gu Tongyu and Qiu Siluo were stunned and dumbfounded. There was too much information contained in that statement, and the two of them could not recover for a moment. Under normal circumstances, cultivators who entered the perfected one realm and condensed Tao fruits would definitely attract the heavenly tribulation. However, what did this sect master of Tianhuang sect mean by saying that he had not undergone tribulation transcendence? Did it mean that he had some methods of deceiving the world and hide from the heavenly secrets? Furthermore, if one had not undergone tribulation transcendence, they could not be considered as having advanced to the perfected one realm. The process of tribulation transcendence was not only to defend against the heavenly tribulations, but also to make use of it to refine one's body, bloodline, baptize the dermic Tao and condense true essence. What did he mean by he had not undergone tribulation transcendence? Even if he underwent tribulation transcendence right now, the sect master of Tianhuang sect would only be at the convergence realm of the perfected one realm. How could he fight against the experts of the perfected fiend ranking? Qiu Siluo looked a little awkward. However, she smiled politely and said, "Sect master, we might not have made things clear previously regarding Zephyr Thunder Palace's current situation. This time round, 18 Earthgrade sects joined forces and formed the 18 Fiend armies. Led by the Supreme Perfected Fiend, Fairy Purple River, Dragon Fiend and Lipatian, there are around 200,000 people. Excluding Earth Immortals and Heaven Immortals, there are hundreds of Perfected Fiend experts alone." "Oh," the martial Tao prime body replied. Qiu Siluo looked at him as she spoke. It was inappropriate for the martial Tao prime body to remain silent, and hence, he replied casually. Qiu Siluo continued, "Apart from the 18 Fiend armies, there are actually other sects and factions of various sizes involved. More than 100. There are already more than 1,000,000 Fiend cultivators surrounding Zephyr Thunder Palace with the 18 Fiend armies and these sects and factions." Qiu Siluo tried her best to describe the situation Zephyr Thunder Palace was facing this time round. However, the martial Tao prime body looked the same the entire time, as though he did not care. 1,000,000-strong Fiend army encircled Zephyr Thunder Palace under the orders of the Supreme Perfected Fiend. Who could defend against that? Everywhere the iron hooves of the army passed, nothing would be left alive. It was because of this that the Palace Lord asked the hundreds of thousands of Zephyr Thunder Palace cultivators to escape in different directions. But now, this sect master of Tianhuang sect wanted to only bring 4 people with him to Zephyr Thunder Palace. That was akin to striking a stone with an egg and they would just kill themselves. "Let's go." The martial Tao prime body looked at Yen Beichen, Ming Zhan and Heavenly Wolf. "Just the 4 of us. Ha!" Gu Tongyu and Feng Zi felt powerless. Even after saying so much, they could not change the sect master's decision. The martial Tao prime body said, "It'll be inconvenient if we bring too many people." Gu Tongyu and Qiu Siluo did not understand what he meant and were puzzled. However, neither of them had the energy to think further. Every single word and action of the sect master of Tianhuang sect seemed unfathomable. "Are we leaving now?" Gu Tongyu was unsure and asked. The martial Tao prime body nodded. Qiu Siluo could not help but remind, "Sect master? How about you undergo tribulation transcendence first?" The martial Tao prime body said, "There's no hurry." Qiu Siluo, Gu Tongyu. Ever since then, the two of them decided to remain silent and did not persuade further. The few of them walked out of the hall. Heavenly Wolf seemed to have thought of something and came forward again. Licking his face, he asked, "Master, look at my endowment. What title of the 7 emotions Fiend Generals is befitting for me?" Since Yan Beichen and Ming Zhen were among the 7 emotions fiend generals, there was no way they would listen to his orders. Since that was the case, he might as well join them. He could almost imagine that the 7 emotions fiend generals would definitely be able to make a supreme reputation in the fiend domain in the future. He had to occupy a position in advance. The martial Dao prime body glanced at him. "You're not qualified." "I." Heavenly Wolf was about to curse when he recalled that he was facing the martial Dao prime body. He shut his mouth hurriedly and almost fainted. "How am I not qualified?" Heavenly Wolf was displeased and grumbled. "Can you compare to them?" The martial Dao prime body was referring to Yan Beichen and Ming Zhen. Heavenly Wolf had just suffered a loss at Ming Zhen's hands and had no chance of winning against Yan Beichen. Indeed, he could not compare to Yan Beichen and Ming Zhen. "Right now, you're the sect master while I'm nothing. You've got to arrange a position for me." Heavenly Wolf continued. "It's best if it's not a lowly status. It should be something that would allow me to head out with pride and make waves everywhere I go." The martial Dao prime body pondered for a moment. "I'm still lacking a mount." Heavenly Wolf endured the urge to curse with a bitter expression. However, after leaving Tianhuang sect, he still reverted to his true form and arrived beside the martial Dao prime body. Including Heavenly Wolf, the martial Dao prime body's group of 6 arrived at the teleportation formation of Tianhuang sect before long and left for the heartland of the fiend domain. With the undying tree as the center, the heartland of the fiend domain extended outwards continuously, forming a vast territory. The undying tree was a sacred tree of the fiend domain. Due to the undying tree, the territory of Heartland was filled with killing everywhere. Countless sects and factions fought here, causing endless bloodshed. Countless experts and living beings were buried in this territory. Because too many cultivators had died in this territory, the land was even dyed red with blood. No matter which corner of the fiend domain one set off from, it meant that they had already entered the range of the Heartland once they saw the ground turn red. Zephyr Thunder Palace. For the past thousands of years, this sect that rose out of nowhere in the fiend domain's heartland had developed extremely quickly because the palace lord, Feng Cantion, was strong and almost invincible among his peers. However, the ideology of Zephyr Thunder Palace did not fit in with the sects around the fiend domain. In Zephyr Thunder Palace, cultivators and living beings of the upper and lower worlds were treated equally. For most fiend domain cultivators, this was practically heretical. Be it the 9 firmament immortal domain or the fiend domain, they believed that the strong reigned supreme. In the fiend domain, such a concept was even more extreme. Cultivators and living beings that ascended from the lower worlds were born to be enslaved and were inferior to others. They were innate lowlifes. Of course, there were also some people in the fiend domain that leaned towards the ideologies of Zephyr Thunder Palace. Gu Tongyu and Xiao Siluo were among them. However, as Zephyr Thunder Palace grew, it was inevitable that they would have intensifying conflicts with the surrounding sects and factions. Initially, the factions were wary of the Palace Lord of Zephyr Thunder Palace's strength and did not dare to attack rashly. Later on, when they found out that the Palace Lord of Zephyr Thunder Palace was from the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain, the balance was broken instantly and the fiends of the Heartland attacked him. Supreme Perfected Fiend Yen Zue appeared and charged into Zephyr Thunder Palace alone to fight Feng Cantion. This battle had exceeded everyone's expectations. Both parties fought to a draw and Yen Zue returned fruitless. Thereafter, Yen Zue gathered forces and was responded by Fairy Purple River, Dragon Fiend and the Fiend Saber, Li Patian, one after another. They formed the 18 Fiend armies. Together with hundreds of sects and factions, the million-strong Fiend army was created to attack Zephyr Thunder Palace, the heartland of the Fiend domain. Zephyr Thunder Palace, this Earth-grade sect that had risen rapidly for thousands of years, was now in a precarious situation and was on the brink of collapse. For the Fiend domain, this was nothing much. It was especially so in the blood-colored heartland. Countless sects and factions like Zephyr Thunder Palace were destroyed in the sands of time and gradually forgotten by others. The territory once controlled by Zephyr Thunder Palace had already been occupied by the 18 Fiend armies. Right now, there was only one Zephyr Thunder Palace left. The hall was on the verge of collapse and was dilapidated. However, the million-strong fiend army surrounded and attacked for an entire day but could not take it down. It was because there was a final figure standing in the hall. The Thunder Emperor, Feng Cantion. Around the hall were dense corpses that resembled blood-colored mountains. There were at least tens of thousands of them. Among the corpses, there were Earth Immortals, Heaven Immortals, and even perfected fiend experts. Feng Cantion stood in the hall covered in injuries and blood. However, his body was upright like the startling evil spear beside him. The sun was setting in the west. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on the dilapidated hall, the surrounding corpses and Feng Cantion, forming a long blood-colored figure that looked lonely and tragic. The gradually setting sun seemed to be indicating that Zephyr Thunder Palace and Feng Cantion's fates had come to an end. Drip, drip. The blood on Feng Cantion's body flowed continuously and dripped into the hall with a faint sound. His battered body looked so wretched and weak. However, none of the million-strong fiend army dared to advance recklessly. Even if there were hundreds of thousands of perfected fiend experts, none of them dared to act rashly. Those who moved rashly had already fallen before Zephyr Thunder Palace, turning into cold corpses. Apart from Yenzue, Fairy Purple River, Dragon Fiend and the Fiend Saber, Li Patian, none of the perfected fiends could defend against Feng Cantion's attacks. Right then, a commotion broke out in the million-strong fiend army. For figures flew through the air with powerful auras. They stood in 4 directions and surrounded Zephyr Thunder Palace. The 4 perfected fiends on the perfected fiend ranking had appeared at the same time. Feng Cantion, submit. My patience is limited. The person who spoke wore black robes and had a pale expression. His eyes were black and white, sinister and terrifying as a shuddering aura emanated from him. This was the supreme perfected fiend, Yenzue. Legend has it that Yenzue obtained the inheritance of the Yama in hell. The moment he was born, he was accompanied by a phenomenon that was ghastly and filled with fiend shadows. When Yenzue was born, he did not cry or make a fuss. Born with yin-yang eye, he could illuminate the world, subdue ghosts, and possessed many strange dermic formulations. Feng Cantion asked in disdain, "Because of someone like you?" An unusually tall and burly man suddenly spoke in a deep voice. Feng Cantion, do you really think that you can survive till now if the 4 of us attacked with our full strength? The man was around 40 feet tall and his neck was filled with golden scales. His voice was like thunder. It was the 6th on the perfected fiend ranking. Dragon Fiend, you guys can attack with your full strength. Feng Cantion said coldly. However, I'll definitely be able to drag one of you down with me before I die. The 4 of them were expressionless. Indeed, Feng Cantion possessed that capability. They naturally had to pay a high price if they wanted to kill the supreme perfected immortal. Previously, the reason why the 4 of them did not dare to attack Feng Cantion with their full strength and held back was because they were wary of his final struggle before his death. Feng Cantion, if you were in your peak condition, you would indeed have the strength to counterattack. Li Patian carried a pitch-black saber and shook his head. However, your blood chi is extremely weak right now and you're severely injured. Your combat strength is less than 50% of when you were at your peak and you still want to kill us. Why don't you try? Feng Cantion raised his brow slightly and killing intent burst forth from his eyes. The startling evil spear beside him seemed to have sensed its master's determination and buzzed and trembled. Hee. A peerlessly beautiful woman in purple chuckled. Boss Yen, don't even think about subduing him. This person is way too tough. It's better to just kill him. Let's hurry things up. I haven't eaten for many days and I'm starving. The purple-robed woman was Fairy Purple River, who was ranked 4th on the perfected fiend ranking. Fairy Purple River was extremely beautiful and had smooth skin. Every single frown and smile of hers could stir one's heart. However, the million-strong fiend army present looked at Fairy Purple River with an inexplicable fear. Feng Cantion's gaze was like lightning. Although his body was battered, his might did not diminish as he shouted, "Old witch, you're inhumane and vicious. I'll kill you next." What did you call me? Fairy Purple River's gaze turned cold. Feng Cantillon said coldly, Old witch, your face has long been filled with wrinkles and you're in your twilight years. You're merely relying on your evil secret skill to retain your youth by consuming placenta daily. Over the years, countless innocent women have died in your hands and countless children have been killed by you before they were even born. It won't be overboard even if I slice you into pieces. Placentas were located in the wombs of women. Although Fairy Purple River looked young and beautiful, she was already an old lady. Each day she would seek a pregnant girl to murder. By removing the latter's placenta and consuming it, she could maintain her youth and condense her blood chi through a secret skill. As for fetuses, they would die before long without the protection of the placentas. Even if it was just a single meal a day, the number of young girls and fetuses that had died in the hands of Fairy Purple River for hundreds of thousands of years was extremely terrifying. Kill! Feng Cantillon glared at Fairy Purple River and pulled out the startling evil spear beside him. He took the initiative and stabbed through the void. Attack! Yen Zue shouted coldly. Splash! A gigantic blood-stained iron chain appeared in Yen Zue's hands. Black chi spread and tore through the air, coiling around the startling evil spear and trapping it. Dragon Fiend growled and channeled his bloodline. His body expanded to a height of 100 feet and he transformed into his half-dragon, half-human form. Waving his dragon claws, he charged towards Feng Cantillon. Swoosh! Li Potion's slash seemed to tear the world apart. Fairy Purple River shrieked and pointed at Feng Cantillon. A smelly purple river surged with countless incomplete ghost infants floating within. Bang! 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 Feng Cantillon released divine powers and secret skills one after another and fought against the 4 perfected fiends head-on, letting out a deafening bang. Within the hall, a figure fell. Poof! Feng Cantillon spat out blood and his face was pale. He could only barely maintain his stance with the startling evil spear. His body was still stained with the filthy water of the Purple River and his flesh was being corroded continuously. A few ghost infants hung on his body and bit his tendons and bones in huge mouthfuls. Hee. The fiend's saber, Lipadian, was relieved and sneered. I was wondering what other tricks you had up your sleeves. So, you're already at the end of the road and can't withstand a single blow. Feng Cantillon, I'll give you one last chance. Yen Zue said in a deep voice. Submit immediately and I'll spare your life. Ha 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 ha. Feng Cantillon was fearless and burst into laughter. Even if I have to die in battle, I won't bow down dishonorably. Back in the divine firmament immortal domain, he faced strong foes that were 100 times stronger than the supreme perfected fiend before him. However, he did not submit either. How could everything before him force him to back down? Yen Zue's gaze was cold as he no longer suppressed the killing intent in his heart and said slowly, Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Right then, a voice sounded from the distant horizon. He won't die with me around today. When the voice sounded, it was still far away. By the time the final word was said, a few figures had already arrived and passed by the million-strong fiend army, heading towards Zephyr Thunder Palace. Who's there? A few perfected fiend experts stood out and shouted. Let them come. Yen Zue waved it off gently and looked at the intruders calmly. Among them there was a man and a woman. They were originally from Zephyr Thunder Palace and had already escaped. Now they had returned. The remaining black-robed man and young monk were only low-level heaven immortals and were of no threat. Only the purple-robed man with a silver mask riding on the moon-devouring heavenly wolf looked unfathomable, and his cultivation realm could not be determined. Why have you guys returned? Feng Cantillon looked at Gu Tongyu and Cho Siluo and asked with a frown. Palace Lord, we found a few helpers too. Cho Siluo glanced at the Martial Dao Prime body and the others. She felt guilty and her voice turned softer and softer. Including Heavenly Wolf, there were only 6 of them. However, the difference between them and the million-strong fiend army was way too great. Feng Santian's gaze swept past the Martial Dao Prime body, Yen Beichen and Mingjin. He sighed internally, this was nonsense. Today, not only would he die, they would also lose their lives for nothing. Senior Thunder Emperor. Yen Beichen withdrew his Jidu saber and held it horizontally in front of his chest, saying in a deep voice, "I'm Yen Beichen and I'm also from Tianhuang mainland. I'm here today to fight shoulder to shoulder with you. I'm Ming Zhen from Tianhuang mainland. I'm willing to fight alongside you, Thunder Emperor." Ming Zhen held a string of prayer beads in his left hand and the fiend vanquishing staff left behind by Emperor Ananda in his right. He had a calm and fearless expression. "So, you're from Tianhuang mainland as well." Feng Cantian felt regret but emotional at the same time as he clenched his fists. Good, good, good. To think that I would be able to join forces with people from Tianhuang mainland in the upper world. I can die without regrets. Today, we'll give it our all and kill to our heart's content. Palace Lord. This is the sect master of Tianhuang sect. Gu Tongyu pointed to the martial Tao prime body and said. Feng Cantian nodded. Since you were the one who established Tianhuang sect, you must be someone from Tianhuang sect as well. Senior Thunder Emperor. I'm Desolate Martial. The martial Tao prime body said. Desolate Martial? Feng Cantian frowned slightly, feeling that the name sounded familiar as though he had heard it somewhere before. However, the situation was critical and he did not have the mood to think too much about it. He won't die with me around today. Who was the one who said that? Yen Zui glared at the martial Tao prime body and asked slowly. Among the people who arrived later, this purple-robed cultivator was the only one he could not see through. If he was not wrong, this should be the person who said that. Yen Zui could not see through the martial Tao prime body nor could Fairy Purple River and the other two. Therefore, they did not act rashly and were instead on guard. It was almost impossible for anyone to protect Feng Cantian given the current situation, unless the intruder was a Fiend King. Under normal circumstances, experts of the Fiend King realm would not interfere in a fight between Earthgrade sections. However, Fairy Purple River and the others could not tell the depths of the martial Tao prime body and were unsure. I said it. The martial Tao prime body replied. Yen Zui smiled gently. There are already 4 experts on the perfected fiend ranking here, hundreds of perfected fiend experts and a 1,000,000-strong fiend army. With such a formation, unless you're above the Grotto Heaven realm, there's no way you can defend against us. Pausing for a moment, he narrowed his eyes and asked, What's your cultivation realm? Fairy Purple River and the others listened intently as well. The martial Tao prime body raised his head slightly and looked at the skies. It was unknown what he was looking at, but he did not reply, as though his mind was elsewhere. Yen Zui sneered internally and already had a judgment. He said slowly, Your secret skill to hide your cultivation realm is indeed brilliant. However, if I'm not wrong, your cultivation should be at the perfected 1 realm. The martial Tao prime body remained silent, as though he could not be bothered with Yen Zui. Why do you say that? Dragon Fiend asked darkly. Yen Zui replied confidently, First, I don't recall any Fiend Kings in the Fiend domain wearing such silver masks. Second, Fiend Kings won't interfere in fights between Earthgrade sects casually. Third, Feng Cantian is from the Divine Firmament Immortal domain and has only stayed here for a few thousand years. It's difficult for him to establish a relationship with the Fiend Kings of the Fiend domain. Fourth, since this person is also from Tianhuang mainland and even addressed Feng Cantian as senior, it means that he's a junior of Feng Cantian. Even Feng Cantian has yet to advance to the Grotto Heaven realm. It's difficult for this person to do so as well. Fairy Purple River and the others nodded in agreement as their eyes lit up. Yen Zui pointed at Heavenly Wolf and continued, Fifth and most importantly, the purple-robed man's mount is only a grade 4 heaven immortal. If that person is a Fiend King, the cultivation realm of his mount can't be so low. Dragon Fiend nodded. That's right. Exactly. The Fiend Saber, Lipatian, praised as well. Brother Yen, impressive. Truly impressive. When Gu Tongyu saw that the cultivation of the martial Tao prime body could no longer be hidden, he said to Feng Cantian hurriedly, Palace Lord, among us, only the sect master of Tianhuang sect is considered as an expert of the perfected 1 realm. He's not weak and once killed 2 perfected fiend experts, Song Yan and Xiefeng, to save us. Oh! Yan Zue raised his brow slightly and mocked. So, you managed to kill Song Yan and Xiefeng. Impressive. Feng Cantian arrived beside the Martial Dao Prime Body and said in a deep voice, Brother Desolate Marshal, I'll hold off Yan Zue, Fairy Purple River, Dragon Fiend and Li Patian. I'll leave the remaining perfected fiends to you. In truth, any one of the 4 perfected fiends was more terrifying than the remaining hundreds of perfected fiends combined. Feng Cantian was worried that the sect master of Tianhuang sect would not be able to defend against the experts on the perfected fiend ranking. That was the reason why he made such an arrangement. Of course, he could not defend against it either. A decision as such would merely delay things for a moment. There's no need for all that trouble. The Martial Dao Prime Body shook his head gently and his glabella shone, summoning the Hell Suppression Tripod. With a single thought from the Martial Dao Prime Body, the Hell Suppression Tripod expanded continuously and hovered in midair. You guys can hide beneath this tripod. The Martial Dao Prime Body pointed at the Hell Suppression Tripod in midair and said, Ha! What do you mean? Feng Cantian, Gu Tongyu and the others were confused. Even Yan Zue and the others were a little stunned, not knowing what nonsense the sect master of Tianhuang sect was talking about. In a flash, the Martial Dao Prime Body floated down from Heavenly Wolf and pointed to the firmaments, saying indifferently, The world is about to change. The moment he said that, everyone felt a huge shadow envelop them. In the blink of an eye, a violent gust of wind blew and the world turned dark. Boom! 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 The sound of thunder approached from afar, as though countless chariots were galloping over from the firmaments in a shocking manner. Everyone raised their heads. Dark clouds filled the firmaments, pitch black as ink. One after another, the thick clouds rumbled and surged continuously, emitting a tremendous might that enveloped the million-strong fiend army. The perfected 1 heavenly tribulation. The expressions of Yan Zue and the others changed starkly as disbelief filled their faces. Even Feng Cantian, Gu Tongyu and the others were shocked. They had not expected the Martial Dao Prime Body to attract a heavenly tribulation at this moment. Throughout history, the matter of tribulation transcendence was extremely dangerous and concerned one's life and death. One would either look for a secluded and deserted place or be guarded by experts of their sects or family clans, who would run into a crowd to undergo tribulation transcendence. This guy had an absolute death wish. The more cultivators gathered in the surroundings, the wider the radius of the heavenly tribulation, and the might of the heavenly tribulation that was triggered would increase as well. Now that the million-strong fiend army was present, the level of the perfected 1 heavenly tribulation that was triggered was unimaginable. Ha 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 ha! Dragon Fiend burst into laughter. So, you haven't undergone tribulation transcendence yet and can't even be considered as a perfected fiend. Are you trying to kill us with the perfected 1 heavenly tribulation? We're all at the peak of the perfected 1 realm. The perfected 1 heavenly tribulation is of no threat to us. The fiend saber, Li Patian, chuckled as well. What are you laughing at? Yan Zue glared at the 2 of them coldly and grit his teeth. We can defend against the perfected 1 heavenly tribulation, but what about the million-strong fiend army around us? The hearts of Dragon Fiend and the others skipped a beat as they finally realized the terrifying consequences of this matter. Tribulation clouds filled the firmaments and extended for thousands of kilometers boundlessly, clearly enveloping the million-strong fiend army. Although the might of the million-strong fiend army was great, they were formed by Earth Immortals and Heaven Immortals. Even Grade 9 Heaven Immortals could not defend against the perfected 1 heavenly tribulation. The million-strong fiend army realized that a calamity was approaching as well. All the fiends looked at the firmaments and felt the terrifying might of the tribulation clouds. They were uneasy and bewildered. What are you waiting for? Hurry and escape! Dragon Fiend roared. The million-strong fiend army dispersed and sprinted outside. Every cultivator released all their movement techniques and divine powers, wanting to leave this place quickly. But even teleportation could only cover 1,000 feet. However, The tribulation clouds on the fiends were endless and covered the skies. It was almost impossible for them to escape. Hurry and go! Heavenly Wolf was the first to react as he urged Yan Beichen, Ming Zhen and the others to run to the Hell Suppression Tripod. Their cultivation realms had not reached the Perfected One realm, and they could not withstand the impact of the Perfected One heavenly tribulation. Yan Beichen and the others realized that this was no small matter as well and did not dare to be careless. They arrived beneath the Hell Suppression Tripod one after another. It was only at this moment that Gu Tongyu and Qiu Siluo understood why some of the things the Martial Tao Prime Body said previously sounded like nonsense. Qiu Siluo was speechless. No wonder why Sect Master Desolate Martial said that it would be inconvenient to bring more people. Under the control of the Martial Tao Prime Body and the Hell Suppression Tripod, although the tripod body had grown slightly, the radius it could cover was not large and 10 people were not a problem. If he brought too many people, they would become burdens instead. The Perfected One heavenly tribulation did not have its own consciousness, let alone know which side the cultivators were on. When the heavenly tribulation descended, it was an indiscriminate attack that no one could dodge. I wonder if this tripod can defend against the Perfected One heavenly tribulation. Gu Tongyu looked at the Hell Suppression Tripod above his head and murmured softly. Heavenly Wolf rolled his eyes and patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry, if this thing can't defend against it, there's probably no other weapon in the world that can. The tribulation clouds in the firmaments intensified and began to spin continuously, forming a gigantic tribulation cloud vortex with red lightning faintly visible within. Crack! Finally, the first heavenly tribulation arrived. The location of the Martial Tao Prime Body was right in the middle of the vortex of the tribulation clouds. The scale of the heavenly tribulation was also the most terrifying. A scarlet thunderbolt as thick as an adult's arm descended vertically and smashed onto the head of the Martial Tao Prime Body. The Martial Tao Prime Body stood motionlessly and did not even raise his hand. Just like that, he endured the first heavenly tribulation. At the same time, dense scarlet thunderbolts descended from the tribulation clouds in the millions like a storm. It was practically a blizzard of lightning. What happened was way too shocking. Beneath the Hell Suppression Tripod, Heavenly Wolf, Gu Tongyu and the others widened their eyes in shock. In their vision, the territory before them had already turned into a sea of blood-red lightning. The million-strong fiend army had fallen into it, and no one was spared. The might of the million-strong fiend army was so massive that it was difficult to defend against. However, in the face of the heavenly tribulation, they seemed so insignificant and vulnerable. For the Earth Immortals and Heaven Immortals, the power of the Perfected One heavenly tribulation was a devastating catastrophe. The scene before them was like thunder from the wrath of the heavens. Instantly, countless fiend cultivators turned into ashes and died. Among the million-strong fiend army, an extremely small number of top-tier Heaven Immortals relied on various trump cards, divine powers, secret skills, dermic treasures, and talismans to barely survive the first heavenly tribulation. However, all the Earth Immortals were turned into ashes by the first heavenly tribulation and none of them were spared. Not a single trace of bloodline or bone was left. They were literally erased from the world. Most of the Heaven Immortals could not defend against it either and exploded into pieces, destroying their essence spirits. In the 5,000 kilometers of territory with Zephyr Thunder Palace as the center, corpses were strewn and blood flowed everywhere. It was like a living hell. The four perfected fiends, Yenzue, Fairy Purple River, Dragon Fiend and Lipatian, were enraged as they surveyed their surroundings. There were almost no living beings in sight. It was too ruthless. Hundreds of perfected fiends were shocked and felt chills run down their spines. Although they were still alive, the 18 fiend armies and million fiends they brought were annihilated almost in the blink of an eye. This was an unimaginable blow to anyone present. Under the Hell Suppression Tripod, Qiu Siluo took a deep breath and tried her best to compose herself. With a trembling voice, she said, It's no wonder why Sect Master Desolate Martial was in no hurry to attempt tribulation transcendence. He actually did such a crazy thing. Heavenly Wolf said with lingering fear as well. This guy is a pervert and can do anything. Back when the martial Dao Prime Body decided to head to Avicii for the sake of Yen Beichen, he realized this fact. Feng Cantian was the supreme perfected immortal after all. Although he was severely injured, he did not hide under the hell suppression tripod. Although he had been through countless storms, he was also shocked when he saw what happened earlier on. Kill him! Yen Zue hollered and attacked. If he could kill the martial Dao Prime Body as soon as possible, the heavenly tribulation would naturally end. Hundreds of perfected fiends released their power of blood qi without holding back. In their consciousnesses, their Dao fruits shone brightly and halos appeared behind their heads. Boom! 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 Hundreds of perfected fiends channeled their true essence and released divine powers and secret skills. Swoosh! 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 1,000 sentient dermic treasures tore through the air and formed an impenetrable trap that enveloped down. Splash! Yen Zue coiled the bloodstained chain in his hands towards the martial Dao Prime Body. The chain buzzed and sharp spikes popped out one after another, shimmering coldly. Fairy Purple River summoned the purple mystic in Motherchild banner and it spread open, revealing countless ghost infants as well as the tragic and menacing faces of female ghosts. It was shuddering. Dragon Fiend growled and transformed into his half-dragon, half-human form, charging towards the martial Dao Prime Body. Swoosh! Lipatian gripped his saber with both hands and slashed in the direction of the martial Dao Prime Body with a deep gaze. Black Qi surged with a torrential malevolent aura. The 4 experts on the perfected fiend ranking and hundreds of perfected fiends attacked at almost the same time, launching thunderous attacks at the martial Dao Prime Body. They wanted to kill him instantly. Watch out! Feng Cantian hollered and waved his startling evil spear, prepared to burn his life for a final fight. Even at his peak, he could not defend against such an attack. Furthermore, the tribulation transcendence of the sect master of Tianhuang sect was not over yet. Roar! Suddenly, the martial Dao Prime Body spoke and let out a roar filled with endless might. The roar seemed to contain the cries of millions of living beings, forming a visible ripple that spread in all directions. Sound domain secret skill. Myriad beings sound. After the martial Dao Prime Body condensed the true martial Dao Body, his essence spirit and spirit body reached an even more terrifying height and the power of the secret skill increased exponentially as well. The myriad beings sound even overwhelmed the rumbling thunder of the heavenly tribulation. The 4 perfected fiend experts shuddered. Yen Zue, Dragon Fiend and Lipatian had strong physiques and bloodlines. Although they were slightly further away, they still felt that it was incomparably ear-piercing and had pained expressions. Fairy Purple River's physique and bloodline were weaker. Her body swayed and blood seeped out of her ears. If even the experts on the perfected fiend ranking suffered such a powerful blow, it was even worse for the hundreds of perfected fiends in the surroundings. At the front, dozens of perfected fiends closest to Su Zimo could not withstand the terrifying impact and exploded into pieces with blood spreading everywhere. There were also dozens of perfected fiend experts with dull gazes and stiff expressions. Their heads tilted and they fell from midair one after another. Their essence spirits were already shattered in their consciousnesses. Even with Feng Xantian's experience, he was shocked. Beneath the hell suppression tripod, Gu Tongyu and the others were in disbelief. More than 100 perfected fiend experts were roared to death by the sect master of Tianhuang sect. The remaining perfected fiends suffered quite a blow as well. Some of the perfected fiends spat out blood while others had their flesh split open, bursting forth with blood mists in a tragic sight. Apart from the 4 perfected fiend experts, the other perfected fiends suffered immense impacts and their divine powers dissipated. Their dermic treasures fell and their attacks dispersed instantly. A single sound domain secret skill is enough to repel hundreds of perfected fiends. Such methods! Qiu Siluo could not help but exclaim. Initially, they thought that the unprecedented battle between the Supreme Perfected Immortal and the Supreme Perfected Fiend was shocking enough and unforgettable. To think that the scene earlier on would have a huge impact on their mental states once more. Such methods had already surpassed their understanding and imagination. Up till now, the The two of them had yet to realize that what they saw was only the tip of the iceberg for the Martial Tao Prime body. The moment the Martial Tao Prime body released the myriad being sound, the second strike of the first heavenly tribulation descended. There were less than 300 people in the million-strong fiend army who managed to survive the first strikes of the heavenly tribulation. But now that the second strike of the heavenly tribulation had descended, the remaining fiend cultivators could not defend against it at all and turned into ashes amidst hysterical cries. Many perfected fiend experts watched helplessly. The second strike of the heavenly tribulation posed no threat to the Martial Tao Prime body, Yan Zue and the others. In fact, they did not even have to bother. Splash! Yan Zue was the first to snap out of his stupor. His gigantic chain was like an anaconda that arrived instantly and coiled a few times around the Martial Tao Prime body before tightening. The countless sharp spikes on the chain wanted to penetrate the flesh of the Martial Tao Prime body and lock him up. However, no matter how Yan Zue exerted strength, the spikes could not pierce the skin of the Martial Tao Prime body. In fact, the sound of metal grinding could be heard and was extremely ear-piercing. A mocking look flashed through the face of the Martial Tao Prime body beneath the silver mask. Fairy Purple River waved the mystic mother-child banner, and the many ghost infants and menacing female ghosts on it broke free one after another and charged towards the Martial Tao Prime body. However, the moment the ghost infants and menacing female ghosts arrived before the Martial Tao Prime body, they retreated one after another as though they were extremely shocked and did not dare to advance. No matter how Fairy Purple River channeled her secret skill, the ghost infants and female ghosts merely circled around the Martial Tao Prime body at most and did not dare to attack. In fact, they did not even dare to touch the corner of the clothes of the Martial Tao Prime body. With the help of the Hell Suppression Tripod, the Martial Tao Prime body had already gained initial control of Avicii. Avicii suppressed desolate souls and malevolent ghosts. The malevolent ghosts in Avicii were much stronger than the ghost infants refined by Fairy Purple River's evil technique. Furthermore, the Martial Tao Prime body had just returned from Greater Avicii and exuded a sinister aura. Coupled with the fact that he controlled hellfire, none of those ghost-type evil beings dared to approach him. Fairy Purple River was enraged and channeled it even more intensely. As for the many ghost infants and female ghosts, they still did not dare to advance. Instead, they turned back continuously and cried shrilly at Fairy Purple River. An evil dermic treasure like the mystic mother-child banner would be extremely powerful if it was refined successfully. However, if one did not control it well, there was a risk of a backlash. Right now, Fairy Purple River was pushing them too far. The spirits of the mystic mother-child banner did not dare to attack the Martial Tao Prime body and were already showing signs of resisting and betraying their master. Swoosh! A pitch-black and sharp saber slashed down with a suffocating aura of death. It was the fiend's saber. There was only a single person on the perfected fiend ranking who used a saber, Lipatian. Among the perfected fiends of the fiend domain, Lipatian was the only one who dared to use the title of the fiend saber. All his dermic Tao was condensed in this fiend saber. Right now, he saw the Martial Tao Prime body's arms bound by Yan Zue's chain. This person would definitely die if that slash landed. Crack, crack, crack. Suddenly, cracks sounded from the body of the Martial Tao Prime body. Immediately after, the Martial Tao Prime body struggled with both arms and the thick chain that coiled around him shattered into a few pieces, scattering in midair. Pest! Yan Zue's pupils constricted slightly. Although his dragon-subduing chain was not a pure Yang spirit treasure, it was still a 7 tribulation spirit treasure and was indestructible. To think that someone would be able to break it with his body. How strong was the burst power required? Even the supreme perfected Immortal could not do it if he was barehanded. Piak! Suddenly, the Martial Tao Prime body reached out and grabbed the incoming fiend saber. Li Potion's expression changed starkly. His fiend saber clearly struck the palm of the Martial Tao Prime body, but it encountered immense resistance. It merely tore through the latter's flesh and left a blood scar on his palm. How was that possible? Even Yan Zue and the others were shocked, let alone Li Patian. The fiend's saber in Li Potion's hands was a 9 tribulations pure yang spirit treasure. But now, a full-powered slash merely left a superficial wound on the other party's palm that was almost negligible. What sort of physique was it to be able to withstand a pure yang spirit treasure head-on? The gaze of the martial Dao prime body intensified. Suddenly, he exerted strength and grabbed the blade with his palm. Yanking. Li Potion could not defend against the power of the martial Dao prime body at all, but he refused to let go of the fiend's saber either. He staggered and charged towards the latter. The martial Dao prime body released his palm and clenched it into a fist, punching. Up till this point of his cultivation, Li Potion had faced countless strong foes and had even fought against the supreme perfected fiend, Xianxia, in the past. However, he had never seen such a terrifying and suffocating punch. That punch seemed to have sucked away all the heaven and earth essence chi in the surroundings. The space around Li Potion was suppressed to its limits. Although the punch was clearly aimed at him, he felt that he had nowhere to retreat and could only take it head-on. Li Potion did not have time to think and raised his saber horizontally in front of his chest. The moment he did that, the fist of the martial Dao prime body descended and struck the fiend's saber. Bang! There was a loud bang. Even though there was a pure yang spirit treasure between them, Li Potion could still sense the terrifying power transmitted from the fiend's saber. It was majestic and unstoppable. Poof! Li Potion shuddered and spat out blood wildly. His gaze dimmed and his life force decreased rapidly. The next moment, a series of crackling sounds came from his body, and all his bones were shattered by that single punch from the martial Dao prime body. Even his essence spirit died on the spot before it could escape. Li Potion fell backwards. When he landed on the ground, he was smashed into a meat sludge and no longer had a human form. Li Potion, who was ranked 7th on the perfected fiend ranking, was killed by a single punch from the martial Dao prime body through his fiend saber. The fiends were in an uproar and were shocked. If even experts on the perfected fiend ranking could not defend against a single punch from the sect master of Tianhuang sect, who would dare to advance rashly? Even Yen Zue and Fairy Purple River looked wary and wanted to retreat, let alone the remaining perfected fiends. At that moment, Dragon Fiend witnessed everything as well. However, he had already arrived before the martial Dao prime body and was extremely close. It was already too late for him to retreat. Kill! Dragon Fiend growled deeply and his clothes were torn, revealing his body that was filled with golden scales that shone with a cold glint. Clang! Clang! The hands of Dragon Fiend had already transformed completely into the claws of a divine dragon. His joints protruded and he was strong. His sharp dragon claws seemed like they could tear everything in the world apart. The menacing dragon claws grabbed towards the martial Dao prime body. At the same time, Dragon Fiend's blood chi surged and a golden divine dragon appeared at the back, circling around him. The gigantic dragon head reared and looked down at the martial Dao prime body with a dignified gaze. But soon, the golden divine dragon seemed to have sensed an unusual aura from the martial Dao prime body, and a hint of fear flashed through the depths of its eyes. Bloodline phenomenon. Dragon Fiend released his full strength without holding back at all. The expression of the martial Dao prime body was unchanged. He did not dodge, avoid, or even use his blood chi. He continued punching with a simple style that was simple and direct without any fancy moves. Even without using any martial techniques, the true martial Dao body could release shocking divine power. Furthermore, the martial Dao prime body fused his Dao and dermic arts continuously to condense them into simplicity. He fused them into his fist techniques, and every single move he made could release the supreme will of the martial Dao. Bang! The fist and claw collided with a dull sound of defeat. Before the sharp dragon claws of Dragon Fiend could grab down, he felt a piercing pain in his palm. Ow! Dragon Fiend cried out in pain. A terrifying power surged into his palm and extended to his arm. The golden dragon scales on his arm stood on end and fell off from the sudden tremendous power. If not for the protection of the dragon scales, his arm would have been ruptured by the single punch from the martial Dao prime body. Kill! Dragon Fiend roared and channeled the bloodline phenomenon behind him wildly. wanting the golden divine dragon to help him deal with the martial Tao prime body. However, for some unknown reason, he could not control his bloodline phenomenon this time round. The golden divine dragon let out a deep growl at the martial Tao prime body as well. However, its aura was weak and it was more like it was crying, not daring to advance. The martial Tao prime body had once fused the dragon phoenix true body into the martial Tao furnace and synthesized it with his flesh. He exuded the aura of a taboo dragon phoenix, and the divine dragon phenomenon did not dare to offend him at all. How noisy! The martial Tao prime body hollered and a second punch smashed down. Bang! Dragon Fiend could only extend his dragon claws to defend. Splash! This time round, the bloodline phenomenon on Dragon Fiend dissipated instantly. His blood chi fluctuated from the shock as well and his organs shifted positions. His tendons and bones creaked as though they would fall apart the next moment. Before he could catch his breath, a third punch descended. That punch tore through the air with a shuddering aura of death. Dragon Fiend raised his arms and blocked in front of him. At the same time, he channeled his essence spirit wildly and released his essence spirit secret skill, charging towards the martial Tao prime body. He had already thrown caution to the wind after being forced to such an extent by the martial Tao prime body. The martial Tao prime body ignored the essence spirit secret skill of Dragon Fiend. Ripples appeared on the Mara mask and resolved the essence spirit secret skill with ease. The martial Tao prime body was not affected at all. The third punch arrived and burst forth. Poof! The massive body of Dragon Fiend that was 100 feet tall was shattered by a single punch. A pitch-black light escaped from the shattered body in time. It was Dragon Fiend's essence spirit. Dragon Fiend's spirit consciousness moved and he wanted to use blood rebirth. However, there was no reaction when he channeled that supreme divine power. His essence spirit turned back with a horrified expression. His body earlier on exploded into pieces and all the flesh that fell did not have any signs of life, completely shrouded by the aura of death. The third punch of the martial Tao prime body destroyed all the life in his body. Crack! A scarlet thunderbolt descended and struck his essence spirit. Dragon Fiend's essence spirit shuddered and gradually turned transparent as its life force deteriorated. With the protection of his body, the first strike of the heavenly tribulation naturally posed no threat to him. However, there was no way an essence spirit could go against the heavenly tribulation lightning. On the spot, its life force was destroyed and its soul dispersed. The martial Tao prime body attacked consecutively and killed 2 perfected fiends on the perfected fiend ranking in the blink of an eye in an unstoppable manner. At that moment, it was only the 4th strike of the first heavenly tribulation. The perfected 1 heavenly tribulation had at least 6 cycles of 9 strikes each. That would be known as the 6 of 9 heavenly tribulation. With each cycle, the power would naturally increase as well. Let's retreat first. There's no hurry. Yen Zue sent a voice transmission. This person underwent tribulation transcendence in the million-strong fiend army, and the power of the heavenly tribulation has increased exponentially. Once the tribulation transcendence is over, even if he doesn't die, he will be severely injured. At that time, it'll be extremely easy for us to kill him. Fairy Purple River nodded to herself and replied, "That's right." The figures of the 2 perfected fiends retreated at an extremely fast speed as their spirit consciousnesses conversed. Now that the million-strong fiend army was reduced to ashes, the tribulation clouds above the head of the martial Tao prime body shrank rapidly and returned to normal. Given Yen Zue and Fairy Purple River's movement techniques, they left the range of the tribulation clouds before long. Trying to leave? The martial Tao prime body sneered. "It's not that easy." In a flash, he charged towards Yen Zue and Fairy Purple River and said coldly, "The 2 of you, stay and accompany me through the tribulation transcendence." Naturally, Yen Zue and Fairy Purple River would not stop in their tracks foolishly. At the same time, Yen Zue sent a voice transmission to the 300-odd perfected fiend experts on the other side. Wrap around and attack quickly. Kill the people beneath the bronze square tripod and snatch it over. On the one hand, the martial Tao prime body took out the hell suppression tripod to protect Yen Beichen and the others. On the other hand, It was also for the hell suppression tripod to undergo the baptism and refinement of the heavenly tribulation. After the hell suppression tripod was severely injured, its cultivation realm fell. Although the cracks on the tripod recovered after devouring a large number of spirit treasures, in reality, the hell suppression tripod had not recovered to become a true sentient dermic treasure. The tribulation transcendence this time round was the best opportunity for the hell suppression tripod to recover. The heavenly tribulation descended and the hell suppression tripod was bathed in lightning. The 4 sacred souls on the 4 walls that had initially fallen asleep after suffering immense losses due to the battle woke up once more and opened their eyes in extreme excitement. There was no way they could recover to their peak just by devouring spirit treasures. The current heavenly tribulation was the key for them to absorb energy and recover to their peak. The hell suppression tripod hovered in midair and absorbed the power of the descending heavenly tribulation completely. The auras of the 4 sacred souls rose as well. As for Yen Beichen and the others, they hid beneath the hell suppression tripod and were not damaged by the lightning at all. But now, the situation had suddenly changed. The martial Dao prime body chased after Yen Zue and Fairy Purple River, while the remaining 300-odd perfected fiend experts changed their targets and charged towards Yen Beichen and the others. Die! The startling evil spear in Feng Santian's hands slashed horizontally and raised, piercing the chest of a perfected fiend instantly. Before that person's essence spirit could escape, the power of thunder that burst forth from the startling evil spear destroyed his consciousness. That person's essence spirit was destroyed and he died on the spot. However, Feng Cantian was severely injured and was at the end of his rope with not much combat strength left. Standing in midair alone, he could not split himself to defend against all the perfected fiend experts. Some perfected fiends circled around him and charged towards the hell suppression tripod. In the blink of an eye, dozens of perfected fiend experts arrived before the hell suppression tripod. Someone laughed sinisterly. Die, ants! Poof! The moment that person said that, his head was shattered by a single punch and he died on the spot. The martial Dao prime body had already returned. He could give up on Yen Zue and Fairy Purple River for the time being, but he could not allow Yen Beichen and the others to get hurt. After the martial Dao prime body descended, he lunged into the crowd and charged left and right. He was a killing weapon in human form. There was no perfected fiend that could stop the martial Dao prime body in his tracks. Be it divine powers, secret skills, dermic treasures, or talismans, none of them could defend against a casual punch from the martial Dao prime body. As long as the martial Dao prime body attacked, a perfected fiend would definitely die. In just a few breaths, dozens of perfected fiend experts were killed by the martial Dao prime body near the hell suppression tripod and none of them escaped. The remaining perfected fiends who were still fighting Feng Cantian dispersed in fear and hid far away, not daring to advance. At that moment, the first heavenly tribulation was almost over. Right from the beginning, the martial Dao prime body ignored the heavenly tribulation above his head and merely allowed the thunderbolts to strike his body. The true martial Dao body absorbed everything. It was the same for Feng Cantian. The lightning that descended from the heavenly tribulation was extremely damaging to others. However, it was a great tonic for him. After the first heavenly tribulation ended, his injuries began to heal. The martial Dao prime body stood near the hell suppression tripod and looked at Yen Zue, Fairy Purple River and the others in the distance. He did not take the initiative to attack. Actually, given his capabilities, if he did not hold back at all, he might be able to kill all 4 experts on the perfected fiend ranking the moment they met. Karmic flames, hellfire, bloodline phenomenon. If all of those trump cards were released, not many of the hundreds of perfected fiends present would be able to leave alive, including the supreme perfected fiend, Yen Zue. The reason why the martial Dao prime body did not release those methods was not because he wanted to hide. Actually, to him, the supreme perfected fiend and the others were not much of a threat. His true threat was the heavenly tribulation this time round. His dermic Dao was different from the cultivation of all living beings of the upper world. He created his own Dao and established the true martial realm to create the true martial Dao body. To be precise, The heavenly tribulation he welcomed was an unprecedented true martial heavenly tribulation. Nobody knew how terrifying the heavenly tribulation this time round would be. Furthermore, he was undergoing the tribulation transcendence in the million-strong fiend army, adding another uncertain factor to the tribulation transcendence this time round. The power of the heavenly tribulation originated from the unknown in the depths of the heavens. There was a high chance that it was from the major Kiliacosm. The martial Tao prime body did not dare to be careless against such unknowns. If he released many of his trump cards to deal with Xianxia, Fairy Purple River and the others, he would not be able to defend against any changes top might happen next. With the martial Tao prime body standing guard around the hell suppression tripod, Xianxia, Fairy Purple River and the other perfected fiends did not dare to advance rashly either. However, none of them were willing to leave just like that. Many people had the same thought. They were waiting for the martial Tao prime body's tribulation transcendence to end. Even if he could succeed in the tribulation transcendence, the sect master of Tianhuang sect would definitely be extremely weak. That would be the best opportunity for them to attack. Before long, the second heavenly tribulation descended. Yellow lightning descended continuously and struck the martial Tao prime body and Feng Cantion heavily. Both of them were unmoved and bathed in lightning. The color of the heavenly tribulations would deepen increasingly. By the ninth heavenly tribulation, it would transform into a golden color and shine with a blinding golden light that could tear through the world with a terrifying might. Bang! Bang! Even so, the martial Tao prime body and Feng Cantion did not retreat. The martial Tao prime body attracted the heavenly tribulation into his body and strengthened the tribulation fire, tempering his body, bloodline, tendons, bones, and organs and perfecting the true martial Tao body. As for Feng Cantion, he made use of the power of thunder to repair his injuries. At the same time, he comprehended the Tao and dermic arts contained in the heavenly tribulation thunder. This heavenly tribulation was not only extremely important to the martial Tao prime body, it was also a huge opportunity for him. Feng Cantion's heart skipped a beat as a thought flashed through his mind. What if Desolate Marshal came here to attempt tribulation transcendence not only because he wanted to deal with the million-strong fiend army? Given his capabilities, even without the power of the heavenly tribulation, which of the fiends present was his match? Given his combat strength, he was invincible and unstoppable. Desolate Marshal might have come here to undergo tribulation transcendence because he wanted to grant Feng Cantion an opportunity. Feng Cantion looked at the hell suppression tripod not far away. There was still a huge question in his heart that he could not resolve right away. Logically speaking, this ancient emperor weapon should be in the hands of the divine firmament immortal domains Su Zimo. How could it be in the hands of Desolate Marshal? Furthermore, he recalled something. The name Desolate Marshal seemed to have been mentioned by Su Zimo once in the 10 Absolute Hell. In fact, Feng Cantion even wondered if Desolate Marshal was Su Zimo. However, on second thought, he quickly denied that speculation. Firstly, their methods, dermic Tao and aura, everything was worlds apart. Secondly, when the two of them parted ways back then, Su Zimo had just entered the Earth Immortal realm. It was impossible for Su Zimo to cultivate to this realm, or even be comparable to him after thousands of years. I hope that Desolate Marshal did not snatch the hell suppression tripod from Su Zimo's hands, Feng Cantion thought to himself. The tribulation clouds were thick and the second heavenly tribulation had just ended when the color of the lightning changed. Crack! The third round of green lightning descended and tore through the world. It was even more powerful and shocking. The martial Tao prime body stood in midair motionlessly and bathed in lightning, making use of the baptism of the heavenly tribulation's lightning to temper his body. Although it seemed simple for the martial Tao prime body to undergo tribulation transcendence, Gu Tongyu and the others who were hiding beneath the hell suppression tripod knew how terrifying the heavenly tribulation was. One after another, thunderbolts struck the hell suppression tripod and let out a blinding light as electric arcs danced in midair. If not for the hell suppression tripod defending, they would have been blasted into pieces a long time ago. What's the background of this person? He's undergoing the perfected one heavenly tribulation without any dermic arts or divine powers. He's merely enduring everything with his body and bloodline. This person's physique is too strong and his burst power is ferocious. Even the fiend's saber, Lipatian, was killed by a single punch. The remaining 200-odd perfected fiends hid outside the range of the heavenly tribulation. When they saw that, they discussed with wary expressions. Brother Yen, can you tell what is the dermic Tao and legacy of his bloodline and physique? Fairy Purple River asked with a frown. Yen Zue had a dark expression and remained silent. Fairy Purple River said, from what I know, only a few races like the dragon and god race that are born with supreme physiques and bloodlines will choose to undergo tribulation transcendence with their physical bodies. Humph! When Yen Zue heard that, he harumphed coldly. There's no hurry. Let's see how much longer he can last. Even for the dragon and god race, for the 5th and 6th heavenly tribulations, they have to summon their dermic treasure weapons and release many divine powers and secret skills to defend against it. I don't believe that this person can survive the 6 of 9 heavenly tribulation with his body alone. Before long, the 3rd heavenly tribulation ended. Immediately after, blue lightning flashed in the tribulation clouds and gradually formed a blue sea of lightning above the heads of the martial Tao prime body and Feng Cantillon. Splash! The water poured down like a galactic river with a terrifying might and drowned the figures of the martial Tao prime body and Feng Cantillon instantly. After a while, when the sea of lightning faded, the figures of the martial Tao prime body and Feng Cantillon reappeared. The two of them were still standing in midair and their auras became even stronger. Boom! 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 The 5th heavenly tribulation descended and purple thunderbolts descended from the skies with endless might, striking the martial Tao prime body continuously. Each time they descended, a deafening bang would echo. Throughout the entire process, the martial Tao prime body did not even move a single finger. Before long, the 5th heavenly tribulation was over and the 6th heavenly tribulation was ready to strike. The gray lightning contained an aura of death that seemed like it could kill all living beings. Boom! 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 Gray thunderbolts descended one after another and struck the martial Tao prime body. As the number of times stacked, the gray thunderbolts became thicker and more shocking. Initially, they were only as thick as adult arms. Later on, they were the size of divine pillars that were coiled with lightning as they smashed down continuously. The martial Tao prime body was still motionless. By the looks of it, the 6 of 9 heavenly tribulation is definitely not the endpoint. There will definitely be more heavenly tribulations condensing later on. Given this person's methods, I wonder how many heavenly tribulations he will attract in the end. Could it be the legendary 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation? The fiends were shocked when they heard the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation. Someone shouted softly, "Don't talk nonsense. Anyone who can attract the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation is someone with the potential of a great emperor. There hasn't been one in 1,000,000 years. That's right. Even as the supreme perfected fiend, Yen Zue only attracted the 8 of 9 heavenly tribulation back then. This person's combat strength seems to be superior to Yen Zue. Just as everyone was discussing, the 7th heavenly tribulation had already descended. The color of the 7 of 9 heavenly tribulation turned darker. The previous heavenly tribulation was gray. As for the first strike of the 7 of 9 heavenly tribulation, it was black and incomparably violent, descending from the skies like a curved black spear. The black thunderbolt seemed to have sliced the world into two. This time round, the martial Tao prime body finally moved. He raised his head slightly and extended a finger, tapping towards the descending black thunderbolt. Boom! The black thunderbolt collided with the finger of the martial Tao prime body and exploded instantly in a deafening manner. The martial Tao prime body was unmoved and was not injured at all. When Yen Zue saw that, his mouth twitched uncontrollably. Even though it was already the 7 of 9 heavenly tribulation, the sect master of Tianhuang sect did not use any dermic treasures or divine powers. He merely extended a finger and destroyed the heavenly tribulation. Back when he fought against the 7 of 9 heavenly tribulation, he released many trump cards and was almost at the limits of his body. However, the tribulation transcendence seemed way too easy for this desolate marshal. Yan Zue felt an inexplicable sense of frustration. However, he composed himself before long. That was because he knew that the power of the perfected one heavenly tribulation would increase towards the end. Notwithstanding the difference between the 7 of 9 heavenly tribulation and the 8 of 9 heavenly tribulation, even the might of each strike of heavenly tribulation would increase exponentially when it descended. Boom! 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 The martial Tao prime body stood in midair and raised his head slightly. Against the impact of the heavenly tribulation, he merely raised his hand casually as though he was chasing away mosquitoes. The powerful heavenly tribulations dissipated one after another and were shattered by the martial Tao prime body casually without causing him any damage. A perfected fiend expert was unwilling to believe this scene and felt that something was amiss. He made up his mind and decided to test the waters. In a flash, the person approached the martial Tao prime body rapidly and entered the range of the tribulation clouds in the blink of an eye. Crack! A pitch-black thunderbolt descended and arrived instantly. How strong! It was only when he personally experienced the heavenly tribulation did he know how terrifying it was. The person's expression changed starkly. Thankfully, he was long prepared and summoned his spirit treasure hurriedly, injecting true essence above his head to defend. At the same time, the person circulated his divine powers and secret skills and attacked the heavenly tribulation. Boom! The pitch-black lightning descended and pierced the person's spirit treasure almost instantly, destroying his divine powers and secret skills. The perfected fiend shuddered and spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body was pierced by the pitch-black thunderbolt, revealing a shocking charred hole of blood. Countless destructive power of thunder swept through his body and destroyed his life force in the blink of an eye. Thankfully, this person saw that the situation was bad and his essence spirit left his body with the Tao fruit wrapped around it. He escaped from the range of the tribulation clouds and escaped death, avoiding a calamity. Even so, it was difficult to make up for the losses that this person suffered. His body was completely destroyed by the 7 of 9 heavenly tribulation and his life force was severed. He could not even use blood rebirth. In the eyes of the fiends, this scene made them even more wary. The fiends retreated once more and no one dared to advance rashly. Before long, the 7 of 9 heavenly tribulation ended but the tribulation clouds did not dissipate. The 8 of 9 heavenly tribulation was about to arrive. The martial Tao prime body took a deep breath and looked up at the firmaments. Instead of retreating, he advanced and soared into the skies against the descending heavenly tribulation. The martial Tao prime body wanted to face the heavenly tribulation head-on, not defend passively. The fiends were shocked as they looked at the martial Tao prime body, who soared into the air to receive the heavenly tribulation. Challenging the heavenly tribulation head-on was akin to challenging the heavens. The unknown will at the origin of the heavenly tribulation and the laws of heaven and earth. This was the martial Tao. This was the will of the martial Tao. Unyielding, resisting, fighting against heaven and earth and exacting revenge and repaying gratitude as one pleased. The color of the 8th heavenly tribulation was no longer dark. At their limits, things reverse instead. The extreme of the black heavenly tribulation had already transformed into a milky white color after evolving. Boom! The martial Tao prime body soared into the skies and raised his fist, punching heavily against the descending milky white thunderbolt, causing the world to tremble. The figure of the martial Tao prime body shuddered slightly and paused as well. Since the beginning of the tribulation transcendence this time round, this was the first time the martial Tao prime body was affected. However, it was almost negligible. The figure of the martial Tao prime body continued to climb. The second strike of the heavenly tribulation descended extremely quickly, as though it could sense the provocation of the martial Tao prime body and wanted to shoot him down. The martial Tao prime body punched out once more to fight head-on. Boom! There was a loud bang. This time round, the figure of the martial Tao prime body was unaffected as he broke through the thunderbolt and charged up against the tides. As though it could sense the aura of the martial Tao prime body, the hell suppression tripod on the other side vibrated continuously as well. Sanskrit reverberated within the tripod, while the roars of dragons, Tigers, turtles and phoenixes could be heard outside. After absorbing the power of 7 heavenly tribulations, the auras of the 4 sacred souls had clearly broken through from the peak of the heaven immortal realm to the perfected one realm. The hell suppression tripod was sentient and charged into the firmaments against the electric arcs as well. At the same time, the hell suppression tripod shone with rays of light that formed a barrier around Yen Beichin and the others like a waterfall, continuing to protect them. Right in front of everyone, the man and tripod rose continuously against the will of the heavenly tribulation and the might of thunder. Boom! 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 The power of the 8 of 9 heavenly tribulation increased while the fist of the martial Tao prime body became increasingly ferocious and unstoppable. By the time the 9th strike of the heavenly tribulation descended, the figure of the martial Tao prime body had already charged into the tribulation clouds and charged forward. He attacked consecutively and shattered the surrounding tribulation clouds. The fiends were dumbfounded in shock. Even the supreme perfected fiend, Yen Zue, and Fairy Purple River, who was ranked 4th on the perfected fiend ranking, were shocked. The tribulation transcendence method of this sect master of Tianhuang sect had completely exceeded their imagination. He charged into the tribulation clouds alone and stirred the sea of lightning, almost overturning the entire firmament. He crushed the 8 of 9 heavenly tribulation with his body alone. Amazing! Even Feng Cantian could not help but praise. Back then, he was the supreme perfected immortal of the 9 firmament immortal domain. However, when he entered the perfected one realm, he only attracted the 8 of 9 heavenly tribulation as well. The process of him crossing the 8 of 9 heavenly tribulation was unusually dangerous. After it was over, he was only left with a single breath. Thankfully, he was protected by an expert and could recover slowly. However, the perfected fiend desolate marshal before him had a torrential aura. Against the heavenly tribulation, he counterattacked and dispersed the tribulation clouds, crushing the lightning. Even Feng Cantian could not compare to such extraordinary methods. Yen Zue looked up at the firmaments in silence in deep thought. As for the fiends, they had frightened expressions and were already thinking of retreating. Brother Yen, let's retreat. Fairy Purple River frowned. This person's tribulation transcendence ended and he's not injured at all. Instead, his aura is even stronger. We can't defeat him even if we join forces. Yen Zue shook his head gently. The heavenly tribulation is not over yet. The expressions of Fairy Purple River and the others changed. The fact that things were not over after the 8 of 9 heavenly tribulation meant that the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation was about to descend. This was the epitome of the perfected one heavenly tribulation. For the past 1,000,000 years, at least in the heavenly world, there had never been anyone who attracted the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation. If there was truly the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation, there was no need for the fiends to be in a hurry to leave. Firstly, the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation was unprecedented. If they could witness it personally, it would be an opportunity for everyone present. Secondly, the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation was an extreme heavenly tribulation that could destroy everything. Notwithstanding whether the sect master of Tianhuang sect could survive, even if he could survive, he would definitely be severely injured and fall into an extremely weak state. This was a good opportunity for them to attack. Anyone who could attract the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation definitely had the potential to become a great emperor. All of them felt an inexplicable sense of excitement at the thought that they could kill such a monster incarnate in advance. In the skies, the tribulation clouds that were dispersed by the martial Tao prime body gathered once more and turned thicker, emitting a shuddering might. Fufufu, Yen Zue could not help but laugh and say smugly, he truly planned everything. This person lured the heavenly tribulation to destroy my 1,000,000-strong fiend army. However, he did not expect that his actions would also land him in a dangerous situation with nowhere to retreat. If he is killed by the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation, it would be fate. If he is lucky enough to survive the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation, we'll attack and send him on his way. All right. The fiends were excited and agreed loudly. Feng Cantillon had a grim expression as he wielded the startling evil spear and looked up at the firmaments. Even he had not seen the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation before, and did not know how terrifying the legendary extreme heavenly tribulation would be. Boom! The first strike of the 9th heavenly tribulation descended. The martial Dao prime body received the attack with a clenched fist. Boom! A figure fell rapidly from the firmaments to the ground, creating a huge pit. The first strike of the heavenly tribulation was even more ferocious and terrifying than all the previous heavenly tribulations combined, smashing the martial Dao prime body down. The martial Dao prime body shrugged his arm gently. Up till this point of the tribulation transcendence, this was the first time he felt a numbing sensation on his fist and arm with a slight burning pain. Boom! The second strike of the heavenly tribulation followed closely behind. The martial Dao prime body took a deep breath and used his fists to receive the heavenly tribulation. Bang! The figure of the martial Dao prime body shrank, and he was smashed into the ground by the power of the heavenly tribulation. He could already feel his chest turning stuffy as well as discomfort within his body. Before he could catch his breath, the third strike of the heavenly tribulation had already descended. This time round, the martial Dao prime body channeled his blood qi and his aura surged. He broke free from the ground and welcomed the attack once more. Boom! The martial Dao prime body was smashed down once more. However, his blood qi circled around him and he emitted an incomparably powerful life force. He was still completely unharmed. After the 3 strikes of the heavenly tribulation ended, the 4th strike of the heavenly tribulation did not descend for a long time. The tribulation clouds in the skies did not disperse either. Watch out, your bloodline! Right then, Feng Cantillon's voice sounded. The martial Dao prime body's heart skipped a beat. Indeed, unknowingly, a mysterious power had entered his bloodline and was destroying his life force continuously. The 4th strike of the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation was the bloodline tribulation. Unlike the heavenly tribulations earlier on, the power of this heavenly tribulation would appear silently in the body of someone undergoing tribulation transcendence. If the person undergoing tribulation transcendence was careless and did not notice it in time, his bloodline might dry up and it would be difficult for him to recover. Humph! The martial Dao prime body sneered and channeled his blood qi with all his might. The sound of raging tides crashing onto shore echoed endlessly from his body. His bloodline contained a scorching heat that was like lava. If it was channeled with all its might, it could smelt everything. The power of the heavenly tribulation did not exist for long in the body of the martial Dao prime body. Before long, it would be devoured and refined by the bloodline of the martial Dao prime body and washed clean. After the bloodline tribulation, 2 consecutive heavenly tribulations descended into the body of the martial Dao prime body silently without any form. Essence spirit tribulation. This type of heavenly tribulation could ignore the defense of the Mara mask completely and appear sinisterly in his consciousness. The martial Dao prime body reacted extremely quickly and channeled his essence spirit secret skill to defend. A moment later, the essence spirit tribulation dissipated. After that was the Dao heart tribulation. This type of heavenly tribulation affected the cultivator's Dao heart. If one's Dao heart was weak, they would definitely develop mental demons under the effect of the heavenly tribulation. However, the Dao heart tribulation had no effect on the martial Dao prime body at all. He had once condensed the 10th stone step of the Dao heart stairs and his Dao heart was indestructible. Even the Dao heart tribulation of the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation could not shake it. After the 3 silent and invisible heavenly tribulations ended, the tribulation clouds changed once more. Pausing for a moment, a spark suddenly fell from the middle of the tribulation clouds. Phew! When the spark landed on the martial Dao prime body, a raging fire ignited and spread continuously, forming a column of flames that connected heaven and earth with raging flames. The 7th strike of the heavenly tribulation, the karma tribulation. No matter who or what living being it was, they were tainted by karma the moment they were born. As time passed by and they grew, they would accumulate even more karma. There were both positive and negative karmas. As for the heavenly tribulation, it ignited all the karma on the martial Dao prime body and burned him continuously. The martial Tao prime body's column of flames that connected heaven and earth stood upright and unmoved, as though he could not feel any pain or torture. That was because the flames were nothing compared to the pain caused by the hellfire in Greater Avicii. More importantly, he was extremely familiar with these flames. Karmic flames were the only things in the world that could ignite karma. While the karmic flames burned the karma, they were also tempering his flesh. Right in front of everyone, the martial Tao prime body roared into the skies. His entire body seemed to have transformed into a bottomless abyss as he absorbed and devoured the karmic flames that connected heaven and earth continuously. Strange and tragic red lotus flowers surrounded the martial Tao prime body, revealing a demonic beauty. The martial Tao prime body stepped on the red lotus karmic fire and his body rose continuously. The seventh strike of the ninth heavenly tribulation shook the martial Tao prime body as well. The fiends were shocked and their hearts skipped a beat. Even Feng Cantillon at the side suffered a huge blow from the karma tribulation. He was almost burned into charcoal and looked wretched. His skin cracked and his bloodline flowed, forming red lotus flowers on the ground. After the seventh strike ended, the eighth strike descended. Clang, clang, shoo, shoo, shoo. Different divine weapons descended from the thick tribulation clouds and charged towards the martial Tao prime body, Feng Cantillon, and the hell suppression tripod. Weapon tribulation. There were all sorts of divine weapons, dermic treasures, sabers, spears, swords, halberds, axes, hooks, forks. There were also gigantic tripods, ancient bells, bronze furnaces, and strange weapons such as horsetail whips, treasure mirrors, and long darts. When these weapons appeared with the power of the heavenly tribulation, their might had already reached the level of 9 tribulations' pure yang spirit treasures. They rained down densely and blanketed the skies. Ha! Good timing! Feng Cantillon burst into laughter and waved his startling evil spear, soaring into the skies in a heroic manner. The simplest way to survive the weapon tribulation was naturally to use divine weapons and dermic treasures to fight like Feng Cantillon. However, at that moment, the hell suppression tripod was still guarding above Yen Beichin and the others and could not leave. Against the pure yang spirit treasures that blanketed the skies, the martial Tao prime body did not dodge or avoid and charged forward. Boom! 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 The martial Tao prime body waved his fists and attacked continuously. With his body, he fought head-on against the descending pure yang spirit treasures and let out a deafening bang. The fiends winced at the sight of that. Although the pure yang spirit treasures were incorporeal, they were transformed from the power of the heavenly tribulation. Yet, this person could take them head-on with his body. Of course, after the consecutive clashes, the fists of the martial Tao prime body were stained with blood and wounds appeared on his body. However, those injuries were almost negligible for the true martial Tao body. He could recover instantly. Finally, the divine weapons in the skies gradually thinned and dissipated. The weapon tribulation was over. Of the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation, there was only the final heavenly tribulation left. Far away, Fairy Purple River shook her head with a grim expression. Brother Yen, let's retreat. From the looks of it, even the final heavenly tribulation won't be able to severely injure him. No. Yen Zue had a calm expression. It's not so easy to defend against the final heavenly tribulation. Even if he can survive it, he'll lose half his life. Brother Yen, are you that confident? Fairy Purple River asked with a frown. Yen Zue did not reply and asked instead, do you know what's the final tribulation of the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation? Fairy Purple River said, I don't know. Brother Yen, please enlighten me. The final one is the divine power tribulation. Yen Zue said indifferently. Fairy Purple River still could not understand. Up till now, this person has not used any divine powers or secret skills. Even the divine power tribulation will most likely return fruitless. Fufu. Yen Zue smiled and asked again, do you know how the first peerless divine power of the trichiliocosm was spread? I'm not sure. Fairy Purple River shook her head and probed. Someone with extraordinary talent created it and passed it down? Impossible. Yen Zue said, peerless divine powers touch on the core profoundness of Dharmic Das. It's almost impossible to comprehend a peerless divine power, let alone create one personally. That was not an exaggeration. Yen Zue was known as the supreme perfected fiend and had the chance to come into contact with a peerless divine power. However, he could not comprehend it at all. Impossible to create personally? Fairy Purple River's heart skipped a beat as she understood what Yen Zue was implying. You mean to say that the final tribulation of the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation is a peerless divine power? That's right. Yen Zue nodded and said, peerless divine powers are extremely rare. The peerless divine powers that have been passed down till now were all passed down by the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation. Fairy Purple River was not the only one. Even the fiends were shocked when they heard that. Peerless divine powers were the epitome of divine powers. It was no exaggeration to say that if a perfected immortal could comprehend a peerless divine power, he could be invincible in the perfected one realm and obtain the title of a supreme perfected immortal. In fact, he could advance a step further and become the number 1 perfected immortal of the heavenly world. Yen Zue said, that's why we have to watch him tide through this final tribulation here no matter what. Not everyone has the chance to witness a peerless divine power. This is also a huge opportunity for us. How much you can comprehend from the descent of this peerless divine power will depend on your own potential. Fairy Purple River asked, which peerless divine power will descend this time round? I'm not sure about that. Yen Zue shook his head gently. There aren't many peerless divine powers throughout history. The ones I know are Eternal Night, Astral Imprisonment, 6 Paths of Reincarnation, and so on. It's possible for any of those to descend. Or perhaps, it might be a peerless divine power that has never appeared before. After the 8th strike of the heavenly tribulation ended, the 9th strike did not appear for a long time. The tribulation clouds in the firmaments had yet to disperse, as though they were accumulating their final strength and could explode at any moment. Fellow Taoist, a peerless divine power should descend in this final tribulation. You must not be careless. Feng Cantillon reminded, don't forget to comprehend the obscurities within while resisting. Once that peerless divine power descended, the martial Tao prime body and Feng Cantillon would naturally comprehend more than the surrounding people. Peerless divine power. The eyes of the martial Tao prime body lit up. Relying on the true martial Tao body, he rarely used divine powers or secret skills in combat. As long as he charged forward, no one would be able to stop him. Even after obtaining many divine powers and secret skills, the martial Tao prime body rarely cultivated them and merely fused them into the martial Tao furnace to obtain their essences. However, it was different for peerless divine powers. If he could comprehend a peerless divine power, his combat strength would increase immensely. The might of the tribulation clouds intensified. Finally, the power in the tribulation clouds had already accumulated to its peak and burst forth. The lightning descended and formed a tsunami that surged over. There were also many different powers of the heavenly tribulation mixed in the lightning tide. Some of them were flames, some of them were howling cyclones, and some of them were divine weapons. There were also many heavenly tribulations that transformed into various runes that descended densely. There were 81 strikes in the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation. There was the formation tribulation, residency tribulation, destruction tribulation, and emptiness tribulation, where 20 minor tribulations were contained in each of them. There was the fire tribulation, water tribulation, wind tribulation, weapon tribulation. There was the incremental tribulation, reduction tribulation, flora tribulation, sand tribulation, mustard seed tribulation, dust tribulation, stone tribulation. There was the ethereal tribulation, awakening tribulation, consolidation tribulation, mystic tribulation, virtuous tribulation, astral tribulation. There was the disaster tribulation, negative karma of the 10 evils tribulation. In the vision of the martial Tao prime body, thousands of heavenly tribulations surged over. Every single heavenly tribulation was different. The power contained in every single heavenly tribulation was incomparably terrifying. Most of the runes conjured by the heavenly tribulation were foreign to the martial Tao prime body, and he had never even heard of them before. Peerless divine power, eternal damnation. Feng Cantillon was shocked and exclaimed, "Ha ha ha ha." On the other side, Yen Zue could not help but burst into laughter when he saw that. The heavens are truly on my side. To think that it would be eternal damnation. Desolate Marshal will definitely die today. Is that peerless divine power that powerful? Fairy Purple River asked. Yen Zue smiled. First, there are 10,000 heavenly tribulations in eternal damnation. Even the person undergoing the tribulation transcendence won't be able to comprehend all the heavenly tribulations that descend at the same time. That's because this peerless divine power can only be released after one comprehends all the heavenly tribulations. However, no one can comprehend all the heavenly tribulations during this short tribulation transcendence process. Fairy Purple River and the others nodded and looked at the dense tribulation runes in the distance, giving up on comprehending them. Yen Zue said, "Second, the meaning of damnation in the name of this peerless divine power means that no recovery is possible, even if Desolate Marshal can survive it. His injuries will never recover as long as he's injured by eternal damnation." Pest! The fiends gasped. Yen Zue chuckled. Of course, if he can break through to the Grotto Heaven realm and open up his Grotto Heaven, he'll naturally be able to dispel the power of eternal damnation. Yen Zue did not continue, but everyone knew that it was impossible. Desolate Marshal was only undergoing the tribulation transcendence now. How long more would it take for him to advance to the Grotto Heaven realm? With this battered body, it was unknown if his cultivation could even advance in the future, let alone advance to the Grotto Heaven realm. As Yen Zue and the others discussed, eternal damnation descended. Looking at the dense tribulation runes above his head, the gaze of the martial Tao prime body intensified and he channeled his blood chi to its limits. Instantly, his figure seemed to have vanished. In its place was a gigantic furnace burning with raging flames. The bloodline phenomenon of the martial Tao prime body, heaven and earth furnace. Back then, before he entered the true martial realm, the power of the heaven and earth furnace could not be released completely. Therefore, he could only kill fiend cultivators at the convergence realm of the perfected one realm. But now, the martial Tao prime body had advanced and created the true martial Tao body, causing his power of blood to increase exponentially. The power of his bloodline phenomenon had also increased by a huge level and had completely transformed into a peerless divine power. Since the final heavenly tribulation sent down a peerless divine power, the martial Tao prime body would use the peerless divine power he created to defend. Yen Zue was right. In the short tribulation transcendence process, there was no way he could comprehend all the heavenly tribulations. However, he could make use of the heaven and earth furnace to smelt and absorb all the 10,000 heavenly tribulations. When he was in seclusion, he could comprehend the profoundness within bit by bit. Heaven and earth will be the furnace and creation will be the process. Yin and yang will be charcoal and all living beings will be bronze. The voice of the martial Tao prime body sounded from the heaven and earth furnace. Right in front of everyone, the 10,000 heavenly tribulations surged into the heaven and earth furnace. Phew! 5 flames rose around the heaven and earth furnace. The martial spirit fire, dragon phoenix flames, tribulation fire, red lotus karmic fire and hellfire. The augmentation of the 5 flames caused the power of the heaven and earth furnace to increase exponentially. The entire furnace was burned red and almost transparent. One could vaguely see that there were thousands of tribulation runes charging everywhere within, but there was nowhere to hide. This was not only the martial Tao prime body undergoing tribulation transcendence. This was also a fight between 2 peerless divine powers. A moment later, the tribulation runes could not break free and suddenly gathered together, transforming into a scarlet beam of light. Clang! The scarlet light struck the heaven and earth furnace heavily and it shuddered. The light dissipated and the figure of the martial Tao prime body appeared as well. The 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation was finally over. With the help of the heaven and earth furnace, the martial Tao prime body absorbed and refined eternal damnation almost perfectly and was only waiting to comprehend it in seclusion. On the other side, Feng Santian's situation was much more dangerous. After all, he had fought consecutively with Yan Zue and the others and was severely injured. Although he endured the baptism of the heavenly tribulations, his injuries had yet to heal and his combat strength had not recovered to its peak. He was already struggling to defend against the tribulation runes of eternal damnation. Finally, the tribulations turned into a scarlet light that slashed towards Feng Cantion. Even with his startling evil spear, Feng Cantion was still too weak to take it head-on and the spear flew from his hands. The scarlet light surged in and pierced Feng Santian's chest instantly, leaving a hole the size of a bowl. Poof! A fountain of blood gushed out. Under normal circumstances, such injuries were nothing to a perfected immortal. However, no matter how Feng Cantion channeled his essence spirit, the hole in his chest could not heal and bled endlessly. Among the 10,000 heavenly tribulations, there was the heavenly tribulation, mental demon tribulation, weapon tribulation, formation tribulation, residency tribulation, destruction tribulation, emptiness tribulation. There was a myriad of complex powers and tribulations all accumulated on Feng Santian's wound. How could it heal? This was the terror of eternal damnation. Although he managed to defend against it, he could not recover from any injuries. Brother Yen, hurry and leave. When Fairy Purple River saw that, she reminded hurriedly. Even the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation can't injure this person. We're definitely not his match. If we don't leave, something might happen. That's right. I'm afraid only a Grotto Heaven expert can kill this person. Another perfected fiend said. Although the fiends had never seen a paragon who could attract the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation in real life, they had heard of such people in legends and ancient books before. However, this was the first time the fiends had seen a monster incarnate who was almost completely unharmed after the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation. This was beyond their understanding. If he could even withstand a peerless divine power, what was the background of this person? The fiends were in no mood to fight and wanted to leave as soon as possible. Yan Zue's expression was terrible. This time round, he gathered 18 fiend armies and 1,000,000 cultivators. However, they were turned into ashes by this sect master of Tianhuang's sect who appeared out of nowhere and triggered the heavenly tribulations. Although he was indignant, he had to admit that he would most likely be killed by Desolate Marshal if he continued staying here. Yan Zue took a deep breath and grit his teeth, prepared to leave. Suddenly, his expression changed as he looked up at the distant firmaments with a bewildered expression. Could it be? A thought flashed through Yan Zue's mind and he was shocked. On the other side, when the Martial Dao Prime Body saw that Feng Cantion was injured by the final strike of the heavenly tribulation, he could not help but reveal a worried expression and ask, "Senior, you?" "I'm fine." Feng Cantion lowered his head and looked at the bloody hole in his chest, seemingly unconcerned. On the contrary, his eyes were filled with excitement. Back when he entered the perfected One realm and underwent tribulation transcendence, he had only undergone the 8 of 9 heavenly tribulation. Now that he was making use of the opportunity of the Martial Dao Prime Body's tribulation transcendence to experience the legendary 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation personally, it was a huge boost to his dermic Dao. Due to the overwhelming number of tribulations in eternal damnation, he could not comprehend everything completely. However, with the opportunity of the tribulation transcendence this time round, he could personally sense the might of the heavenly tribulation and the wrath of thunder. His comprehension of the Tao of thunder became even more thorough. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, Feng Cantion was plotted against when he was breaking through to the Grotto Heaven realm, causing his breakthrough to fail and his Tao fruit to be crippled. In his consciousness, the Tao fruit had already vanished and in its place was a sea of lightning. It was already extremely difficult to break through to the Grotto Heaven realm. He had failed once and lost his Tao fruit. It was even more difficult for him to break through to the Grotto Heaven realm with this sea of lightning. It could be said that if he cultivated normally, it would be almost impossible for him to step into the Grotto Heaven realm. However, after enduring the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation this time round, His comprehension of the Dermic Tao of thunder deepened, and he could see the barrier of the grotto heaven realm once more. The might of the heavenly tribulation and the wrath of thunder. Feng Cantillon murmured softly. Although his body was damaged and the bloodied hole in his chest was shocking, the sea of lightning in his consciousness rumbled with a shocking power. When the martial Tao prime body saw that, he nodded to himself. Not only did his true martial Tao body rise to another level in this tribulation transcendence, Feng Cantillon had clearly benefited immensely as well. Everything was practically perfect. After the baptism of the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation, the tripod hell suppression tripod had already advanced to the peak of the perfected one realm, and its aura was powerful. Right then, another terrifying might descended from the skies. Even Yen Beichen and the others beneath the hell suppression tripod felt their hearts skip a beat. What's going on? Hasn't the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation already ended? Why haven't the tribulation clouds in the skies dispersed? Could the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation not be the endpoint? That's impossible. As though it sensed danger, the hell suppression tripod trembled slightly. The 4 sacred souls were also warning the martial Tao prime body repeatedly. Even Feng Cantillon, who was comprehending the Dermic Tao, was jolted awake by the might. He looked up with a grim expression and gripped the startling evil spear once more. Desolate Marshal, watch out. There's a change in the world. Feng Cantillon reminded. The martial Tao prime body narrowed his eyes slightly and was on guard when he sensed the terrifying might of the tribulation clouds above. The heavenly tribulation was not over yet. There was a 10th tribulation above the 9 of 9. The martial Tao prime body had a feeling that there was a high chance the 10th tribulation was triggered due to the anomaly of the true martial Tao body. His existence was a variable. The existence of the 10th tribulation was to kill variables. The martial Tao prime body said in a deep voice, "Senior, you're injured. Go hide under the hell suppression tripod first." "It's fine. This injury is nothing." Feng Cantillon gripped the startling evil spear tightly and shouted with a torrential aura, "Let's see what's the deal with this 10th tribulation." Boom! A loud bang sounded from the tribulation clouds. There were no tribulations or sea of lightning. There was only a phantom that descended. It was condensed from thunder and surrounded by resplendent lightning. Although it was only a thunder phantom, it was lifelike. It was a black-robed woman with peerless features and a cold aura. Her black hair fell like flowing water and stopped at her waist. The woman held something that resembled a turtle shell in her left hand and a horsetail whip with a jade handle and white threads in her right. It looked extremely familiar. The martial Tao prime body's heart skipped a beat. The primordial unity horsetail whip? Dermic treasures in the form of horsetail whips looked similar, and there were not much differences. However, the horsetail whip before him was identical to the primordial unity horsetail whip that the green lotus true body obtained. Be it in terms of size, length, or the detailed patterns on the horsetail whip's handle, they were exactly the same. At the same time, the green lotus true body sensed something and circulated the spirit consonance art, watching the woman in midair through the eyes of the martial Tao prime body. Boom! Another thunderclap sounded from the tribulation clouds. Another woman appeared in midair. The woman's appearance was not inferior to the former. The woman's skin was smooth and her brows were like wisps of smoke. Her clothes were white as snow and accentuated her figure perfectly. Just by standing there motionlessly, she exuded an indescribable charm that made one admire her uncontrollably. In midair, the woman wielded an autumn water sword. The moment she appeared, she attracted countless gazes. Far away, the fiends revealed infatuated expressions and knelt on the ground one after another when they saw the woman. It was as though no one would hesitate if the woman gave the order for the fiends to commit suicide on the spot. Only Yen Zue and Fairy Purple River could compose themselves and stabilize their Tao hearts. 2 women were conjured from the 2 thunder phantoms. One was cold and dignified while the other was beautiful and charming. Each of them had their own merits and were peerless. For some unknown reason, when he saw the latter woman, the martial Tao prime body could not help but recall an old friend. The old friend's aura was rather similar to the white-robed woman that appeared later on. She was innately charming and could topple the world. Although they were two women, the martial Tao prime body did not dare to be careless. That was because the auras released by the two women were way too terrifying. Even against Emperor Bo Sun, the martial Tao prime body did not feel such ubiquitous and unstoppable pressure. These two women were even more terrifying than the peerless divine power, eternal damnation,